A lot of these teams, like Bristleback, and it's like maybe they pick CK to counter us, and then we saw game and go, wait, why not just pick the CK, which is the counter to Bristle, and now you can't pick it yourself, and we pick it later. Like, I don't know, it was a really fun creative draft from gaming, and yeah, like Rozo said, 9Pandas weren't ready, and because they're now not here.
Yeah, it is unfortunate seeing those 4 teams yesterday go home. We've got 4 more going home today when the time does arise. But let's talk more about this meta, this chat that's happening, because I was looking at the highly contested heroes from group stages compared to the highly contested heroes here at playoffs. Dark Willow is obviously rising a lot, and it is that flexibility, but let's talk about it more. Sheep, I know you're a big advocate for POS1. We've seen it succeed on Shiro, not so much though in the 2 games that it was picked up yesterday.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Yesterday, I was very excited about the hero because I saw her in pubs.
Oh.
I was like, oh, this is cool, this is new. After seeing it, I hate it. I'm sick of it. I don't want to see it ever again. This hero is unbelievably slow. The amount of time that these pros are farming on it, even Shiro, right, with his win, like, let's not big him up too much. I feel like his team was a very key part of why they won that game.
Everything
while he
else
farmed,
around it.
and then he just kind of showed up.
That was still a long game, by the way.
Yeah, it was a long game. This is the problem. Every single Willow carry game is so long because she defends the high ground so well with the Realm, but it's like this hero is worthless in the early game, it feels like, or at least the way that the pros are playing it. The games are going forever. I'm bored of it. I don't like it. Teams are losing. They are risking their tournament lives on the hero, and I do not think the trust is paying off.
Yeah, I don't think the hero that doesn't deal like constant damage output, because like she has her downtimes is like that strong, and people are figuring out how to counter it like with more Panga picks and like, you know, ways to deal with it outside of the realm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect example of the new TI format, right? Because they've had this break, you feel like you've got enough days to do it, but like teams like LGD, they've been playing this Willow probably for 2-3 weeks before they even got to the Road to International. And then other teams, they've got 4 days to understand why it's good, get it into their scrims where they maybe have, what, 4-5 scrims potentially across the course of a couple of days. And yeah, I feel like they are victim to the new format, and hopefully, like Sheep said, they put it to the side for now, unless, you know, you actually understand it. But I would be surprised if 3-4 days these teams can fully get a grasp on this hero.
Hey, there could be a team that we see later today that's able to grasp up a new concept in 4 days. But Reza, you were a little bit, you know, upset about the 9Pandas showing. Did you have a highlight from yesterday at all, though?
The highlight, I mean, Nowon's winning the TSM, right? Gaining top of the NA region once again, like, I mean, for the first time, because they were suffering such a long time, right, in that region. And I'm just happy to see their road just keep continuing, because I believed in them from the group stages right away. And I think they have more to prove, actually. I think they can go even further.
All right, well, I thought we were going to be seeing the highlights of yesterday. We're not. We're going to be seeing something better. We're going to be seeing Tsunami's face as he is down with the crowd.
Listen, I'll give you some language highlights, actually, because we are going to be watching some Brazilian Dota soon, and I was hoping to get a little bit of a language correspondence. My friend, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Mateus. I am with Evil Genesis. Unfortunately, we were eliminated yesterday, but now I'm cheering for the Brazilian guys.
And you are Brazilian yourself, right?
Yeah, I am Brazilian. I have worked with this team, and I think they are in a great spot right now, and I hope they win.
Okay, so Evil Geniuses may have fell, but Brazilian Dota will continue to reign, because it's been quite a while since Brazilian Dota has shown up at a TI. So, well, how's it been in your home country for Dota for these, I guess, past 5 years now?
Yeah, the last time Brazilian Dota was at TI was 2021. I actually was working with the guys that are playing there, but after some time, Dota in Brazil was kind of left aside because we didn't show good results, but now I think they've got to a point where they can play equal with everyone here, and that's it. I hope they represent well Brazil.
So far they're representing very well. So if I wanted to get the crowd excited, give me some Portuguese phrase that I should be starting to practice for them. So I know, let's just start it easy. What's a good morning?
It's bom dia.
Bom dia. Okay. How about a good game? How do you say good game?
Bom jogo.
Bom jogo?
Bom jogo.
Bom jogo.
Yes, that's good. That's good. You have talent for Portuguese.
Okay. How about tell me, Toronto, Tokyo, you suck. We're gonna beat you. TI winner means nothing to me, and BETBOOM's going down. How do you do that in Portuguese?
Toronto Toco, você é um lixo e vai perder e nós vamos ganhar. Vamos, caralho.
That one's kind of complicated, but I think the crowd's into it. All right then, I'm excited to watch the game. We got a whole series ahead of us, but before we get to that, let's go back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. I wish I knew Portuguese. I would have said good interview. Anyone know how to say that one?
No.
Can we get the translator?
Get him up here real
yeah.
quick.
Well, look, we're gonna have a little bit of time. Maybe we can give it a Google Translate to be able to say that one in Portuguese. And for now, we are gonna see the top highlights of yesterday. We're gonna get to relive those moments of Nouns hitting top 8.
Roll, catches, decides to go for crit instead of the Willow. Now throwing out the damage, controlling onto Bryle. He's dying. Eats the cheese the whole second round. So much damage out from that Willow. When left alone, can they do enough though? Abed chasing. Do they have enough to kill him off in time? Trying to kill him? And yes, they do. TSM taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage, and everybody ends up falling. Hunting, Saberlight, still has Stampede ready. Kasane pumps it, catches immediately. Ari throwing out the kisses. What damage do they have? The egg is already there. Tomato hits onto it, but now the Manta, the walk away. Stun is there. Can they get it in time? They do. Barely managing to bring it down. Connection says no, sorry. TSM, they're tired of playing second fiddle.
Is them being pushed to the limit here in game one. Now the Rolling Thunder, here it comes, the initiation. What is EG going to be able to do about this? Their building is going to be hit. Just take the racks. Doesn't seem to be much they can do to stop it. Panda's going to jump in with the overgrowth, trying to slow this down with Glyph also being used. Terrorize trying to push him away with the BKBs. Gaming Gladiators committed to getting the Megas, but can they get out now? C-Smile makes a jump in. Not quite enough to finish off Tofu, but here comes Whisper. Looks to finish him off. Oh no, sword bounce back. That's keeping Tofu alive. Well, Whisper is Divine Rapier is in trouble and he gets bursted down by Durantio. Divine on the deck because now fighting to keep them in the game as Evil Geniuses are going to be limping along here. A massive network deficit. Vegas, C-Smile. Round 2. It's an opportunity. The Hex doesn't save him. No. Because puts him down. But Whisper will fall for a second time. 3 dead with no buybacks. Are they expecting the initiation though? Will they be able to react in time? Nip you away. Everything away. Oh, they don't have Quinn now, right? The initiation comes in the chronosphere, only catching the magnet. That's right in the overgrowth is going to stop the damage too. Oh, the Ravage to be able to fall. Absolute disaster for Gaming Gladiators and Evil Genius. They will feast in this fight. They're going to take away the Aegis. Durantio's back into play, and yeah, Quinn's back with the shield rune at that. Oh, it's Shelgrave just at the right time. He will bail on Durantio. They finish up the tree, but Durantio fighting for his life right now. Great Avalanche to be able to cover him up, but the Shallow Graves are just he will not die. Finally, because deals with him, but the damage is done. Durantio lives.
Whitemon getting gone on by the Brew. Not able to get his ult out quite yet. Continuing to get silenced. There's a lot of damage being applied to Moo. Is this going to be enough to actually take him out? Getting to the other side and finally gets off his ult. And that is a lift onto the Brewmaster. As you can see, the kick in. Tomato in a lot of trouble. Surrounded, pops his BKB. Trying to focus now on the Brewlings. None of them will die quite yet. Uses the Eclipse finally. Most of the focus now onto Yamson, who actually gets away. And now the Song of Siren from K1, holding everybody in place. Looks like the Tramp Protection is going to be the first to fall. Tomato trying to focus down Moo again, who will somehow live the Sprout, just continuing to be a thorn in the side of TSM, who've already lost 2, including the likes of Bryle. Lots of close range being applied to the Naga Sirens. Gunner getting the double kill for now. Rolling onto Tomato. Lots of damage being applied. He's going to get the lockdown on him, and it likely will fall as well. A triple kill for Gunner. Being pursued onto the high ground, into the enemy triangle. There's the first egg, I do believe, as Tomato trying to save Kasane, but just dies to the illusions. Tomato now has kind of sustained his ground. Has to be really careful. This is the Divine Reaper we're talking about. The Disruption going to keep him alive a little longer. A beautiful Kong. Tomato's dead. Divine Rapier on the deck. Who will pick it up as Nouns knock out their NA brethren and TSM from TI?
What a game.
Nantares, he's getting surrounded.
Rest in peace.
Goodbye, my friend.
Many pieces.
And now this tower also, they've got the tree armor at least to delay for a little bit, but the Chen's up here, mid.
He's got his ASOS stun, he's looking for the setup, gets the dead shot pushback. Solo had to drop the ult to try and hold back Tofu. Another little toy does get Kiyotaka out of the combo. They'll settle for Solo. Tofu and Ace running him down. Axe is there. Jim and Dredger, he's actually found Kiyotaka over the tier 2. Sweeps over from their side of the map, takes out the OD. It's getting pretty messy, this one. Way down here, but they're ready to fight. That is, they've got the 4 of them. Quinn, he's ready to start things off, goes straight over towards Miro. They'll turn with the ult, they've got the soul bind out, and the 2 of them silence as well. Double Doom will be there.
But is it gonna
be enough? Quinn's perfectly fine. The Supernova as they can't hit the egg. They've got to run. They've got to split here, 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka, he doesn't make it away. Duracha takes it down. Miro tries with the TV, but still he finds it. And Quinn goes in, takes out Solo. He's out for good. Ramses tries for the stab, and the Lotus is there. Ends up stunning himself. Quinn comes in with the grab. It's all over. GG is called. Gaming Gladiators today completely crushing 9 Pandas.
This wasn't even close today.
With those 4 best of 3s that happened yesterday, we do see our lower bracket filling out a little bit more. We did see Shopify Rebellion, TSM, EG, and 9 Pandas going home, but Nouns, Gaming Gladiators, they will come up against each other in that lower bracket round 3, hitting top 8 for themselves. And of course, it does leave the bottom half of that lower bracket for us to populate there, Reza.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I said Nouns can go far in this tournament, I forgot that they're gonna face today.
Do you take it back now? Or you're just like,
yeah,
I'm not sure what's gonna happen.
I mean, considering also previous games, Nouns, they won like 2 games which was like 50 and 60 minutes, which meant that they're not really confident wins, but they're like back and forth. But for Gaming Gladiator, they just stomped completely 9 Pandas, so they understand how to pressure well and like how to close up the game super well. So. It's gonna be a tough one for them, for sure.
I mean, even against EG, like, sure, the game went 69 minutes, it's pretty nice, but the fact that I think Gaming, they had control the entire time. It was like their game, they had like 20k lead, they lose a fight, they wait again, another 20k comes into the bank, and then they win the game. So Gaming right now, haven't dropped a game in lower bracket, that series is gonna be so incredibly tough, but NA crowd, in the Climate Pledge Arena, maybe Nouns, they get a little bit more energy, maybe, maybe.
Look, I don't know how it's going to affect them, but they're definitely going to have a massive crowd cheering for them. That one I know for sure. Right now, though, we are going to be heading down to Purge. He's got some information on one of our first teams, BETBOOM.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, BETBOOM is the team that I want to look at for this upcoming series. If you guys aren't aware of them, they are an Eastern European super team. They were formed at the beginning of the last season, and they have most of the best players of the region on the same squad, including Toronto Tokyo, who won TI with Team Spirit as their mid player. Now he's playing 5. Now, after they formed, their results were pretty disappointing. We had really high expectations for them because they would smash their online qualifiers, and then they would shift into the LAN portion, and they would often underwhelm. But what they ended up doing was a role swap between Nightfall and Pure. That's Pure here, that's Nightfall. They switched third position and 1 position, and after that the results started meeting our expectations a lot better. They would go a lot farther in their runs at tournaments, and once you get to a LAN, if you ask teams what teams they fear, BETBOOM is almost always on that list because they are so talented, and they had things going for them pretty good in this tournament as well. They got 2nd place in their groups with their best result compared to other 2nd place teams. They went 7-2, only losing to Team Liquid. And after that, they did lose a close series of 9 Pandas, which is what got them here in the lower bracket. But here's some nice things going for them in the tournament so far. They've got the 4th shortest average game length out of all the teams. That means they are playing really fast, and they're going to adapt really well to those teams that are playing greedy and slow. Nightfall has the lowest deaths average per game out of any player at the tournament, 1.9 deaths, very small amount. And GPK joins him for the best KDAs of the entire tournament at 2nd and 3rd. These guys are seriously high skilled. And finally, things to watch for in the upcoming series. They played Night Stalker carry 2 times already in group stage. They are set to run fast. Speaking of which, Centaur is their most picked offlane hero here for Pure, but if that does get banned out, he's got a nice roster of other offlane heroes to pick. And finally, one of the best supports of the year was Techies. Techies, they're actually still picking, and almost nobody else is, so you might even get to see that play here out at the road to the International. So with all that said, lots of high expectations for BETBOOM. We'll see if they can live up to them.
Thank you so much, Purge. A lot of information being put out there of their group stage, how they're ranking when it comes to other teams in those stats. But I do like the hero information with the fact that they're playing a Night Stalker carry.
I love Night Stalker. I think the hero is really interesting. The last time we saw it played as a carry was when Beastmaster was really prevalent in the meta, and it would be the answer, like you play Night Stalker, you get the shard, then you're able to just eat these ancient creeps, and during the fights and stuff, like he had less effect because of Night Stalker. And then he kind of fell off again. So anytime he comes back, I love him. I think he's a super fun hero. And it's been interesting to see how like players adapt the item and skill builds too, because I think I've seen some where they're not even like maxing Void, like used to just max Void, use it to try and fight a bit, and then we saw some players like maxing the fear and the passive and just farming it that way instead.
A lot of options when it comes to Night Stalker if you are picking them up in this meta, but we've got some information about BETBOOM. It's only fair that we see who their opponent is. Let's look at today's schedule. BETBOOM are our first team coming up, and they're going to be versing KEYD Stars. That's going to be it, and that's going to be the first one. Tundra versus Entity. That's who I alluded to much earlier. Tundra being the team that maybe they could pick up a new strategy for themselves in that 4 days and know most of the ins and outs for it. And then they will be playing later today, so whoever wins our first series has Talon as their next opponent in the third series. And then Tundra Entity, one of those two, will be facing up against Virtus.pro, two teams that fell from the upper bracket back on Friday. Almost off the days of the week then.
What a day as well. I mean, I'm just thinking, first of all, we haven't seen BETBOOM KEYD Stars ever occur in history. Like, this is the first time these teams are going to match up. Sure, the players might have had some games against each other. And also, Entity Tundra. Tundra just hasn't lost to Entity since Tour 2. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Entity at least. And yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Which matchup would you really like to see later down the track, Rezo?
I mean, I would love to see the Tundra Entity, because I think for this specific time, I think they're kind of like equal in terms of skill. I don't think Tundra is like way too ahead, because they're not really confident. They're not looking confident with the Thompson yet. They haven't like found this cohesive, chemistry in their team yet.
Yeah. Whereas Entity having that small roster change, they're looking great for themselves here in the road to the international. But BETBOOM, we have a small video on them. We're going to find out more information about this team.
After clinching the title at TI-10, Toronto, Tokyo and Team Spirit faced some turbulence, bowing out early in the TI-11 playoffs. Seeking a fresh start and another shot at the Aegis, Toronto, Tokyo made his move to BETBOOM.
It was, I think, after TI. I needed to think, because my goal is to win TI one more. I want to become a legend player, like maybe Papi is. So that motivates me. When I think what's the biggest chance of the success, it will be if I switch role and go to this team. I was thinking like that I could be good at any role in Dota. The most important part was that I should enjoy this role. That is a lot of stuff on post 5s that I didn't think of. Now, even if I will back on mid or on any other role, I feel like I understand Dota even more, so it helped me a lot. When I look back at these 3 years, what I can say is that I learned so much, not even as a player, but as a teammate, as a human. Players are together for a long time. Really hard to live like this if you are not trying to be a good teammate. They are also the part of success. You cannot ignore them. If you ignore this and like blame your teammate or make him feel uncomfortable, it will affect your results. I'm really proud of this team and I believe we can do it.
I love the confidence Toronto Tokyo is talking about at the end there. He really believes in this BETBOOM team and talks about being a good teammate, how much of an effect that has, how important it is now for a roster for the 5-stack that you guys are. And KEYD Stars, they're 5 Brazilian teams? 5 Brazilian players.
That's a lot of players.
Looking well into the future there. They're 5 Brazilian players, so I'm sure they all get along really well too.
Yeah, and also for Brazilian Dota, it's been such a rough kind of showing, right? In 2021, you had SG, they got to rock up as a national team, but for me, it goes back all the way to like 2019. That was the era of Brazilian Dota. You had Pain Gaming, you had Chaos Esports with Majority Brazil. and then it just faded away. We had so many years now where we haven't seen them. And for KEYD, when you see the amount of days since their last Tier 1 performance and showing, like King RD, for example, 1,600 days, KJ 742, like the numbers speak for themselves. They haven't had that international Tier 1 experience for a nation that was so powerful years ago, and now they get to be here as a full Brazilian team. It's like, it's great for the nation, great for the Brazil scene, and I would love for them to do well, but like we were said, they're up against BETBOOM. It is going to be quite the challenge for them.
Imagine the passion you need to have for the game to keep on trying after 1,629 days.
You did the maths, didn't you, Rezo, of how long that is? You did the maths.
It's like 4 years or something.
Yeah,
it's incrediable, like just to see these players come back and play at the at the biggest stage here in TI, road to TI.
There you go.
I know you're a big South American fan. Shiv, you got all the information on KEYD, so give me some more of your thoughts.
Of course, can't wait to share.
This is what she's been waiting for.
No, I mean, I love reading interviews, and King RD, he talks a lot, which is really interesting. I mean, obviously, first of all, he's like 31 years old, so he's representing the older Dota players, and he talked on that, saying that it's kind of interesting how Dota is like so mechanically advanced now, everyone's got faster reaction times. And he's like, but I think experience is still so valuable, you know? He's like, I really pride myself on my map movements and decision making. I do think it's an interesting dynamic though, because he talked about how like Brazilian Dota, you have the old players that stuck together for so long. Like I was following like Wolf Team and stuff because I really like Tavo, for example. And that he spoke on how finally, after all this time, they don't really want to stick together anymore. It's been years and years and years, and now he's playing with 3 younger players, and he's just talking about the enthusiasm and excitement. Like, he comes to this TI every single day. They want to play Dota. They want to like watch replays. They just want to talk and talk and talk. And he's like, Jesus Christ! Like, I have these kids, man. Like, I can't keep up.
It's almost like a dad just trying to keep up with his kids that are wanting to constantly be playing Dota.
Yeah, legit. He's actually just like, I'm feeling like the age a bit where he's not as passionate, but he feels the younger kid's passion, and he's like, you know, 1 more year. But he's been saying that for years at this point.
But I think it's important, right, to have that balance in your team, because you can't have like 5 young players, because they're gonna come to lands and then they don't have like this dad that that has their backs, and they don't like have this freedom of like showing, because they know they're protected. And at the same time, you can have this like 5 old players that are not like very passionate. They're like just showing up to work and like, all right, let's play this cream, guys. No, you gotta have that balance in your team.
Yeah, also for them, at least in South America, that there aren't these like powerhouse coaches. So then you kind of need that experience to come from the player. So for this roster, like King RD, he's kind of stepping up to be the shot caller while still being the +4 with all the experience and stuff. And it is kind of a position of the region at least. And yeah, I think so far for them, it has worked out. They're still in the road to the international.
Yeah, and they could keep going for a little bit longer. They have the chance for themselves today. We're going to find out more information. It is a video, KEYD.
Vivo KEYD's journey this year has been one of grit and determination. Mid-season, they faced the setback of dropping to Division 2, but they fought their way back, securing the premier invite from the SA qualifier and sealing their spot at the international.
The first 2 weeks, like, we lost everything. So sometimes we're gonna play like really good like one day, and the next week, like, okay, something happened in the house because we're living together for so many time. Right now, it's feeling really good because we have like 3 people really young: KJ, Analog, and FCR. So I'm really the old guy of this team. I don't want to play anymore. I mean, man, I have like the white has like in my beard, in my hair. So it's like I feel like really old playing video games like for all day. So it kind of, okay, man, let's go play another year. The bad thing about me right now, in my age, I don't like to play more pubs. That's the bad thing for me right now, because I'm really old and everyone's like, okay, you need to do that, you need to do that. Okay, keep it playing. It's like, man, I just want to chill, watch some game. I mean, I just play like with my fucking legs in the table. Just like, okay, it's just more on pub. 4 years ago, we have a lot of teams from Brazil. Right now, we only have 2 in the Deep Sea. So we need like new young players, because another issue is Dota 2 have a lot of young players. I think this is really good for us right now, which is 5 Brazilian players. The organization for Brazil 2 is because we're gonna show everyone like, okay guys, if you want to come to play Dota 2, you can do it.
You weren't wrong, Sheep. He does love to talk King RD there, especially about his age. He's like, I got white hairs in the beard, in the hair. Let me tell you, I'm not sure I can keep up with everyone that's constantly wanting to play Dota. He's like, I'll watch though, I'll watch.
One more pop, I'll do it.
Have you ever felt that, Reza, where you're just like, oh, I guess one more I can squeeze in?
No, I didn't. I mean, if you're super tired and you play 15 games a day, yeah, sure, then you can have that. But I love how honest he is. He's like, he's just putting it out there. I love this guy, honestly.
Have we ever heard a player do that type of interview before they're about to play for their potential TI lives? Like, you know, they're 2 series away from getting to TI, and he's like, I just don't want to play. You know, I'm just here because I have to be here because there's no one better than me.
Look, I will say, I do think that it was recorded not in the off days, that piece.
Yeah, it was. I think it was.
It was earlier, before groups even started. That's what he was feeling.
It's still this year.
Yeah, it was still this year. I love it. I do enjoy the honesty. Let's compare our 2 teams, though. We've talked about them separately. We've had our information on BETBOOM. We probably haven't covered it all. We've had our information on KEYD Stars as well. So here they are. This is their record so far in the road to the international, their group stages, their seeding matches as well, and how they fared against those upper bracket matches. There is a big difference in the average win time there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like for KEYD Stars at least, they're the ones who are struggling. They got the 30% win rate in the groups. They naturally, because they're having more losses, they'll have more deaths. The wins that they have, I think they are a team that is struggling to go up against some of the bigger names that we have in the tournament. So the wins that they do get, it is going to be a win through time rather than that perfect execution of 30 minutes. Whilst of course BETBOOM, we've spoke their praises for so long now.
Yeah, I remember reading though that I believe it was Pure gets impatient if in the games
I
go
did read
long.
this too.
Yes. So if they aren't able to take it to 50 minutes, they self-admitted they lose games because Pure gets impatient. So you have to play on that weakness and take the game as long as possible.
You reckon that's the strat? We go for our average game time that we've been winning on. We know the formula. We stole the game out and we just wait for BETBOOM to become a little impatient. Late game Dota is a whole different thing.
Just play like nouns. They're simple. What did they do yesterday? They picked Nago, they picked Brewmaster, skip wave, skip wave, skip wave, Brewmaster split, hit tower. Copy them and maybe you can do it. Oh, I just like the horn every time.
Me too, I get excited for it as well. The horn does obviously mean that our day is about to begin. We are getting ready and underway for our 4 best of 3s to begin, to see 4 more teams eliminated out of the road to the international. Let's get our day number 3 started.
It is a beacon, sounding a call to greatness that echoes worldwide. A crucible, forging a single contender worthy of rising above the very best. And a celebration, gathering a community of millions to witness history unfold. It is the International, the final proving ground, where the world's finest Dota teams assemble to face each other in the ultimate test. Each challenger has earned this honor through hard-fought victories in matchups around the globe. The journey has tested some more than others, but the favorites and underdogs all know the road to the Aegis defies all prediction, and anyone can carve a new legacy here. The Aegis of Champions returns to Seattle, and with it the eyes of the world. 12 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
This is the last hurdle for so many teams. We have our top 12. We have to get down to our top 8 in the road to the international before we do get to TI next weekend.
And we got two teams, BETBOOM, you know, a team playing for expectations, and KEYD Stars playing for the generation future of Brazil.
Well, let's welcome them out. Let's get our first team out here to the stage. Despite a phenomenal group stage, getting second, an unfortunate best of 3 does see this superstar team down here in the lower bracket. However, this incredibly skilled Eastern European team isn't unfamiliar with elimination, with lower bracket. They're going to be able to do it, but their opponents also need to come to the stage. The resurrection of this org in Dota 2 sees 5 Brazilian players here on this stage at the road to the international. A region, a country we are so happy to see represented here. Are they going to be able to continue their road to the international? Will they make it to next weekend? Only time will tell. This best of 3 is the first of a couple stages for them, Sheep.
Oh my god, if they can beat BETBOOM, this is insane. Like, that would be the most hyped result today by far, I think. I'm so jazzed for them. I want them to do so well, especially now that we've lost EG.
Yeah, SA region came in. They had 4 teams representing them. We're down to Vivo, KEYD Stars. They're going up against BETBOOM. It's a difficult one, but it's not an impossible task. Rezo, I haven't even mentioned this yet, but you stood in for BETBOOM earlier this year. Okay, I was waiting for this moment to pick your brain a little bit more. It was that Berlin major for you. Obviously, you got to...
Twice. I did it twice.
You did it twice.
Berlin major and Bali major as well.
Of course, I forgot about the Bali major. Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you all about this team. What do you want to know?
Whatever you're willing to share in the time that we have.
I mean, I think KD have a pretty good chance of winning just because purely like BETBOOM, they tend to underestimate their opponents. Like, they tend to do it. So this is one thing they can be, you know, hoping for this series. And as long as they drag the game and Pure gets tired, like, easy peasy.
When you say underestimate, do you mean in regards to the prep that they bring to the series, or do you mean in-game where they might make calls that are a little bit more relaxed and more maybe pub-like compared to, you know, after the road to international?
Yeah, it's the state of like, we got this, guys. Like, we're gonna win this anyways, you know?
Sure.
So this is the feeling they go to the game sometimes. I'm not sure it's gonna happen this time, but sometimes they do that, and because of that, we lost the group stage in the Berlin major because of that. We underestimated one team. It was like from, what is it, South America or like ICA, I don't remember each team exactly, but they were like the bottom of the group. They lost all their matches, but we lost to them 2-0. So, yeah, because of that, we couldn't really proceed the group stages. So I'm wondering how today they're gonna prepare for this, and maybe they learn from that mistake, right? And they're gonna respect their opponents very well.
Yeah, that would be a really big learning lesson for themselves. The thing that always confuses me is the Pure and Nightfall, right? POS 1, POS 3, there was a moment. Nightfall was POS 3 obviously last year, comes back, swaps to POS 1. Pure was POS 1 last year, changes to POS 3. Like, we talked about the Night Stalker carry. Obviously, they're both used to having offlane heroes for themselves, but is there ever any realm in which they've had this discussion, whether you were part of it or if you even think it's possible, of them changing that up, maybe seeing them playing different roles in different lanes, or really try and stick to what you already have, and it's just easy to prepare for that?
I mean, I think Nightfall just, at one point, he just realized that he wants to be a carry player, and they kind of like they were the core of the team, him and Save, and they kind of make this decision, and Pure had to understand whether he want to be the part of the team and switch to 3 or just leave the team. They're gonna find another position 3 player, but it's been working very well for them. I think his transition were very smooth, and he's been playing exceptionally well on the position 3 as well. And sometimes they do switch a little bit, but not towards the Pure as a carry, but towards the GPK as mid, because he was playing the Monkey King more and more on this tournament, and they have this pretty aggressive drafts where Night Stalker, Monkey King, and some Tide Hunter would appear, and they'll just be super aggressive.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing for BETBOOM, right? Because you have your 1 and 3 who have experience in the inverted roles, you then have this draft where maybe you don't need to go traditional carry. You can get those 2 kind of semi-off-lane style heroes, and then you activate your mid to be greedy as well. And I think they're in a perfect balance team of control.
It is kind of crazy though to see Nightfall playing any kind of semi-carry sort of playmaky thing, because we saw on the stats earlier, right? He has the lowest death count of any player in the tournament. He plays so carefully. Even he thinks that himself. It's his philosophy of Dota. He thinks if he makes a few mistakes, very few mistakes, and rarely dies, they'll just win the game. It's rarely will there be a disadvantage to just playing incredibly safely. And I don't know, I feel like that could potentially be exploited. We've seen people talk about South American teams even, their chaoticness catches us by surprise, and then we just lose because we don't know what's going on. I think if you can disrupt that stable way of playing that they want to do, then that's a way to take victory.
That is something I've grown to really love and enjoy about the South American region over the past year, is that potential chaotic aspect with Viva Kid Stars. Where does it come from most? Is it a side lane? Is it going to be in mid? Where's going to be that gotcha for them, Sheep?
Honestly, I'm actually not sure what they're going to bring in this match, because in the group stage, they had a set way of playing that they liked, and they tried it. For example, Tusk, they centered a lot of their strategies around playing around that hero, and then they went 0-4 with it, and they said, okay, well, I don't know what happened, but this patch that came out just before the event started really ruined their strategies, so they've had to refocus and align things and bring in new ideas in this break just before they're playing now. But since then, we've seen Tusk come back into the playoffs, right? Other teams are winning with it, so hopefully maybe they can pull that strap back in and go back to their comfort, and we'll see that come out.
I just saw FCR demoing Magnus there for a second.
Magnus?
Maybe Magnus could be the hero of
You didn't think it wasn't just a random click?
I mean, he had Underlord to start with, and I was like, that is not a hero you warm up with. You're not gonna okay, this is my elimination game, let me practice my firestorms.
Where do I put my portal?
Ooh, so I think Magnus, maybe. He just getting some spoilers there, potentially.
I know they like to play fast on KEYD, but they realize that the games are going later now, and they want to try and play for that. So it's kind of weird. You're clashing what you want to do versus what you think is good.
I just hope that they're not gonna pick Furion, because the last time I saw they're playing Furion, he was maxing trees. No. AJ, no. This is not how you do that.
He was on demo mode as well, by the way, with Prophet.
With Prophet?
Yeah.
No. It's been days, Rezo. It's been days since we've seen them play last. Maybe there's been that change.
You think he learned?
You could probably run
that's
down
a
there right
lot of
now.
information for 4 days.
But maybe that's their ideas, right? They're okay, everyone's maxing Sprout, but who cares, right? We're gonna take the treants, we're gonna try and push, and we're trying to go fast. And maybe now he's okay, this was not the play, this was not correct, we're gonna slow it down.
I thought I had an idea, it didn't work out. There's also that disconnect that we saw. Their winning average time was, what was it, 50 plus? 52 minutes, right? So the fact that they're talking about we want to play fast paced, it's okay, why isn't the fast paced working out for you? Why are these games having to be dragged on for so long for you to win?
I mean, because if you're in the wrong place at the wrong place at the wrong time, and you're making these slightly incorrect moves, you're not reading the map as well. Sure, you might have an aggressive draft, but if you don't get the kills and it doesn't translate to the mid game, you are going to get out farmed. So I think for King RD, yes, he's been playing. You mentioned the Tusk being 0-4. This is a hero that he's been playing for years. It is his #1 hero. So clearly, in the interview where he's saying he's not playing pubs as much, etc., etc. Now he's picking Tusk, didn't work out. I think for King RD at least, he needs to enter this series with confidence in a couple heroes that can allow him to play the map, to punish the lanes, to get his team to want to take the fight early. So I think if they can start, progressing the game, force BETBOOM to have to think a little bit more than they maybe expect to in this series, that's when we might get a close one.
I'm trying to think about BETBOOM, if what they're going to be prepared for, what they're going to really want to do, and if we are going to have very chaotic skirmishing games, who does get favored in that? I know it's still very draft dependent, but who can execute team fights that we've seen so far in the road to the international out of the two?
I don't think BETBOOM will give them chaotic game. Even if KEYD maybe, I don't know what KEYD will do. They said they understand the meta more now after losing to LGD, so I think they might adjust here. But every time I've watched BETBOOM play, they are so reserved. Like they try so little to like engage in like stupid team fights.
Yeah, they're a very disciplined team, to be honest. Like they have this thing going on for them that
yeah. Sorry to cut you off, Rezo. Our draft is going to be coming up, so let's get game 1 started.
Turn to ban.
Vivo KEYD Stars versus BETBOOM team. Game 1.
Now we have the time, Rezo. You're going to give us all the information about their discipline.
So they're very disciplined, and they like to draft in a way where they set up like 4 to 5 heroes for each role, for each player, and they're like kind of like drafting around those heroes and rarely going outside of the marked heroes.
Yeah, they have one of the smaller versatilities of all the teams here, so it kind of does reflect that point. And I feel like for BETBOOM, I would expect them to go for the Kunkka, the very reactionary style of draft. Allow KEYD Stars to cross the river and like, you know what, come fight us. But they'll just always have this counterplay. They'll punish and then they'll just play from there. I feel like, yeah, quite a farm intense style from BETBOOM is probably going to be the big key to beating this team.
And Nightfall as a player, he kind of reflects me in my, you know, back DC years where he just want to play like perfect game, you know, this perfect KDA rarely dies because he thinks in that way, you know, his team can rely on him and he's gonna carry the game for them. But if he does make mistakes, like this is his strength and this is his weakness as well, because in the games where you are kind of like pressured against the wall, you're gonna need to make those, you know, risky decisions to turn the game out. But he's not gonna do that because of, you know, that fear of dying.
Do you think he selected himself for fantasy? Is that why as well? He wants to get better points?
No.
Okay.
He just a perfect, what is it called, word in English, perfectionist?
Yeah, perfectionist, yeah.
Perfectionist, yeah.
Draft bans here we do see on the screen. Nothing too out of the question. Maybe the Lone Druid is the only one that pulls my eye. Everything else feels very in meta, feels very safe to ban and feels very straightforward. But that Lone Druid, I thought it was going to be extremely popular in the off lane this meta coming to Road to the International.
They've not got it a single time so far in the tournament. It has been banned every single game against them.
Really?
So yeah, a lot of respect towards the KEYD Stars Lone Druid.
I mean,
it's like their signature.
You got it one time, right? I think.
Sure, I meant KEYD Stars have never got it.
No, yeah, no. I just mean, I think within these two teams, Pure's the one that has ended up playing at this tournament.
10 seconds remaining.
The Bristol was still in the pool, and I'm surprised that Tree was that first pick for BETBOOM.
Yeah, me too. I think Bristleback should be like the very first pick, if anything. Like, I don't think that hero has a lot of counter picks to it, to be honest. Like, you can always have your game, like, no matter what. And if you play, like, if you draft around it well, like Gaming Gladiators showed in the previous series, like, you just get this strong ball lineup where you can push the towers. It's just like death sentence.
We've also seen in the playoffs, like, people, teams trying to pick, say, Viper, and so, oh, cool, we now have the break. But the issue there is the Bristle kills you so quickly that even, yes, you're standing in the break, but it doesn't matter. Can't pump out the damage as you're kind of pumping out yourself.
You can just say it. It was LOL on Team Spirit in Game 1, and it didn't look very good on Friday.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, sure, we can call them out. You mispicked Spirit, but they still won the series. So I guess, yeah, true. They're in the upper bracket.
You should.
We can, yeah.
You should be saying it. You know, they had that idea.
Failed miserably.
I was gonna say a team in the upper bracket had that idea. We didn't see it work out, and that's okay. That's probably why other people now aren't seeing it as that counter, as that strategy towards Bristleback.
I think the A-ban is gonna follow up here to protect the Bristleback. It's the only hero that I can think of, like, you know, doing some damage to him. No, they don't care.
So they go for the damage over time type situation. You dilate the Bristle, you stop them from quilling. It's one of the counters. It's not the most, like, punchy counter, but it's one there. Of course, CK already being banned out by KEYD Stars is the #1 response to Bristleback right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think heroes like Axe and Legion Commander are also good, just because you can turn him the way you wanna kill him. But people are not really value those heroes very well because they don't have like very big damage output.
Oh, wow.
They're just getting the core of their strategy right out of it. Like, this is what we want.
There's no secrecy here for sure. This is my Bristle's my offlane, my Luna's my carry, and
We're not worried about counter picks over here on KEYD Stars.
I'll be honest, I just didn't expect this type of drafting coming into a game. And what KEYD Stars is saying is, if we show our hand so early, we're showing heroes that are very prevalent right now, right? Like Luna with her shard, super tanky, take the damage, and now you go for a Terrorblade.
I just wanted to mention Terrorblade right away. It's the best hero I can pick here, this spot. Maybe Avenge.
It's not the worst though. We have seen this matchup where it was in the Liquid game where Luna, when isolated, just kind of gets wrecked by TV. But there's also situations where you have the damage reduction with your
Shard,
you are able to BKB to not feel the effects of like a Skadi, and then you can have your Satanic and still fight. I think the worst moments for the TB in that game was when there were two heroes standing together and Luna could lifesteal off someone that wasn't TB, because obviously like TB has so much armor, it's so hard to do damage there. So if they can isolate Luna in these fights, it's a fine matchup, but it's not like completely one-sided. I'd say Luna still stands a chance.
I agree. Before we go into this, I was mentioning how BETBOOM needs to play a little bit more defensive, I feel. Allow KEYD Stars to play the map and just punish them on just the potential better understanding that they've had, because of course BETBOOM, more international experience. And their draft's kind of doing that now. You've got Treant Protector to delay the game, Terrorblade Illusions to delay the game, you have an Illuminate as well. Like, KEYD Stars, you expect this lineup to do well early on. You expect them to ball up, get the first Roshan, and to try and get the tier 2, tier 3s. It's the second Roshan and after is when you expect BETBOOM really to punch their ticket into this game.
I'm not a big fan of the combination of Treant and KEYD in the same spot. I'd much rather prefer some more active hero like, you know, Grimstroke or Dark Willow on safe, just because like they gonna like need to have playmakers, but it's gonna be like the GPK and Pure job to do that, to fulfill that role.
Yeah, I was thinking Bristle Luna, like a problem that stands out to me between them is that they both enjoy farming Ancient area. So I wanted to see KEYD pick up a support that's going to be able to stack a lot for them. I like Skywrath. If he plays in that off lane, he can go to stack and at the same time come mid for like runes or to like gank the mid lane potentially. But yeah, I want to see them stacking the Ancient a lot. And with these heroes on BETBOOM, I don't see how they really like invade that Ancient area.
Yeah, I think, oh, wow, this goes straight Storm Spirit. I was gonna say, I feel like they can either do Beastmaster or Storm Spirit as options. They go for Storm Spirit, but like, a Beastmaster would have been, you know, the lane, the axes, the push, the fight, and now we see, instead, it's gonna be the Chakra, amp up the Storm, take the fight, and for KEYD Stars, yes, they have the ball in play. They don't have very good lockdown. Like, their entire draft is about, let us get to 20 minutes with an Aegis, A-click down the lane and hope to win that engagement. Like, this mid pick for KEYD Stars needs to connect everything. Like, already Puck being a pretty good ban for that, because you can control where the fights are. Like, BETBOOM, it just looks like they want to play very reactionary the entire time.
I mean, it also looks like TB has a free game of his life here, because they don't have damage on him. Just can stand his ground and just fight.
Yeah, I'd like to see Beastmaster banned out from KEYD Stars. Legion as well, quite a natural combination with a Keeper of Light. A lot of spell spam, protection, you farm up. Dragging the heroes around the map also helps a lot. Finding those pickoffs. And you already mentioned the turnaround potential against Bristleback, making him face you. And yeah, there's the Beastmaster ban. Yep, nice ban.
I think their Spirit needs to be banned as well from BETBOOM. Just to make sure they don't have a good combination of like Sky. I mean, Earthshaker is there too. Like, it's between these two. They're considering the ban.
There's still like a Pangolier as well. We saw Gaming Gladiators pick it up, but I just want KEYD Stars to have a mid hero that goes, look at me, I'm doing a lot of things. Meanwhile, Luna and Bristol are like, hey, we have so much farm. We're gonna try and crush you. You know, like, I just want that just really annoying mid hero. And of course, yeah, the Puck that we mentioned.
Like some Invoker, like a Tornado.
Yeah, it's gone now. Yeah.
So you banned Invoker.
Well, nice ban.
Yeah,
as you were saying, you're like, oh, potentially Invoker, and BETBOOM were like, yes, and we will ban that.
This is a pretty good pickup for them as well, just to add up that extra damage for Storm to engage on anybody, because they don't have that follow-up from supports.
Yeah, we saw the Storm Spirit Dawnbreaker combo on that Friday, and you were talking about how deadly it was, how disgusting to see a Storm zip onto the backline and a Dawn.
It's pretty broken.
Immediately ult down and your supports disappeared.
Is Kunkka still available? So could they not just Kunkka on KEYD Stars and just, it brings all the control, the tankiness as well. So if BETBOOM do want to take a 25-minute fight, They might have a lack of damage because it's Kotl tree supports, not the best at the mid-game fight. Terrorblade might only have a Skadi. Like, I feel they have a couple options here. The Pango for the kills, or the Kunkka for protecting the ball and actually getting your heroes in a position of winning on the game. But these are the big two that come to mind.
I like the Kunkka. It has a big impact in this game. I like Shaker and like Earth Spirit. They need some combination with a Skywrath Mage, because those two heroes are going to be the ones that are setting up the pace for KEYD.
Just to do something here. That's all I want to see here.
Yeah, same.
And so far they need to deal with the Terrorblade. They don't have a good answers yet. Luna and Bristleback are not the hero with these supports, especially not the hero that's gonna, you know, stop the Terrorblade.
It's always scary, but in this position they might also be discussing, we don't have that natural counter to him, so let's try and outpace it. I don't think so far at the Road to International, outpacing has been a thing. The game limits have been going to 40, 50 minutes plus. We've seen multiple hour-long games now. So I think the idea of winning in 30 is something you shouldn't be grasping onto, but maybe KEYD stars do look towards that in this game.
I feel like you can't force that playstyle though, just because of how BETBOOM's lineup is. It's 100%. So easy to punish if KEYD are not 100% clean with their initiations. Like, they dive a tower one time, game's just over. They feed like 3 heroes on a random team fight in the enemy jungle, done.
Look at it.
And it's so...
Oh, they're all clapping. Oh, that's so wholesome.
Okay, they're hyping themselves up for this last pick. Let's see it.
Oh, everyone clap. There we go.
3, 2,
Ember.
He's finally not neglected this Ember Spirit. We see him. Whereas I know you're a little bit of a Ember Spirit fan. You didn't get the Earth Spirit that you wanted, or the Pango, but
it's
you did
another
get...
spirit for sure. I mean, that's something new. Definitely, we didn't see the. I don't think ever.
Unpicked so far.
Unpicked, right? Yeah. Not a big fan of the pick, to be honest.
That's why they're clapping. They were trying to get the fans on their side, and we picked Ember. So,
And everyone's still clapping though.
You've already clapped though, yeah, exactly. Bait them.
Yeah, I think it's an easy game for BETBOOM, to be honest.
I mean, I feel like, so for Ember, the entire draft to KEYD stars, it's feeling like their identity, right? They come into this game with, this is their prep, this is their notes. They're their first pick in the Bristle, going for a Luna in the first 2. So I respect them for going to their style, keeping true. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's going to potentially look like a bloodbath and BETBOOM go 1-up. So that's it, really.
All right. Cheap, where's your take on these 2 teams and their drafts?
It's the kind of game where I go, oh, I think like BETBOOM's lineup is easier to execute and they have like a very clear win condition for themselves. But I also look at the heroes on KEYD and I'm like, well, I could see them using their 100 spells a minute to just absolutely dominate if they just kill everyone.
Yeah.
It is a legitimate strat.
It is a strat. We'll see if it's going to play out for them. But before we do see that game, we're going to be seeing Tsunami, who is joined by the KEYD Stars coach.
That's right, I'm standing by with D-Flash, who, as much as I care about the game, I want to know how you're doing. I want to know how the team doing in this international event. How are the vibes right now at this road to the international?
We're fine. We had a really good preparation this week that we had for, like, it was a really good boot camp in 1 week, you know? So it was really good preparation.
The energy looks great. I love how at the last pick there was a little clap going on. What was that about with the Ember?
It's something that we know that we're gonna do well. So we're gonna hype up, you know?
Seattle, you ready to see some Brazilian Dota? Then let's watch it. Let's go to game number 1.
Thank you so much, Neil, and I'm excited too. I gotta say, Trent, it really brings a warming to my heart when I see a fellow old person do well in Dota. I'm sure there's a lot of people out here in the crowd that can also relate to that. Yeah. 31 years old and over, and please clap now because...
No, don't tire yourselves out.
Exactly.
It's early, okay? Save the claps, you know, only have a limited reserve here.
That's a good point. But it's gonna be an exciting one to watch, where we're getting to see this team BETBOOM, oftentimes thought of as like one of the top dogs you gotta be wary of, but they haven't always been able to live up to that hype.
No, there's been a lot of expectations since they first formed, this idea of like kind of another super team of the region, and immediate expectations that have still not been met, and yet the expectations are still there. Shouldn't we give them a little bit of a break maybe, you know?
I mean, I think they don't give themselves a break is the other thing, right? This is a team that definitely always has incredibly high standards for themselves We're going to see how they do it, being able to deal with it. And one of the key heroes that feels like it's a part of this draft is going to be Save playing on this KEYD. He's going to help to buff up that Storm Spirit, lower down the cooldowns of Metamorphosis too. A lot of different ways to try and get this engine rolling.
Certainly a bit of a classic Save hero. You know, he likes to take these heroes that I guess kind of used to be 5s. KEYD's more so a 4 these days, slash a mid. But I mean, he's really aggressive on like a Bane, for example. You know, he would like rush the Aghanim and stuff. So yeah. But the idea of just being super greedy, really good chakra combos in this game between the Storm and even helping out your Terrorblade a little bit with some of those cooldowns. Pretty nifty. And we get some early camp blocks here as well, as you can see.
Yeah, trying to get that one blocked out, make sure that this Bristle gets off to a good start. Did get that first pick overall. The panel was saying that they kind of liked the idea if BETBOOM would have taken it themselves, but was not what ended up happening. And then they run for this Ember in the last pick, and I think it does kind of fit what they need. Like, obviously, a hero that doesn't really, hasn't been in the meta too much throughout this road to the International, but, you know, just somebody low cooldown initiation, can kind of commit without needing to fully go in. I like it.
And also has some ideas versus the Terrorblade too. Kind of used to be seen as this bit of a counter pick to the hero, which is a little bit difficult to get in the mid unless you hard commit for like Zeus or Tinker. Right. Currently though, Analog, GPK, I mean, talking about spirits, this is probably, I would say, his best hero. Like, if I had to choose what I am trying to survive at the road to TI with for GPK, it is Storm Spirit.
And he's getting now very, very low in the mid lane. Got to be careful about his positioning. They'll still have that Fairy Fire at the very least, but something to watch for there. And then, of course, these side lanes will be interesting to see how it goes as well. Obviously, Pure going to be on that Dawnbreaker, playing together with Save. A lot of spam potential there, and Dawnbreaker really only limited by mana in the laning stage, it feels like sometimes. So KEYD, a perfect combo with that.
And also has relatively low cooldowns, too. So even with those earlier points in Chakra Magic, it could maybe catch you off guard a bit there to suddenly have like a second round spells come out.
We'll see how they do against what feels to be a faster tempo draft from KEYD Stars.
Yeah, hoping so at least. And KJ here, Mr. King Jungle, as Alvo was, you know, letting us know, wanted us to make sure that the people were aware that this guy was known for his micro heroes.
Right. Yeah. So he's on a clockwork.
Yes. As you can see, you know, summons cogs.
Exactly.
So just have to micro them.
King RD in some trouble, getting chased down. A couple more hits. FCR is going to play a little bit of intercept and make Nightfall not feel comfortable chasing any further. So keeping himself alive in this top lane here, as there will be a couple of denies here and there by Nightfall as well, popping into that Metamorphosis. So at least for now, 2 minutes in, I want to see if they can maybe make any type of aggressive play on the side of Evo KEYD Stars once that Metamorphosis runs lower. It's still tough. He's just such high armor on Terrorblade.
Yeah, just get the farm, you know, get the stacks going. That's hopefully going to be the goals here for this Bristle. I was looking through some of their games this morning, trying to see like what heroes, you know, because obviously they're coming in as the underdogs. They know that's Vivo. Not again, should not be really considered super underdogs, because I do think that BETBOOM are a team that struggle a lot when it comes to like mentality, as well as like going these matchups. Like Reza was saying on the panel, this idea of like respecting other teams. They definitely think highly of themselves, and for good reason. But obviously that can be your downfall sometimes. So when you look through KEYSTAR, though, they have not actually lost with this King RD Skywrath Mage, and he's kind of been cooking in the games. So if there was a hero that I would want for him, it's probably either like maybe that support Earth Spirit that he's played a whole lot in his career, but then next to that, probably the Skywrath Mage. I mean, teams would make it look really solid. It sets up really nicely for this Ember Spirit as well, right, when you make these rotations.
Oh, yeah. You can see there getting some CS while simultaneously laying out a little bit of harassment. We'll see if him and KJ can play together later on to try and set up for some solid kills. And the other thing, just looking at BETBOOM's lineup, it's a little bit strange, right? You're throwing out a lot of nukes, you're throwing out the Illuminates, you're throwing out a few other things, but they don't have that like big tanky frontliner with the exception of Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker doesn't really want to inhabit that space, I feel like. Much more coming in at the later stages of it. So I want to see how BETBOOM try and play the mid game here.
Yeah, see how aggressive they are versus how much they just want to sit back and farm and get humongous on this Tricore, right? I mean, we've seen these Dawnbreakers obviously get pretty huge later if they go for these damage builds too. And probably the way Pure is going to go as well here is he's comfortably diving under this tower.
Oh, and Toronto Tokyo getting lower. FCR wants to find the finish. One more Quill Spray, and it's going to be enough. Check your emails for the Crimsons, and well, KJ now also catching onto this Dawnbreaker. Pure in trouble under the tower. He goes down. They managed to find a kill
up on the top lane without King RD even being there.
I've checked, Gabe. I got nothing.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
That's sad.
no.
It's okay.
Start a pool, maybe. Like fun? Anyone, any tips? Anyone wants to give one away?
Unbelievable. So we're seeing now the stacks being built up over in the triangle as FCR is going to get isolated and brought down. That is the downside to having the Skywrath Mage out of the lane, and then, of course, Tree coming back in.
Yeah, super solid punish. I mean, we know Tree's still very good at that, right? He goes down one time here. KJ, ooh, playing it to the limit there. Nicely done.
Even body blocking the creeps to follow it, so gets himself into a decent position. Is going to have to maybe take a walk, right? Might have some regen coming down on that courier, but at least for now, it's a little bit scary. Yeah, really, the main person that's been hurting so far has been this Bristleback. Not able to get a ton in the mid lane, though. GPK getting lower and lower. Analog backs away. Does not want to try for another slight.
Yeah, still, both were holding some charges for a while there. Analog still has 8.
Bad. Is he going to go down again? FCR in trouble, and they're going to pause. We'll see if it's actually going to be enough to get the kill. There aren't really that many rotations coming over. King RD is very far away.
Yeah, he's pretty dead.
Yeah.
Let him go there.
I mean, it's been a rough one for the old FCR on the Bristleback.
Well, when you do your Walk of Shame back, you could stack the Ancients on the way.
Okay.
How about that?
I like
that.
it.
Since you can't TP anyway. Maybe the timing will line up.
Well, as we are ready to get back into this game, that probably is going to be the big thing to watch for here is FCR still, well, surviving that Ring of Health, buying a little bit of extra time. Toronto Tokyo kind of gave up on it, didn't want to chase any further.
He had so many stacks, he was kind of scared.
Leech feed, he comes out, but they will finally clean up. So, yeah, they did not want to lose the tree in the pursuit of the Bristle there.
And we'll see if GPK gets lucky here. Comes back towards mid there with that bottle. 6-minute rune coming up. Got save down bottom, doing a stack while covering. Toronto Tokyo coming in. It's a party in the mid.
Looking, hunting, he gets it, the DD, GPK. Just a little bit too quick on it. Now the hunt forward, chasing King RD, pops the stick, tries to get away. There will be no escape. That is the power of a DD on Storm.
Yeah, Analog used the chance to at least go and take their wisdom rune, or sorry, their bounty rune, so get something for it, but couldn't go back to his run because GPK was kind of covering it there with the DD. Misspeaking of wisdom runes, they are coming up here soon. See if anyone makes a play for it.
This is nice.
Toronto Tokyo's in the neighborhood.
This is good already scouting out those stacks, though, and like you're talking about, being able to move over to try and steal that wisdom rune. I mean, if they lose the wisdom rune here, this is really bad for Vivo KEYD Stars.
Radiant are scanning.
Already in some trouble. King RD making the move over.
Okay, they're looking at the scan. Misses, though.
They know, although, are they going to be able to get it? See who is quicker on the fingers. Analog spotting Toronto Tokyo right onto him. As he get it in time? King RD able to get the wisdom runes. That'll be a freebie.
And passes it right back to Analog with the kill there, too. So, yeah, a bit of a bad throw there. But that's okay. It's just space. It's all space, right? Bringing lots of heroes away. I mean, you get some free farm there mid for GPK. He's got his Falcon Blade heading in towards the treads here. Some boots get delivered. Bottom lane has been really quiet since all that action earlier.
Yep.
Kind of retreating back to the jungle. 3 points in the Lunar Blessing right now, so just farming up a storm. Also nighttime, so we got that globally at the moment.
And, I mean, Coast has been able to sort of be left alone for a little while there, it feels like. But it does sort of feel like Terrorblade is getting the lion's share of the farm. I would be very concerned about Nightfall's levels right now at this point. He's going to start taking over this game if they can't shut him down soon.
Oh, Pure as well. Tries to jump right on top, but nice stop there with the Lucid Beam.
That's a lot of stacks.
It's also a haste right now. Bottom loses the coin flip there for GPK. So obviously, all Spirit heroes really dependent on the runes. That's kind of their whole goal for the most part. I would say in this game in particular, though, GPK really needs them because as the Ember Spirit, you have Clockwork and Skywrath Mage. So just like you got Clock for a little bit of setup, and then you got Sky for like follow-up damage. So
yeah,
there's quite a bit that you can do even without runes. Whereas the Storm Spirit, you know, you have extra mana, but in terms of like the actual active movements, you're really depending on these runes.
Right. Well, and of course, when that's taken away, they can't come on in and contest the stacks. Now, there are other heroes rotating into the Radiant Triangle.
Yeah, no, these were the ones that were scared by Toronto Tokyo earlier.
GPK taking it slowly, but the silence is there. Analog right onto him, starting to bring him lower and lower, but okay, do they have enough to get the kill and get out after? At the very least, is going to be able to chase down one, but out of mana. Analog going to give up on the chase for the Storm for the moment. Good damage on top of him, but can't find any follow-up. So Nightfall making the rotation to keep GPK alive.
Yeah, I think without that potential for a chase down there, because he was low on mana, and you know they want that kill bad right now. On the other hand, though, Pierre's about to hit 6, so try that again, could be very risky.
That's Danger Town. That Dawn ulti can completely change things around. A 2,000 gold lead already for BETBOOM, though. And this has just been solid laning, good movements around the map. See if Costabile is going to be able to keep back up. You can see the damage not really there. Just trying to farm all that he can.
Yeah, he's on a mission just to farm at the moment. Well, we need to look for these level 6s on the Sky and the Clockwork, right? That's kind of the goal. And that's one of the things that stacking's supposed to provide for you, that bonus XP. But again, they are just getting right in here. They want these stacks. They don't want to give them away to for free to Vivo here, but great vision, also trying to cover this area so they know when they're making these aggressive moves.
Yeah. No stacks on the hard camp, though, so it means it's pretty tough to try and go on in for the Ancients, stealing them at least on BETBOOM. And a regen rune, again, lucky for Analog. That's what they need.
Yeah, that hurts. For the Storm, that is.
Denies out the rune. And another pause as we get a disconnect. Pure having some issues. As we're 10 minutes into this game, 3-3, a slight lead, at least for now, for BETBOOM. I'm thinking about the next couple of minutes and how they play out. Do you think that Storm needs to continue to look for these runes? Can he start to get active earlier, or is BETBOOM just going to continue to sit back and not try and fight that much?
I feel like he's kind of going to be at the desk with the big red phone.
Okay.
And it might ring and be like, I need you here now.
Yeah.
Because they're just doing something. There's kind of a red phone for the Storm and a red phone for the Dawn. Ideally, they kind of just want to farm right now, but if they have to answer the call, they will. Whereas on the other side, Vivo Keystars, they actually have to make the aggressive moves, right? They want to get this XP on the support duo, and they just want to go. Your support duo on the side of BETBOOM, Tree can set up for some stuff, obviously, but it's obviously a much longer cooldown. I mean, 2 full minutes on that early overgrowth. So, if anything, they would want to be doing smaller ganks and trying to hunt down that Luna would be the easiest one, right? You kind of know where she's going to play. That bottom half of the map, you're a Train Protector. But in order to open up that possibility, sometimes you're tempted to try and take this top tower first. Okay. They've been really aggressive near that tower.
They have. Constantly moving in for it.
But no damage on it at all, as is common, right? I mean, how often do we see these offlane towers knocked down that early, right?
You can't really make the move. It's too scary. Ooh, hook shot. A little off the mark there. KJ not able to connect, and a smoke now with GPK save. Bristle, he's under vision. They know about this. Immediately jumps. That's a big move, and the silence is there. FCR backs away. They manage to get the stun. Good hits. It's going to be enough. They bring him down once. BETBOOM bringing all 5 heroes to contest and steal the Ancients. That was quite the commitment. Now, can they all get out? That's the other question. They're in very far. Analog chasing. They get the silence now onto the Dawnbreaker. KJ, they have meta. They're just all fighting up on the high ground. They take down 3. They take the stacks. BETBOOM can't even quite manage to get that kill on to save.
And what a ward, man. Just up on that pillar. Not often you see it that early, but it just did everything. It's only got a minute left. This thing has done lots of work. All of that early movement, right? That's all from Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah.
When he went through, he didn't get the Wisdom Rune. Yeah, he died. But he scouted all these stacks. He got down some great vision, and that just kept paying in dividends way more than missing out on that 1 Wisdom Rune did. And speaking of more wards, he's trying to sneak another one in there right now.
Yeah, wants to shut down this Bristleback. It feels like they have done an excellent job, better than I've seen most teams do at being able to shut this guy down. So not a great start, still trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter, and they're going to continue to stack jungle, but they haven't taken out that ward.
Yeah, it's been an awkward game for KingRD because of that, because he's felt like he's had to be mid quite a bit to try and contest these runes. He hasn't had a lot of time for stacking. The stacking that he has done has been stolen, so he hasn't really gotten a lot of rewards that you're hoping for. He's also a Skywrath mage in a lane that doesn't necessarily have any real kill threat, you know? Like maybe a little bit at first, but Sky likes to be in those lanes with like, I don't know, like a CK, you know?
Right.
Like stun, pull back, lots of damage over and over. We bully some squishier heroes. They didn't find those opportunities here. But he hasn't lost yet.
No. Well, and to be honest, I think that there's still a very strong timing that's coming up for Vivo Keydstars, and they're going to see it right now. Skywrath and Clockwork are going together with the Ember. This should be a kill on anybody that they find.
They've also lost out on some of that vision that was a little bit deeper, so they don't necessarily know where they are. I mean, you can see this scan that they used right now. Nobody there.
No.
So they have no real idea what's happening. That being said, with it being missed like that, you know, maybe Pure will be a little bit more cautious down here as he's stacking his bottom Ancients.
Playing over in that area, Vivo looking for anybody up on this high ground, which they're not going to find. Can't quite
Oh, and the
connect.
flare that gives them away.
Ooh, backing out. BETBOOM still sitting in the middle.
Okay, good ward though, right? They leave that behind. Spot some of that smoke, I think.
Catches them right away. Still looking for an opening. KingRD, the smoke will break. And yeah, you can see they just back out. BETBOOM were only stepping over there to try and break a smoke, playing it very safe. Maybe down bottom, over by the Dawnbreaker.
KingRD leaves a dangerous way.
Cogs, pushback, silence there, not dropping the Mystic Flare, just forcing back the Storm.
Wait, goes
Now,
in?
the hook shot, decides that he wants to party a little bit more. Onto Pure, control. Mystic Flare not gonna do what they needed to there.
Oh, he remnants behind.
Analog wants to find somebody. GPK, low on mana. Does he have any help? Yes.
I don't know.
He
You
has a
used
lot
the
of
spells.
help. He has a whole lot of help. Everybody's there. And now with the Dawnbreaker coming in, that should be enough to kill him up. No, Remnant away. But Pure was all over it with that hammer. Perfect placement.
I feel like he missed the memo that they'd already used Hookshot as well as Mystic Flare. You know what I mean? Because there's not a lot of benefits going in further after that.
Dude, they dropped everything. They did the Seeds of Serenity. They gave him a Mango, Chakra Magic, everything for GPK.
Well, and then of course one of the best things that can happen, your TV just shows up and hits a tower for you. Not a lot of carries doing that these days. What a deny! All right, hey Jay, let's go.
That was pretty sick. This game's wall.
All right, morale's back.
As FCR is under wards again. It's still sitting at this 3K gold lead for BETBOOM. And they haven't been able to just make their draft work. I mean, that is one of the problems, right? Is that it's very telegraphed, the moves that they want to make. And you can just sort of react accordingly as BETBOOM. It's Pure sitting with the blade now and just cleaning up these stacks. They're getting so farmed.
Yeah, he's going to be closing into a pretty early deso, I would say, considering.
Analog forced to Remnant away. And just like that, we're getting closer and closer to the Aghanim Scepter. Wanting to see some other type of a movement soon from them. Maelstrom for the Ember. And BETBOOM. I mean, again, you're sitting with this tree here, it's a couple points of living armor. There's no real hurry. But look at this move. They want to try and punish and bully this Bristleback again. Bringing in numbers. FCR gets jumped on, no mana. They got right on top of him, stick charges, it's not gonna be enough. This Bristle is gonna go down. And these types of moves from BETBOOM, it's devastating to the Bristleback.
Yeah, only the second kill they've managed to get here for GPK in this game just because haven't found enough runes, really. But the vision, again, being the main reason why it's super easy for them. Very safe play. And they immediately just go back right to farming. And you're not looking for constant fights with these two.
This could be good, though. Blade Mail's going to do a lot to KingRD, but they managed to bring him down. So a little bit of help going the way of Vivo Keydstars. And now, Luna online. Has that Yasha done, is going in for the shard after.
Yeah, this early Luna shard. Seeing a lot of Luna players go for it. Obviously, you're not going to get it from the Tormentor.
Right.
So you're going to be the rich one. So if you want it, you're going to have to purchase it up. Unless you're going to wait really late.
I mean, he's been getting pretty freaking farmed here. Already with that shard on top of Manta. A tier 1 tower taken and looking for more of a 420-minute mark. What can they do?
Analog feeling very brave with Wand and Illusion Rune.
Yep. Stabile is going to be a problem here if they're not careful on the side of BETBOOM. He's really starting to ramp up that farm.
And he's got the shard done now too, which pretty cool obviously versus like Storm and Dawnbreaker, probably like two of the bigger ones who just like get right on top of you, you know?
Ooh. Hookshot used. They're in no man's land now. They kill off the courier, but might still run into some issues. Nightfall right there. They jump in, kill off both of the supports almost instantaneously. So BETBOOM have had enough. They bring in numbers.
And they just purchased up the Atos though, so maybe that'll give them an opportunity to actually bring down GPK. That'd be a great way for them to fire back here before he picks up that BKB, because you can imagine like BKB comes out, they go for an Aegis, and then there's a BKB Aegis Storm approaching your tier 2s, and with a Terrorblade backing them up, this is one of the few lineups that might actually push these tier 2s a little bit earlier, as we've seen so many teams delaying that push. Nightfall has just been swarming this map though.
Oh yeah. Well, they're gonna find for a moment the overgrowth, and the turn is very strong. He did not stand a chance. My goodness. That is what you get with the shard and the overgrowth. Wow.
Yep, first item shard. We're medallion, trash. You know, we don't need that anymore. Just buy shard, get aggressive. It is very reminiscent of a lot of these like Tree Spectre lineups that we've had, where they're just running around, setting up for easy shadow steps. Storm Spirit, you know, has a similar bit of reach that you can try and provide some good options for, while also giving you some defensive capabilities there with the living armor. So it's a nice combo.
KJ sitting nearby with King RD, and we are seeing the reason why Ember has not been picked a ton by some of these other heroes. Now,
What's that?
he's actually right in vision. They see him here. Flare off to the side, and now they got him. So that will be an easy bring down. And Vivo Keystar is going to try and take another tier 1 tower. How fast can their tempo move? If they go into Roche right now, this is interesting.
I mean, 4 points Aura, 4 points Goo. They can definitely do this, especially if they try and approach, like, there's no tree, right? He would be the one to be the most frightening one to set up on you. But there's no ulti available anyway. This is a great steal, because Storm Spirit players, they love getting this. Now, the good news is that he's already building BKB, because the worst case is when you're going for this like offensive item and then you're trying to depend on this Aegis to sort of give you that next bit of aggressive potential. So it's not a humongous loss for BETBOOM, but it is something that Vivo definitely need right now. I feel like if they give this Aegis up to BETBOOM, the game's very, very hard.
Staying in this one, level 16. Supposed to be like highest in the game by a pretty good margin. And yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch.
It's all together right now, right? This is kind of it. Like, they're going for this BKB timing next on the Luna, so Kospili just going to try and do his thing. See if he can stand tall in these fights. Nightfall also, though, almost into the Scotty, too. So a bit worrisome for a lot of these heroes, right? Mostly like the Luna and the Bristle.
Yes. I mean, that is going to be a problem. If Nightfall is just free to hit, BETBOOM are going to win that fight more often than not. It feels like they're going to need to find an angle on him, either with KJ or getting in there with the Ember Spirit.
Part of the problem, too, is that you're probably going to try and do some sort of a group-up play, I assume, soon on Vivo Keystar, is trying to take advantage of this Aegis, and you're doing that versus Keeper of the Light as well as Terrorblade. So lots of control of the lanes. So wherever you're trying to group up, the other two lanes probably are not going to be moving in your favor. Yeah. And then you also have to worry about, if someone comes back defensively, some sort of a Storm Spirit, just immediate initiation and jump in that they don't really have to hard commit to.
It is really just mass BKBs right now. They just finished it on the Dawnbreaker. Obviously, Terrorblade not opting for that route, instead going for the Scotty, but they will smoke now on the side. BETBOOM and Nightfall just able to sidestep that hook shot. They still have vision there. Connecting, holding onto the Manta. FCR on his tail, turns Manta, Metamorphosis, good damage out. King RD already gone, and yeah, they are blown into oblivion.
Man, GPK jumping in there with the Grove Bow, too. He tags a couple people as the Illuminate comes through.
Are they really going for more here now? Analog shows up, starts throwing it out, but already dead. They didn't have a moment to do anything. GPK chasing couriers, deciding to fight. Okay, he's in trouble, gonna start to fall, and they don't have that much left in the tank at all. That was not the fight that Vivo Keystars wanted to take, as BETBOOM take full advantage.
It seems like they're feeling that they can't actually force an engagement with the with this actual advantage they have, maybe. So they're like, okay, this is it. Like, this is the one fight we're gonna get because we can't control the lanes enough to find something.
Right.
But yeah, that is not looking ideal, huh? Losing out on your advantage on the map. Lane's going to worse state. And it almost feels you basically have just lost that Aegis window of like,
right.
Oh, this is our group up strength. Now that phase of the game just ended much faster than they anticipated.
Yeah, that's a fair one.
And now we're farming.
I mean, it does sort of feel like, okay, if they're able to throw everything out, then maybe that and take down the Bristle, you know, we're going to set up for a situation where we can take a good fight afterwards. But they didn't have to commit that much for him. He does not feel super strong right now on FCR. Still trying to get into that Bloodstone, but still, they do make the group up play together with no Metamorphosis available and are able to take the mid-tier 1 tower. We'll see what they try and do next. Getting into that Manta for Analog.
Yeah, it needs a bit more survivability here. I mean, they have a really aggressive support duo, the Clockwork and Skywrath Mage, who I would say probably didn't hit all the goals they were hoping for with this in the earlier parts of this game. We're likely hoping to try and set up Analog for some earlier kills. But part of this duo is that you don't really have great save potential. Sure, sometimes you can get like a hookshot save maybe that can break up a fight, but generally you're trying to keep that for the offensive potential. So Analog gonna have to try and depend on this Manta style. And other than that, building into defensive items can really hurt an Emperor Spirit because, you know, he's trying to juice up that damage there in the Sleight of Fist. He wants to get those bigger items later on, like the Aghanims. It's a hard line for him to balance.
Absolutely. And obviously, being, you know, lower on the net worth does not help either. If there's one sort of silver lining right now, it's that the difference in terms of net worth between the Luna and the Terrorblade isn't that horrific. There's still only about 1,000 gold separating the other cores from each other. But you'd love to be ahead right now on Evil King Stars. As the entire wave is shoved out, and likely gonna only look for these Clockwork pickoffs with Skywrath Mage. And for BETBOOM, do they have to do all that much at this point?
No. I think they just farm. I think they're just chilling. I mean, they just keep pushing waves. It feels like the growth will, you know, line goes up in their favor. It feels like for the most part. As long as they're just hanging out a little bit here. Right now, though, Nightfall, he's feeling like he could do a little bit of something, though, with the Shadow Blade.
I mean, this has also been one of the things that they've talked about is overestimating your opponents. We'll see if BETBOOM put themselves into a bad fight or if they just take a great fight. KJ is there. They have the BKB and an immediate blow up onto the Luna. TP out. KJ gets away. So that was a simple pickoff for BETBOOM and into that Bloodstone for the Bristle.
Yeah, the timing on that, too. Coming right up towards this tier 2. They got Wave coming through, being guarded by Pure on the Dawnbreaker. They're going to snag this Tormentor.
Easy peasy. Save, gonna get that one, so even more maneuverability around the map.
Very scary with a Storm Spirit, of course.
Right. Yeah, this is scary stuff. 6 to 15, getting everything that they want at this point. We'll try and push out both of the side lanes right now as the Deso's completed onto the Dawnbreaker.
Every meta is just a new objective.
Yeah.
Like next meta, it's probably going to be mid-tier 2, right? The meta after that, it's probably going to be Roche. And then they're going to try and go high ground. That looks to be the plan here. Pure is attempting to take this Tormentor. Will he be another victim to the Tormentor? Let's see. Let's do some math here. So it's at about half and you're at about half, okay? So this players are struggling. See, it's regenning and you're not.
Yeah.
All right.
This is
now Pure.
This is an interesting one.
Okay,
Toronto
there we go.
Goes up. They get there in time. GPK.
Let's go teammates. Woo!
A little bit of help from his friends.
Okay, Storm just got that. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Second highest net worth on the team. Thank you, everybody buying their own.
KEYD Stars chasing through the jungle now, but well aware of what's going on. You can see BETBOOM are not going to be caught quite so easily.
This Arcane Rune's running out, though.
Love to get something, but it's just not going to happen.
They're trying to force this with the Bloodstone on the Bristle, feeling like, hey, if there's any new spike that we're going to get, this is probably it. It's a lot of spikes, actually. They just keep on coming.
There's a lot of vision here. Analog right up front center, down to half HP, but the Bloodstone heal!
Okay.
Pretty insane. GPK, Mystic Flare down. Even in the BKB, it did a lot, but not quite enough. And the overgrowth is huge. Nightfall just running in, doesn't even need Metamorphosis. Stabile is trying to get away and, well, turn to fight a little bit, but with Metamorphosis Pop, he did not stand a chance. Everybody falls. BETBOOM are way too strong.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he lives?
Looking, hunt. I mean,
living.
Woo!
Yeah. All right.
Radiant's middle tower is
That is a rough one.
The meta is still up, so your tier 2 is down, and I don't imagine he's going to stop.
No, I think they are going to continue to go. There are no buybacks at this point. BETBOOM way too strong at this stage of the game. 27 minutes in, just farming all for this push, and a tier 3 tower going to go down, as well as most likely the first set of racks.
Yeah. I mean, you had Clockwork, Sky, Ember. You have 6 kills in 27 minutes. Things probably didn't go the way you were hoping, you know? It's not the game plan you were aspiring to.
Yeah, not even a little bit. They'll get the melee racks and give up after that. And heading on up towards where they know the next Roche will be. BETBOOM in firm control of this one. 18,000 net worth lead. Man, they hit hard.
Well, it's time to get a little bit crazy, right? Got to find these big plays. Almost have an Aghanim Scepter up on the Clockwork, so some coverage over the Roche Pit. Maybe KJ find something with the multiple flares once those are out. It does get purchased up now. Analog, get lucky with a good Manta maybe, you know? Manage to escape something here. It's gonna take a big move. All right, 18K lead, just 100-0 the Storm Spirit, even game.
That's good. I like this. I mean, to be fair, even with the BKB out, like, he took so much damage from that Mystic Flare. It's not to be underestimated, the control and damage that Skywrath Mage can do in the fight, but they kind of need these BKB's charges to wear down lower and lower. Still at 7 seconds on Storm.
It will be helpful. We'll see if the overclocking can get it done for them. No jetpack still, though, and also no Force Staff or anything, so hard to hit the ideal plays in this one here for KJ. But they're going to have to try. It's a bit of a late Roche, still 50 seconds left. They group up. They have to apply the smoke to FCR. He had a great start to that fight. Almost like the perfect position. Like back turned, multiple heroes, started doing some sweet damage, but no close.
I mean, this actually is another one of those moments where if they can take a good fight, the key is not just immediately all done.
Oh, they just smoked.
Yeah, that's it's a little bit unfortunate.
Where are they? The old wraparound, the
wraparound coming. Do they realize it? So Ember has a remnant right there in those trees. He comes back through, he'll break all their smokes. AJ in position, smoke breaks, they throw out the flare the wrong direction, now they spot him right onto FCR as well. Hook shot not on the mark as Roche is respawning. Pure in onto the Bristle. Good damage already out, Nightfall is there. They don't have anything else left in the tank. They gotta back away. Keystars cannot contest this Roche as everybody tries to TP out. Pure chasing.
Oh, they're gonna cut him off.
Yeah, finding him.
4 seconds still, BKB.
Trouble, wanting to escape, has BKB still.
Yeah, he's got Wand Overgrowth too.
Yeah, they're gonna get him. Ghost is going to fall, broken and killed. BETBOOM, just no mercy.
Well, it is daytime now, so they're going to have to make a bit of a migration here across the map at this point if they want to go for this Roche. Who just got Axe? Is that Storm? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. That item is a closer. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
When you're going high ground, Storm Axe, I feel like is one of the best ones in the game because it just lets you YOLO in there a little bit. You catch some heroes. It's just GG, you know? You catch 3 or 4 heroes in that thing. Little non-committal black hole. Exactly.
Wow, they're feeling it. Feeling pretty good about themselves at this point in the game on the side of BETBOOM as they will claim this Aegis, get a cheese too. Yeah, it has been Nightfall's game, that is for sure. Everything that he wants, he gets, including the Aegis apparently, even with the Storm in the game. So, high ground, likely to come out soon, as they will pressure out each of these waves, catching the mid one. And for Vivo Keystars, I mean, you're just sort of hoping to get more items, to get a good fight on your side, but there really is not a whole lot that they can do once this high ground push comes in. We'll see how they decide to do it.
What tricky plays do we have here? We got anything? We got no Force Staffs. Okay, no, that makes it a bit tough.
You know, 60-minute items.
Yeah, okay, Sunsman. Perfect. They just get those.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key.
Yeah, but what if you did get 5 Book of the Deads?
That'd be pretty
It's
sick.
like, what if?
That's right. Well, they're trying to kill you. They're killing themselves. Hook shot to get away. Didn't quite connect, it looks like. Oh, Analog. Trouble. Pulled back in. Sitting still right up front and center, and GPK is just going to let him go. Doesn't want to use that much more mana or have to pop the cheese. So, cutting waves, this is what you have to make the play for.
They might be moving down here, though. This looks kind of scary. Recall's coming out. They bring in GPK if he gets the right jump here.
Oh, run into one. They see him.
They might force the BKB.
Turn. Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh, now he's just dead.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Just like that, they bring him down. And Bristle didn't even manage to grab that next creep wave either. A little unfortunate. So, up on the high ground, Nightfall gonna start to lay into this. As continue to try and spam these waves. They're even gonna glyph it, connect now, bring down the Ember. Oh man, they're giving them nothing at this point. BETBOOM, they know how to close out a game.
I mean, Nightfall's casually just pushing up here with his Aegis, not gonna use the Metamorphosis quite yet, just hold on to it.
Pure steps up, still just 6 kills. For Vivo, KEYD Stars have not been able to get anything going for a while. They finish off the Silver Edge, but with no buyback, they still have 24 seconds until Luna's back up. Buyback now on the Ember, try and heal with the Bloodstone. Clockwork is already gone, and FCR gets jumped on by Pure. The right click's coming through, it's gonna be enough. Now they pull him back in. GPK in for the finish. And as Luna is gonna respawn, can only look on as other allies are already dead. BETBOOM closing out the last set of wrecks, even buying mech on the tree.
Oh, just to make sure, you know.
As they chase, the overgrowth's there. Costabile tries to do what he can. Nightfall right on top of him, does not appear to care about that Eclipse at all. Eyes on the prize, focusing down the heroes, focusing down the buildings. And with a 36,000 gold lead at 34 minutes, BETBOOM, they are gonna take the win in this one. GG is called.
All right, okay. So things didn't go according to plan there from Evil KEYD Stars, of course, but I'll tell you, BETBOOM very comfortable in this game. Right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these are some absolutely classic heroes for these players. Again, the GPK Storm, one of his absolute best. He crushed that first wave. Like, just right from the very beginning of this game, that advantage he got mid, that really hurt them on Vivo KEYD Stars because they're very dependent on this Ember. I mean, it's a risky pick in a sense that no one else has been going for it, but we still understand how the hero works, what the hero wants to do. Those goals not achieved in this game.
Oh, no. No, and I think on the other point of view for BETBOOM, the idea of just having this draft that if things are just calm, if they're set, if they're ready, and you don't end up having to, like, push the advantage, if you don't have to take that many risks, that, like, game state is one they're very comfortable with. So I think in game number 2, needing to come up with answers to that as the crowd gives a little bit of love to the team that came out with a very dominant victory. One of the most dominant ones we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I would say so. That's a good way to start your morning, right?
Oh, yeah.
These gamers, the morning games, they have a bit of a hard time with them here, so this is nice motivation. And maybe that's all they need for Vivo KEYD Stars. Gotta wake up a little bit, right?
Absolutely.
Just morning game. That's all you tell yourselves.
Well, an impressive showing. I am seething with rage because I just saw Trent got a Crimson Witness. So we're going to head on back to the panel before I choke him to death.
Well, we'll let you have that time. You know, Lyrical and Trent doing amazing there, but BETBOOM, game number 1 win for themselves. We didn't know too much, Rezo, about how the support combo was going to work in their favor. Obviously, 2 great heroes, that Treant being a real lane dominator, but the Coddle, do you see now in the end the reason for the pickup, and you really enjoy it despite it maybe not being typically that active support?
Yeah, I mean, this game looked like just straight up BETBOOM favored from the whole like very beginning because this Terrorblade was untouchable, absolutely, and you know, KT, they never really tried to make any moves to even come back into this game. Like, I know their heroes are really like hard to pull off, but at the same time, they're just kind of like giving the free win for the BETBOOM.
I feel like for me, it's like KEYD Stars, they had this window of they get this 19-minute Aegis, 2 minutes later, Bristle loses it by himself. 3 minutes later from there, Luna's dying top by herself. So I think there's this big window in the mid game where maybe KEYD Stars, if they connected their group up together, if they actually tried to force it, they could have got something going their way. But yeah, like Rezo mentioned, the fact this Terrorblade was top net worth, that Kotal freely moving, shackering the Storm for more fight, shackering the TB for more meta. Like, it was just such a fluid game from BETBOOM, dodging the smokes, making their moves. It was a little bit of a mismatch in this first game.
I thought it played out very similar to what you were describing as well, Sheep, that, you know, one misstep, one overreaction from KEYD Stars would have resulted in this, okay, it's kind of all for BETBOOM, because we did see them invade that triangle. We saw them trying to do something, and yes, maybe they got one kill, but they tried it again, and it just kept failing. That triangle was no longer viable for them to invade.
Yeah, I just, the way it played out, it just felt like KEYD had no idea how to deal with BETBOOM's playstyle. BETBOOM, you know, they did try and contest that ancient stack, brought 5 whole heroes. I think it showed that they had a very clear understanding of their goals in the game. Like, BETBOOM are like, this is what we want to contest, this is what we don't want to let happen. We're going to keep playing our, but we're going to keep our playstyle where we, you know, play passively and build our lead and take things, like, if we see a good fight, we take the good fight. We don't give a bad fight. And then KEYD just had no idea what to do about it. Like you guys both said, it was just like they're not making the moves they need to get a hold of the game.
Yeah, we saw a carry comparison there very briefly of the post-game stats. I mean, what was it, 9, 0, and 12 on Nightfall. So we harped on a lot before this series started, before we even saw the draft, how much Nightfall likes to play with that KDA, likes to be stable. And I mean, with that KDA, you were definitely a stable carry.
Yeah, he is, and they were playing very disciplined as well. They were not making any moves that would just put them into danger, and this is how they like to play. But they need to abuse it. Like KD, they need to create some chaos in order to win this game, and like, you know, the next 1 or 2 games, hopefully, right? They need to create some sort of chaos that this structure that BETBOOM has is gonna like fall off.
Yeah. I was saying, sorry, I just feel bad for Costabile. You know, he had like 1,000 less net worth at like the 24-minute mark. Like, he was keeping up, he was keeping his pace, but he just lacked like the team move to make something happen. Like, they have the farm, they just don't have the choices in the game to actually translate into a winning position. And it's why they do need like a 50-minute long game to kind of find some of these wins so far.
I felt like Luna hit a little bit of a timing. It obviously wasn't enough. And again, what we've all been saying is there wasn't that grouping up for them, that 5, that cohesion. But for now, we are going to head down to Tsunami. I know he is eager to talk to us in the crowd.
That's right. We are getting close to the end of the road to the International. And as we've learned from years and years and years of experience, no one knows what's going to happen at this tournament. So I figured, why not leave it up to chance? I've got this board here. It's got all the teams remaining in the tournament, just randomly spread out, and I've got some placements in my hand. So I figured, why not let the crowd figure out where these teams are going to place once we move to Climate Pledge Arena? Who would like to figure out who's going to get 8th place in this tournament? Who wants to throw 8th? My friend, who are you rooting for, first of all, in this tournament?
I mean, I think the one that should win is Team Liquid. I'm cheering for them.
Okay, but show me who's going to get 8th. Why don't you give a little toss? In a North American TI, this is really how you're going to do us, my man?
We have to be realistic, so they have a good team, but it is what it is.
All right. Who wants to give me 7th place? Anyone? How about you want to give me 7th place? Who are you rooting for?
Spirit.
Okay. Let's see who's getting 7th. BETBOOM? Okay. BETBOOM's, I mean, they're up 1 series right now. How much further are they going to get? We're going to see. We got 6th place here. You want to give me 6th place? Who are you rooting for?
LGD.
LGD. All right, let's see who's getting 6th. We got to back up. I'm inclined to believe that you must be a very good Dota player because you don't throw very well.
Yeah, I guess I don't.
I'll give you one more shot. Tundra. Tundra 6th. Okay, we got an interesting tournament on our hands. All right, 5th place. We're getting up there. Give me a 5th place. Go ahead and stand right there in the middle. Who are you rooting for?
Liquid.
Liquid, all right. Try not to get Liquid. Ooh, we're right in the middle. Guys, what do you think? Is that Gaming or Azure?
Gaming.
Gaming. Whoa, everyone wanted Gaming. All right, Gaming 5th place. 4th place. Give me a 4th place. Who are you? rooting for?
I really want Nouns to win, but I think Team Spirit's gonna win.
Okay. Fourth place. Give me another one. Give me another one. Let's see. Well, then where are we splitting the average? Are we giving this to Spirit? Is Gravity taking this down? Yeah? Okay. Now we got the podium finishers. Third place. Who are you rooting for?
I want a Chinese team to win.
Okay. I still got second and first up ahead though, but tell me who's in lower bracket finals.
I'm aiming for Liquid for this one.
Okay.
I think there's a trick to split this.
Whoa! You almost hit me with an Azure there. One more. The direct impact, I think I'm inclined to believe that was Entity on contact. We got third place on Entity. And now we got our grand finalists. Second place, you there, right there. Come on down. Who are you rooting for?
23 Savage Talon.
Asian Dota! There's second place for you, my friend. Who we got? Aim, ready, fire. I don't know. Give me another second. We're giving it to LGD?
Give it to LGD.
Let's give it to LGD then. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to crown a champion for the International? I see a lot of hands up in the air, a lot of people, a lot of pressure. Come on down. Who are you rooting for, my friend?
I mean, I'm rooting for Nouns, but they got 8th place, so.
They got 8th place.
Liquid's a good, Liquid's a good standby.
Let's see if it can make it happen.
Can I walk up and do it?
No, you may not.
Crown them victors?
I'm sorry, gravity and physics must do the actual determination. Easy, easy. Think about it.
This is for Insania.
This is for Insania. What would he's very calm about this? Is it really this hard to win a TI? You just can't just toss something at a wall? Who else wants to crown a champion? You did one already. How about you? Over here, come on down. Who are you rooting for, my friend?
Azure Array.
Azure, come on down. You want a China final, it seems. Can you make it a reality? See, this is the problem. You choose for favorites, you're never gonna get it. You gotta leave it up to fate. Can we really not figure out who's gonna win this international? One more. I'm running low on patience, my friends. We have a whole week before we get to Climate Pledge Arena. I can't reach that anymore. Do I have a backup first? Have we used up all our first? Can we really? Okay. Who has thrown the most games of Dota? Oh, all the hands went down immediately. I don't believe any of you for a second. You there, come on down. Who are you rooting for? Azure! Are you gonna repeatedly throw it in the corner over and over again and miss?
I got it.
Why don't we stand a little bit closer? Take this other first place off. I don't trust any of you. A little bit. There we go. I gave you a handicap. That's what the bracket's gonna look like, my friends. Let's send it back to the panel.
I absolutely love it. I'm down for physics and gravity to decide some more future TI winners there, or seeing how well our gamers in the crowd can throw.
They're useless.
That was really bad. They don't know the technique. They don't know the technique. We practiced this.
We did in the green room.
Bro, it's more of a slap than like a toss.
Yeah, if you do it this, there's like too
Another
much
trick.
spinning, and then it like flips over itself, and you just kind of, no. look, they started off great. It was on time, it was on pace, but unfortunately it took forever to crown a winner. But right now we have to see if we are going to be crowning BETBOOM as winners of this series, or if KEYD Stars are able to come back in this game number 2. What are they doing? What is that reset there? Because there wasn't much opening for them to be able to get anything done in game 1-2, so they've got to go back to the drawing board when it comes to draft their playstyle. What works again?
I mean, first of all, I think there's the spirits are high. So Analog, he's looking pretty happy there in the back room. And after that first game, that's a game that can kind of knock the spirits out of some teams. But to see some little chipper faces there, I think that's the main thing here for this team. Make sure that you have that mentality coming into the game, into the second draft. And if anything, you got to play your own game. Like, they're just kind of a little bit stagnant.
The players are walking back out now. They're returning to the booths. Going to gear up for game number 2 there. We did hear a lot from KEYD Stars, Sheet, that they like to have that energy, the positive and the enthusiasm from the young ones, maybe being why there's still some bright smiles.
I just want to see them come out swinging. The only thing worse than losing is losing by doing nothing, Like, if you're in that game, that last game, you got to kick yourself knowing you didn't just run at them with 5 heroes, It's like when you play open qualifiers back in the day, you play against the good stack. You're like, all right, guys, we're down 30 kills, Let's just smoke us 5, run at a hero and murder him and then call GG. You got to at least try some stupid shit like that.
Yeah, put everything out on the line. I want to see it from KEYD Stars, but I want to know more about them, their journey here at the road to the international.
In the first day, we have a really great day. But the problem, I don't think we can understand the meta about the heroes in the second day.
We're gonna learn from our losses. I think we had a really rough series against LGD, but I think we're gonna take it well as a team. The biggest part of being here is like the practice and the experience. You don't get that from home. So like, you kind of need to go first so you can actually improve. You can't improve out of nothing.
Every time you come to TI, it's like, we're in TI. We want to take the ashes, like, lift right now. It's like, fuck, that's mine, bitch. So it's like, you understand, like, every time, we need to be chill to not, like, start fighting in the middle of the tournament, because we need to, like, keep the mind clear. That's a good thing we need to do right now. This is my second TI, and I don't want to expect like, okay, you're gonna be here, and I want to do that, right? But I think we need to take it step by step.
No expectations, purely taking it step by step, and they have a big step in front of them right now. A hurdle, I would almost call it, Rezo.
Yeah, I mean, they looked pretty stressed in the previous game. That's why they were like so, stuck with not making any plays in that game. And I think KingDRD needs to be, step up and be a leader here and like show his, this carelessness mentality in a way that, guys, we just, there's nothing to lose for us. Just let's go and enjoy ourselves. And they need to create this chaos. This is Brazilian Dota. They need to be playing aggressive. They need to pick heroes to be aggressive as well. But I didn't see that in the previous game, so they need to change drafting wise a little bit towards that. Yeah. Maybe just keep meta heroes, but play your heroes.
That's what I like. Yeah, I think that we've seen success with other teams, especially like Nouns, right? They're playing the heroes they want to play, and I want to see Analog on like his Invoker. I remember he really loved that hero. I actually knew about him years ago because he used to make analytical videos with Bowie on YouTube and teach people how to play Dota. Yeah. And I always loved those. I mean, and he was a really good Invoker back then. I think he made a guide and everything. I want to see KingRD on his Tusk. Yeah, you went 0-4 in groups. Who cares? Now we're in the playoffs. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Pick your hero. If you like to just stick to what you know how to do, and if being on heroes that you're really good at is going to allow you to go and push and make those plays because you know the limits, then I think that is like a risk worth taking here.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult for them. Like that previous game, they were trying to make some of these moves that you're talking about, but they're making a smoke into a triangle where BETBOOM's already on the other side of the map. They then reset, go again, and then it's like, I feel like that first 20 minutes, it was a lot of, okay, this is how we get into the game, this is how we make our statement, but BETBOOM was just reading them perfectly. So I think the points about the chaos, the point about this, these are great. They just need to make sure they can do it from like minute 6, minute 7, and get the ball rolling from there. If they're waiting for a much later timing to make these team moves, the map's already understood for BETBOOM. They're going to know how to kind of just strategically kind of just outplay you. So I feel like for KEYD Stars, I fully agree. I want to see them just dictate a little bit of the early game so that they can play some of their Dota.
Was the focus not heavily on lanes then, and that's a change? You say like this early pace of Dota, does that start at the lanes?
Yeah, for sure. The lane started so poorly for them, they couldn't do much.
All right, well, they're going to get a do-over. They're going to get a game number 2, which is starting right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Vivo KEYD Stars versus BETBOOM Team. Game 2.
They talked about in that video there what they had from groups was learning from losses. Vivo KEYD Stars faced a loss in game 1, so a learning lesson for them. Bouncing back here in game 2. Do they ban out any of the heroes that BETBOOM picked up for themselves? Is that the learning lesson?
I mean, just don't get counter-pick heavily with picking Luna that early, right?
Don't reveal 2 cores at the start, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, a little bit like that. I mean, I know they're coming here with the strategies already. They prepared like for days before that, but more aggression. I want to see more aggression from them.
And what a reaction already. Throwing in the Storm Spirit in the first phase ban, like, that's not something you see too often. Maybe if it was like a year ago, you'd see it against some other teams, but yeah, this is a very reactionary ban for sure for the series.
Yeah, I don't really think that BETBOOM actually aiming for that hero that much. They only picked it because they already had a good setup with Coddle, and it was like good 18th pick. But yeah, they just respect it too much, I think.
BETBOOM also getting first pick again. So this is 2 games in a row that they're going to be getting first pick, and I wonder if they're just going to run it back with a tree opening, or if Vivo are going to read that and try and take it out, take a comfort away from Toronto Tokyo, a lane stabilizer.
I can't believe they got first pick twice. I think first pick is pretty established. Like every time I look at the coin toss in the lobby, everyone is taking first pick if they win. So it's kind of weird that KEYD don't seem to value it.
But they seem to value Radiant over having first pick.
Yeah,
that's what they want.
So Radiant does allow you to have kind of access to the first kind of daytime Roshan. When you think about the, kind of that 20-minute mark, it's going to be on the Radiant side, so it allows you there. Players do talk about how the jungle feels nicer because you have more camps in your safe lane jungle, and the high ground area is kind of bigger, so it's harder to get ganked into. So there are advantages towards Radiant, but for the trader for first pick, I feel like you should be looking at pick order nowadays more often. I think when you think about drafts from maybe previous internationals, there was a bit of a debate between the first, second, and then the side. There was a bit more contention, but right now I think we are seeing a heavy shift towards first pick being the more dominant one.
So I've been thinking pretty hard about this ban. It obviously does lead into their first pick. It's going to be Dazzle and an instant tree? Yeah. Unsurprising.
Oh, we're going to see Bristle again.
I think they should have it, actually.
Yeah.
But they should change the other heroes. I mean, there was no problems with the Bristol. It's just like he wasn't being able to play the game because you know, the trio of like Ember, Skywrath, and Clockwork, they didn't like created space that is needed for the Bristleback to be able to go and, you know, do his thing.
I would be really surprised if KEYD Stars was scared to pick a Bristle now. I don't think there's any other team right now in the road to the International in this position that wouldn't want to go for Bristleback, unless they wanted to ban it themselves. But it just logically, this hero is so powerful, but they are actually going to go for Nature's Prophet. Will they think about Bristle now?
Oh no.
Yeah, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I mean, I just hope that they watch that game and he's gonna max Prowse this time on KG. But I mean, yeah, this hero allows them to play aggressive actually, so I kind of like that. They can make this chaos happen.
It's chaos through numbers. That's going to be the key thing. Like when your position 5 is playing the Prophet, you now know at like minute 3, if there's an opportunity where BETBOOM's trying to be the aggressors on a safe lane, suddenly it's a tri lane, you get a kill, and then you can give entry that way. So, yep, that's going to be cool.
I'm keeping a close eye on the second phase of bans because Spirit Breaker was taken out in the first phase last game for BETBOOM, and I'm wondering if they're hoping to keep it in the pool for themselves. KEYD Stars also thinking the same thing because they get the first pick out of this banning phase.
Yeah, I love the Spirit Breaker. For BETBOOM especially.
I think for both teams, they're going to enjoy Spirit Breaker because you've got one team with a Nature's Prophet, so you want to be able to shut him down. They're going to ban it out, but yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Is it going to be banned out? Or are they going to fight for it?
No, it should be probably banned out. Like the tree with the shard, invisible, setting up for the free charge, Prophet, always pushing in lanes, allowing Spirit Breaker to get the good charge as well. It was probably needs to get banned out.
Yeah, I think the global presence makes fighting very easy. You can take the fight like wherever you want. If someone's out of position, everyone's going to be able to converge. There's still heroes like Dawnbreaker, right? Still in the pool. If KEYD want to play around that sort of idea, I'm glad Spirit Breaker's out though. I think that just makes it too easy, and I would easily see them picking it up. Are they going to ban Bristle? No. Hero's still in. That would be scary. I think if KEYD, like last game, seeing how they were unable to sort of make plays happen, if BETBOOM are able to get their hands on Bristleback, it's when this hero gets punished that it looks so weak, but I don't have the confidence in KEYD from last game to think that they could punish it.
Yeah, especially with the armor from Twin Protector. I think that hero is gonna be like really hard to deal with.
They've done the complete inverse. Game 1, it was the double core reveal. Now they're going for the double support reveal.
Yeah, completely switch of the strategies. Probably because they lost faith in the previous strat. But I think BETBOOM has an easy Bristleback pickup right here. It's such a free game for him actually. already.
We're going to see the time tick down. I don't expect they're going to wait too much longer. Okay, it's a Dark Willow. Instead, the Bristle still going very unignored between them. And Dark Willow is the same flex as yesterday. That's the day and time I'm looking for. Yesterday.
Last day.
Last day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's more of a save hero, right, for them. I don't think Nightfall played it that much.
So far, he hasn't touched it, but of course, a lot of these teams have been forcing it quite heavily. Again, for BETBOOM, because they have first pick, picking Willow here with, let's say, an offlaner or something, yep, they go for the Dawnbreaker. You then at least convince your opponent, maybe they flex it, maybe they do. So now these 2 picks for KEYD stars, it's like, do we need to think about a carry Willow? Is it just going to be the save playing it for? It's a lot of nuisance in that regard, but once again for BETBOOM, it's the same logic to deal with KEYD stars. If they want to run at us, they're going to run into an Overgrowth, Living Armor. It's going to be, some Terrorizes, Solar Guardian. Like, there's so much counterplay potential for BETBOOM that you're kind of offering KEYD stars to play quickly, make a mistake, and then get punished.
Is this keeper on the line mid?
Yeah, I don't like that so much. I was hoping for a Kunkka or Invoker, personally. Just in terms of comfort of what they've played, ways to team fight, ways to deal with Willow potentially as a core. I guess Keeper's still fine too, right? Because you deal a lot of AoE damage.
I love Invoker too, but surprised they went for the Coddle.
Jesus.
Okay, they are copy-pasting nouns to some degree, right? You said how BETBOOM get impatient. KEYD stars probably feeling that mechanically they are, not mechanically, but strategically, sorry, they're kind of getting a little bit outpaced. This is a draft of hour-long, 70, 90-minute draft. Let's push out lanes with a Nagasari, skip waves of Illuminate, Clockwork with Aghanims and Flare, Treant just TPing in. Like, yeah, if they can stall the game, this could go forever. We might never leave the arena or get to the next series.
I said today was the final day, but we're actually never leaving.
There we go.
This is a void we're all stuck in.
If I can't win the Aegis, no one can.
I'll hold you all hostage here.
Do you just have to answer Naga here then? Like Tango or something?
It's Panga, Kunkka, or Ember right here.
I wonder why a Naga Siren exactly though, right? If we're talking about illusions, if we're talking about doing split lane pushing, there's still other illusion heroes in the pool that you could have picked up.
Double-edged sword. It's good because for Willow, if it does become carry, you then have the song set up to get onto the Willow and then throw in the damage on top. And then if the Willow's then flex to support, it's another route that Naga can dispel, be it through her spell or through Manta, and then is already treated with another route. So it just kind of covers both the flex potential of Willow and then, yeah, puts in a good spot.
Yeah, I like the ability to reset their fights now. When Dawnbreaker, it's so annoying playing into Dawnbreaker because usually the play is, okay, Dawnbreaker's going to farm on one side of the map, you have to make sure that you go to her, kill her, and then you can do whatever you want, whether it's like take a Roche fight or take a team fight in general. This way, they can just poke out that Dawn ult, hit the song, reset, and then go back in.
Yeah, I think Kunkka, actually it's just got banned, good as I say.
I mean, they also see that BETBOOM supports doesn't really have a ways to deal with lanes, right? So they can just split push them super heavy. But there's like Dawnbreaker, Luna, and one more here that's gonna deal with lanes.
BETBOOM does, okay, they ban up. I say BETBOOM does need that hero that goes to investigate where all this rat is coming from because they don't have that hero other than Tree with Shard. It's not as, I guess, comfortable for Dawnbreaker to join the fight. Puck would have been very good for that. The early first phase Storm Spirit ban right now would have been exceptional. Just get in, Dawnbreaker, connect, get a kill, and now you have quite an advantage. What is a replacement hero when Storm and Puck is banned though?
Dark Spirit is
GPK.
still there.
Yep.
GPK loves that hero. I've seen him playing a lot of pops on it.
Would you say, so say Earth Spirit, and then we mentioned Pango earlier. Is that still in contention here, would you say?
I think those two. Pretty good.
I guess it's nice then they took the carry because it seems like there's a lot of mids open to them. They get banned, it doesn't matter, there's still something left.
Yep. The Luna, especially with the shard with the Moonglaves, it lasting 7 seconds, I think it was like 25% damage reduction. Like it's very good for this hero now to stand her ground and take fights. Like before, you was always this squishy hero, you press Mask of Madness, oh my armor, and now I'm waiting for items. Like the shard gives you that tankiness to join fights, and with all the buff ups that BETBOOM can throw in as well, Luna has become a hero that you like to see now against some of these illusion heroes.
Yeah, the other hero I was thinking about was Sven for them in this lineup. It's pretty cool too. Kind of like Team Spirit style.
And they banned out the Astro, yep. Cool. That's it. Ooh, another buff up. They go Invoker, yep.
I mean, they don't really have a good way to deal with Naga, to be honest.
Yeah, this game's gonna last forever. Telling you.
Is this like a late game Naga that you're talking about? They don't have that ability to deal with, or even finding her early while she's farming to shut her down, they still might struggle a little bit with.
Yeah, I think that too. Like, I think it's gonna be hard for them to deal with illusions pushing out the lanes. There's not like Dawnbreaker has to deal with it all the time, and I mean, Invoker and supports are not really be able to, you know, when she gets to like some butterfly manta, the lanes are gonna be into them very hard.
What you do have as an option though, at least, is a lot of scouting potential on BETBOOM. So if you are playing into Naga, you kind of want to find like the point where she is. Sorry, T.
No.
So excited.
I was very excited.
It's okay. But you know, like you're going to be able to have Tree going in deep to put deep wards down. You're going to have him looking around with that shard, Invis, Invoker the same, playing with Ghostwalk. Like they're going to be able to find Naga potentially, and then be able to bring in Dawnbreaker through ult to gank her. So like they have ways to reach the hero.
And what I was thinking about then was maybe this Coddle this entire time we said mid, if they push it to offlane, they now go for a Pango themselves, so you're not really having to play that offlane potentially. You just keep pushing out the lanes and you're for another hero. This is an entire draft built around push out lanes, wait for an opportunity, and then take that fight. It is very reminiscent to how Nouns did win yesterday. It takes a lot of communication though with this type of lineup, and we'll see if they can.
So what are some of the downfalls or the advantages that are going to happen for Vivo to potentially come back in this series and win game 2?
Well, King Gardy is playing Nature's Prophet, so I have hope.
You have hope. That's where your heart
Sprouts,
lies.
And he's gonna, you know, kill the map with it.
So yeah, I mean that is it. They're going to be playing the map, not the game, with these heroes. I feel. Whilst BETBOOM, it's going to be farm up, take an Aegis, and then try and see through all this split push shenanigans and actually start, you know, progressing the game themselves.
Where does your faith lay, Sheep?
Well, I want to see KEYD win. So
you
I want to see that game. I would like to. I like their heroes. I see the win condition for both teams. I do. I just want to see a third game. I want to see KEYD bring the hope.
You said that you see win conditions for both. Is it the same as what T and Rezo already said for BETBOOM and KEYD?
Oh yeah, they're the smart guys on that.
Oh,
I agree. Completely. Resolution former pro. Yeah, you're pretty good.
Thank you.
I think he's smart.
All right. I'm just more interested, T, for you. T got completely.
I got ruined there. All right.
Oh, T, sorry, you're great too, man.
Thanks, man.
I want you a little bit more on the Coddle off lane before we go to our casters. What exactly is it going to be doing? How does it function?
Farms quickly, can buy any active item needed for the game to then push your team forward, or just skip waves forever.
Okay, well that's what I'll be keeping my eyes on, and that's what I'll be looking forward to as we do head to our casters now. It's Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat and Trent. We are here. We're taking a look at the second game. A little bit of hope being felt in the arena. Maybe they're hoping that BETBOOM take it out 2-0. Maybe they're hoping that KEYD Stars can pull it back and we get a game number 3. Yeah. What are you thinking, though? We do get this final little switch up there. It's going to be the Coddle 3.
I think they're hoping for some Tier 5 neutral items. You know, like we're going late. That's the idea, right?
Like
they said, hey, we couldn't really close it out early. We didn't get this aggression that we wanted. What if we just ignore the enemy team? What if we play a single-player game, okay? This is now the co-op mode that they want to play. They're just going to farm some neutrals. They've currently taken a pause right now to discuss their strategy. Don't worry.
You're going to be fine. That's not why they're pausing. You can't do that.
Yes, they're not doing that.
No, but I think that Naga Siren is definitely that style of hero that you're talking about. We saw it yesterday with Nouns, how they were able to do it. And it kind of takes away that mechanic that we were talking about of if it goes late, BETBOOM just win.
Last game, though, they had Terrorblade, and they just, went and hit the buildings. They used meta. It's really good at doing that. Now they have Luna. They have Alacrity. They have Dawnbreaker. They definitely have these heroes that can just go and start doing things.
Right.
And it's going to be very hard for them to ignore. So they're going to have to be really on point with pushing out those waves.
Yes.
Getting good vision, and then you're battling up against the tree again.
Right. Well, and I think just mentality-wise, one thing to think about is that you're doing your mentality there. Is that coming into this, I was like, all right, if Evo KEYD Stars can come in and win game number 1, I think that they're going to win game number 2 pretty hard. I think it's hard to pull it back from them, but it's going to have been up to, of course, the coach and King RD pulling those young guns back and getting them ready for this game. And putting it all on the shoulders of that fellow right there on the Naga Siren, Stabile, ready to take over this game. We'll see if he can do it, though.
I see one of the predictions is last player to be killed. And there's one thing I know, that's Nightfall, right? Because he just never wants to die. Okay, got it, solved.
But what if he's not killed at all? That's the other flip side to that one.
I don't know. That's a great question. Do they have to die once?
Yeah, I think so. If he's been killed, then he has to die one time.
Last player to be killed. Oh my goodness.
He wouldn't have been killed otherwise.
Wow.
It's just simple.
And what if that tree falls in the forest? And I'm not there. These are questions I just don't know the answer to.
I wouldn't think about it too much. As we get into this one, and BETBOOM already stand up on their high ground. Still willing to throw out the voice lines. Got to show your strength early on.
Indomitable will,
yes,
one might say.
I like that. Analog running away. It's not want to get caught. Are they still going to play contesting for this? Sprout already leveled up. Reza will be happy.
That KJ tree, you're looking at it, you're like, can you max treants?
Yeah.
He's really making sure. The answer's looking like no.
King RD making that switch up there and already has the blood grenade for down bottom, wanting to get aggro and already building into the medallion. But we'll see how mid lane goes. This was really one of the big problems in game number 1. GBK got off to such a freaking hot start. Let's see what Analog can do.
Pretty interesting matchup here to see. The Pangolier, of course, has been a bit of a contentious hero.
Oh, yeah.
Where does he stand now? Are we Pango believers? I mean, we're all Pango haters.
Yes.
But now it's almost getting kind of sad to see the hero.
Oh, and just like that, King RD brought down.
Oh, should have stayed trans.
Pull up. Yeah, clearly. Or we could even pull up the camera. It just ends up falling. Well, that one was a quick one. I mean, the other area that we did run into some issues is Toronto Tokyo is taking a beating for FCR. And also from KJ, the waves do manage to connect, but with the blood grenade, the rundown, he's looking close to dead. Do they have enough damage? Yes. Manage to bring down the Toronto Tokyo tree.
Yeah, meanwhile, that death there onto King RD, that was because they had the level 1 connection there with the Bramble Maze.
Okay.
So got them good, and then combo that with that early damage. You can certainly see. I mean, that's the scary thing about Dawnbreaker, right? Even just straight up at level 2, now that you're threatening that as well, it could easily be a second death here. So King RD has to be very cautious here. Went with the Blightstone as well early on, so kind of hoping to be a bit aggressive himself, but he's one getting smacked in the head with a hammer into immediate brambles.
Oh, that's not good, as he is going to die, and a rarely seen thing, he's going to have to walk back out to lane because he didn't get level 2.
He's walking?
I have never seen a Nature's Prophet have to walk back to lane. That hurts. That one's really rough. Well, I mean, the thing that I was going to talk about before all hell broke loose down bottom is that in the last game, one of the big problems was the contention for the stacks, right? That really...
Sorry, I have good news. You're still not going to see it.
Okay, he's waiting?
Yeah, he just waited.
He's waiting.
He waited for the TP. 22 seconds, he's like, eh. You know, he wanted something delivered to him on the courier anyway. It kind of worked out.
I mean, you know, he's in our old age, the knees get a little bit rough. You don't want to use too much of the walking if you can't help it.
And then, you know, you get a race band on your Naga Siren, so it's okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But the Toronto-Tokyo rotations to steal the stacks were a huge point of contention, and that really felt like it set BETBOOM up for just success the whole rest of the time. Not going to happen most likely in this case, because they're not going to be building stacks.
Solved.
The ultimate answer.
I mean, they probably will have some stacks at least though for FCI, you know?
Yeah.
You can definitely get in there with the Coddle. Try and fire him up as fast as possible here. Gonna be an interesting game. We haven't seen a lot of Coddle off lane in a while. This was one of the, when Coddle like first became more of a core, this is kind of where we saw him a little bit more often than mid, I would say. Like, you know, many years ago, before we had our more recent round of mid Coddle.
Right.
And it's really annoying. Just like runs around the trees as much as he can. Tree, gonna try and deal with that. But tries to push out waves in a very hidden way.
There's not that many places to go, and with King RD making the move over, they're going to be able to bring down that tree.
Nice steal.
So Vivo Keystar is making some action happen. As the Glyph will come out, stops that, or rather gets the extra aggression on Analog into mid. But you can see right now, man, the CS is all going BETBOOM's direction.
That is true. Yeah, they are hurting hard here on Naga and Coddle.
15 and 10 on Nightfall. That is scary. I mean, you can obviously come back from a laning stage loss, but losing all 3 lanes is really tough.
Again, more aggression down here.
More onto him. Stabile backs away, keeping himself alive as King RD underneath the tower. I mean, they're still just playing up in his face. Doesn't have anywhere to go. Starts to walk back in towards the tower, trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough. He just dies. Oh man, BETBOOM, they are absolutely all over him.
Yeah, and even with these Nature's Prophet picks falling off, you know, they're not making any mistakes here on the side of BETBOOM. They all came prepared. They had their quelling blades, right? The only person with that one was Toronto-Tokyo. He's good. He is a tree.
Oh yeah.
Making sure that nothing gets messed up. I want to commit to these kills.
Ready.
KJ caught with a Lucent Beam here.
I mean, everywhere you look, it's just BETBOOM running at him. This level of aggression is hard to deal with, although this is pretty nice. If they can catch GPK underneath the tower, a couple more hits, he just needs one more, but he's slowed, they'll get it. Analog gets a little bit of help in mid, and that will set up for a little bit of success their way. Still, I mean, when your Naga Siren has 11 CS at 5 minutes, you know you're having a rough time.
Analog's definitely that bright light, though.
Yeah.
You know, maybe get a couple runes here, make those rotations. They're always going to be helped out by King RD on this Nature's Prophet. Has the medallion here, too. So he's ready for the high aggro Nature's Prophet. No treants. We just want TPs, we want sprouts, we want damage.
See if they can do it. Thought I heard a teleportation coming in, but not opting to go yet. King RD hanging out in Fountain, has it back up again in a sec. Where will he look to? Looks like it's mid to refill the bottle. Oh! Does he get the refill? Yes. Okay.
Now, see, that should be dispelled. I mean, come on.
Dispel the
yeah, the fountain buff, so when he comes back down, he can't give it to him.
Volker doesn't need more. Stabile backs away. Pure gets hit. The roll through. Wait a minute, they find 1 kill, but can they get any in return? Analog making that rotation, wanting to bring down Pure. And bounce back and forth. A couple more hits is all that they need, and they will get him. So Vivo making some solid moves, and in fact, up top, KJ pairs together with FCR to get the finish.
Yeah, they're going to grab that bounty rune there too, so chasing them way deep into the jungle. If they can't contest Nightfall, at least they're picking off his friend.
Well, the CS doesn't look good, but the kills are making up for it. At the exception of the Naga Siren, who is about to maybe get passed over by the Willow. Oh, geez.
Right.
Gotta play catch up.
That part's not great. But it's a Naga Siren, right? I mean, we saw this just yesterday. Like, we've said multiple times, right? We had similar feelings looking at that Nouns game, and then Hector just vanished for 40 minutes.
Right.
Came out with a victory.
Absolutely. Can he manage to vanish? King RD already in trouble. Not quite able to get out of there. The Sprout was almost enough. But Toronto-Tokyo finds the last hit. Also needs to be careful. That ward laid down by Save is going to scout this Naga Siren's movements.
And now, of course, this has to put the warning bells up there for King RD because we do have the Solar Guardian available, the Dawn ult.
Oh, yeah.
As it's quite well known.
This is going to be a scary couple of minutes here. I mean, yeah, they're going to have a really good vision. They scout Toronto Tokyo as he heads through and steals some CS.
Get that loot. Yeah.
Dude, he is left on an island. Walks back. They're still wanting to hunt, or at least just keep him under control.
If he just follows him this whole time, this is completely worth your time as Toronto Tokyo.
Oh yeah. No, 1,000%. Now the chase is there. Abum with the Nature's Grasp. They're diving. This is by the tier 2 tower. Where's the help? Can't connect onto the brambles though. So that at least keeps them fine, but Analog making the move, still underneath this ward. They spot save, and it looks like he's gonna take over this bottom lane now.
Yeah, and now you have this, like, KEYD has been TPing mid to refill this bottle. Now he needs to come down here and try and get some wards down, right? Like, this is a classic situation with your Radiant side, Lunas and Naga Sirens. They're gonna be in this wishing well down here, so you need to get some defensive sentries up here, because you know they're gonna have wards.
Nightfall makes the move. KingRD there, roll up. Wants to chase, Nightfall gets hit. Will it be enough? The Dawnbreaker ultimate comes through. The second round of the stun, he misses onto Nightfall. Instead, he realizes, I need to get the heck out of here. Numbers show up in mass for BETBOOM, and KJ wanting to get out. The slow, it's enough, but not enough to get away from save. So when all is said and done, it's a lot of heroes rotating top. KingRD, does he manage to get caught? Wants
Brambles?
to run away.
I don't know. I don't think...
They don't know. Now they're going to see him pass right by, and that one's a little bit spooky. Solar Bind onto GPK. Couple more hits. Jump for it. Gets him! Analog gets the kill, and KingRD TPing back home.
It was so low. Barely gets back home there after the urn charge.
They're fighting back, Trent.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was just going to be a free pick off onto the support, and instead it turns into a kill of GPK. Much needed right now.
Analog is definitely carrying the weight, and KJ making these moves with the clockwork. They get in range for a swashbuckle for a finish. Does it look like they're going to make that full move?
I don't know how many times he's filled this bottle mid. It's got to be like 6 at this point already. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, they're giving everything that they can to this Pango. He needs to have a good game. Like, they absolutely have to carry this Naga through the mid game. And getting closer to Fusel Blade will do that.
And this pressure up top is also keeping Toronto Tokyo from chasing in the bottom lane and setting up plays. Now, that being said, the Solar Guardian will be back up in another 30 seconds, so you might see Toronto Tokyo do the Twin Gate, go hunting, try and find the Naga Siren, because they still have this ward, right? No one has come down here from the side of Viva Quisters to try and de-ward this.
Right. No, it's just all been left alone.
Oh, but he's got a free wave up top, so Toronto Tokyo doesn't really want to go anywhere. Luna's in the jungle.
No.
Needs that level 6.
Hunting, finding, GPK, slowed down, roll. Bringing everybody. Save shows up. The roll connects. Gonna hit him on the backside. Finds it, rolls through, and the finish. They're hunting GPK, and they're killing him.
You know, if there was one strategy I would take against BETBOOM,
yeah,
it might be killing him multiple times.
Right.
You know, chain killing GPK. He said before in interviews, you know, he definitely used to get really tilted playing Dota. It's something he's worked on. So hopefully it's not going to be impacting him too hard, but it's very frustrating when it feels like you're doing the right moves and you're just getting killed over and over again.
That was a close one.
Yeah, nearly got another one there.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, not just because obviously a very important hero to kill in the Invoker, but wanting to play some of that mental games as well. See if they can do it. If there's one thing that's going to tilt mid laners, it's dying to Pango. That has happened more than a few times.
Pango's got a huge stack right now.
Oh, that's a Midas for Stabile.
And that's Diffusal Blade just about down here. Another 600 gold. Get some Ancient Camps there as well, but save those for anything else. Okay, I think he's dead.
Yeah, they're bringing numbers for that one. That's an easy takedown for BETBOOM.
They're building GBK back up. You know, he needs some earn charges, so.
Rotation, finding save. Analog on him. Not going yet. Bramble connects, terrorized to boot. They bringing in Pure.
Good cogs.
Yeah, that was nice.
Walk off that interception there, just in case. They didn't actually have GPK that close. I think they might have been a little bit concerned that there'd be like a follow-up after. So.
Right. KJ still trying to get to level 6.
It's got it right here now, though, so not too bad overall in terms of timing.
Yeah. And of course, pairing that together with the Wrath of Nature from KingRD could be really quick blow-ups if they can find the right targets. Will that end up happening? Still 7-7. Smoke up now with Coddle and the Clockwork running into GPK. Hook shot finds him. He walked into a ward. In trouble, starts to die. There's no Dawnbreaker ulti because they used it top. GPK goes down. Another death for the mid laner.
Got him again. The bounty being claimed again. There's just wanted posters everywhere of this Invoker.
Taking him out. And yeah, 8-7. Only 1,000 gold lead right now. It's mainly on this Dawnbreaker.
I mean, GPK has now taken that bottom core spot there as Cosvili has the Midas going. So into the hot tub, farming it up on this Naga Siren. The plan is simple. Keep farming.
Can they do it? Still a little while before Hookshot's back up again. They will see. The ward was up there. Just a sentry to take away.
I'm curious if Save actually finishes up this Yule Scepter. It's kind of an interesting first item on a Dark Willow, considering the matchup they're up against. You know?
Yeah.
Like, doesn't really help you that much in a lot of situations. I'm not seeing it. I feel like the Force Staff might be super helpful too for your teammates. Definitely a very individual item. Like,
right.
I'm not seeing a lot of like cancel plays that are gonna be super useful.
Yeah, if you're in position where you're like canceling a Pango ult or something like that,
Yeah, maybe.
You're likely already gonna die. But we'll see how he does with it. At least for now, got to be pretty happy if you're KJ, being involved in a lot of kills, getting a third of the way, or rather a quarter of the way towards that Aghanim Scepter as stacks are being built and taken. Diffusal done. This is the item that makes this hero become so terrifying.
I guess it's mostly just like a single setup. Because one thing we've noticed several times is he's always waiting for the Brambles from setup plays, right?
Okay.
So I guess he's thinking of it more as an offensive potential.
Right.
Interesting.
As a 2,000 gold lead. Do you think that for Vivo Keydstars, they need to keep trying to play looking for kills? Because that has felt like how they've kept it close. But is there ever a point where they want to sit back and farm?
No, they actually need less kills, I would say, compared to last game. In this game, they're doing it way better, right? Finding many more kills on the map.
Analog.
Oh, the hook shot.
Oh, he blocked it, but he gets the roll-off. Analog trying to escape. One more hit. Will it be enough? The Sunstrike actually off the mark because he got stuck in GPK is going to be the one to go down. I'll take that, please. Thank you very much.
Oh, I think the booth it's tilting. It's up on an angle.
Oh no, what is happening? Save. Now also chase. KJ there. They drop down the Dawnbreaker ultimate, but FCR, he gets out. Nightfall still hunting. The Coddle in some trouble, but actually might be able to get out of there. They drop the Eclipse on a King RD. Ring around the Rosie trying to get out of vision and might actually be able to escape as he hides through the trees. Jukes the other direction. Now Nightfall gets shown up on. Sprout and Manta to get out of trouble.
And he actually made the save there because he was trying to connect through underneath on Nightfall to stop FCR from escaping on the Keep of the Light. So King RD made a huge play getting in there with that Sprout. That's what kept that Coddle alive as they try and kill KJ. Yeah, he's dead.
They'll bring
oh,
FCR! Almost went for that step back. Toronto Tokyo is going to die though. All right, we have exploded into a flurry of kills in this game number 2.
Yeah, he's 5-0-2 on Analog this game. They really have given him everything, and he is definitely paying off right now.
That's what you want to see. And of course, think about this. All of that movement, all of that action up on the top side of the map, and look who's down bottom. Spile is almost at the Manta style after going for the Midas.
There's a Naga Siren in this game?
I mean, if he's free to just AFK farm like this, BETBOOM are going to be in trouble later.
Second best KDA, right?
Oh, yeah.
0-1-0, he just wishes he was 0-0-0.
Well, FCR is going to give up his life here, but will be, oh, you can see the heat map down bottom where he's been at. As Save also, it's jumped on. Have we caster cursed them? Because now Vivo Keydstars are losing all of their heroes on the bottom side of the map. BETBOOM, they strike back in a big way.
I mean, they know where the Naga is, right?
Oh, yeah.
So they're kind of playing this wall here with their other heroes who are slightly less important. Of course, your mid tower is also just being hit by a creep wave, which doesn't feel great.
And, well, the mid tower for BETBOOM is already gone. It is going to be a tough ask to take one of these other tier 1s without contention from BETBOOM. Although they do have great split push on the side of Vivo Keydstars.
Ghost Walk initiation up here.
They have vision down. They see him.
Combo.
They see him. Yeah, and King RD just dancing in their face, letting them know what's happening. Just like that, another move. Smoke up, FCR, KJ, ready to go together.
we've had a couple games with the Muerta versus the Naga Siren where they haven't been able to actually song TP.
Right.
And in this game, we have the Solar Guardian, which could come into play, right? Depending on like where the enemies are positioned around.
Yeah.
Might not be able to find those opportunities.
They dropped down a ward. That one might have been scouted just barely. The sentry going down because it was on the low ground. And you can see that, yeah, the rest of BETBOOM, they head out of the way. So we'll get the D ward here, but not able to connect. They were looking for another Invoker kill. They have put so much emphasis on trying to catch GPK 0, 5, and 5.
So poor.
Yeah, he has not been able to get off to a good start.
He's looking for that 18-minute Invoker Midas.
Yeah, that hurts. But in spite of his woes, they are going to get both that tier 1 tower in the mid lane and a lot of pressure onto the tier 2 bottom. Well, KEYD Stars, they are just trying to take the top side. Analog cleans up the tower.
They're going to smoke Twin Gate.
Okay.
Is that the idea here?
Still a long ways to walk to get close to anybody.
I think they were hoping that they were trying to set up and bait on this wave, I think.
Okay.
But they're going to be moving through some dire vision here. See if they give themselves away through that smoke. Doesn't look like it.
Ooh, thought about picking up that bounty rune. They see the Naga Siren illusions on the Luna illusions.
Smoke on smoke.
Bounty rune goes away. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save grouped together. And it does look like they're trying to set up with a Dawnbreaker ultimate onto this.
Yeah,
so,
the overgrowth, definitely the big leading force they're hoping for.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to end up happening. That ward expiring soon from KEYD Stars. And they give up on the bait play.
And Toronto, Tokyo probably not super confident in just having the sentry up on that pillar now, right? Because there could still be a Radiant Obs, so.
Yeah.
Can be a bit frightening here to move through. But with the backup of Invoker, he's confident now.
I mean, and they've, at this point, I feel like they've succeeded in making the space for the Naga, right? Like, they're in a really good position with her. Still want to get to that heart, obviously, and more items before you actually start fighting.
BETBOOM are just doing the same thing we talked about last game with the TB, right? This was the concern during the draft, is that, if you want to play super greedy, Nightfall was really willing to push towers earlier, much earlier than other TBs were doing, and he's doing it on the Luna, too.
They find one here mid. Gonna try and bring him down. Analog roll did not go off. Gets brought down. A good connection. Toronto, Tokyo able to play interrupt. This has seemed like a really good answer for the Pango.
I mean, first step of the game too, right? So that streak going to pure. And this is the point of the game where he's looking for that big jump when you pick up the Deso, because he already has the BKB, so his BKB and his Echo.
KJ trying to farm, has two components of the Aghanim Scepter, but Save is stepping up to the high ground with Toronto, Tokyo. A lot of heroes in tow. KJ, they drop down a ward, should see him in just a moment, although he heads off to the other tree line.
I just love how aggressive they are with his Luna. Like, they're just following along. They know that if they get a single kill, they can immediately go into the towers. If they force out a song, right, that's 130-second cooldown, they can immediately just go right back for it. They have to hard commit with some sort of a hookshot play or something and a rolling thunder if they want to defend here for Vivo KEYD Stars. Instead, they know that they're about cutting waves, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna miss out on this Wisdom Rune.
So Wisdom Rune and then also Tormentor going the way of BETBOOM. Although, I mean, it's not super easy. Pure is actually...
Yeah. And King RD, of course, says, hey, if you're taking mine, I'm taking yours.
Yeah. So nice pickup. Wants to back away. Toronto, Tokyo spots him. Knows that he's going to be over there. And the root, the connection, tries to TP out. Gets broke.
No.
Oh, no. Oh. He just escapes. All right. Fine.
Yeah.
I guess, no overgrowth means no chance for a kill. Well played.
All right. Probably surprised he got away with that one, but they'll take it.
Nicely done.
He taunts his way in the fountain.
Wow. 10 to 11, still only 3,000 gold separating them. And Nature's Prophet, I mean, he's going to become another core if left to his own devices and just farming up. Starting to build up that net worth and can soak up so many areas of the map that the rest of his team can't get to.
One thing, though, that commonly happens in these Naga Siren games is the big XP advantage that the enemy carry
yeah.
gets. Like right now, Naga, level 14, Nightfall, 17.25 right now. Very aggressive on the map, super confident on this Luna. Still has the 9-second BKB, has the butterfly. Is it done?
I think it's just about, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's coming out right now. So that's full butterfly completed.
Yep, had the more masks assembly from masks, so. Yep, and I guess Roche, right? Yeah, he's already running there. They did flare it, however. It just dissipated. I don't think they saw them go in. Nightfall's just pinging it, like, team, hello?
Yeah, they're hunting King RD instead. Analog heads back to base. It's going to take him a second. GPK was trying to hunt and wanted to go for a kill there onto Nature's Prophet, but decides not to. So heading through the gate, and eventually they will clean up that Aegis and get it onto the Luna. I'm assuming it's going to be onto the Luna.
They have such strong confidence in like their ability to actually push with their carry.
Yeah.
More so than I think other teams have been showing a lot in this current patch, right? That's kind of why we're having these very dull mid games where people are very scared to go forward for good reason. They want to ensure that everything's secured. Tier 2 seem to last a really long time, but Nightfall just feeling confident. Even if it's not this huge net worth lead, they understand like with the current position, with the heroes that they have and the itemizations they've gone for, I don't really see an easy way for them to fight on the side of Hero Keep Stars. They have to play very patient.
Well, this is maybe a little bit of a bold move, but they TP right onto GPK and got him caught. Still in more trouble, rolling back and forth. He's gone. Okay, that works.
Just kill Invoker.
Now look for more. Can they get out with the rest of them? Analog is feared. Tries to survive through this. We'll have another swashbuckle up in a second, but the stun, the root, the control, it's enough. So GPK appreciating what Pure is doing.
Yeah. As long as he understands that his deaths don't really matter, right?
Yes.
Like this Dawnbreaker's humongous. He's just a whatever. Like, I'm going to come back. I'll cast a couple spells. You want to keep killing me? That's fine. I have a Spirit Vessel. Whatever. Look at my Dawnbreaker. Look at my Luna. They're going to carry me through this game.
Speaking of, that's a DD on Luna now.
Oh, perfect.
As we take another look at this fight, GPK just right on top of him. King RD was able to make that kill happen. But seeing in the world that we're in again, it's going to be KJ going down to Toronto, Tokyo. BETBOOM, they're getting ready to walk up a high ground. He was catching waves. They managed to kill off the whole wave that's at the tier 2. We'll see what BETBOOM want to do, because again, 3.5 minutes is a long time. Do they want to walk up high ground?
Just go mid, right? Don't get too crazy here. Clean up the tier 2s. If someone steps out of place and you get the kill, sure. Then we can go high ground.
But of course, you can see there, Nature's Prophet cutting waves up top. They're going to continue to do what they can to defend this high ground. And the question is, do BETBOOM actually feel confident going up to themselves, or are they just going to try and collapse the map down a bit?
I mean, they have. They're all gone. All the tier 2s, 25 minutes, every tier 2 knockdown. This is not something we're seeing a lot this event.
No. The shutdown is imperative.
They have found many shortcuts on the road to the international. Okay, everyone else has been taking the long country road.
Exactly.
Very scenic though. We've seen some fantastic things.
Well, speaking of seeing things, King RD is going to TP out. That is rooted immediately.
Not this time.
GPK to get there in time. And
sir,
no, Tornado's there. Doesn't have a way to get out. They're trying to rebuild morale.
Yeah, see, you can do it, buddy. There it is.
That's what he needs. First kill on the board.
That is his first kill.
Dude, they have been putting so much emphasis on just shutting him down. It's funny to see. But Aghanim Scepter done for the Pango. So more spam, more ability to hold high ground. As the Naga Siren Illusions will spam out. Already has the entire heart done and working on the butterfly. When is the point where that starts to become a bit of an issue, this Naga Siren in this game?
Well, at the point when they can actually get it on the map a little bit, because it feels like they're still struggling, right? They can hold one lane right now.
Yeah.
They still have to win a good high ground fight. Then it feels kind of good, right? Like you win one high ground fight, then you kind of push it on the map. You try and destabilize their idea of lane push right now. King RD's doing his best. He's TPing all over this map right now.
Oh, yeah.
To his death, but, you know,
Oh, almost got the courier there. That would have been nice. But look at these. Like the little treants are going to chase or pull the creep wave all the way over. Very annoying to deal with.
He's also dropping these sentry combos across the map as well. Again, trying to like open up these opportunities because they have hookshot, they have Pango, so they can get these quick in and out kills where possible. And then that's what's opening up the space for possibility to try and get out here and maybe get his butterfly. But I'm pretty sure that Nightfall still kind of just shreds these.
I mean, they're going high ground right now with Nightfall.
Oh my goodness. Carry hitting buildings.
It's really nice.
It's so beautiful.
Right is saved by Zamidas, though, which is something to consider, too. They're ready for the late game, but
for the
also
attack
ready
speed.
to end it right now. As they immediately burn him down to about half HP. 24 seconds left on this Aegis. And they time this out now, maybe. And maybe try and keep him alive, take the fight right afterwards. Rooted, down low. I mean, Barrick's already gone, but Nightfall alive.
Imagine.
They're looking, hoping, hunting. He still has Satanic, though, so if you show up, I mean, he just turns.
Yeah, but if you hit the crate, if he cancels this? Oh. He was trying to get like the perfect flare that would cancel it. I mean, he's the Satanic, that's really good. But that's okay.
So one set of racks down. That boom. Gonna try and play for that next Aegis and close out the game at that point, most likely. We'll see if KEYD Stars can do anything to upset the balance in between now and then. At least for the moment, Nightfall is definitely the one to watch out for, though. He's just way too big.
One of the things with these Naga Siren lineups, too, is that in order to get these big teamfight wins, you kind of have to get a lot of the Riptide, which usually comes down to this idea of the enemy team being like chain stunned. It's like held in place. You got the blender going, right? And they do have that because they have this Pangolier. Maybe eventual Coddle Egg.
Oh,
kind of cool.
Well, this one is pretty good right here. GPK does pop the BKB, turns to fight. They get the lift up as the stun came through. So King RD is the one left behind. As Tango ulti was used. Oh, wait a minute. Clockwork? They don't quite see him. Oh, Pure chasing. He wants KJ. Just out of vision. They see him now.
Jetpack.
Cogs tries to get to the far side. Gets him stuck in the Cogs. Now the battery assault. Jetpack. Roll away. Does have TP. Hoping to escape. KJ buying more and more time for his team, but it looks like eventually they're going to find the kill on the Clockwork. Playing cleanup.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, Naga Siren pushing out as much as possible. Illusion spamming down bottom. Grabbing the Ancient Camp there, too, and Butterfly now delivered.
As long as he can stay alive, maybe that's going to be what they're looking for. A fast Butterfly done for Ostabile. See where he goes to next. But the map starts to feel very small when you don't have any more tier 2s up. Pure. Hunting. Gets him there with the net. Backs out for the moment. The root, the control, the Sprout's there. Hammer gets him out of harm's way. And with that BKB TP out, manages to escape.
Yeah, not going to have any way to cancel that for a long time until we get an eventual Basher for Pango. But it's not Basher next to him, it's going to be the Blink Dagger. Picked up at the same time as Pure's going to snag one on that Dawnbreaker. So maybe a chance to stab into the back lines here. Maybe just another chance to try and kill GPK. That's probably what he'll do.
Yeah, just jump on him again. See if it ends up mattering, though. Because at least for the last couple of minutes, those kills have felt much less important than it did earlier on. It's been all Nightfall and Pure this game. And they've been carrying it well. Pure is incredibly farmed. Getting close to crossing up that Naga Siren.
Yeah, the teammates are getting a little jealous. You know, like you said, Save's got that Midas. It's only a matter of time until Toronto Tokyo just queues up the Agnum Scepter, and we can just stay here all morning.
Absolutely.
Or, I guess, afternoon now. We've already passed it. Perfect.
Ward being able to come on in and take away that vision. And Naga Siren Illusions cutting waves. They have one or anything to deal with this bottom one, though. I mean, it definitely feels like it's just waiting for that Roche. Which, with a minute and 20 seconds away, is going to be spawning down bottom.
Toronto Tokyo, he's on it, all right? This is
so
his job. It's good to be playing Tree Protector when you just have to be the tree, right? Look, he gets flared. If he just stands still, they may not notice.
Right. Down the Roche pit, he's ready.
Yeah. Just, wow. That's a lot of APM. His numbers are going through the roof right now.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, he's just gaming right now.
This is the highest level gaming you can do.
Yeah, there's two replays. I mean, can you tell the difference between Heralds or Toronto, Tokyo? You never know. Oh, Living Armor. Nice. Big play. Big stuff there. That took a lot of effort. Is he in the booth?
Yeah, he might be.
I think he's still in there.
Let's go grab a sandwich or something.
He still hasn't moved. Oh, he moved outside the pit. Oh, back in. Misclick. Okay.
Got to keep your hands warm.
Yeah.
So they're going to smoke through. Oh, and actually go for a little backstab play here. Interesting. Now, they will lose a tier 2 tower, which of course Trant's very upset about.
Oh, FCR. Oh. Far out here. Okay.
Does still have Song. Roche?
He hasn't used it this whole game, right?
No Song of the Siren used yet. Sunstrike shows. That might tip him off. Oh, mirror image. Tornado lift up. The terrorize is there. He does not manage to get it off. And that will be the beatdown that they were looking for. Second death on that Naga Siren.
It is crazy that considering the state, though, there's creeps hitting their towers.
Yeah.
This is really frustrating to play against. There's no doubt about that. It is starting to give that little glimmer of hope of, like, how can you not stabilize the map at this point? And it's just because of the way they've just got all these little things. This Aghanim Scepter, I mean, they put it all on the panel, right? The Aghanim Scepter on the clockwork, then he's just probably constantly TPing in there. He's also got pretty low respawn time still, so those deaths didn't matter too much.
That's the benefit of the low levels, man.
Yeah. I mean,
every silver lining.
It would be great to get 20. That would be nice.
Oh, yeah. That would make things a lot better. But this should be BETBOOM now claiming the Aegis. All of their waves are going to be shoved out completely across the map when this happens.
You see that GBK actually just sunstrike the tree line there, all by the cliff. Just making sure. No clockwork here trying to be sneaky or something.
Yeah, no opportunity for that one. So Aegis, cheese in hand, BETBOOM, claim it. And that is an Aghanim Scepter done on save.
Okay, it's go time then. And we have the MKB on the Luna here to deal with the Naga Siren, so no concerns there. Approaching the high ground. GBK also wants to have a little bit of fun, so picks up a Blink Dagger to just hop onto the high ground, kind of like on that Storm Spear with the Ags. Just wants to secure things. Hookshot not gonna hit.
Ooh, slow down. Oh my god.
That was a lot of damage.
That is not what you want to see with the initiation. When you jump on the Dawnbreaker and two of your heroes get down to half HP, you know you're having a bad time. Oh, and there it is. Moves in, gets the kill, gem on the ground. I mean, this next 4 minutes that the Aegis is in Luna's hand, this could be the end for KEYD Stars. Their hope here at the road to the International, and for BETBOOM wanting to move on. It's gonna all come down to, can they delay through this period of time? Look at that, 93% win probability from Dota Plus.
You know, it's actually been stalling there for a long time, though.
Oh yeah.
It's been around there for the past 5-6 minutes or so. And they are holding on Vivo KEYD Stars, no doubt about that. They need that one amazing high ground defense of some mystical variety, but the fight doesn't even feel like the thing that saves you, unfortunately. It's just the wave push. Like, if they actually get to the high grounds,
oh yeah,
that's terrifying.
No, and they're going to get there very soon. There's one creep wave coming in. FCR is going to try and deal with it while simultaneously the other waves are shoved out. They do still have a glyph available.
All right, a couple creeps still alive.
Takes him out. There's the glyph. That's Bloodthorn done.
So someone needs to kill this wave or they're in big trouble.
Yep, that's what needs to happen. Rooted, they're throwing out the flares to try and kill the wave off. Nightfall under control, and yeah, Analog is right there. He's onto him. Gets GPK yet again. The Overgrowth connects. Save is right on top of him. Doesn't manage to quite find him. And with the BKB wearing out soon, Analog still in trouble, tries to jump away, disarm, escapes. Will it be enough? They're still trying to deal with Nightfall, and Nightfall is almost dead, but not quite falling yet. Keeping him very, very low, and he's life stealing off of the creeps. A couple more hits, 30, 20 HP. They come in and take him down. It's only the Aegis, but at the very least, they got that. There's just so little left in the tank, though.
A glimmer of hope, perhaps.
They need whatever they can get. King RD is still cutting waves on the bottom line. Can they get out of there? Manta dodge, trying to escape, pulled back in with the EMP, and he is gone. 70 seconds. Yep. No more Naga Siren. BETBOOM just looking to clean up.
Yeah, too many BKBs still up there to even try and go for the songs. We might not even see one this game. They got a full minute right now to close it out here with the Alacrity Luna.
They're making these plays look so easy. BETBOOM, just move on up with your carry and hit some towers. That's Mega Creeps. 45 seconds with no more Naga Siren, and while they are rooted, it's the only thing holding Nightfall back from hitting these buildings. He steps forward. Analog can try spamming out something. King RD is pushing along this bottom lane.
The fans are approaching the stage. They smell blood in the water.
They're ready for this one as the Ancients expose. BETBOOM stepping forward. They are going to take the victory. They are going to move on the road to the International. And Vivo KEYD Stars, they're out of here.
BETBOOM expectations perhaps met here this morning. Not something you get to say too often with BETBOOM, but you know, you watch this and be like, how do they would think they had a chance on the other side? These guys are so good.
Absolutely.
They look so clean together. They, GPK is just dying, but it doesn't matter because the game's being carried by the Dawn and the Luna, and they understand that. So nothing to be concerned about. This is what we're expecting from this lineup. The question is, can they keep this up? Will it keep going on their path?
Right, that is the big question mark. I mean, you come in, you have this expectation for BETBOOM of putting forward a solid show, and you can see the crowd, give them a little bit of love there. It's what we were hoping to see from them. The question is, are they going to be able to maintain this? Obviously, still have more games to play today, a lot more on the line. They're going to give a little bit of love there, but crowd, give them a little bit of an applause. Put together a heck of a performance, both teams. KEYD Stars and BETBOOM on this early morning here on Sunday.
And Vivo, KEYD Stars not a team that people were really, having a lot of expectations for. Not sure what to expect, and I'd say they outperformed, right? They played really well in the group stage.
Oh yeah.
Obviously had a lot of fans here. We're very happy to see them play up on stage, but I'm sure also feeling like maybe they didn't meet their own expectations here this morning.
Absolutely. And I think that overplaying and overperforming, it's so interesting to see some of the score lines in this one, because Pierre makes moves everywhere. 11-1-7, a hell of a showing. Nightfall 1-0-6. This guy did not get involved a ton in the kills.
No, he hit those towers.
He hit so many buildings. I think more building damage done in this game than any hero did hero damage. And of course, Toronto Tokyo taking some pictures there with the fans. The TI winner, hoping to make it happen again. But an impressive showing from this BETBOOM team that at times have not been able to live up to expectations on the stage. They're doing it right here.
Yeah, hopefully they can take this momentum, right? Go back, prep for later today, sign more shirts. That's what they're here for, right?
Oh, totally. Sign in all the shirts. And GPK, I think that, you got to give a little bit of love here in this one, too. A player that at various times has dealt with sort of mentality issues, wanting to sort of keep himself from tilting. He got so much focus on him in this game. 6 deaths before he got his first kill. And at the end of the day, it's like, you know what? My team is going to carry me.
And what happened? He got tipped by all his allies, right? That's character growth right there.
That's what you want to see. Let's head on back to the panel now and let them talk through this series.
We're going to chat about this series, this game number 2, what it means for BETBOOM, and obviously everything that KEYD Stars put on the line for themselves. It does unfortunately result in their elimination, but it's going to be a big uphill battle for themselves. I am talking about this game, and I'm wondering when the camera's going to come back to us, because I have a very familiar face, a very special guest on the panel here. Dendi, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
You can hear the massive applause for you. We all have so much respect and love for you. You looking around? You see any other familiar faces in the audience? Are you a big BETBOOM fan? Are you happy to see them persevere and have that 2-0 for themselves?
It was
can say no.
Interesting.
You can.
No, it's okay.
You don't have to be. Yeah.
We accept no on the panel.
Bro, his shirt is signed by Fear.
Yeah, he has favorites.
It's very cool.
They're playing later, right? Fear's back in.
Tell us about the shirt, please. What is the story?
What's the lore behind your shirt?
Oh, you want to know the story about the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, guys, this is something you need to know. This shirt is TI1 shirt of Fear. Yeah, this is legendary shirt. Yeah.
Nice.
And so far, this TI here, like, it's amazing. Like, it gives me a lot of memories of TI1, same stage, kinda, in the same way, right? Like those towers, those flags, the scene. I'm actually curious why players don't scream at each other, because if I would be there, I would be like standing up loud and just go, go crazy.
Yeah, we mentioned that as well. We thought that some of the players would have some interactions, and they might not have interactions with each other, but they do with us here. We've got Pyrian standing by with our winners interview.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I'm here with Save, indeed. Congratulations on that win. You must be delighted. After you lost the series to 9 Pandas, how do you lift the team up and sort of get them back to winning ways?
I don't know, we just played a lot of pubs this week, a lot of scrims, watched a lot of replays, casual stuff.
So just scrimming, practicing, getting back to it. You guys have Talon next. Have you studied them much? You played them much? What are you expecting?
I don't think we played them much, but it's definitely a really strong team, and I think it's gonna be a good games.
So you're known for your stoicism. You're kind of steady guy. You don't smile too much. Can we get a smile after this win? There it is. Can we zoom in and get a nice smile from Safe? That's good. There we go. Nice. Thank you so much. All right, back to the panel.
Doing absolute work there. We're trying to fix some issues. Then he's like, I don't know what you guys are saying. He's like, well, let's just talk about the show. But Pyrian, putting in work, you got a smile out of save there. So very impressive. It's not the only win that BETBOOM are getting there for themselves. But let's break down the game a little bit, Rezo. The main thing I wanted to focus on was KEYD Stars, this Nature's Prophet.
I mean, it was much better.
Okay.
Skills pros.
I like that.
2 points, but you gotta have 4. You gotta have 4 when you're playing this hero dispatch, right, Andy?
Of course.
Like, when you see all the prophets, they're just like owning the map with the new sprouts. But I mean, KEYD, they made some aggression happen this game. It was like really not one-sided game. They carried this chaos that we wanted to have and like see. But at the same time, like their draft, they didn't really have a clear win condition of how like they want to end the game. Whilst the BETBOOM lineup, they have this Luna, and they go high ground, and the game is over. But Dawnbreaker from Pure, such an amazing performance. 2 games in a row, he was like beyond godlike in both of them. Like they have to respect his Dawnbreaker from now on.
Yeah, he finished the game 11-1-7, and you're mentioning Nightfall and the building damage. He finished the game with 29,600 building damage on the Luna. And I think BETBOOM, they saw through KEYD Star's strategy of skipping the waves, because once they got themselves in a position near a tier 3, it disappeared. Like 30-odd minutes, boom, mid-rats goes. They reset for a couple minutes, back at it again for the top lane. So yeah, BETBOOM, they weren't trying to play this game of keeping the map open. They got to their item timings, and they just rinsed through KEYD Stars.
Yeah, I mean, the laning stage was very rough for KEYD, right? This Naga had such a hard time, and he had to like buy the Midas and come back the entire game. So he wasn't that, fat Naga that would push the lane out and create the space needed for the KEYD to make all the moves happen.
Right, it's like you have the contrast there between Dawnbreaker, who's just rushing at BKB at 16 minutes, and then is able to just go fight and do whatever he wants on the map, versus a Midas catch-up sad game.
Yeah, it also like they have Coddle, except instead of like some fatty beefy position 3 hero, and it's not like it doesn't allow them to have that frontliner that's created and all the positioning for his team.
Dendi, do you prefer playing lineups that are more farm orientated or fight? Do you want to farm or fight?
Oh, I love fighting. Whenever I can, if I can have a lineup that can fight, I will be very happy. Like, yeah, it looks like it's pretty hard to play for Vivo K-Stars this game because having no front lane, like you need Pango to have an excellent game, and when Naga coming back from such a big goal deficit, like BETBOOMs had 2 tempo drafts for Vivo K-Star to handle. So if, yeah, like I'm always up for fighting. Like if you ask me any day, like give me some hero who can fight, I'll be very happy.
You want that aggressive lineup for yourselves, and that is what secured BETBOOM that 2-0 for themselves, getting double wins there. KEYD Stars, it is the end of the road for them. They are eliminated. Any words of encouragement then, facing elimination, knowing that your road to the international is over? Anything out there for the teams that are in that position right now?
Oh, definitely. Never give up. MMR is just a number. Age is just a number. So just keep your road going. I really respect Brazilian guys. Like I have insane amount of respect to them. Like I even wanted to play with some of the guys in the team. Yeah, and I'm happy they group up together and show such an amazing performance, qualify to TI, and like they give it their best. Yeah, so I hope we just keep growing, keep moving forward. As they said in interviews that TI is an amazing experience for them to grow. So I'm really happy for them. yeah, I wish him all the best.
I just hope that King Gordy is gonna play in 30 days another tournament and not disappear for 1,432 days or something.
We can hope, we can definitely hope that we're going to see more of them. In fact, I know that Pyrian is down there. He has the exit interview ready with a member of KEYD Stars.
Yeah, hi, I'm here with KJ. Unfortunately, you guys did get knocked out, but does it feel good to be back with an all-Brazil roster at TI?
Yeah, for sure. Being here with a lot of all my teammates being Brazilian, being here, it's very good. But we wanted more, of course. We trained a lot, but yeah, that's it. We trained a lot. We wanted more, couldn't get more, but that's it. It's boring. That's the boring part. Here with Brazil, it's fun part. Being with Brazil players.
Okay.
Boring.
Awesome. Well, what's the story with the hat? Is this like your special hat, lucky hat?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I thought it would bring me luck. It did not bring me luck. But I have some nice memories with this hat because I bought it with my uncles and when I visited them, I mean, doesn't matter. Didn't bring me luck, not using it anymore.
Well, it's a great hat. You should keep it. What are your plans for next season? What are you hoping to achieve next season?
Of course, play TI again and go further and play the other bigger tournaments whatever they come, and just keep working with the team. It's a very new team. This roster, like we have like 3-4 months, and we're playing against teams that have more than a year long. They've played TIs together. So even though we got a bad result, I think it's kind of decent for the amount of time and the preparation we had. You have to keep grinding, right? And that's it. Just keep grinding.
It's a process, right? So, have you got any words for the fans out there? Anything, any shout-outs you'd like to give them?
Não deu para dar surra neles, não deu, tomou uma surra, mas não desista. A gente vai continuar treinando, agora a gente vai treinar. Brasil vai treinar, Brasil vai longe, confia que eu não vou desistir, então vocês não podem desistir, então só bora.
Well said. Thank you so much. Commiserations this year. We look forward to seeing you next year. Back to the panel.
Such a beautiful exit interview there from KJ. Rezo, Dendi, do either of you guys have, like a lucky item when you play on stage or a pregame ritual at all?
I actually never had that.
Never?
I never believed in any of that before. Okay. Now I believe.
You make your own fate.
Now I believe I have like a lion next. Now I believe, but before I didn't have it.
I had the Pudge doll from the Pudge set, but I didn't bring it to every tournament. It was like one tournament, okay, this is gonna be my lucky thing, but maybe I should bring it more. Maybe that's why not everything is working out.
You gotta start carrying around the backpack, bring it to all the tournaments for you, but it is unfortunate for KEYD Stars seeing them eliminated here. It was great to see them play on the stage here at the Convention Center. BETBOOM gonna be playing again second time today. They'll be in that third series, but for now we've got to look towards our next series, the second best of 3 today. It is gonna be a Western European showdown. We've got Tundra and Entity Sheep.
Oh, I love European Dota in the lower bracket. We're just culling them away, giving space for other people to finally shine. Yeah, this one's very Tundra favored in the past, right? Entity definitely had their ups and downs. I think last year they kind of exploded into the scene, had that good showing even with a stand-in. Everyone suddenly gave them all their focus. Oh my God, who are these guys? This is cool. They were hitting some of their first lands internationally and even first TIs. Obviously, I think the pressure got to them. They did not perform to expectations, and since then we've seen them kind of refine themselves. Now they've got Gabby on their team. Things are actually starting to look up. I think they've been putting out some very solid performances recently.
When you were playing in DPC this year, Dendi, was there other regions you were looking at? Were you watching the Western European teams play?
Of course. Yeah, we were trying to watch as many games as possible. Of course, it's not so easy to watch everything, but yeah.
And did either team, Tundra or Entity, stand out to you? And do you have not a favorite, but one that you think is more likely to win in this matchup?
I think both teams are incredibly strong, so it's very hard to even call favorite now, because we see what's happening at TI, like there is some upsets happening, right? And now Tundra have Thompson. A lot of players and teams who played scrims against them, overall, like, we're showing that we're doing really, really well with Thompson. And Entity have Gabi, so it's very interesting. Yeah, it's interesting to see what's going to happen.
I also think it's 50-50 matchup at this point.
Okay.
Because I think Tundra is not really like at their final form with the Thompson, because they need to get used to each other. Thompson is a very unique player, and you need to like kind of understand how he wants to play and like how to follow up him and like how to use that pressure that he's creating. But at the same time, yeah, with Gabi, like they found this cohesion in Entity where they brought him in, and he has already like his signature heroes, and he changed the role as well from position 1 to 3, and it's been working out for them pretty well as well.
Yeah, Gabi is probably the one player I'm the most excited to see play on the stage. He's had some really unfortunate past history with TI, especially last year. It was tough for him. So seeing him here, playing it, T, do you have anything more when it comes to either Entity or Tundra before we do see them walking out on the stage?
I just don't want to see him play Venomancer. You know, there's obviously some SEA Venomancer. Just don't touch that. You know, you're a lower bracket, you're on elimination. Just, yeah, steer clear. But no, I feel like what Reza was saying, I think Gabi has entered this roster and already started to shine, and you can feel that the draft does dictate often quite around his hero pool. And then you have players like Watson, where so many people claim like one of the best pub players in the scene right now.
Is he still rank 1?
I'm pretty sure he is.
I think he is.
It would be illegal if he wasn't rank 1. Like, this guy is insane. So I think for Entity, very close matchup, and we'll see how it goes.
Anything on Tundra, though, that transition for 9 very quickly into the plus 4?
It's about, I think, 9 finding his form, but also Skidder having the confidence to play for the late game. I think with Thompson, you've got to be very careful.
Yeah, that's valid. We're not always looking at those side lanes, but we're going to be seeing the players walking out. Our first team coming to the stage right now. Team has had a very tumultuous year for themselves, narrowly missing out on the international stage for a couple of events, obviously having a very difficult road for themselves leading up to this moment. But here they are in the convention center on this stage. We're going to be seeing them play up against Tundra, who are coming out now. See their faces, we get to have them grace the stage at the convention center, maybe in a position a lot of us didn't expect it down in the lower bracket. They've got their stacks of paper. They're hoping to have the repeat for themselves and potentially even a three-peat in Thompson, but they have to do that lower bracket run. It starts now for themselves, Rezo.
Yeah, that starts very well right now, and I mean, why I said it's 50-50 matchup right now, because I think Skidder not at his best form right now, because I've seen his gameplay, and he's not really confident about how to move around the map and how to create this Yatora type of follow me team. I'm gonna go and get them. So it's Watson in that sense looking to way more confident.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was touching on before the walkouts. It's the idea, I think, when you have Thompson on your team, expect the space to be made. Expect chaos to occur, and you need to have your side lane cores to see through that and go, when do I want to join the chaos, and when do I want to farm and utilize the chaos? And I think Tundra are still kind of in that kind of growing period where sometimes they get dragged into a fight that they don't really need to take, where in the past, previous teams Thompson was on, the carry players were able to always kind of see that perfect kind of picture of what do I need to do with him on my team. And if Tundra in the break since the group stage have found that form, then of course this could be the start of their low bracket run.
You know, I never really thought about Skidder in that way, but now I'm reflecting. He, after Tour 1, was a little bit slower to pick up on what was really meta in the carry roles, and so you think that Skidder might be the slower of the two when it comes to widening that hero pool, picking up what is going to be meta in the patch and playing to what other teams are doing? Or do you like the fact that they keep pretty headstrong about what works?
I think both of these teams their carry players are good enough where they will be able to pick up the heroes that they want to play. And I think maybe on Tundra's side, when you're playing with Thompson, maybe you should just kind of stick to some reliable stuff and let Thompson go crazy. Make sure you're just kind of reliable. I mean, reliability is probably like the word you could use for both of them. I think Watson especially is like always a stable player on the team. He's just going to do what needs to be done.
I think the change that happened to Skitter is that he had this structure of like where he would play some Naga, CK, and Medusa type of heroes in the previous TI, and they had this, I mean, I would call it the script, where he knew exactly what to do in the game and like what his role is. But at this time, right now, he's not really like, he didn't found that specific key to his playstyle, and he doesn't really have that, you know, understanding that is like, I need to be doing this in game, and like my team is gonna win because of that.
Then you know the mid lane pretty well, especially this year. So between Topson, Stormstormer, are we going to see a lot of wacky picks? We know Topson does that, but does Stormstormer do that too?
Stormstormer have his own hero pool. I really admire him. He's an insanely good player. I really like him. He's very nice. And he plays on his heroes pretty well. Maybe... and he kind of have all the meta heroes, I feel like, added, so kudos to him. I had a little talk with him about behind the scenes. I give him some tip about one hero. I will not open the secret to you guys.
Can I say?
Yeah, about Topson, I'm impressed with his creativity. All the time he's bringing up some crazy ideas and he's kind of making them work. I'm also the guy who like to bring some crazy ideas into the game.
Yeah, we saw 2-3. Didn't you bring the Witch Doctor to the mid lane?
Yeah, I love it a lot. I'm waiting until someone pick it, maybe announce, who knows.
I'm sure David Moo is grateful for that, because he's been playing it offlane.
Maybe he found this also at the same time, like the idea how it works. So about Topson, yeah, he bring those heroes to the limit. With some heroes I might not agree or not understand myself, so it's very interesting. So for me, I'm as mid laner, I always watch all the mid laners, what we play, and trying to learn from them. And if I open everybody, I usually see, oh, okay, he's playing this, he's playing this, it's meta. We're all playing meta, but when I open Topson, he's like, this guy mid, okay, this guy mid, this guy mid. I'm like, what's going on?
Kling's mid.
Yeah, always agree. So Kling's, for example, I don't really understand this hero that well, but it looks like it's working for Tundra.
What is his build? Does he go like Aghanims and stuff?
I don't remember. Yeah.
Because I think with Aghanims, that hero is actually like a very powerful one, and he can create a lot of chaos in the fight and a lot of damage output as well.
Yeah, always crazy builds. You can always find, even when he played back in the days, it was like Puck, right? And everybody playing Puck with some Kaya Sench, and then Topson is playing with Urn of Shadow and Ethereal Blade, and you're like, okay.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Going back to the Klink's point, you're saying Ags, he just went Deso Daedalus Hex.
What?
Just the most find hero, kill hero, but it's a Topson form.
No, I like that too.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be the argument between Topson versus other mid laners. It's going to be like creativity versus consistency, where it's like, at what point are you pushing the boundaries too far, and does it occur in your practice time or inside the booth? And I think that's always going to be the cool thing, where if they've been able to use that creativity in their scrims and truly understand what it needs to do in the game, that's when they can make incredible runs. And sometimes when it's a little bit more spontaneous, you can have those issues where, that's a great idea, let's go for it, and then 40 minutes down the line, you're like, ooh, this kind of made the game a little bit difficult. But of course, I feel Tundra, with that extended break, they should have been able to kind of fine-tune it to make sure they do excel during this.
Well, with Entity having that roster change, having that offlaner change shape, do you think it's easier for them to draft? Is the offlane more stable for them than what we saw in DPC through this year?
Yeah, actually. They, you know what my favorite part of Entity is Fishman, because he will go into interviews and he will just frankly say what he thinks about people and players. He's like, yeah, well, we really like Gabby. He makes the game easier to play, because previously they played with Toby, and he said that Toby was very hard set on, this is my hero pool. It's like, you know, these are the heroes I want to play. And they want to build around that, whereas Gabby is much more free-flowing. He is positive, he will play anything for them, and that, I think, does give them a lot more freedom, right? I think, like Toby, it was like you kind of wanted to get like Brewmaster and stuff every game, whereas Gabby's playing whatever they need. He's playing the fighting guys like your Spirit Breaker, your Dawnbreaker. You've got this weird Venomancer that T mentioned, that he can also play like your stereotypical offlaners like your Axe. Gabby is very versatile, and I think he fits them well, and he was very eager to play, apparently. They were like, do you want to play with us, Gabby? And he was like, absolutely, right now. I don't even need time to think about it. Just send it. And they were like, that's what we like to hear. Get him in.
Get on a plane, it comes straight on over. The Venomancer, Dendy, do you like it for the offlane? How is this hero in your eyes?
Oh, Of course, if I'm offlaner, I might like it, but I hate to play against Venomancer. I used to hate to play against Venomancer back in the days. Now it's a bit easier. This is a toxic hero, not so much fun for easy laners, I think. Like, it's a lot of pressure on lane. And yeah, about Gabi, I completely agree. Like, I think he adds to the team what the team lack in a way, because we have Stormstormer and Watson, they are more like a little bit farm-oriented in a way, and he can be the kind of space creator from offlane, so he can add up like this mixture together and make it work. And yeah, it's working really great.
Really, I think Stormstorm is playing pretty aggressive, and I think in Gabi they found a guy who can actually like be the second guy who can carry the game for them. Because for Toby, his kind of playstyle like being, you know, Cancerous, like Venomancer, Brewmaster type of thing, but he would never the guy who would like play Dawnbreaker and like you know, and like Magnus and be like this second carry that can rely on.
I think the main thing for them is having 3 cores that, you know, in any game, one of them can step up and make a statement in the game. I think, you like, for example, you saw that with BETBOOM as well. Like, when in the previous series, like, you know, in the first game, it's like, oh, the carry's dominating. The second game, now it's the offlane. And I see that with Entity. Like, even though they are in the lower bracket, like, at any minute, it's like, I'm expecting some potential invoker from Stormstormer, some incredible, you know, Pango players or something. And then, of course, to Gabi or Watson, it's the same thing. And that's what you want to have in a team at this level.
Do you think it also could be a little bit of both, that Gabi is that fallback for them, and so Stormstorm is willing to be more aggressive now that he reads that this is the meta, and it's just happened at a perfect time for them, that the momentum can carry that way in a game?
I think it's both. Stormstorm was always like a very aggressive player, and right now the meta is kind of fitting them, that they took the position 1 player that translated to position 3, and it's like, it's not that big of a change, right? The hero pool has changed, but you still like farm a lot, and like you do most of the time the things that carry are doing nowadays.
Yeah, and you know, for Stormstormer, when he kind of broke into the DPC scene, at least on Hellbear Smashers when I was coaching them, like, he was very, not immature, but he was naive to the pacing of competitive play. And then over the years, he has just become like his own player in that sense. And I think now I look at him to be very reliable. Maybe not on Earth Spirit, but everything else, I think I'm like, oh, you know this guy's going to have a good game. You know he's going to always have points of entry.
Alrighty, well, we've talked about these teams aplenty. It's time we talked about a draft, and we're going to see that coming on our screen right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Tundra Esports versus Entity. Game 1.
Our second series of the day is just beginning. We're not even halfway through it. Game 1 here. Our draft and our bans will be coming up on our screens. If you were in this position, Dendi, if you were on Tundra's side, what are you looking to ban out in hopes to still be able to pick up for yourself?
Oh, well, it's pretty hard to guess, because we had some break also, right? Like, it was a 7-day break for the team, so a lot of things could change. Meta evolving really fast at this TI. Like, if you're watching every team rating different heroes, every team setting up for different heroes, so it's really hard to guess. Like, I see only supports kind of staying the same, but cores like mixing up all the time, every day.
And all the beefy guys stay the same. The Primal Beast, the Bristleback, what is it, Konka, is being rated a lot.
I'd love actually if at TI, like every 2 or 3 days, Valve would get the players to power rank the meta heroes. Obviously confidential, and then once the next big patch comes out, it's like, so for the previous TI, this was the belief of the heroes. I don't think they're going to do it, but it'd be cool to see how teams' perception of meta changes, because in draft, you kind of have to assume and guess, but you never really truly get their opinion until way later.
True sight from the, from everybody.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Let's play a game, guys. What hero is Thompson gonna play this game?
That's a tough game. That's a tough game.
Let's all have one prediction.
I mean, he was playing Magnus in his pubs, right?
I mean, Magnus is an obvious choice, yeah, because he practiced it a lot.
Yeah, but
I think it's Klings.
Oh, I want a Zeus.
Zeus, I wanted to say also.
Nice,
yes. Let's go, double Zeus.
Double Zeus.
Natalie, what is your?
Ooh, I don't know. At first I was going to say Dazzle, but it was like this one immediately removed. I kind of wanted to go a little bit basic. Maybe just an Earth Spirit if the draft allows for it.
All right. Yeah. Sounds good. Spirit.
Beg for the Pugna.
No, I'm good.
I love a good time.
I don't want to see more Pugners in my draft, you know? In my pubs. Not draft. In my pubs.
I like that Tundra decided to go for CK, back for Skira, because it's one of his better heroes.
That's exactly what I was about to say as well. Yeah, it's just like, it's stable for Skidder. I think we can't, beat around the bush. He has had some shaky performances, and for CK, it's like it's stable. Lane's going to be good. You know the game, kind of the trajectory of the hero the entire time, and it is a hero that if Topson is going to push the boundaries on how aggressive you can be, CK can always join at different points in the game. So yeah, I think this is a very nice way to start your first game in the low bracket.
Yeah, but then you get Primal Beasted. And I rate Primal so highly, especially against these heroes like Chaos Knight, when he has all that health and he's going to get the Ags. He's just going to be able to be in the midst of this Chaos Knight who will not be able to use crit anymore, right? It just gets broken. And I don't know, I think Primal being able to just scale, like being really strong early, being able to do well in like most mid matchups, if that's where you put it, into then being able to become a super late game, like terrifying hero. I love Primal. I feel so confident about any draft with this hero.
No, but it's the Primal Beast, right? Like you can say that against any other hero. Like CK is one of the better ones actually who can sustain on that lane against him. He has stun to put him in place and like not, you know, care about him as much.
Yeah, but
and he has a very high base damage as well to be able to less hit against him.
Yeah, that's only if it goes off lane. I like seeing Primal play from mid because then it's really easy for supports to like TP mid, fill a ball, smoke them up. Like I think we've seen Primal be so active on the map early when they do go mid. They're like you can be like level 4 and it's easy for you to get a kill on a side lane if you like go for like a bounty rune bottle refill, and then you can just quickly slide to the side lane, get a kill, go back mid.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, especially for Entity, Topson can play a sick Primal Beast as well.
I love Primal Beast. Primal Beast is one of my favorite heroes on mid, and I think it's extremely strong. By the way, Operation is one of great partners for Primal Beast, yeah, because his Vortex is amazing and also his ultimate. But overall, Primal Beast have insane amount of great partners. And we saw a lot of Primal Beast first picks even at playoff, right? Like it's pretty much in meta, and there is always a different answer to that. And I'm always curious, like because we saw, for example, Mikoto play Kunkka against Nisha, and he completely demolished him, but Liquid came back. It was a game like this. When we saw Primal Beast answer by Trent, which I think is not a really good answer, and when we saw a Shadow Demon answer, which in my opinion is like the best hero against Primal Beast, and if Tundra pull it out, because I don't see it banned, it might be a problem. It's completely shut down the hero, like literally completely.
Yeah, fully agree. Just the fact that you can just banish that hero away, and Primal, once you're in the fight, you're kind of stuck there until you get your cooldowns back to then get back out, and instead they are going to go for a Weaver. This is a hero that they have played so far in the 4 role, but I think the main part from this phase is just the Grimstroke. When you have Grimstroke CK, the lane just plays itself. It's always points of aggression, always take that fight, and yeah, the Primal can also try and fight, but if you're trying to initiate and now you're getting 2-3 stuns thrown back into your face, you can't stay there and trample the entire time. You're going to have to disengage. So this safe lane is going to be very potent from Tundra.
And I've seen this hero before from 9, and I mean, to me it's pretty underwhelming. I'd much rather prefer if they pick something like Shadow Demon or Phoenix on that spot, because those two supports are having like much greater impact than Weaver, in my view.
But at least we're gonna give a lot of like tempo to the game. It's gonna be great partners for whatever mid laner we decide to pick for Topson. It can be, I don't know, Invoker, or it can be Earth Spirit, anything can work.
Pangolier potentially?
Pangolier is not so strong, but people still pick it, right? Like it's a little bit downgraded since last patches, but still it's strong.
Wait, we said we wanted Zeus. We should just be channeling Zeus right now. What are we doing?
Yeah. Ever is Naga Siren, right? So now we need something to deal with illusions, so Pango also can be that option.
Exactly, yeah. I think Pango's a safe bet, but my heart, hopes and my dreams.
I think this Naga pick creates so many opportunities for 33 actually. He can pick his favorite Darkseer here. I mean, there's a way he can pick like Legion Commander, I would say, but I mean, I think Darkseer is the one they're looking for.
Makes sense. You can also throw some additional spells onto your CK to get him into the fight as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing though, because they go for Pugner. Okay. Topson Pugner, mid lane, your Shard, you can then instantly kill the illusion. So for the mid to late game scenario here, Naga isn't always going to be, no matter what items you buy, your illusions will be dying.
That's interesting, very interesting answer, because it's also into AA, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not gonna save, heal somebody. And Primal Beast, which is like a counter pick, in a way to Pugna. So it's very ballsy from Topson, I would say. and we'll see how it works. Because in my head, at least, when you have Grimstroke and Weaver, you want another like kind of front laner hero.
I
like
agree with you.
Pango can work, or Spirit can work, something like this. Maybe Invoker could work, but Pagna is a little bit of a question. But I don't want to question Thompson because he definitely knows his thing. Yeah.
He sees the world a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to like rationalize it in my head. I don't understand Thompson's mind. He is too big brain for all of us, but maybe he's banking on Primal rotating around, taking like a quick mid tower, opening the map up for his team. Maybe CK is intending to play very early with the team instead of farming more. Because I mean, right now they need him. They need something to play with, like the Grimstroke Inkswell. Maybe they can get that on the last pick of Tundra if they don't want CK to be fully involved.
Again, I feel like, you know, Pugna kill Naga Illusion, you're asking for front lane, some like 33 Tidehunter or something.
Yeah.
Just, if he, they ban it out. But like, Tundra need that body, basically, to soak a little bit. Because if they don't have that front lane, CK, he either initiates with an explosive kill, or he waits for someone else to set up the vision of the fight. And if they don't have that 33 style hero to do something, they're always going to be waiting for the next who starts the fight, and Pugna could potentially be food. So yeah, I love the Tidehunter ban. Darkseer that you mentioned.
I'm not even sure Darkseer is good anymore because they have Pugna in the mid lane.
I really think we need some kind of another stun, because right now, if I'm looking at this game from Primal Beast perspective, it's such a free game for me. There is nothing that stops me. Whereas like CK, okay, this lane maybe it's a bit harder to gank or do something on it. We still don't know where Primal is going. It can be offlane, right? And when every other lane, like Weaver do nothing, Pugna do nothing, and if we pick another guy without stun, like Primal Beast gonna have a really good game. Yeah.
I think Entity might be looking for Magnus on the offlane actually, just to pair what they already have with another, you know, carry type of hero. So this Primal and then this Magnus is gonna be this beefy guy. It's gonna create a lot of opportunities for them in the fights.
I personally would like to see Primal mid, just because of what Dendy said of it already looking like such a good Primal game. I really want him to have the best time, because when you look at the safe lane, Grimstroke, CK, whatever offlaner goes to this lane is going to have such a horrible time. It's going to require like either a lot of help of rotations to come and try and like offset that, or I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a world where you just like hard stack your Ancients and then Primal can take them and recover that way after playing the offlane.
Oh, you know one hero that is really good as well? It's Omni Knight.
Yeah.
I love the Omni. I'm actually surprised that people are not picking that hero like very often, because his level 10 talent is insane. If you go like Echo Saber into Anchor, like it's just very, very strong hero nowadays.
I think people shied away a little bit from Omni after groups because it felt that positioning in fights was really difficult for him. Sometimes maybe it was the way that they drafted around him, that he had to sit back and be more of a protector rather than getting to jump in and actually be that body whilst people were still building that way. So it was really dependent on the draft that happened around it and what aggression they wanted to be able to do, and if he was going to stagnate and fall off.
I mean, I saw the game that Kasani was playing Omni Knight and he went like Midas best of Travel 2.
No one can forget that one.
It wasn't games for Omni Knight.
Oh my god.
You wanted to say Sanking?
I wanted to say Sanking.
Or tell us why.
Okay, so I was thinking Sand King because when I was thinking of front lane, maybe the front line from Tundra can come from how Weaver plays. The fact that he's Sakuchiing in, setting up the fight through, hey, look at me, I'm here. And then at any point, you have a Silver Edge Blink CK, the Blink from Sand King. You also can go Aghanims. So this Naga, throughout the entire game, how does she actually take a fight into the Life Drain insta-killing your illusions, the Ag Sandstorm, just mini-stunning them the entire time, or even the Grimstroke down the line having the Ags to take a clone of you. It's a very anti-Naga draft for sure.
Can it potentially be Grimstroke mid and Pugna 4? Because I know Pugna Sanking was a pretty good lane before. It potentially can be, right? Yeah. It's interesting. Sanking I like because he's pretty good against heroes like A and obviously Naga, right? Like those heroes afraid of mobility, and Sanking is pretty mobile too later in the game.
Stormstormer Invoker. All right.
I actually don't like this pick.
It's heavily comfort, by the way.
It's into Pugna. How is the matchup, Dandy? Is it fair for Invoker?
How is the matchup? Invoker is very strong. I'm actually not sure if it's fair for Invoker. I think Pugna is also an extremely strong laner. So like I didn't have this experience lately.
Every time he picks it, you have to just remind everyone the amount of games he's got on it. 2,855 games through pubs and competitive play combined. Like, It is a filthy amount of games, and if you ever want your mid laner to be comfortable, why not have near 3,000 games on a hero? I do prefer Tundra's draft.
Well, it gets shifted, the Primal, to offlane, something that you didn't really want to see, Sheep. So are you now also the side of Tundra that you think this Primal might not be able to hit the timings that he needed to be that frontliner and create space?
No, I think, just like I said, maybe if they are just going to help him get back into the game, whether that's Stormstormer rotating to top lane, whether that's stacking the Ancients and giving him stacks, I think Primal can find a way back into the game. I personally love Sand King so much, and we rarely see him, that I'm going to be rooting for Tundra just based off that alone. Sorry, Entity, I love you very much. But I love Sand King. I think that hero is got very stark weaknesses in like when the enemy carry is super strong, but I think that you can get a lot of farm out of this game. I don't think he's going to be that pressured. I think it's a pretty lovely Sand King game.
All right. Alrighty, well, you know, we've been talking a lot about this. We don't know if it's comfort. The only way to really know the answer is to ask the coach himself. We got Tsunami with Entity's coach.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Metrum of Entity. Metrum, about a year ago, you had a very memorable match in Singapore against RNG. Now, a whole year has passed with this team. How have you grown as we look into this international?
I think right now we feel more confident, like we got some experience. Also, I think we are already like committing for the next year with this roster. So we feel like anyway that we, how to say it, like, you know, we go into the games with feeling that everything gonna be all right no matter what. So I like it. Like I think this year it's a bit easier for us than last year.
The energy seems good. Now tell me, if you had any other player besides Stormstormer, would you have last picked Invoker there?
I mean, maybe some players, there are some good players on Invoker, and we were like thinking, okay, we actually had a lot of options. And yeah, we just decided, why not we give Stormstormer his Invoker on the first stage map.
Why not put on a show? CL, you ready for this? Then let's get ready for game number 1.
Oh yeah, and we're ready for it because I love the confidence coming out, and they're going to need it too, because looking at this matchup, if you're looking at a team, you're matched up against the TI winners, you're probably the underdog. You're matched up against a player who has won 2 TIs, you're probably the underdog. If you're matched up against a team who you have lost the last 7 official matches against, probably the underdog. Avery, is it true though? Is Entity that much outclassed by Tundra?
I mean, they have to rank 1 player on 2 servers.
Damn.
They have the Joel man himself showing up with the Twitch chat support.
True.
That counts for a lot. And they have Gabby, who I consider one of the most weird carry players of the past few years. And this guy is a huge tempo creator. You take a player like that, put him in the off lane, give him a hero like Primal Beast, anything can happen. I don't know if they're that unfavored here, Cap. I feel like this match is a lot more even than I think people are going to give it on the scorecard, particularly if Tundra don't begin to find their footing, which has been hit or miss for them with this roster that they're trying to gel with super fast, right? Sure, you could put a player like Thompson into this team, world-class player, world-class lineup. How fast can they make it work, especially in a lower bracket elimination game?
Okay, well, we heard from Entity's coach. What about Tundra and their feeling post-draft?
One last thing, guys. We have been practicing for 2 months, and it's time to just play the fucking game. Honestly, we are really fucking good. If we don't overthink things, just play the fucking game. Do whatever you feel like. Gonna go good.
It's good to see that even TI winners need that boost of confidence and remind themselves they're really goddamn good at the game. And it's a surprise to be seeing them in the lower bracket here. And that is probably something that shakes their confidence. And I agree with you. I think Entity, they are certainly no pushovers, and they are a team that is probably going to test Tundra, especially a team who hasn't really experienced too many lower brackets in their history.
No, arguably had the most dominant TI bracket run of all time, right? So this is new territory for them. But it is familiar in the sense of, you know, we had the NA DBC yesterday, and now we get some European DBC league gameplay today. These are 2 teams that are very familiar with each other, and sometimes in that interregional matchup, things get really weird. So I would not be surprised if these games go long, especially since we have, you know, a Naga Siren CK game. Both these illusion carries making their way back into the meta, and for good reason. You control the lanes, you control the map, you control the gold and the equilibrium. It tends to work out for you in the long run, especially with how these games are being paced.
Yeah, and Entity, no strangers to long matches at TI. After all, we heard Tsunami alluding to it earlier. Their best of one against RNG last year went 107 minutes. So if we do end up having a long one, Entity is more than prepared for that.
This is a game that's going to get stalled out for sure. And it might be some early action on the lanes. I mean, you have very strong kill lanes, a lot of early synergy, and I feel like a lot of the tempo is going to come down to mid. Normally it's these offlaners, but you have a Stormstormer Invoker versus a Topson Pugna, two Grandmaster tier heroes here. You can't really ask for anything more signature. And it's just going to come down to which of them gets to control the early game a lot more, in my opinion. Does Topson get to play the aggressive Pugna with the Grimstroke combinations, rotating to these towers, getting early pressure, or do you get first blood on Fishman himself?
Well, second blood anyway was Fishman giving up that first blood earlier when we had that listening, but good to see he's able to bounce back. What do you think about this 9 Weaver anyway?
It is a hero he's been going back to over and over again. I don't know if he's getting the exact results he wants with it. For me, it's been a little hit or miss, but I understand the power of it, right? If you get into that mid game in a decent position like the Furion, where you're very high net worth on the hero, you just become a fourth core. It's a scary fourth core hero.
Sure.
And that's, I think, how Tundra prefer to operate. Let Topson make a lot of the space on the map. 9 can become that secondary mid on some of these huge scaling supports like the Shadow Demon he's also liked. And suddenly you're just playing up against too much scale for you to conquer in the late game.
One thing that's kind of curious to me is that in the past, when we saw Weaver support, people like to be able to run it with physical damage dealing cores. And here, yes, they have the Chaos Knight, but Pugna, Sand King, really not going to take advantage of the Swarm too well.
No, it's not the best Swarm game, but I mean, Swarm is
turn around, Gabby fighting up against Skeeter. Skeeter is going to just try and man up and see what he can do here. Runs into the brambles, and that's enough for Gabby to get away. Scot-free with the kill on Skeeter, going to Kataomi.
Even going to throw the blood grenade just for harass here. Yeah, you have to back up a little. A lot of resources committed from Kataomi, but happy to get this trade. CK down. Really nice for Gabby's tempo here. And we've seen Primal Beast go first phase for a reason. You give this hero a fast start, he's going to be able to combine with Stormstormer and take the fight around these runes, around the aggressive jungle areas, and scale into the CK as well. Both these teams have really addressed the illusion carries.
Going at it again in that top lane. Pivots, goes to Kataomi instead. Hits him with the Inkswell, but he's already disappeared into the Shadow Realm, and Gabby's going to go back for it again. A second time. That's because Fishman has made the rotation, unable to quite get any extra damage in, though. They're relying on that third person to change the narrative here. And now Gabby is in potential to be run down by 9. Gets him with the blood grenade. That's enough.
Big Geminate hit. Level 3 paying off here for 9, especially with those grenades. This is a great blood grenade user in the Weaver. Just chase people down with the Swarm. Grenades slowing them even more. Get these big hits in. Nice counter rotation from Tundra, keeping Skeeter in this lane. That would have been a debilitating death, especially with teleport on cooldown, as Stormstormer flees for his life.
Well, you can see pretty
clearly
clearly
better this matchup.
Yeah, this matchup is going the way of the Pugna for sure. And Stormstormer,
he's going to get him here.
Got him on the Swarm, TP away, a desperate one for the blood grenade, again comes through, the extra damage that's required. Topson thanking 9 for finishing what Thompson started.
And now he's just gonna get free runes here, free rain, extra tower damage. Waves are gonna go straight into Stormstormer's tower. He cannot TP back for this disaster on the mid lane. As we were talking about, which of these mids is gonna get the better of the tempo? Well, it is already Topson on the Pugna, and he has a lot to combine with. Like this Grimstroke Pugna combo, this goes back to OG at TI and TI9, right? He is very used to playing this. This is the strength of the hero in Tundra's lineup. When Snake King starts to move around, you have Sand King to go and set the stun up, make the team fight easy. And I want to point out that there's some hidden scale in this Pugna with the new Ags where you reduce spell damage on enemy heroes.
Yep.
The debuff lasts a long time. If you go in the fight, you ever get this late Ags, you start channeling it on a Primal, channel it on an Invoker, even for 3 or 4 seconds, it's like you get hit by a Mage Slayer or something. It skews a lot of these magical damage cores going into the Pugna, and this tower's just gone at 5.5.
I mean, is this one of the fastest towers down in this tournament? It's gotta be.
That is the fastest for sure. Topson draining his mana pool to take the objective, and he really wants a 6-minute rune.
It will be a haste rune going over to Stormstormer. He'll take advantage of that to help run down Snake King. And he'll get the bounty rune before he falls. Stormstormer gets some much-needed golden experience to help him recover after a really rough laning phase against Topson.
He's just going to probably just go Vessel into the Midas here. You need a recovery Midas at this point. Way too much has been taken off the map, and it's going to give space to Topson. This is where his next decision, pretty important for Tundra's early game. Do you want to rotate this Pugna? Do you want to just keep farming it up mid? Probably not. it's probably going to be into bottom, right? Play through the Sand King, kick the Naga out, take another tier 1, and just open up the jungle super early. Snake King can now just leave, play with tops, and get that combination going, especially if you get Wisdom Rune for an early Grimstroke ultimate. Fishman eyeing it up.
They know he's here, so they're going to bide their time. Wait for the 7-minute where he pops out. Yeah, they went for the smoke over, but I think they felt the rotation was going to land in time. Fishman desperately trying to get that Wisdom Rune to spawn, but it will not show up in time for him to seal it away.
Yeah, let him bottle it. A nice little core.
That is very nice. I think they know Fishman's game. I feel like every game I've ever watched of Fishman, he makes that move.
This man's not afraid to die, so you may as well take the risks if you're not afraid of death, right?
True.
Be level 5 for 9 here.
Sand King is not a hero that we've seen a ton of, but 33 is making it look good so far in the laning phase. Top net worth, and straight up rush into Vanguard, so now he's kind of untouchable. He's going to go into Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger as his options next. Did you like the Sand King pickup when you saw it?
I think this was a pretty good spot to pick it, because they knew the lane was going to be free. I mean, it's an ancient apparition Naga. There's no way they're kicking 33 out of this lane with a strong support in the Weaver. You know he's going to eventually kick the Naga out as well, even if you wanted to leave him in the one-on-one. And then he just overtakes your jungle, starts clearing through stacks. You didn't have any.
Watson does manage to dodge the blast, but he's running into Snake King. Now the rest of Entity was on their way. Can they bail out their carry here? 9 is going to try and get him with the Inkswell, and that's going to be enough damage, but at the same time, Thompson does die, and he was probably worth far more than the Naga Siren was, and they're going to clean house on this one. What a read from Entity.
Gabby shows up at the right place at the right time, and that is a lot of extra XP and gold for Stormstormer who needed it. That's where that first rotation with the Pugnut. It's a double-edged hero, right? You're just so damn squishy if these fights end up behind the towers in deep areas where Entity can bring reinforcements. Thompson doesn't get anything done with that early lane advantage. We're all evened up again. So sure, you got this tier 1 mid down, but mid's a different lane than it used to be, right? I don't feel like this tower just debilitates the map like it used to.
Yeah, it is way more side lane focused because the map has grown bigger. We see a lot more focus on these deeper side of the map neutral camps rather than the ones that are closer to mid. Less focus on the triangle, which mid lane is usually pretty good at helping to control.
Exactly, Ancient shifted away, so all these little things draw you to the sides of the map instead of mid. This tower was nice for Thompson, but it is not the end-all be-all here. It's going to be a lot about these fights, and all of a sudden, Entity strike back big, and I mean, their cores are in solid positions now, right? Skeeter was still suffering up top in this matchup because Snake King left it early. So Tundra, they're going to go back to what they've done all year, which is out efficiency you on the map and get the stacks going. Probably for 33 here, who's always been the main beneficiary of the Ancient Cap progression on the side of Tundra. Wouldn't mind the fast bots idea here if you're just planning to scale. This is the build that will help you go late game against the Naga Siren. You're looking for that Ags, Shivas, maybe even Radiance if you're really feeling it.
I feel like we haven't
right clicker though
seen like a big boost in Boots of Travel purchases from before the map was enlarged, but it's got to be way more value, right? With the way the map is bigger.
I mean, I always like this item.
Yeah. When did you ever buy it?
I liked a lot of the items I never got to buy. A man can dream.
Yeah, you always want what you can't have, I suppose.
I mean, I think the Boots of Travel are just nice on some of these melee heroes that like to run around in the middle of the fight because they get stuck there. Like, extra move speed is no joke in terms of dodging some of the primal spells or getting out of an AA vortex.
Sure.
There's some value here, and he's still top network on this Sand King. Particularly if he wants to join fights like this top, the bots would make a lot of sense. As Skeeter has just been hounded up top, he's trying to defend this safe lane, not give too much room to the primal beast. At which point does that break, though? At what point do Entity feel confident enough to try and kick him out of here?
I love that neutrals can defend themselves pretty well from now on. Armlet built up is going to be the play, but Entity still seem to be just, like, they may have countered Tundra's move beautifully, but they haven't really made much aggressively themselves. They seem to be still in kind of mode recovery.
I think they're happy with this, though, based on how that mid lane went initially.
They're not happy with losing their Spirit Vessel completion. No. That's rough for Stormstormer, who's probably just ready to make a big move.
And they're just going to go top. I mean, the move for Andy is to this top lane. It's to kick Skeeter out of here while he's still here, only level 7. They have a huge amount of magic damage to throw into him, including this Ice Blast that Fishman just picked up. You have to be careful if you're Tundra in terms of who you're showing on the front line, because there's a lot of long-range magical bursts. You throw down a Vortex, Gabby charges in, he could potentially have Bedlam on top of him. and then an Ice Blast gets thrown on top, right? I mean, there's a lot of long-range artillery here for Entity to just throw in a core without committing to the fight.
And the anti-healing is a big factor, right? Because they have so many.
Absolutely.
Like there's the Inkswell with the shard later on. Gabby charges.
Oh, you went
forward.
blink on the
He's gonna be
Sand
silenced. He's going to be in trouble. The Sand King gets the jump, and a beautiful jump at that. 33 closes the door on this fight before it even begins. Gabby and Kataomi are probably going to be run down as well. At least one. 33 with a third number there. Triple kill for him, and Gabby hidden in the trees will barely survive.
That was a guaranteed fourth kill if you saw him. So that is just almost an ultra kill for 33 out of nowhere. Putting an Epicenter to better use than I've seen in a long time for a level 1 spell. And now they're going to steal Ancient Axe on top of it.
Tundra
he's out of control already, right? That was about as good a blink reveal. We were talking about him going bots and like, let's defend the safe lane. Insta-buys blink, 1130, gets a triple kill into Ancient Stack steal, and now he's already up to 1750 gold again. That blink just literally paid for itself.
Yeah, you know, Tundra, when we talk about farming efficiency on the map, especially ancient stacking, big deal for them. We usually talk about it on their own side of the map here. Them taking away Entity's farm is just going to be so debilitating. A big pickup, though. Dobson, he'll fall trying to pick up a power rune, but 33 is going to show up and maybe get a rebuttal here. There is the Bedlam outlet. The Nether Ward is doing some serious damage. Can they finish up 33? No, they'll both die under the Sandstorm. And Fishman's going to get run down. No tower to protect you here. 9 gets a double. Tundra will go ahead and defend Thompson's honor.
That move top just cost Entity so much in this game because all of a sudden your Weaver is ahead of the enemy Invoker here. 9 got a huge amount out of these skirmishes, full Solar Crest done, a very nice item he can throw just for the bonus armor on these frontliners here. Thompson's still struggling against the AA Blast. I mean, it's hard to just man up in the fight with a hero based on healing.
Gotta get away before Skeeter can grab you.
This is turning into 33's game right now. He's about to run away with it on a hero that conventionally does not run away with games, right? This is not supposed to be like an Axe or something where it's mega fat, you get crazy blink strike team fights. It's a hero that has struggled in the meta, and he is well out ahead. So can he continue to transition into something, and can Entity kind of stall Tundra's momentum right now, get back in this game, bring Stormstormer once again back into a position where he feels like he can have an impact here. This move top is still looming for Entity. They just can't open up the tier 1s right now, which if you can't open up the tier 1s for a Naga lineup, there's just nowhere to go.
Smoke rotation from behind, grabs the 2 supports. Picture perfect for 33 once again. We do have Watson close by, might be able to help Gabby get out. Yeah, he's gonna use the song, forced to use it.
I don't blame him. Put 33 to sleep here and get the hell out.
This man's just finding too much.
It's making it look too easy, right? They just smoke in with like max Inkswell on this Sand King. It's guaranteed chain stun based on how you can cast it now. This combo's even deadlier.
Oh, that is a cute move. He may not be able to get there in time for the stun, but the extra movement speed helps him close the gap on Watson. Watson, of course, using the song to help others. No longer has it to save himself.
9 just setting up everything. One of the best killers in the game. Reads Thompson, gets down there immediately. Reads Watson. Wow, now you're messing me up. Too many suns in this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Arcane Rune for Thompson. That is very scary. Even scarier, BKB is closing in soon. Once he adds that, they have nothing to stop him.
Counter smoke from Entity. And a lot of the good kills they've gotten have come off the back of Fishman getting in there with an AA Blast and just taking down a big core. So it's got to be Gabby setting it up. And
oh, that would have been fortuitous if they rounded the corner and grabbed that bug in time. 9.
The smoke is just difficult. You look at the map, I mean, where's the Radiant Vision right now? You have 1 obs around mid, and that's all you see.
And now Entity is here in force, but so is Tundra. And the way things have been going lately, it seems like Tundra are going to clear house on yet another team fight. Kataomi does manage to stop Thompson there on the side, but Gabby's already dead. So these 2 supports are left with no cores to help them. Nice TP away from Kataomi, but it still hurts to watch your Primal Beast, the big playmaker you have on your team, fall once again in these team fights.
It feels like you just need BKB, right? Or Heart, something to tank all this magic damage coming out from Tundra, because once they set up the zone of control with Sandstorm, they drop a Pugna Ward. You know there's this Inkswell proccing on somebody that you don't want to just linger around. It's hard to commit in, even with a Blade Mail in the highest strength gain in the game. Again, you just got to go back to stalling this game out a bit, get to your next set of items. But right now, 33 dictating where these fights are happening with all the initiation power, and he's still holding this top tower. This is the part that's causing Eddie so many problems on the map. You are getting constricted quickly here as 9 running in mid. Another great Inkswell target, by the way.
Maybe Watson, though, finally showing up to one of these fights. I mean, Naga Siren is not supposed to have to be active, but it does feel like a game where Entity is going to rely on him earlier than they should.
He can have good impact versus these supports, even versus, you know, the 2 beefy boys if he finds them with this Orchid second, which he's considering. I agree, like, you wouldn't want your Naga to have to be this active, but it might be a game where he has no choice.
Magic Burst damage, it's going to be trouble. He's not living through this one. He didn't even have Song of Siren back up again. If they could catch 33 on its way out, unfortunately, a Tornado totally blind throwing that one out did not clip 33.
Again, the Vision's just not doing any favors right now. The Vision's supposed to come off the Naga being able to shove the waves. Instead, they're getting shoved into you. You can't get really deep observers down because you don't control more objectives on the map. Got to work with what you have right now. And every time Watson goes down, that Orchid gets delayed, which means it's a chance for Dispel items to come out on the side of Tundra, make it less effective. Kind of racing against the clock here in terms of can Naga drag this game back for the team.
Stormstormer's going to be trying to drag back his own net worth into a somewhat decent position. Again, he's behind 9's Weaver. He's completing the Hand of Midas now, but it's going to be a long road for an Entity comeback if it's even possible.
Well, definitely possible. You just can't get dragged into too many bad fights.
Sure.
33 will go back for the pipe as well, so he's going to, you know, maybe skirt a little bit around scaling directly into Naga, but this is a really nice item for the team in all these engagements. You're looking at basically only magic damage for Entity.
This might be for the best. Fishman tanks the death instead of Gabby, who they were setting up on for sure.
That was a valuable death.
They going through the portal, trying to get out of here. Tundra are in pursuit. Might be able to find one more. Yep. That's home. He does manage to get out the Shadow Realm before the Silence there. Goes for the TP, but the Inkswell can stop it at any time.
33 continuing to control both side lanes here. Would not be surprised to see Tundra continue to try and hold this top tier 1 as long as they want to.
Another example of desperation, calling for some moves you wouldn't normally see. Stormstormer trying to cut waves because the Naga Siren just cannot do it by himself, but Tundra had this map locked down.
Just nowhere to go. Even Thompson playing aggressive mid because he just rushed BKB. I mean, this is not a greedy Pugna build at all. This is, okay, you have an AA blast, so what? I'm gonna stand here, not take any damage. He's gonna abuse the fact that that tower went down early and just play solo. Everything is going through the Sand King right now, so why not gobble up some extra waves? And again, you're talking about this Orchid threat on the Naga. I mean, there has to be some threat that any set up here in the next few minutes. It can come from the Primal Beast with Bedlam on top, Vortex. There's still a lot of long-range magical burst.
Getting some more aggressive wards down. Wards that have stayed up for the most part. They still have that deep ward on the left-hand side of the map on that ancient camp. So Tundra is having so much information on where Entity is and where they're not. Nobody's bottom right now, so free damage on this tier 2.
And Orchid is completed. So ideally, Watson gets to shove some of these lanes in. That top tier 1 did eventually die to creeps. Open up a bit more space. You can maybe get this primal BKB. That's your big timing. I mean, the BKBs are great versus Tundra's lineup. It negates pretty much everything if you can get there.
That ward, it's gonna pay off. Got him after the Manta. 33 has the Inkswell to chain the stun onto his epicenter. Beautiful stop, but if Skeeter could die, oh man, what a dodge. Gabby charges right through that red flag, and now Skeeter can continue to chase down, surviving through the Ice Blast easily. Tundra, this is just absolute domination.
There's just nowhere to run. Even 9 looking for Stormstorm with the dust. Just want everybody after these fights. And again, if that connection with the Primal does not hit, I mean, your team fight's basically over. You have to be able to land this Onslaught Pulverize on a big core target and just follow it up with all the spell damage you have. It's another engagement where Stormstormer doesn't even really get to use this vessel in anything.
At this point, if they had Hero to take the Tormentor, they'd be taking even more away from Entity. Beautiful stuff. I mean, this is like a relatively old school. Once Grimstroke got put into the game, this was one of the first combos I remember with Sand King Grimstroke.
It's a great Grimstroke lineup. Tundra really showing how this hero can just enable everything at the same time, right? All 4 of the other heroes are great with the Inkswell or Grimold combination.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, this Sand King one's just even better. That you can perfectly chainstun it now.
9 and 33 are apparently able to do this. I mean, the Swarm actually helps you out quite a bit in being able to do that, right? Tormentor can't kill it, so you're just getting constant minus armor there. Gabby in some trouble, needed to be able to get his BKB. He was closing in on it too, 400 gold away. Now knocked down to 600 gold away, and they are going to take that Tormentor. There's just no doubt who's in control of this game right now. Tundra choking Entity out.
Heart for Watson?
Heart.
Is that your go-to now?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be way behind the hearts of both Skeeter and probably 33. They're both going for it.
I mean, has Watson even gotten on the dire side of the map this game?
Not really, no.
Sometimes you can get deep in the enemy side, start cutting waves, but I think the early bots playing Sand King, he's just too afraid to go for that type of smoke enemy jungle type play. You just get kicked out immediately.
Even if they caught Thompson, he's got a BKB. The only thing that could actually stop him from there is really, realistically, the Pulverize.
Nice little net.
Yeah, they'll get the Grimstroke at least. Spirit Vessel just to make sure in case the Orchid wasn't enough. Stormer will nag that last hit. 15,000 net worth lead for Tundra at 23 minutes. Working towards, as you said, 9's going to scale up into a 4th core for Tundra, which just makes this lead all the scarier because they're going to scale really well into it. He's building a Gleipnir on this support Weaver.
Another Orchid, though, does not have a Dispel, and you're gone. That's a 5x streak, 1,000 gold in the enemy's pocket there. So Watson making this Orchid net work on the heroes he can find to make it work on right now, which I guess is pretty much everybody outside of Thompson with the BKB. The pipe on 33 many didn't go for a Lotus, for example, and we have Mantle on Skeeter, but you're not really going to find Skeeter in this game no matter what. So if you can keep finding some supports, find even the Sand King with this Orchid, get a few more cheeky kills out of it, suddenly Watson, #1 on the net worth chart, could stall this game for a really long time.
They really are banking hard on him. We saw Thompson now has his shard, so really easy way to deal with mass illusions, but it's going to be caught here. Force to use BKB. Tundra are there in with some reinforcements. They're going to easily kill the Dark Willow, holding for this Roshan, I believe, as it's going to go over to the other side in 1 minute, but Tundra are clearly strong enough to do it on the Radiant side if they want it.
There's capability to take this fight. You did get to the BKB on Gabby. I guess if it switched, it might have even been more likely here. This is not a fight you can take, but the fight capability is slowly going up. They even got a gem. So this is Entity preparing to try and win the next fight at all costs. So they have Vision of the Sand King guaranteed when Gabby goes in with the spell immunity and just try and put it to as much use as they can.
Oh, he almost sniped it.
That was pretty close.
That was pretty much the only thing you could hope for on the side of Entity is that they snipe the last hit on Roshan and get that bounty away from Tundra, get a little bit of gold into their own pockets, but not the case. 33, he's going to have Hearts. Skeeter completing that as well, and now has an Aegis. These are going to be some tanky heroes. No BKB, of course, on Thompson right now, but not enough heroes around on the Entity side to really make much of a fuss, threatening the Terrorize, but actually gets pushed back and pulled back in then by Skeeter.
You have a shield rune on Watson. I think Entity were debating to fight this, especially if it's behind the tier 2 here. Just gonna have to give it up though. Still, Stormer getting some pressure top. I mean, hey, this is a Radiant here on the dire side of the map, so small victory. The rat action begins.
Little by little. It's really Entity's motto at this point in time, as one tier 2 remains for them. And all these towers are constantly being defended by Tundra. Besides this top one, it's really the only place the Naga Siren and this Invoker have managed to hang out for a while.
That's the thing, it does have to kind of eventually be Stormer who carries this game, as much as he's gonna have to come back. you cannot rely on the Naga illusions in the fight. You have the Pugna AoE ward off the shard. You have a Grimstroke who can eventually create his own illusion off an Ags. You of course have Sand King who's just gonna create his own control that Tundra can sit and not really care. Naga illusions are not gonna win you this game even if it gets stalled ultra late. It has to be the two other cores coming back at some point off a team fight. So that's what you're looking for. Wait out this Aegis and get something going on the map. Right now, Skeeter happy to just force the issue with his 2 lives on the heart. BKB done for Stormstormer, so that's second BKB here. Again, these BKBs are really good in these fights. Not a lot of physical to throw through outside of you getting reality rifted off of a swarm bug.
Yeah. Tundra, it would be pretty early to be hitting high ground for much of the games that we've seen anyway. Nobody really wants to hit high ground unless they have an overwhelming advantage, and Tundra do kind of have that already. They have 2.5 minutes to make use of this Aegis.
Would that be the ultimate reverse trap card? Tundra ending the games early. Nobody saw that one coming. As they're gonna push 27 minutes, Tops and Pugna. Sieging your high ground. I mean, okay, they gave up on the siege. Let's just commit the course. Daring Entity to go on their front line here.
And it looks like Entity may not oblige. Okay, they're going to smoke up. They're going to try and do something here. They're going to pop the glyph now.
I mean, you have to take this fight. This is Tundra just daring you. And if you're not willing to take it, what are you doing in
They're actually going outside of the base to go for 9 instead, who is cutting the mid wave. This shows how little faith Entity has in being able to take these fights. 9 may end up falling. They just need a little bit more damage. Please tell me they're going to get something out of this. Okay, they do. Meanwhile, Watson was trying to push some of the heroes away towards that bottom lane, stop them from being able to get here, but they're here now. 33 is going to make jump forward. BKB immediately activated by Stormstormer, protect himself from these stuns. They'll lose their support, but maybe they can get even more. Immediately an Orchid placed onto the Sand King. Remember, he is tanky with that heart, but they have plenty of damage thanks to Watson now being here. They might just be able to cut 33 down to size, trying to get away over that haste drone. No such luck. Thompson turning it around. Great Nether Ward with but a song. Uh-oh. We got some heroes with BKB. Thompson probably activates his. Immediately tries to get away. Stormstormer into the invincibility. Kiting out Skeeter nicely. The Pulverize is going to be able to grab Thompson while he's Magic Immune. They know that Magic Immune is running out soon. Thompson needs the help. Where can he get it? He's not going to get it anywhere. Entity somehow making this comeback work for them.
Even got the Weaver buyback that turns into absolutely nothing for 9. Just crushed his economy. Gabby finding the openings, a nice smoke flank. Honestly, I think they were thinking they were going to have to go all the way around Tundra and look for the smoke from behind. Instead, they just found the Weaver mid. Might have just been a better case scenario. They also got snaking with the Invoker BKB, so both supports out of the fight initially. That's what you're looking for if you're Entity. And Watson, sure, you lose that Rax bottom. I mean, he can't defend it on his own, but you're happy to make that exchange, right? Your Aegis didn't even do anything there. Skeeter still holding on to it.
Yeah, I mean, you were in it for the long haul. Now we have an 8,000 net worth lead that was cut down from, what was it, like 16? Maybe even more? I mean, Tundra was way, way far ahead. All they got was a melee barracks? I think that's totally fine for Entity.
Should have listened to themselves and not gone high ground.
Exactly. Learned your lesson. Never go high ground.
Now you get some breather room. You get to D-ward some map with this gem. The deep obs for Tundra that were locking you down. Suddenly they're all gone. And it's Tundra who lack the vision right now. They're going to have to force the fight blind. Will pick up Skeeter's BKB.
Yeah, much needed since that second life did expire, so.
Yeah, he is still very big. That is the one thing that Entity were not able to address in that fight is Skeeter. If he was able to just sit there and take it, in terms of going on them, it would look very different, especially with a double damage rune. That certainly will help the next engagement.
Yeah, a little bit. Entity probably still planning on dodging unless Tundra tries to hit the high ground again. After all, they're closing in on some pretty important items. Gabby the Heart, Invoker trying to get that Aghanim Scepter. Actually went Blink Dagger instead. I thought you needed just more firepower, just more damage against this double Heart. What do you think he's trying to reap out of the Blink Dagger pickup?
I mean, Invoker's damage does come from spells, right? It also comes from just being in there with BKB Alacrity, right-clicking people. Blink allows you to do all this instantly and maximize the time where you have the debuff immunity versus a lineup that kind of relies on you not having it in order to lock you down. Sure. Like, these BKBs are just so valuable for Entity. You need to make the duration they're up work for you and get as much as possible. That's why taking out the supports is nice. You take the Grimstroke out of the equation, suddenly you not having BKB isn't as big a problem because you're removing so much of the control and so much of the combinations in terms of double suck, double stun, all of these stun chains. In some ways, I think snaking is the best target to take out of the fight first, unless you can just kill 33 off the bat. And honestly, 33's item build this game, he had one of the craziest starts on snaking we've seen in a long time, but he transitioned it into pipe hard. And what these items are great for is that like early high ground timing, going with the team, sieging that base, saying go on me, my regen's gonna be too much for you right now. It's not gonna be some early like Shiva's Ags that would have dealt with the stationary fight into Naga, Invoker post BKB, that type of thing better, right? He's pretty susceptible to getting bursted from physical damage. He just doesn't have any armor. Even went for Yules. So a lot of extra utility and Dispel in the same compare. You're looking at 10 armor with bonus from a Cloak of Flames. You start getting hit by this Alacrity, you're gonna melt.
Yeah, we saw that in the last fight anyway. Second round of Tormentors are coming up, so Tundra will take theirs first. And at this rate, they're gonna be capped out on.
Surprise.
Skeeter doesn't have his.
Surprised he didn't try and solo it. Just for the highlight.
Later on, Aghanim Scepter, he can do it.
And he's going that Axe. So pretty interesting to see him go this. I think it is one of the unexplored areas of Pugna in the current patch. Just being an anti-spellcaster, not off of the ward, but off your ult. It's not really how people perceive the hero, because a lot of these matchups are still seen as more okay to play as long as you have BKB running this fight.
Yeah.
But this drain, it gets rid of a lot of the damage on Entity's side, particularly in the Primal Beast if Gabby just goes in. So I like that Thompson's going back.
Whoa.
Okay.
Careful there. Can't afford any more Tormentor deaths. I hope that's a stat they put in future Battle Pass compendiums. How many players are going to die to a Tormentor?
How many of those were Fishmen? That's what you wanted to follow up with.
Yeah. Bloodthorn now done for the Naga Siren, another big item pickup for Entity. Does also mean there is a bit of a downside to this Naga Siren being so far up in the network chart. Does mean he is going to be capped out kind of soonish. You know, he only has that one slot that's a Wraith Band slot, and you start getting some diminishing returns on any of your follow-up items from there.
Yeah, it's interesting he completed the Bloodthorn. I almost think the defensive value in it is better than the offensive amp here. Right, like him getting that Mage Slayer build-up, getting extra magic resist, that seems really nice for his Tundra's line.
Yeah.
Whether he can actually get in here and use an active off it, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of Dispel building up.
Guys, Blast on cooldown. Tundra is more than willing to take the fight. Kataomi's going to be in some trouble here. Self-Yules try and protect him, get off the Terrorize, does get in onto 3. Groups them up together as a result, and Watson Gabby immediately pounce on this opportunity, taking out the back line. Thompson and Nines Weaver are both dead. Meanwhile, Skeeter is trying to do what he can, but he can't really touch this Naga Siren too much. Song's going to go out. The BKB means that only his hero can do the damage, so the illusions are rendered totally futile. They don't do anything, and now with 33 caught in a corner, he's going to try and burrow strike over the side. Just for TP out, but they have the vision to be able to stop him. Kataomi's going to make sure he stays dead with a buyback and Yule's usage. 3 dead on the side of Tundra. Heroes that do not have buyback, all of a sudden, Entity went from, okay, this game could be over by 20 minutes or something, to now they're going to even out the network lead. They're going to get the Aegis. They're going to get the cheese.
These EFPs with the suck on them, they're so annoying. It ruins your positioning in a lot of these fights, just dragging you in awkward positions. But the biggest thing here is Kataomi with this Terrorize on 3 pre-tops and BKB. He got nothing off in that fight, just did not see it coming at all. And all of a sudden, you're just stuck in a bad engagement where you don't have the damage to take this. I mean, Skeeter's BKB is great here. What's it doing? Absolutely nothing. Naga's just healing through everything. And 33 never even gets an epicenter off in this fight. A lot of things wrong on the initiation there for Tundra, and maybe not respecting the turnaround potential. Especially going up the hill like that. This is the type of game where you rather get these BKBs out from Entity and then take the fight afterwards. I think just running into them and taking that into 8 seconds where they're happy to sit there and hit you back. Yeah, you've been ahead this game, but you're not that far ahead, right? Sure. Your items don't count for a lot in the physical man battle here because it's only Skeeter during that duration.
You think that Ice Blast being on cooldown just wasn't enough an advantage for them to like force it? They need to take more methodical fights, which we've known Tundra for.
I mean, there's definitely some misexecution there, right? Like if Thompson gets BKB and he gets all his spells off, that can look very different too.
Sure, yeah.
All these things are like a bit hindsighty, but they definitely got clumped up on that ramp and they got punished hard. And all of a sudden you're looking at a 1K game with an Aegis on Watson. And this is where that Bloodthorn feels great because now he can just go in and start manning up on people. It doesn't even care if he dies.
And now the Naga Siren Illusions are strong enough to really start taking some map control away from Tundra, whereas before it felt like so much of this Pugna and Phantasm Illusions running down the lane were actually securing more. Aghanim Scepter almost done for Stormstormer. So if you can get the lockdown, especially since the Ancient Apparition got the shard, right, you could have the possibility of hit him with the Ice Blast while the Sunstrike Cataclysm is raining down on him. That by itself is going to be enough to wipe out the supports, maybe even more.
I can always sleep Kata.
Yeah, absolutely. Sleep Kata Ice Blast for sure.
I don't know if that's what you really want to go for, but you can pull it off if you're good enough.
I mean, the offensive sleep, and then they immediately come out like Thompson's going to use his BKB. That's a dream for Gabby. Because Gabby's like, okay, you used your BKB.
Yeah, that's
I'm going to slam you into the dirt now.
That's why the BKBs are so powerful for any. If you just go in on Gabby, BKB'd, and you start pulverizing somebody, you drop a Kata there, what's the counterplay from Tundra?
Yeah, I mean, their whole counterplay is,
I guess it's
like the
Spell Shard
heals, right? It's the Ink Swell that heals and also Hard Dispel. We also have the Pugna heals, but the Ice Blast counters so much of that. So.
I mean, I guess the strong Dispel from Snaking is becoming more and more important.
Yeah, it is.
Like, throw it on the Sand King, throw it on Skeeter, and let it break some initiation chain from Entity potentially. But a lot of their spells that they're throwing out are just AoE, right? Like, we saw in that fight, you get hit by a Terrorize, you get hit by like Ice Wall, Song, the Onslaught through, these Ice Vortexes. None of these spells really care about you getting a strong Dispel on one of your cores. Outside of maybe the Orchid. That's one of the things that honestly has caused Tundra more problems than I thought would have in this game, especially with the timing that Watson got it at. But he's been catching these Weavers, catching heroes without the Dispel later on in the fight. It's just sealing the deal. And now you have an Ags on this Primal. A lot more AoE magic damage coming through.
Yeah, in that last fight, the Terrorize set up Gabby to get in there, but his AoE damage was nice. When you get Aghanim Scepter, you can actually start soloing heroes.
He's going to be a problem.
These long, drawn-out fights that were supposed to go the way of the double heart pickups of the Chaos Knight Sand King, now going to start playing against them when a Primal Beast is getting round and round after his Aghanim Scepter. Gabby, a smoke runs into Thompson, but on the other side of the trees, they don't see him and do not react accordingly to catch him.
Remember, this Primal Beast still has a cheese from this Aegis. He's a great cheese target. There's no real anti-healing on Hunter's side.
Yeah.
He should almost guarantee get it off in this next fight. He even went Martyr's Plate for the extra tank ability and resist.
I like that. Jump forward here. Did manage to find the real Naga Siren. Not that Tundra going to do a whole lot with that just yet, but if they can kite it out a little bit, Skeeter jumping pretty far forward. Got grabbed by Pulverize before he can get off the Phantasm. He's dead.
Skeeter, you are not the one playing with your food anymore. You are the food. Lingers way too long. No BKB, no Phantasm.
Got the silence, now the Song, looking to just grab as many heroes as possible. It's only going to be this Weaver, but they also spot Snaking there in the corner. Nobody has the mobility to stop it though. Thompson, smart move. Smokes up with the ninja gear and immediately runs down the mid lane, knowing that losing their carry puts them in a position where they could be losing barracks. He's got to get out there and cut the creep waves as long as he doesn't get caught in the process. Stormstormer knows he's around here somewhere. Misses the tornado. Thompson deeper into the trees. If he got caught there, if he got spotted, he would die. He does not have his BKB.
And this is where some of those Pugna games just start to feel bad, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason we don't see this hero a lot. It's because when the games start to go wrong, it can go really wrong. And you can't rely on him to just play a defensive-oriented Pugna with saves on a core because that AA blast is always there. There's a lot of interrupts from Invoker. Becoming a very tough game for him, despite having a tremendous early game here. Thompson struggling to make his impact felt in these fights, outside of dropping a Nether Ward and hoping it's enough. Entity have just reversed all the momentum in this game, and now they're the ones with 10k gold lead. It seems like just cruising into this ultra late with the Invoker scale. And there's a reason this guy's got almost 3,000 games on it.
the Invoker scale. I mean, we were talking about it early on of like this Hannah Midas, will it get the Invoker back into the game? A little bit doubtful that it would, but he got there. And now, Kataomi, who also went a Hannah Midas, he can also be a scaling factor for Entity. So it's not like it's really going to be stopping anytime soon. He's got a Hannah Midas and as part of the components to his Aghanim Scepter in his gold bank right now, so.
From bottom 3 to top 3, Stormstormer's journey in this game has been everywhere. But he has found his footing now, and he's just in the late game.
Tundra will let that momentum slip. We're going to try and claw it back with the smoke forward. A jump onto Gabby. A hard hero to bring down. They do have plenty of chain stuns. Yeah, they did find 9, and Gabby gets a half health before he has to use BKB. Now he's going to charge back in with the Gold Scepter, put on Thompson. BKB, Inkswell, both being trying to get him out of there. What a grab there with the Soulbind, though. Double stock going out. BKB from Stormstormer trying to get him away. While Watson protects his heroes with the Song of Siren. Activates it now to be able to
BKBs are down.
Straight for this Chaos Knight. One-on-one, this carry battle, it is no match.
Stormstormer, 200 HP. 33 got frozen. Could not finish this Invoker off.
Even the supports are surviving through this one. Thompson in trouble with Gabby and Watson surrounding him. Finally, jump forward from 33 will help finish off the Ancient Apparition, but he's being kited around now. A stun on its way, hiding underneath this Sandstorm. Desperate, trying to keep Entity at bay, but they will come and hit hard with Gabby. Charging straight through that Sandstorm and flattening the Scorpion.
That fight almost got turned off of a crazy Sandstorm in the back off 33 and a great leash from Snaking. But honestly, these BKBs are just doing way too much for Entity right now. And Watson, there's just nothing controlling the Naga in the fight. He is putting out the most damage right now, just shredding people. Too many problems to deal with right now. I mean, which fire do you try and put out first? And all of it went on Gabby at the start. That is just not the target you want to be going on if you're Tundra. And one Gabby is very happy to tank up with this Martyr's Blade. Didn't even have to use the cheese. I mean, it's just heart regen with 5,000 HP.
We're seeing in this carry matchup, I mean, the moment we got the butterfly on Watson, things really did start to turn. Yeah, Skeeter can get an MKB, but it's really not doing much for you when this battle is an illusion battle, not a hero versus hero. It's all about who's using those illusions more effectively.
And the Hex on Watson, I mean, that fight started off with 9 getting nothing off. He was trying to scout, play aggressive with BKB. It's another instance where a hero on Tundra with BKB that is supposed to guarantee them an entrance into the fight doesn't even get it off. The initiations have just been all Entity for the last 20 or 25 minutes here. They will reap their reward as they get a full lane and 2 tier 3s.
Game started with Tundra taking one of the fastest towers of the tournament, taking one of the fastest barracks in the tournament, and now they're the ones dramatically behind. 21,000 net worth lead for Entity. A full lane of barracks down in the bottom lane, and a Roshan fight that they have to contest, but have no momentum going into it. Skeeter, his smoke breaks, and immediately the retreat.
And this is just Tundra hoping the smoke works out. Hoping that Skeeter can somehow create some sort of opening off illusions. Phantasm up in 10.
Gabby, once again, wanting to be the target, trying to be the person to break the smokes, get the information. He's got that cheese still after all. Kataomi blinking forward, trying to get an initiation. 33 gets his jump onto the Invoker, immediately the Cataclysm. Skeeter already down to half health. Pops Phantasm, tries to go back to Watson, but Watson is kiting this one out. They don't need to fight him right now. Oh, the Soulbind double pull back in. Could that be good enough? No, the Terrorize pushed away all the Chaos Knight. 33, he jumps in, trying to control up Watson as long as possible, but the song goes off, bails him out, and now he starts healing back up. Gabby's ready to get this going already, popping that trample, wants to be able to lay down these cores. 33 with a Sandstorm trying to protect himself. If those impales can do enough, maybe they can still turn this one. Maybe Tundra still has a chance as Skeeter goes back in, trying to go for the big primal beast, but he is tickling him. It is not real damage. Thompson is draining a lot though. Maybe it's Thompson who can do this one, but the silences are still a problem. Out of the BKBs, he's doing what damage he can, but the heart, he's rectifying any bit of damage that is being done. Entity are healing up time after time, and the Ice Blast will put that heal out of the place. This fight has gone on so long, but no heroes of Entity are dying, and every single one of them of Tundra will fall.
They just can't kill anybody. There's way too much sustain in these types of fights. Especially this Naga song. You're healing up heroes with percentage off of such high HP pools here. Gabby I would love to see the amount of damage Gabby has taken this game. They probably killed him 10 times over, and yet still not once.
Yeah.
I mean, Tundra are putting out the deeps. It's just not all going into one target. It's all getting spread. 33 does find Stormstormer again. This is the target you want. Another great Soulbind, and what does it yield? The song resets everything. You still have some BKB duration up, and then Gabby just goes to town. Not to mention second Ice Blast. I mean, you can't win the fight off one. The second one should do the trick here. Now you're just looking at potentially Megas.
Yeah, Tundra, they don't have the buybacks to be able to contest this really with their full squad. This is looking like the buildings are going to die too quickly. Les Thompson can somehow persuade them not to hit the buildings and go for him instead. 33
damage.
Jumps forward. So two-man Burrow Strike, not too bad. Cataclysm goes out. Thompson's got to dodge that one, but 33 can't dodge anything. Not when he's being grabbed by the Primal Beast. Locked down there. More draining from Thompson, and they are going to be able to force Entity back here. They respect the fact that with that buyback from 33, they still could get caught in a sticky situation. They leave that final melee barracks still up.
Thompson is struggling, man. Life Drain is an okay spell, but it just looks like it doesn't exist in this game. You have cores with 50% plus magic resist sitting on heart regen. It literally doesn't lower your HP at all.
Yeah, and the whole idea we're talking about with the Aghanim Scepter, maybe lowering some of the damage that's coming out from these heroes, particularly the Primal Beast. Maybe he starts doing nothing in these fights. Well, it's only just now here. All these long life drains, he didn't have the X.
So at least now you're getting some utility effect out of it.
Yep.
But you cannot rely on this.
Got the Sight-Device Bloodthorn. Watson does not put his hero in danger. He lets Gabby charge for it. You say, you take him out. I'm going to wait for that second life. And sure enough, Skeeter does a buy. He immediately buys back. Soulbind onto 2 cores here is pretty nice, but the Song of Siren ruins everything.
Look at the blast.
Here comes the Ice Blast, lined up, goes straight for 9 and Thompson. Thompson pops his BKB, trying to kite backwards. Gabby's going to be a target once again, puts himself forward, gets the Dispel, turns around, goes for Thompson without that BKB. Yeah, they'll just pound those bounds into dust.
Skeeter finally back. He still has no Phantasm for 9, however.
Yeah, he's doing absolutely no damage with just his hero. In fact, he pops the BKB, and now he doesn't do anything as Gabby once again grabbing hold of these heroes, not letting them go anywhere through this one. Runs over the Sand King as well, and Entity do it. A comeback, one of the biggest disparities, one of the fastest disparities in this playoff so far. Tundra had a full lead, and he held on and turned the game fully around.
That is not a game I expected them to come back that swiftly, and it just turned on a dime. Ever since that one fight, Entity never looked back, never lost another engagement. Stormstormer was below 9. Didn't even matter. I mean, if you're Tundra, you come out of that game, you're like, what the hell else are we supposed to do? Or what the hell is this lineup supposed to do? You can go back to some of the itemization here on 33, on Thompson, right? Maybe you go for slightly more aggressive items, higher damage items, whatever it is. But ultimately, at a certain point, these fights just started to look impossible because there's no physical damage combination with the Weaver bug going through. You can't take these core heroes down, and there's so much sustain in the hearts, the magic resistant, the Bloodthorn, the Martyr's Plate. AA is negating your healing. That differential, way too much to overcome. But man, what a comeback. At one point, Entity were down. I remember looking at it. They were down 14 levels.
Oh, God.
In experience difference.
Hey, that goes to show you never give up in a Dota game. You always have the chance to be able to come back, and Entity proved that here. With swift comeback, they make it work in game number 1.
Never back down, never give up, and Entity are the definition of that. A beautiful comeback for them, Sheep. This Primal, you hyped it up. It wasn't looking so great in that earlier part, but he really came online and did a lot in team fights for the later part.
Name of the game. Chain feed! It felt like Tundra were trying to cover too much of the map, so they kind of gave away like a little kill, which turned into another kill, which turned into another kill. And this all aligned with when Primal Beast got his BKB, which was a massive power spike because he was finally able to just get in there and use his spells. There was no defensive items on any of the supports, so every time they were getting gone on, they just could not get away. It's like, okay, cool, your Weaver's trying to build a Gleipnir, fantastic. Well, now you're dead, and your core is dead, and everyone is dead, and Primal Beast is massive.
When you looked at these two lineups, Dendi, would you expect late game to go in favor of Entity?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Overall, if I look at the lineup of Tundra, I was already worried when we picked Pagna into a Primal, and it went really well for them, right? They had upper hand, they were like pushing a lot and doing a lot of good stuff, but it's really hard to break high ground in a Dota right now, and it's really hard to break through high ground with Pagna, CK, and Senking, to me at least, against those heroes. So obviously this game would come to a point where Primal gonna get his BKB, and they might find some comeback mechanics, and that's what happened. Like they had really good heroes, much stronger mid-late game compared to Tundra, I think.
Yeah, so good on them. Props to Entity for being able to prolong it. We got highlight reels, but this time a little extra something on top. We're going to have a little bit of a listen in and know what was being said at the earlier parts of this game from Entity.
Guys, they wanna fight here.
Okay, we don't have ice flash. They will fight. They will fight.
No rush, please.
One here.
The jumping.
I got my spell off. I'm healing myself.
Look on Pagna, guys.
I'm watching.
Nice,
Pagna, guys. Weaver, kill Weaver. I'm back, I'm tipping in. Can we touch CK, guys?
Yeah.
Sun King, guys.
Stay close to Watson, guys.
Sun King, Watson.
Look on me. I'm stunned. I will shut
By net? Okay, nice.
Some communications there listening into Entity. They knew what targets they wanted to go on T for this 33-minute fight.
Yeah, it was such an important moment for them because just minutes before Tundra, they were hitting the melee racks. It was 27. They had, what, 17,000 gold lead. Everything was going Tundra's way, but it was that brief moment of splitting up and the points that I mentioned about the Primal Beast. This is the reason why it's going so well. When Primal gets online, all he has to do, guys, I found Pugna. You sit on top of him, now you're not life draining, you're not breaking the Naga illusions, killing them off instantly. Then Watson can get to play some actual Dota 2 for once, and Entity, they had one chance to get back into this game from poor positioning from Tundra. They capitalized on it, and then they pressure outside Roshan. So yeah, to see through all the noise and just the aggression of Tundra, incredibly commendable stuff from them.
Would we expect Pugna to be stagnating like this, Rezo? Is it a mid-hero that's put on a timer? Or was it just the Entity lineup that he had no impact on later game?
I mean, I think Dendi was right about like them picking them this hero into a Primal NAA. It's like already hard, but they had like such a good window of like ending the game, like having 17,000 gold lead. Yeah. Just like they couldn't really split up that much, and I think 9 was a big part of like why they started to shaking a little bit, because they caught him once on top lane, then they caught him on the mid lane, and then after that kind of like they found this little ages to snowball out of control. After.
The big shuffle around in Tundra is obviously 9 going to pose 4, picks up Weaver. We've seen it a couple times this tournament, and I do know that Persian wants to break it down. He wants to talk more about this support Weaver. And
thanks, Nat. Yeah, that's right. Weaver support, Weaver as a whole played 12 times in the tournament, 5 as support, 3 of those with 9 playing it. And I want to talk about the pros and cons of the hero as a support now. The best thing about him is that he's very fast and he's invisible most of the time. His base damage is great as well, so that can basically give you more out of the laning stage in terms of trading than some other supports can at times. He ends up getting first blood, and here's another really impactful part. He's able to block camps pretty easily, so he doesn't have to play some weird sentry game. He doesn't have to put his life on the line as much to block these camps every minute, and that means that the safe lane for Entity is likely going to go a little bit worse. Here's the second time he blocked it at the 4-minute mark, but here's the real value of the hero. When he wants to help his side lanes, he's so fast and invisible that he can always get there in a lot of different circumstances that you normally wouldn't get from a support. So that means that his side lanes are more likely to go well if he's playing really, really well, which he did this game. In this game, even abnormally, he walked through the middle of the map to go back to his lane, snagged the Stormer solo kill, which was incredible. This almost never happens from a support perspective. Massive play there. And then he can also easily go plant wards down. And this is really important because that gives them a lot of vision and control of the map. He can get in and out, he can scout stacks, nothing's really there. So at this point, he crosses the map to the other side of the jungle, and now he's jungling. But what he's accomplished by doing this, if I can get the right tool, not that one, sorry. That one? Yes. Take a look at the map really quick here. By having the ward here, they basically just have vision of this entire map. He knows when they're going to cross over. He's going to block smokes by standing here, and he's going to guarantee that he has net worth for him and his team. He even manages to snipe the courier after this. from Stormstormer delaying his Spirit Vessel. And once again, as he's getting items and net worth, he TPs even though the fight's away, and he's always contributing. So this gave him a big advantage. This was 6 total kills in the early game. The problem after this was he ended the game with only 9. So really, really good early game, but later on definitely fell off.
A pacing that they could have hit. There was a potential for them to close out the game early for Tundra, and back to the drawing board a little bit for them. But then if you're in this, you had a lot of faith in your draft. How do you look towards game number 2?
Game number 2, I believe I would like to pick something more stable, less risky, because yeah, I would believe in my team that we are capable of winning no matter what. So if we're just picking stable things but very strong in this current meta, it's gonna work out. Obviously, we can still pick a Thompson hero for Thompson. We probably had a lot of practice with that, so yeah, I would go for something like this.
Yeah, they had the group stage, obviously every other part of the road to the international that they've played in, so we're going to catch up with them in the break days, and we're going to have a look at that journey over the past few weeks for them.
This DPC, we managed to qualify to the first major in Lima. We didn't really do very good, and I realized I have become complacent after winning TI, and I didn't have as much of a drive. So that tournament personally woke me up. It took the beating in Lima for me to understand that, okay, I'm contributing to this majorly. I need to change it to get better.
After leaving Lima behind, Tundra started to find their groove, securing a top 6 finish in Berlin and 3rd in Bali. But not everything was smooth sailing ahead for the defending champions.
And then coming to the 3rd league, we kind of knew that getting Nera to a Bali major might be a problem because, he's from Israel. We basically tried as much as we could, getting as many points as we can in the last DPC league, and then we did manage to win it. In the Bali major, Nera actually got to play, which was crazy, but then we had another problems with Saxa, who had some anxiety and sleep issues, which didn't allow him to play. So we had our coach, AY2000, stand in for us. And the guy is obviously great, but it was still kind of like a shock to us that in the middle of the tournament we have to switch players. Snakey had to switch to +4, and it was a whole mess.
Tundra recognized the need for change ahead of TI. Saxa decided to take a well-deserved break, leaving the team to welcome Thompson in the mid-roll and transition 9 to +4.
The guy is a 2-time TI champion, and 9 is switching to +4, which is gonna be a very interesting experience. And we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we're gonna repeat, we're gonna win the TI again, and Thompson's gonna be the first guy that has 3 TI wins under his belt. It's too early to tell, but I'm obviously very excited. No one else besides OG won 2 TIs. The guy is a beast. Hopefully I'm not gonna disappoint and perform up to his standards.
Some big goals there for Skitter, for the players of Tundra, obviously wanting to go back-to-back, but wanting to carry Thompson as well to his 3rd TI. There's still that potential. They're not eliminated yet, but their backs are against the wall, Brezzo. They are already 1 game down. And would you say interesting is the accurate word for Tundra so far?
Interesting. I mean,
yeah, that's what he said. That's what Skitter said.
I mean, it's crazy to me that he says I'm gonna live up to his stars, which is he's already a TI champion, and he's the most recent one, not like Thompson, who was TI champion a few years ago, but he still thinks that highly of a Thompson. So that shows that he's very, very passionate about how they're gonna communicate and play and get inspired by his play style as well.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Tundra though, if you're going back to this series, in their position right now, while it's just kind of sitting off stage, they're realizing this was kind of their game to win, right? When they're in that position, it's probably very easy to pick the single couple points where it's this is where we lose the game, this is how Entity come back in. And Entity as a team, throughout their entire year, throughout Western Europe TPC, they always play for those moments. Even when they're down, they have that chance of a comeback. Stormstormer, Invoker, Watson, these players are incredible at finding victories in these difficult games. So for Tundra at least, the bounce back will just be make sure that we don't have that miscommunication at the pivotal point of the game.
We're going to look at Tundra, obviously what Skitter is excited for and the interesting playstyle that they have. So it's only fair that we also have a look at Entity and their past year.
I mean, of course I care about winning TI. What the fuck? I mean, for sure. No, I mean, prize pool and everything is cool and so on, but everybody I think is playing in their hearts this game because like they want to be the best. I mean, I think that what makes a sports like a sport person in the end. Like we want to be the best. We want to make cool plays. I want to look back at this TI and I want to look at these VODs from the games and I would be like, man, I did some fucking cool plays, you know.
Okay, he's gonna roll up as he was getting charged in right there, and Blinding Light being used. Another strike hit, though. That roll's going to end in any second. Pulverize. The Pulverize catches the Proud as well. And here comes
Golem
the
as well.
Golem. The Fear on top of that. There's the team fight.
We went into this tournament really confidently. Once again, we looked at the groups and I think everybody was like, okay, Spirits might be the favorites, but we were like all like pretty happy. Like, sure, we're gonna have a good run.
Somnus does a triple kill. They're just waiting for him to die. Runs back in, goes for the break, goes for the bash, and ultra kills. Somnus gets the rampage.
So it was a little bit of a bummer that we lost against Azure and up in the lower brackets because I think everybody in the team was like expecting that we will beat them. But once again, of course, also Tundra in game and also in the lower bracket, and it's gonna be hella good feeling to fucking 2-0 Tundra and get the champions out. Holy. I think what I just care the most about is that everybody's trying. Our team are believing. Like, no matter what happens in the tournament, I just want all my 5 teammates to have a good time and make the best out of it. Fuck it, if we lose 0-2, I don't care. I want to play my best Dota. That's all I care about.
Well, Stormer can at least come back into game 2 knowing it's not going to be an 0-2, and his dreams of 2-0ing the previous TI champions could come true, Sheep.
It could. I mean, they played a really good comeback. They understood their timing super well. I was very impressed with their comeback last game.
Do you think the 5 teams, members of Entity, are going to be happy to walk out of this one win or lose team?
I mean, win. Why not? Let's not talk about losing for them right now. They're the one that game up. They're the ones in a good spot. Might need to get a swear jar for Stormer with his TI wins though, after that one. But no, yeah, I think they are the ones in the position because when they're behind, when they're ahead, like they are a team, they win quick games and they always find ways to win out the difficult ones. They are a scary team to face in the lower bracket.
Storm is such a nice guy. Like I wanna have more of these type of players in the scene because he's so passionate. He's like every time you see him, he's like really enjoying it. Like every time he wins something, he's showing it all. Like like Dandy before.
I'm Stormer fan for sure.
Yeah, me too.
It's because he was playing for so long, right? It's like he started during like 2016, playing in his national teams, playing with some German teams, and it was like years and years of just not kind of being good enough to break into, let's say, like the tier 2 scene of DPC of that time, right? And he finally hits it now, and yeah, look at him at the road.
Yeah. I like it when he gets knocked out because then he comes on the panel.
That's such a selfish reason, but I fully understand.
Love Stormer.
It might not happen though. We might get the 2-0. Tundra are up for elimination. They need to win this game to do or die. Let's see how they feel about being on the edge of elimination.
Okay, guys. The pressure is the highest it's ever been, but let's remind ourselves that we are here for each other. We practice all year, all our lives for this moment, and no matter what happens, let's make sure we are like the best teammates we can be, and we are as comfortable as we can be regarding the hero picks and how we play the game. And let's keep the communication very smooth and chill, and the game will take care of itself.
The game will take care of itself. Pick up those comfort picks. We thought Skitter was on a comfort pick last game too.
No, yeah, he was entirely. And I feel like this is a game that we shouldn't really be analyzing draft too much on. It really is about in the game, the plays, the choices that you make. And when you are technically a newer team because of Topson, there will be moments where there's that slip up. And I've said it a lot. They made that one slip up and Entity capitalized on it.
What sort of game is the hardest to come back from, Dendi? A game like this where you are pushing high ground, one slip up, or a game that felt really even at any point and it just unfortunately didn't go your way?
It depends on drafts so much, right? So in this game, Tundra had draft that they had tempo, and if they slip up like we talk, it's very, very hard to come back. And in those games, it's almost impossible. Like you're searching for those moments, and do you have the heroes do they have comeback mechanics? Like, is it possible to even play in the late game with those heroes? Like, you're searching for those questions all the time. But if you have heroes who have very good late game, if you have very stable draft, it's usually not so hard to come back. Okay, it's pretty hard, but at least you have those opportunities. You're searching for those options, and you're looking for them all the time. Like we saw games with Dark Weevil, for example, that can go for 70 minutes, 80 minutes, and you understand that this hero can kill everybody in like few seconds, any stage of the game.
There's always that potential. We'll see what they're going to draft for game number 2 as it begins right now.
Tundra Esports versus Entity. Game 2.
Let's see what Tundra are comfortable with, what they want to bring out in their potential last game in the road to the International. Or as you wanted to play, guess the top tin hero in game 1. Do you want to play it again in game 2?
I mean, of course. I'm still liking to see, the idea of Klinks on the top, yes. But I do want to make them, make them one small adjustment, which is like, I think support heroes are really crucial in this meta, and you need to have a lot of damage on them, because like all of these, like you're playing against Primal Beast, he has 4,500 HP. You need to make sure you have percentage-based damage that can, chop off of it. So instead of like playing with the Weaver, I'd much rather see some, Phoenix on that spot, but Phoenix is already banned from Entity, so it's not gonna happen this time.
Yeah, I hope they don't give Primal Beast a free game like this again. Like,
there it is. Get rid of it. It's already banned out.
Nice.
Fulfilled.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised that Tundra aren't picking up Dark Willow a little bit more. We know 9 favors her. He used to play her in the mid lane when he was doing that for Tundra during DPC, and then in 2 or 3 he talked about the fact that when he used to play +4 in pubs, that's where he got the Dark Willow inspiration from. So he clearly has that under his toolkit. It's just not a priority for them at all.
I mean, I think for 9 he definitely thinks about how to, have that experience from mid lane and translate it to do his role right now. But I think for Tundra it might be like a little bit too much, since you have like these creative Topias from the mid lane. It's already playing these weird heroes, and you have the same on the position 4. That makes your gameplay not as steady or like grounded, I would say.
I think most of the heroes that he's been playing so far provide information in the early game. We saw the Purge bit with the Weaver, Sakuchi and getting the wards. He's playing Earth Spirit, Spirit Breaker, Tiny. All of these heroes like to investigate in the early game. They like to kind of show themselves on mid, maybe get a kill, go back to top, use some twin gates, and the Dark Willow can do that, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if they do bring up some like range support for him. They have done a couple times so far, but I like when he can provide information for his team.
I do think it's like solid to remember as well that Tundra were kind of owning really hard in the last game, especially early. Like I thought Purge's breakdown of Weaver's movement on the map showed why it was so effective in that draft. I loved that he went for that solo crest early, getting like the crowns that let him be so like tanky, and then be able to use the Inkswell for his team to be sitting on top of heroes. I really liked how they used Weaver, and I thought their draft was great. Now we're seeing Conquer in the game. We lost Primal and CK. No, I was thinking. I was trying to see we lost like Dazzle's in the pool. That hero looks obscenely broken every time it comes out.
Yeah, but still, we probably can use Kunkka on 2 positions for sure. So
yeah, I know.
Not sure if we're gonna see Dazzle straight away on Tundra, but it's definitely heroes Topias can show on a very high level.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I feel like maybe they thought 33 was targeted quite a lot in the last draft when it came to bans, that he was willing to be that first pick, just get him on something comfortable that knows late game if it does go there again with Entity.
I think Tundra is one of the few teams that actually like exposed this Doom and like still value it as highly, because other teams are kind of like ignoring it completely. Not really sure how good this hero is nowadays.
Into this matchup of Kunkka, right? Now it's a very not easy game, but the fights are going to be clear for them, right? It's like, stop Kunkka from free casting. Don't let him get the Torrent Storm, the boats, the multiple pushbacks with the wave, the Xbox. Just go. And Kunkka, his itemization, it's your favorite, isn't it, Rezo? The Blade Mail, Heart, an Ags, BKB, like, it's enthralling. But you don't really want to go for like an early Lincolns or something to maybe punish the Doom a little bit. So, yeah, I see right now it's just a very snap response. No matter where you put your Kunkka, he's going to get doomed in this game. So maybe Entity needs to start thinking about ways to either find the Doom to prevent that, or ways to save this Kunkka and make it noisy enough that it's hard for him to always cleanly connect on that spell.
Yeah, Grimstroke is obviously taken out because it's too much to have Doom and Grimstroke at the same team, which Tundra already had before.
We were also going out to a lot of reactionary bans from game number 1 on the side of Entity. The Naga one also being taken out. Do you think it needs to be a first phase ban? Or is this a Entity don't want to play it and they don't want to come up against it, so let's just take it out?
I mean, it's just prevention from Skeeter having his comfort zone, which was like, you know, before he had like this Naga and CK as one of his top go-to heroes. So they're just taken out of his comfort zone, basically.
Tundra esports entities turn to pick.
Nice proper to snaking. That's good. They want to play aggressive once again.
I was just looking if it was a Snake hero or if it was going to be sort between Snake King or Nine. But yeah, only Snake King has played it so far in Road to the International.
Yeah.
What's the benefit of having it on a +5 instead of a +4?
The moves you make are always towards just mid and 4. You naturally, Skidder plays quite independent carries. So now, if he's playing an independent carry at minute 4 or 5, your Prophet is always looking at the map. When you put it in the 4 role, offlaner, it's not always right now in the meta to have independent offlaners. So if you put it in the 4 role and he's leaving that, now you're punishing your offlaner and hoping that things go well. So I like the fact that when it goes 5, it should just play the map really well. Oh, damn! Here we go.
Real fan.
Yeah, are you even really a fan if you're not wearing their full face on a t-shirt?
He's got a Fishman 1 under, so in case they do get, he can just take it off and he's ready for it. Yeah.
Undying, one of the best Fishman heroes.
Yeah, what is it? Dark Willow Undying or Morphling Undying or Medusa Undying?
Do you think it can be Dark Willow?
I mean,
10 seconds
might have been.
We lost grab ally, but it's fine, I suppose. I think this pick is less effective against Doom than it used to be because obviously Doom was changed. You can't heal anymore, so you lost that. But I think the ability to still be able to put someone in a tombstone is going to help when you're playing against the Doom. You're also just giving yourself a strong laner. It's going to allow you to punish the enemy much more. Like this Nature's Prophet wants to go around killing everyone, right? Undying kind of helps make that a little bit less effective.
Yeah, the lane from Entity, like Undying plus anything, should be able to pressure a Doom and at least delay the timings where Doom hits that stride of minus efficiency, I have my Octarine, I'm farming. It's going to delay that by minutes, which is always helpful. And I mentioned at the start, the Doom pick into Kunkka, you need to save him because he's the Doom target. You have the grab ally, the Tombstone, sure it's been nerfed, but it's still going to just eat through that Doom cooldown. Yeah, if the Tomb dies, you're going to get stunned, but again, surviving the Doom's the key thing, and now Avenge swap in play as well.
Yeah, they've
answered it with a nice double save.
And it's very good setup for a range carry right now, like for someone like Luna or potentially Dark Hero, like you said. I'm not sure about Duza. This hero was not so strong lately.
Could they like TA safe lane potentially as well?
Yeah, one of favorite Watson heroes. TA have a potential for sure.
I'm just not a big fan of Venge and Undying together because, like, as you can see right now, like you consider 3 heroes on the Entity side and you calculate all their damage and it's like, you know, 600, 800 damage. Yeah, and I think it's gonna be a tough game for them just purely because of the supports.
I've seen the Kunkka Venge matchup, the lane, where you put like the Wave of Terror with the Tidebringer, and in the offlane it's just a lot of spam to go down.
So, no, I'm talking about like, you know,
in the
engagements in the game.
Sure. I think maybe Entity are looking at just the lanes right now. And hopefully they have a big picture for the game, but I can see some strong lanes, but yeah, in the game it can get clunky if they're behind. It's going to feel quite awkward.
So we don't know where is Monkey going yet, right? It can be 9 hero or it can be Topia's hero. We still flex it around.
It
so
is so sad that Bat Rider is not a hero anymore. I look at Tundra's lineup, it looks so free.
Yeah, potentially. Stormer is one of definitely professionals on that hero. Like he knows the hero really, really well. Like one of his most played too.
Yeah, and time to pull it up out of their sleeves.
He's been playing in his pubs as well, so it wouldn't be too jarring if they want to go for it. Yeah,
he still does.
Yep, 6 matches, 50% win rate, so it's still fresh on his mind, and it is a very good game for it.
Time for that the last 2 weeks.
Of course, the reasoning is you play very aggressive, you chase down the Monkey King, 8 days by the way, that was the answer.
Thank you.
And they go Terrorblade.
Alright, Terrorblade makes sense. Terrorblade makes their lineup look a little bit more, like, better.
Why is that? Why do you say it makes sense?
Because they have constant damage output now in the fights, and it makes up, like, the Venge aura, he's using it pretty well on the, you know, Tombstone. as well, and he provides the objectives for the team as well.
A lot of physical damage, Monkey King Alchemist jumping on top of you, and a Terror Blade. You can always make some plays, turn that around, hit asunder, so it deals well, but pacing might be Entity's issue here. They're quite low damage with their first 4 picks. They are survivable, they help each other out, but that kind of mid-game timing of some, let's say, Radiance BKB out, any active item on Monkey King, the threat of the Prophet, it could overwhelm Entity once again.
Monkey King and Prophet can do so much like around the map, because Undying Venge, we don't really those heroes who can do a lot on the map compared to those two. And also it depends on how strong of a lanes is going to work out for Entity, because this Kunkka Venge lineup potentially, right? Like, I don't know how well we're going to do against Ouch Furion probably. Also, if it's Monkey King who is post 4, he might roam also. Like, we can see a lot of like changes.
Yeah, they don't really want to put Kunkka against Monkey King on the mid lane, right? It's a very bad matchup for him.
Yeah, they don't know where is this Monkey going. Who have last pick, like, from them?
Tundra has last pick.
So
to surprise us.
Yeah, like, they definitely don't want to get Kunkka mid, I guess. So it's going to be off lane. So we already know the lanes of Entity for sure, and we don't know Tundra lanes yet.
They also had, Entity had pretty similar lineup against Azure, and they lost those games. So I'm not sure why they decided to go for it again here against the Tundra.
A hero sometimes they pick is like a Visage in this position for Entity. Like, you can just play out a pretty chill lane, and then you can set a little bit of pacing. I still like Sheep's point about the Batrider is pretty okay, but I think Visage could be like a stable version of that, where you move to the Kunkka, take a tower, you do things on the map for your team, because they don't really hit any buildings or objectives right now until TB's online. Like, they're kind of missing that component.
I think with Visage, they're too much physical, heavy lineup, because, they can just build.
They go for the Batrider. Nice.
Yay.
Good guess.
Nice, good guess.
I like the Shadow Demon ban just before they pick it as well.
Yeah.
Make sure they don't get that cleanse.
I like it way more because now they actually have a mix of like physical and magical damage.
Yeah.
So their lineup looks way more balanced in that way.
We still don't have that much burst early game. Like, we need to wait until we get some items, and hopefully their lanes go well. Like, it's a little bit still scary to pick Batrider without seeing enemy mid laner. And there is like Furion who can also like TP in on top of you, like make this like change on the lane. So I feel like Storm is probably gonna play for his farm on this lane.
I'm surprised they didn't ban Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah. Queen's available.
It's not Topio's hero, right? Like, he doesn't really play much co-op.
I think he can.
Oh, absolutely,
he can. For Aghanim's. I think he would like that.
You wanna say Zeus again? The little jump away, you know.
Zeus?
Zeus is nice.
Maybe Puck.
His favorite Zeus. Yeah, that's the hero.
Like, Quap's good, but Thompson hero not so much. Puck very good against Batrider because he dives you, you hit coil, TP in.
And it's free game for Puck, or it's nothing. Also, it's not bad against TB, like, it's pretty decent.
But Zeus is fun.
Look, he's smiling. He knows. He knows.
Oh no, there's some sign. Okay, hold up, hold.
He's What's smiling. Coming?
He's smiling.
Is it Pudge?
Yeah.
We're not gonna have to wait too much longer. The time is running down. Tundra putting us on the edge of our seat to see what's gonna get picked up.
There's a Zeus.
Yes, they did it.
He called it. He called Batrider, he called Zeus. Well done, panel.
You guys just know our mid laners. Are you gonna know the outcome of this game though?
I'm waiting for Tundra, this one.
Yeah?
I think it's a really strong Batrider game. I'm ready to bet it all. All on my boy Storm.
All on a 2-0 for Entity. Everything.
Everything I have.
I like Tundra draft way too much. Like, this game, even further, I'm going for Entity just so we're like fighting here.
you want to be split down the middle?
Yeah.
I really like Tundra's lineup. I think this Zeus Phylactery is a lot of damage. I appreciate the Batrider pick, but it's Storm needs to go like 10-0 in this type of game to buy the time for everyone else to come online. Meanwhile, you got like Phylactery Zeus, some early Radiance BKB, some Monkey King and Nature's Prophet globally jumping around, TPing around the map. It's a lot of threats, a lot of pressure, and I'm just a Zeus enjoyer.
It's an amazing Zeus game.
It's a banger.
For sure. I hope he buys Phylactery because Mikoto last time didn't buy it. I was surprised.
It'll be illegal if he doesn't. We can talk to him after if he doesn't. But yeah, Phylactery is insane on this hero.
What is the win condition for Entity then? I have to ask you the Sheep or Dendi this one.
If we survive to minute 25 without like game being too destroyed, I think they can definitely win it.
Okay.
Yeah.
25 minutes, that's the same in your eyes as well, Sheep?
Yeah, I just want to see them survive it, because if they get run over, you're just playing with a bunch of like defensive supports that can't really do anything. You have no explosive damage. You need Stormstormer to have a really good game. If he doesn't have a good game, it's difficult.
I think the key of this game is catching up Zeus. Like from with the Batrider initiation, if they get Zeus, then they might have a good chance of winning this game. But if top PS have a really good positioning, then it's going to be a really hard one.
Okay. Alrighty, well, we're gonna see how it plays out, and before we do, we have the privilege of getting to talk to more coaches. It's Tsunami and Ali.
That's right, I am standing by with the Tundra coach, AUI at 2000. A lot of smiles in the booth when that Zeus pick came out. What's it like having Topson on the team with, he's known to play some pretty obscure heroes mid, but at least this one's a little bit more typical.
And Topson's an interesting guy. He's like, if no one's picking the hero, then he really wants to play it. He's something like mid-Ogre, and Invoker's first pick, he doesn't want to play it. Hero gets nerfed, no one's playing it, he wants to pick Invoker every game. Yeah, it's interesting.
He's a Dota hipster is what you're telling me.
He is for sure a Dota hipster.
And in this game now, it's an interesting approach because Tundra, last year, you guys plowed through the upper bracket completely undefeated, or at least not having to go down to lowers. Here, you're now one game away from elimination. Does that change your approach to the draft or as a coach?
I hope not. I mean, I think a lot of the last year, like the TI 12 year, we spent trying to figure out how to reset from losses. And I think at TI that year, we did it really well. So hopefully the same tools that we used then to reset, we'll be able to use now.
Sounds like we're in tune for a 3-game series. You guys ready for some more Dota? Let's get game number 2 underway.
Tundra going to be put to the test here when it comes to that mentality in the lower brackets. One game down against a team that they probably feel like they should have won that first game. How do you be able to bounce back from that, Avery?
Coach and leadership plays the biggest part, honestly. I think people can rile you up, get the energy levels where they need to be. I mean, sometimes you have to energize people up. Sometimes you have to calm them down. Get everybody in the right place of mind. If you're laughing, you're having a good time, you're probably going to reset and do okay.
Okay.
Believe in what you brought to the tournament. That's what's going to get you to the grand final at the end of the day.
I think my favorite part of that interview is Curtis going, it's interesting.
Yeah, I had the sense of like, it's not what I would pick for the mid, but you know, what
yeah, and I
can't argue with
thinking about the Pugna impact in that last game. I mean, I don't really feel like that had much to do with Topson.
No.
The core Pugna just did not seem to be able to do enough there, and hopefully this hero will do a bit better for Tundra. The mid Zeus versus the Stormstormer Batrider. All eyes on mid, Avery.
And that's why Zeus is a very interesting hero relative to that Pugna in terms of he's similar in that he's doing a huge amount of magical damage in the fight, which can suffer versus these big regen-oriented sustain lineups we've seen in the meta. But this game, there really isn't too much of it, right? There's like some boat rum. Maybe you get a hard on Kunkka, but otherwise, you have pretty good matchups in the bat and TV and just striking them down. And of course, Zeus has % base damage, whereas the Pugna doesn't. So even if you get these really huge tanky HP pools like we're used to seeing right now, at least Zeus has some tools to scale into them pretty nicely. And of course, you can always just run him over with Phylactery. I mean, dare I say, will this be the... Please buy Phylactery. I don't want to ask anymore.
It's so good.
Every time I ask for it, we never see it. So, okay,
I think Topson is the guy who would buy it.
Don't buy it, Topson.
Okay.
Don't buy Flash this game. It's terrible. Let's see what he ends up doing. Early trade happening on the tower.
Yeah, very much like that. Use a Heavenly Jump to slow him down underneath the tower. Stormstormer gets overly aggressive here, and it's not even time for the Water Rune to spawn. So, yeah, his courier is going to be coming out with a bottle, but there is going to be this window here where Topson's going to be feeling very good about the lane.
This is not an easy match for Bat. It used to be a lot better. Bat's laning has been nerfed. Zeus has the escape mechanism. Does have perfect CS for the first 2 waves and has that bottle rush. So Stormstormer, he's probably just going to look to get his farm and take over the map more than necessarily shut Topson down.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get to some BKBs on the side of Entity, you're having a pretty good time in that team fight, I think. But this is another game where Tundra can play really fast. And already once more, 9 off to a pretty fast start, though once we'll get the rebuttal. You're looking at Furion Monkey King supports. This is a support duo that wants to just come out guns blazing and run the map. Especially if they can get ganks on mid going with the Furion. You can even connect to those with the Monkey on the 6 and 8 minute power runes. That would be my game plan if I'm Tundra right here. And just free up the space for your side lane cores to get a huge amount of XP because Alk is not going to get pressured by a Kunkka. So Snaking, in theory, has some decent freedom to affect the other lanes here if he wants to commit to it.
What's the point of drafting this Kunkka nowadays, particularly in the off lane for Gabby? What are you trying to get out of it?
Water park? Same thing as any Kunkka, I guess. I mean, the offlane is not that great for him in a lot of the carry matchups. Alka's not going to shut him down too hard, though, so maybe they felt like this flex was warranted. And that's really what it was about, right? They got to hold this mid pick till last. They could have still put the Kunkka mid in this game and gotten another offlaner. That was the value. Based on that, it's just how much Gabby can contribute to the game with the utility. And, I mean, Gabby's looked pretty good on this offlane Kunkka, too. I think it's just a hero he enjoys playing and has had a decent amount of success with. So something Entity's very comfortable flexing between those two roles.
Staking almost dying earlier to that blood grenade. Comes back. That's the power of Furion. Just TPs away, TPs back into lane, and plays aggressive into the Venge. Our other side lane, Watson. See him just hold the creeps in front of the tower. He's doing all right for himself. 14-6 compared to the Doom, who's 12-2. So it may have cost Fishman a bit of a sacrifice, but Watson's having a good time so far. And as you talked about the last game, why not put all, or at least a lot of your eggs in the Watson basket? Because this guy is damn good in this carry role. He's proved it by being top of the leaderboard for a really long time, I feel like. So many times I check it out. There's Watson.
Definitely held it, and for good reason. And if you're going to put him into that single basket, an illusion carry is not the worst way to do it, because it's a carry that can affect the map, come out of the lane, flash from the jungle, and contribute pretty heavily to the fights. I really like the combination of the Venge and Terrorblade in this game. There's not a lot to dissuade these huge hits coming through with the minus armor and the Vengeance or Amp. And you have that swap save for him that can just reset the fight. You also have this swap for Wukong or Zeus later. The combination could be really nice in the late game, especially with fighting around the Tombstone. Something Tundra's going to have to think about, because who is killing Tombstone in this game? Alk or Furion, I guess?
Yeah.
It's a bit dicey, right? Especially if you get this Ags on Kunkka and he has all the AoE control.
Staking turns around. He knows he's dead. He tries to put the damage back onto the Vengeful Spirit. Not good enough, though.
It's just not that strong of a lane past like the first 1 or 2 levels here. I fully expect Staking to want to rotate. Maybe he's a bit scared of leading Skeeter alone, but you don't pick Furion to sit in your safe lane for 5 to 8 minutes. There's just better heroes to do it. So now's the question of where are you going to go with this Furion and what are you going to make happen? And looks like straight into top. That's where he wants to be. Collect some Tombstone gold, maybe.
Yeah, they'll kill that Undying and kill his Tombstone too, I believe. They'll tick out to 9, and Staking will collect the bounty on
Ganked the hell out of that Tombstone.
He really did.
Show it who's boss and go back through the portal, perhaps. So, I mean, not the craziest swing in momentum for a first Fury on TV, but...
I was wondering what Thompson was doing there, playing so aggressively in an Entity's side, but I'm looking at the CS chart. Despite that, that early bit where, you know, Storm almost killed himself underneath the tower, he's doing really well in CS, 38-2. So this Zeus does actually need to get in there and stop this Bat Rider from farming the neutrals so much.
The upside is Thompson gets to hold his resources because he's not getting pressure, which means you always have Thunder God's Wrath here in the early game available to combat these side lanes right now. And I mean, Top is getting traded out really hard.
Yeah, Watson's getting a bit low. He does have a range drop already, probably in big part because the Zeus is a factor in this game. He has a lot of stick charges here as well.
Big Lotus for 33 here. Really needed the extra regen in this battle. I fully expect Tundra to want to make a move on Terrorblade very soon, particularly if they can get him at the end of this meta. I mean, you have Thunder's God Wrath versus the lowest starting HP pool carry in the game.
Yeah.
You want to use it. Do not want to sit here with this spell off cooldown in the early game. Thompson begging his team right now, please. Create something for me.
And we should be seeing those opportunities, particularly with the Nature's Prophet. But
still, it's Staking just sitting bottom, right?
Yeah.
A slower early game than I would have expected out of this Tundra support duo.
Entity are going to be the ones making the first move here. Not the move that Stormer really wanted out of this one as he runs into 9. He's going to try and chase him down and might be successful in doing so. He's getting a lot of sticky napalms on him.
He wants Wisdom Rune.
Oh, yeah, he does. You're right. Thompson's going to be able to make the connection, though. Try to go forward, push him away, but it's not good enough. They grab the lasso. That will burn out 33 ever so barely, but it is not looking great for Entity as not only do they claim that Wisdom Rune of theirs. Oh, Fishman tried to go in for the deny. Now he's put himself... Oh, nice cut down of the trees. That was pretty good. Unfortunately, he is still stuck. He's up against a Zeus that actually has no mana, so it's going to be a slow death.
He's living here, I think.
Yeah, actually, Decay.
This is going to be close, man. Fishman with the jukes today. Just no mana left. Thompson had to get
Got another decay coming in soon. Thompson, no, will finally show up. The raindrop's still enough. Another round of decay. You know he's dead, but he cost him an extra, like, solid 30 seconds there.
Watson, thank you. That's a full level for me. I don't have to deal with any of these.
That's a Fishman highlight reel if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that genuinely is. That's why that man dies so much. So when he does die at the right time, it makes you work for it.
Yeah, he's very practiced at it. Very sacrificial player. Snake King gonna be pulled back. The X-Torrent, not a problem for Gabby. That is also gonna be an issue. I guess you've got the combination of damage over time. You got the fire and water. You got the water part combined with the damage over time from this Bat Rider. So they've got a ton of area that is just gonna be tons of damage being thrown around. You don't want to play into it.
Probably some lore implications. Watson gets the Doom implication here.
Yeah, Skeeter knows, hey, if they're making the move in the top lane, they're not trying to help out their carry at all. I've got to vacate the premises here. Moves over to the other side of the map. Stormer will pursue. The rest of his team is going to be following him. But they're
TP'd back bottom.
behind.
Skeeter's just double dodging all these ganks right now. Doing his best to disappear on the map. They'll have to resort for a 33 kill.
Yeah, they'll get that one instead. Pull them back into the Magic Missile will be good enough. Stormer on a killing spree. Something that the panel said they very much need Stormer to have a lot of momentum if Entity wants to be able to win this game and not get run over too early.
Snake King did tank this boat bottom. Still, his early game has been rough, right? This is a slow Nature's Prophet game right now. Can catch up later. Sprout can definitely be annoying in the late game. It's been a slow one for Snake King.
Yeah,
it's all been Stormer on the map. 3-1,
no
bot's done.
He just has a Magic Wand win lace and then some consumables.
That's what it takes. That's what it takes. Another self-stun. Just no damage here.
Spending so much trying to dodge, but the success. Oh no, not so successful. Watson gets off the Sunder last second.
And again, where's the connection for these plays, right? If Thompson's going in, he's going to fight this with an ult. You need to be there with both supports 100%. Whatever's happening bottom is just not worth the exchange and losing momentum for your Zeus. And especially giving it to Watson, where this raindrop and a Coat Bracelet has already paid off in the early game. Some extra magic resistance, some tank ability, survived the ult, turn it around. Watson getting involved, making it count, and turns it straight into a tier 1 tower.
That's a good point. The 5% he gets off that neutral item probably made the difference there in him getting off the Sunder.
Every little bit counts.
That's crazy. Tundra.
A slow early game for Tundra.
Yeah, they got to be feeling a bit nervous, especially after being down a game in this series.
And bottom, Arcane Rune off the smoke.
Chemical Rage on cooldown. You can drag him back, and there's no chance of him out-regenning the damage.
This game is turning into the Stormer show right now. Yeah. Level 9 bot's already done, and he is well on his way to a fast BKB, which I think was the scary part of this game for Tundra. What do you do versus BKB Bat here? It's pretty much guaranteed free team fight for him every time, unless you want to doom him and maybe you slap him off a tree first if you're the monkey. That's about it, and he's just going to have stacks on top of it. They are giving Stormer everything here.
That was such an efficient move. He kills the carry team back just in time to sack the Ancient Camp one more time before he clears it out.
And all on an Arcane Rune. So he's another lasso up in 20 seconds off of this farm. He's going to go heal, can instantly make another play on the map. It's an incredible pace for the mid Bat Rider. Level 10, highest in the game.
Damn good for him. 9. Somebody like that one.
Oh, yeah.
Steals away some neutrals.
Still waiting for Tundra to strike back. Maybe happy to farm with an Alk Doom. I mean, you have double fake gold acceleration here. That's something working for you. And there are some stacks waiting for Skeeter, but not a huge amount.
Hey, don't worry, Avery. Thompson listened to you.
Yeah.
Did not go Phylactery. Has Zakaya complete, and will be going for Yules afterwards.
One day. One day we will convert all the Zeus players.
DD coming in from behind. Fishman in his golem form thought he could take this fight, but too many members. That is the advantage that Tundra's supposed to be having, but they can't even finish off Fishman. Okay, I spoke a little too soon there. Global effect of the Zeus comes into play. Thunder God's Wrath will claim his life.
Also scouts this Stormer move, so double the value for Thompson, who would have died there to this hasted Bat Rider in the bottle. this is a guaranteed kill for Stormstormer somewhere on the map. It's just a matter of who's going to pay the price, because Hasted Batrider, there's no answer right now. And I guess unless you want to purge him up on 33 side.
Thompson's so funny, man. The way he plays so aggressively. Like you say, he sees the Batrider, and then he just promptly goes to farm that camp anyway.
That was a little insane, yeah. I mean, Thompson just figures, like, if he dies there, I mean, what are you supposed to do, right? You can't stop playing Dota just because someone gets a rune. Another self-stun.
Pulls him back pretty deep here. That's going to be into the X boat as well. An additional bit of burst damage. Is it enough? The rain drop helping to protect him, but the damage over time does do its work. Tundra are here with all 4 heroes, though, so maybe they can collect on Gabby, but now Entity, the supports are showing up. Oh, immediate Doom put onto the Undying. No Tombstone here, it seems.
Didn't even have it. I don't know if they had that read, but nonetheless, they will shut Fishman down. Shows up to that fight and instantly gets met with a Doom to the face. Still, you know Tundra want more off this move.
They really do. They're going to try and get Stormstormer, who has collected quite the killing spree, but not enough damage. Entity doing a good job protecting each other, connecting where it feels like Tundra have kind of failed to do so quite as successfully.
That feels like it's been the story of the game. I mean, they're catching up in net worth on the support. Snaking's definitely recovering here. But it does feel like they're getting outnumbered, and it's just the Batrider mobility on the map. I feel like Stormstormer's finding these openings, bringing the right support in the follow-up. That's another big outkill to slow down Skeeter's timings, pushing towards a Radiance here, which, of course, is Alchemist Terrorblade matchup when you're going ores and stuff here reflected. Terrorblade is going to have a really good Scotty timing in this game. And that is what Entity are going to try and play around. This is a very classic Entity ball-up lineup that we've seen work for them in a lot of the regionals, right? Yep. Get an Undying Venge, put a Terrorblade with it. You hit the Scotty, you go into the Roche, you go into the tier 2s with Tombstone and a swap save. That is a big ball to fight through. And on top of it, you have Kunkka throwing Boat Rum into it. It's going to be a lot of EHP coming out of nowhere you're suddenly have to deal with. And it's going to be a tough fight for Skeeter to commit into, especially when he is well behind on a hero that is not used to being behind.
No, not at all. He is sitting at 6,500 net worth on an Alchemist. This hero is supposed to be top of the net worth chart. They have a Doom on their side as well. This is a lineup with Furion on top of all of that. Is supposed to be printing money constantly. And the net worth chart is pretty much even. They have 1,000 net worth lead, but it's really not as much as it needs to be. Another pick off here. Doom is going to be found here in the top lane. Entity are bringing a lot of heroes to these kills constantly, which is another reason why they're not able to quite keep up with Tundra in net worth. But turning that kill into a Roshan is a nice little move that you could do with an Undying. Stormstormer's going to need some help in the mid lane, though, and they're already seeping to try and bail him out. They're going to catch 9 as he tries to get away, but pulled back by the X.
That was a defusal rush for the Monkey. This is 9 wanting to get aggressive on the map, try and force something. It's just going to turn into space off the death, I guess, as Tundra's still looking for their first set of items to take a fight. It did stall that Roche, however.
It did.
He gave up on the Roche by keeping the supports in, so whether 9 knew that or not, I don't know, but he did get some value out of that play. Some time wasted from Watson here. Let those gold mechanisms catch up. You're saying they're only up 1K. I'm surprised they're up at all, given how slow this early game was for them.
Yeah. Well, we hit the scary timing you said Tundra needs to look out for. BKB is complete for Stormstormer with the boots of travel and even a double damage. So they are very, very dangerous. And Tundra obviously just going to be playing to allow those abilities that print them money. They need the time for it to do so. Particularly, they need that Radiance on the Alchemist for him to really start scaling up pretty quickly.
It's going to explode out of nowhere, though, right? You have Octarine, Midas, Max Devour, Doom. You have Radiance coming out on the Alch. If you let these heroes get away with the next 5 or 10 minutes here untouched, they are going to be top of the net worth chart, guaranteed. They're going to be able to take a good fight off it. I mean, Tundra's game plan is just create enough threats that, okay, if you go in with BKB Lasso, you focus one hero down, they can still win the fight regardless. That's where some of the long duration spells like the Tombstone, the Boat Rum, they're really nice for Entity right now. Because even in that situation where Tundra commit, I just don't see them winning a long fight. They don't have the heroes to deal with those spells, those big ults right now. But this game did get slowed down with that kind of failed Roche play.
Yeah.
Felt like it took some gust out of the wings. And it's time that Skeeter has not been killed by Stormstormer for a while, which I'm sure he's very happy about, and that'll finish his Radiance.
that's complete. We do have a pipe done for Gabby, so combining the BKB with the pipe, they are kind of untouchable in the right 5-on-5. If they choose to activate those things, then there's really not much that Tundra could do to stop it. So I have to imagine they're still probably thinking about that Roshan. When can we do it? How can we get there without giving too much to Tundra?
Thinking got stunned by the Ogre Bruiser on a range support.
Was he teleporting away or something?
I mean, I have some history with snaking, but that was embarrassing. I just want I've seen snaking do a lot of shady stuff. Getting stung by an Ogre Bruiser on Furion.
Not his finest moment.
Yeah, just to call him out, just to make sure that gets called out.
Yeah. You had to watch him win a TI, so in turn, you're also going to make sure that you see him get stunned by an Ogre.
Absolutely abuse my power.
Hey, round 2 of Entity doing Roshan.
Yeah, this one should be a little faster and go a little better. Solar Crest for Fishman going to guarantee the pace here. I mean, your Entity supports are going to fall behind on the map compared to Tundra's because it's Monkey Furion, right? They're going to farm everything they want compared to Avenge Undying, who have way better spells right now, but if they're not getting the fight, you have to put them to use somewhere. So that's where if Entity gets split up on this map, it's not going to feel great for them. But if they get into the 5-on-5s around the objectives, which this Aegis should allow them to do, that should still feel very good. And if you're Tundra, the question is, do you want to take that fight? Do you want to keep splitting the map? I feel like you just keep splitting the map. As long as Batrider is not picking you off, I don't think you're too sad about this.
Yeah, I think you 100% agreed on that point because you could see Tundra clearly advocating for that. I mean, they saw that Entity went out to the Roshan pit, right? They saw those 2 supports rotating through the portal. Wham!
I'm glad. This is why we need multi-cam. You would have missed that.
That's true. That was
he almost died because of it.
It's true.
So the highlights of Snaking's career, though.
Tundra want to draw out the game. Is that what you're saying? It's a shocker.
Well, yeah.
Jump in. As we say that, they're the ones to make a quick move to blow up Fishman. Does he get caught on the way out, though? Kataomi, if he gets close enough, he get the swap in with the running into Wukong's command. They don't give a damn, apparently. Kataomi swaps back to Batrider, finished off 9 before he gives up his life for that. So 1 for 1 in the supports there after Fishman dies. Tundra are positioned to hit the tower some more, which is almost dead.
It's going to be close. 30 HP on Stormstormer. Almost ends up ticking out there.
Wow, I'm surprised it got that low.
This spell does a lot of damage now. And very heads up Doom by 33 to just make sure this back can't do anything with that BKB. First pop for Stormstormer yields nothing there. 33 shows up in time, and early blink definitely helping out. That's a nice little fight for Tundra. Again, we're seeing this net worth explode even when nothing's happening, right? So they're happy with these little exchanges and trades, stall the game.
Yeah, the game was totally fine for Entity 5 minutes ago when it was even and it felt like they had picked up the pace, but now it does feel like they are having a hard time getting a hold of Tundra.
And right now isn't the timing, right? I mean, the timing is going to be the Scotty on the Terrorblade. The question, though, is that Roche got stalled, and like you're not going to have an Aegis with this Scotty timing. Are you happy forcing towers without a second life on the Terrorblade just running in? Might be a little awkward. Snaking will pay the price here.
Damn, he went from, what was it, like 5-6 minutes in where you said he had like 0 items. He almost has an Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, that's Furion. Print that cash.
Yeah. And that's just going to be more and more like map problems that they have to deal with. Jumping away into the trees, 9.
No tombstone drop.
Stone outside of the range. They know he's there off the decay, and they'll finally catch him. Takes a while, though.
Yeah, double quelling supports. It's just so much time.
At least this is efficient. They bring all these heroes here. Might as well do the Tormentor.
Tombstone helps out a bit, and Fishman will get rewarded.
A little bit of grab ally action.
Grab ally, indeed. I mean, nothing crazy to grab ally against, but never bad to get it for free. Nonetheless, this game has definitely stalled. This Aegis did not yield too much, and now if you're Entity, you have to prepare for this next period in the game where you're going to have to fight Tundra on their terms, in the sense of you're going to have big defensive items coming out, right? Manta Alk is going to continue to push in the waves from the map. You're going to have a BKB on 33 at some point. And Thompson already finished the Octarine. His Zeus is pretty tanky.
Yeah, this is my biggest concern. Zeus has always been a pretty good answer to Terrorblade, right?
Oh, yeah. One of the best.
So it is somewhat single core lineup. I mean, Entity are putting all their eggs into Terrorblade, getting strong enough and being able to end the game. Is he going to be able to do that against an Octarine Zeus holding high ground?
That's where those Aegises and where they line up with Watson's itemization matters a lot to me in this game. Like, you need to make them count and get a lot of value off the map because, yeah, you're running a gold deficit. It feels like you're running against the clock a little bit here in terms of if it's truly a 4 protect 1 lineup and your one position has dubious core matchups in the ultra late, are you happy just stalling this game out? I mean, Watson, I feel like he thinks he can carry any game. And I've seen him carry a lot of games. So there is some truth in that. But in the ultra late versus a Doom, a Furion who's going to be rooting and disabling you, a Monkey King who can turn into another core, and I mean, 9 is farming a lot right now. Going back for a pipe, very interesting item.
Yeah, he may have the good matchup against Alchemist, but against everybody else.
And even that matchup is not, it's not like some crazy deciding matchup if the Alch can pick and choose when he goes in and he doesn't have to be the first contact. Like Skeeter jumping in with 6 slots on anybody is going to be pretty scary this game. He'll find a freebie here. This is where the map becomes very difficult to play, and it falls back to Stormstormer. Can he continue to find pickoffs and close out the lanes with this Batrider threat?
It looks like it's not going to be totally free. Kataomi goes through the portal and catches Snaking on the other side. So they'll get support for support, 5 for 5. But it does leave just more space. They see a lot of heroes, they get a lot of information on the side of Tundra, and that's more time where Skeeter knows he's free to farm up Ancients. Thompson's pushing out lanes everywhere. He's going to get an Aghanim Scepter next, which is yet another split-pushing mechanism that they can use. People don't think about it that way most of the time, but you can use it that way. It's going to be so annoying to get all the lanes pushed in this game.
And Thompson's favored this extra Lightning Bolt mini stun talent at 20. So you get extra stun duration. This Ags becomes really annoying. It locks people down. Pretty obnoxious when you think about stacking this on top of Sprout, hold people in a Wukong, even some extra stun on a target fleeing away with Doom.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of little small things that can make this Nimbus really obnoxious this game. And of course you have Octarine to back it up with some extra CDR. Absolutely nothing wrong with this build outside of your missing Phylactery, but so far, it's making it work.
Not gonna let it go, huh?
Nope.
3-man smoke up from Entity.
This is your Scotty. This is a big timing for Watson. You really want a full-out team fight out of this. You have all the utility to back it up. You have drums, you have solar.
They have the scan.
You have pipe. You just need a target to hit, and there's a Yules and a dodge.
He's gonna hop away, swap back though. Thompson still gonna be caught and killed. Very important that Entity got something out of that smoke. They still may be trading out Kataomi, Glimmer Cape maybe. Oh, Rabbi, like, okay. There we go.
Are you happy if this is all you get, though? That's the question.
I feel like you kind of need to get, got to get some objectives, right? I don't know if it's that mid-tier 2 or what, but...
Stormstormer's hunting Snake right now. Does not want to let this split push go on too long. He just misses him. Both these Silence getting shoved in by the Furion, and instead Tundra going to try and turn it around on Stormstormer with early bots for 33.
If they get him after the Firefly is down, then maybe I could see it. Doom into Sprout, hold him in place. He has no way to get away.
I think they're worried about it being that close to a tier 1 still.
Sure.
Turnaround potential from Entity with saves is pretty formidable in this game. Something you're going to have to think about on these single target jumps.
And it's the thing when you're trying to split the map as much as they are, making aggressive moves sometimes just feels unnecessary. Do we really need to do that?
Yeah.
If we could just, continue to... I mean, Stormstormer still hasn't dealt with the bottom wave that's pushing into that tower.
No, he's scared of the map too, especially since he's the gem holder, which tells you, I mean, these side lanes have been a problem for Entity. Obs in the side lanes as well that Snake can play pretty deep, helps him split push here. And it'll be a 2-man smoke that went through mid with the 2 stun jumpers. Looking for a big core pickoff while the meta was on cooldown here. I don't think Tundra are going to find anything though. Even with the lanes going in, Entity are just playing it safe. I mean, look at where Watson is right now, man. This guy wants nothing to do with the map. He's full HP, full resources, just going back to base.
Yeah, he's
buy
gonna
out the BKB.
Yeah, buy out that BKB by selling his magic wand. Roshan could be up right now. We know it's going to be in 1.5 minutes is when the actual spawn time is.
I mean, Watson wants to fight right now. Meta in 20, they want to fight into Roshan and get Nagus, and the meta after that take objectives with it. So you need to set the map up for yourself to make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible to get prepared for that.
Well,
right, Austin?
A little bit of a speed bump. Fortunately, it's got Octarine, so I guess it's going to be on cooldown a little bit faster, but KATAOMI.
That's true, then you can misclick it in 55 seconds instead of 60.
Yeah, but once it gets down to that 6-second charge, then you know it's not the worst. You misclick it. Aghanim Scepter done for Kunkka. So we have the water park in action. It's open, ready for business. That's going to make that Roshan fight a whole lot harder for Tundra, fighting in a set area.
They're all items designed to align for Entity, hit this ball timing for second Roche, which is really where Watson's going to feel one of his strongest peaks in this game. He just needs to be able to connect this meta onto the big cores here. Tombstone is also a huge spell for Entity. If they can keep it up during a Roche fight, it's really going to do work in the long engagements because there isn't a direct Tombstone killer that wants to just run in there and man up for it. Every time you run in to kill the Tombstone, that means Watson's probably hitting you. And no one's really happy about that yet because the armor items are still what's missing from Tundra's side. They're going to be thinking about AC and Shiva at some point in this game. It's not there yet.
Oh, the tidal wave is coming in. 9. He has to hop out of those trees. They spot him, but they can't catch him. And Entity are set up to do that, Roshan. If they don't do it now, though, it's going to cross over to the other side, so...
You definitely do it now.
Yeah. And Tundra, again, showing no real signs. They have all the information that this is going on, but they don't really care to contest.
Yeah, the upside here, if your Entity is, if Tundra's not contesting, you get to save the meta. Which means that next fight that you wanted to take after you secure this Aegis can happen immediately if you wanted to. Watson, hold on to it. He's got Titan Sliver. He is damn strong right now. It's all about kiting him out in the fights. Getting to a point where Skeeter can just play aggressively because he's going Octarine on this Alchemist. This Alch is not going to be tanky at all. This is, I mean, very greedy, very efficient. You can play off the spells, concoctions, mantas on the map. You can be very annoying. When it comes to the head-on battle, you're doing absolutely nothing to this Terrorblade. Hitting him with pillows here, so it really is putting more weight on Thompson to carry the brunt of the damage versus Watson in actual exchange. Or maybe even 9 with a Wukong that lasts. I mean, he's got Scotty on his own.
Oh, he gets the courier, and is he going to get away? It's looking like that's easy. Meanwhile, KATAOMI gets found in the top lane as Tundra pushed forward to that side of the map.
They are really creating problems on the lanes for Entity. Just can't get any single lane into group up right now. Every time you suffer a pick off, the game gets stalled some more. They are continuing to scale. We've seen Stormstormer carry some of these late games with Batrider, a hero he's very comfortable playing the late game with.
A dead even game right now. Do you feel like that's going to swing into Tundra's favor more 10 minutes from now? If Entity hasn't claimed anything with this Aegis?
I think Tundra are okay with what's happening right now, right?
Yeah.
These Aegises were never ones they were supposed to get in this game. So if Entity don't get something done with the Aegis, it feels okay just waiting it out and taking a fight afterwards. In fact, Tundra feel like they can just take the fight now. 4-man smoke the bottom while Snake pushes top.
I mean, the lanes are, every single lane is pushed in right now, so they probably know Entity's going to split up a little bit.
Look at the treants on the map, right? Snake's been splitting these treants, blocking camps with them, scouting it out. That's another source of vision where they just see Entity when they get split up and look for the pickoff. They're again playing it very patient, not forcing the issue.
9 is the only person really showing aggressively in Entity's face, and this time he's going to pay the price for it, but that had to happen eventually.
Get gobbled up here.
So maybe that's just the small little opening that Entity feel like is enough for them to take an objective off the map. They still have yet to take a tier 2. They're going to head towards that bottom one.
I would say Fishman has found a lot in this game. He's got a blink on top of the Drummond Solar Crest he finished earlier. There's a lot of net worth on this Undyne, and blink grab ally. No joke in this game. If he can help a core that's deep in the fight out.
Yeah. Save somebody from some sort of chain stun, give him a crucial couple of seconds against the Doom.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, these Entity supports, they don't need as much net worth as Tundra's to function decently in the team fight. Their spells are really powerful between the double save, especially if KATAOMI can get to an Ags here on the Venge. Then you have double all the spells to throw into action. You're probably going to get a shard at some point as well off Tormentor. Just buy yourself off the Philly gold.
And taking towers is a good way to give your supports that bit of bump up in net worth.
Oh yeah. So this ball still very strong for Entity. And Watson still cruising top of the chart.
How quickly, though, can this ball bounce around in the map in an attempt to stop Tundra from pushing out every other lane? Because they telegraphed that push so heavily. Mid and top, they've been pushed straight into those tier 2s, even taking a bit of chip damage here.
And the Treants continue to see everything. Pressure at tier 2. Snake King giving all the vision in the world for them to continue to do Tundra things. Which is farm with broken gold spells.
And maybe it's best Entity don't try and force it too much. Maybe they should be content to like, okay, they want to play late game, but we're also fine with playing the late game. We don't necessarily have to go high ground with this Aegis. They only have another 70 seconds left on it. Take another tier 2 though. They're well set up to do that at least.
That is another small combo, right? You got the Thunder's God Wrath into the Nature's Wrath. Double the Wrath. You get vision on all 5 heroes, they instantly get rooted.
Yeah.
Just saw there, they're happy to just throw it out for the vision. Though 2 ults on cooldown, another 60 seconds. Is this the high ground for Entity? Well, Stormstormer TPing back says no. Though it is up again in 20 seconds. He's playing the CDR game with Quickening Charm plus Octarine on this Batrider.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just looking to see if he finds anything. He finds the right kind of pick. Maybe his team follows him in.
This is 40-second lasso, 20-second teleport, double flame break charges.
Oh my god. Snake King's going for a Shadow Blade. They're going to be just rats all over the map, nibbling away at wave after wave, tower after tower.
Right, they're going to fight the Tormentor.
Try to anyway. Goes that Nature's Wrath, but
they were thinking about fighting the Tormentor.
Thought about it for 3 whole seconds.
See, Topson knew better. What would have been the point of Phylactery in this game? I don't think he's cast a spell on an enemy hero in 15 minutes.
Yeah, actually, this might be like the lowest hero damage that Zeus has ever done by 34 minutes. Because Tundra are just not fighting. They are playing a game that is very different, which is...
they're trying to fight this.
They are. They're actually doing a lot of damage. The supports are getting a little bit low, and all of a sudden, 33 and Thompson, they both show up to this fight. Immediately, Doom going to put onto the Batrider, forcing out that BKB. Kataomi will eventually die underneath the acid spray.
Skeeter, he knows Stormstorm has to heal right now. Why not force the issue?
Got up the blade mail before he got stunned. Blocked out by the Sprout. Really can't go too far, but he can push him inside the base. What a brilliant move from Gabby. Watson really takes advantage of that, and he brings down 33. Slows down Skeeter a little bit. Can he catch up, though?
Just
needs
no meta.
more teammates.
Nothing to stick with this Scotty on the Terrorblade if he doesn't have the range for him here. Another pretty decent read of Tundra to take that fight off of what was turning into a 9 clown chase. Here I call it that.
Yeah, he's jumped on that clown car a couple of times and made his way around the map.
You got a bench buy out of that. More economic damage done. Another fight Stormstorm with this BKB doesn't get to do anything. Man, this must be a very frustrating game for Entity. They're not even really behind, right?
No.
It's not like anything is bad happening to them. They're still kind of cruising towards their strategic objectives here, which is mainly, you know, the big damage items on Watson, and there's one of them, MKB, completed here for the Terrorblade. It's going to shred through the Radiance. Anything else you might have offered here if you're Skeeter. Skeeter's itemization scheme is just, it's crazy, man, honestly. He is not going for any sort of fighting Alchemist. He's just going for spellcasting Alchemist.
Maybe that's the best option you have, is an Alchemist versus the Terrorblade.
It's an interesting idea, right? Just never man-fight him, never give that Terrorblade the true carry-on-carry. It's just going to be concoction talents on low cooldown with Manta illusions going in on low CD. He even has Berserk Potion off the Shard.
Yeah, and soon if he starts giving away those Aghanim Scepters like he was thinking about doing, he had it queued up anyway, he could start getting Spell Amp.
I mean, he can definitely pull some good Ags here. Even the Monkey King Ags might be pretty good in this game at a certain point if 9 can get to the Scotty, for example.
Yeah, I have a feeling the way 9 sees his role in this game, I'm not sure if he's going to be scaling up too much.
I mean, what else is there to do, though, right?
That's
what is Tundra's game plan other than at 60 minutes we're going to beat you?
Side the buy, Stormstormer recognizing they need more control.
Yeah, that's the one downside for Envy right now, is if you're not taking the fights, these supports are, in theory, going to outscale you a little.
Having a poke at him, he's got BKB cheese, so they're just trying to see if they can get a reaction. And boy, did they get one from Fishman and Stormstormer. They immediately start trying to run down Thompson.
I mean, you want to catch anytime you can get it on this map. Will be thwarted yet again.
Pull some heroes all the way to the top part of the map. Bottom is totally free.
I mean, Stormstormer even completed bots too early here. Just to increase the chance he can join some sort of catch on the map, get some pickoff going. The second you get one pickoff on one of these ratting supports, it helps you a lot.
It's so ridiculous, man. Skeeter picks up bots, so now he's like out there on the map always with his Manta, Radiance Manta, pushing down lanes.
Stormcrafter, more magic spell damage coming out from this Alchemist.
What is the end game, though, for Tundra? Delay the game so much, but what does it eventually lead to? Are you confident that Tundra, you said super late game, I'm not sure if this Monkey King's gonna end up scaling, so I'm gonna say mostly Zeus and Doom. Maybe the Nature's Prophet. Actually, Snake King might be the one to scale up more.
If the supports get farm on Tundra, I think they win it ultra late. They don't, though. I feel like Watson's cleaning them up.
Is he gonna run into the Ward Sentry that's there farther on the right? He ran into the scan. They know he's still here, and they're gonna find him. The Shadow Blade now put on cooldown.
All right, big pickoff. That's one of the ratting supports, so it should give you some time and some freedom to get these lanes and set something else up here.
Set up a Roshan kill. But if they get the Aegis, are they gonna be able to hit the high ground confidently? Of course they can't do it. They can't just like barrel down like, let's go high ground no matter what.
I mean, you're gonna have to at some point in this game.
Yeah. Does mean that you're gonna be pushing right into the trap that Tundra is setting for you, which is the split push combined with really good high ground defense.
They have a really good refresher shard lineup though. Pretty much any of their heroes, it does some serious work, right? I think Kunkka is the most logical one here with double park, double boat, double wave. It's all incredibly nasty. There's not a lot to prevent it on the side of Tundra, especially if 33's BKB is down. That's the only BKB they have. So that's the one thing also going for Gabby in this game. All of his spells are going to be amazing. There's not really anything that's going to change it from the side of Tundra. I mean, you have a Doom going in who ignores it, but everybody else is just going to get caught.
Avery, there's so little happening in this game, we might see a wheel of cheese.
I severely doubt it, but
they've got two cheeses. Entity have taken two Roshans. There's pretty much no fighting, so they've never had to use that consumable item. Kataomi's stacking up the Lotuses. That's possible.
The sad thing is that it's just not even that good.
Yeah,
it's not even worth
so much effort for.
I feel like I almost rather have the like 3 separate cheeses than the block of cheese. I know people are gonna hate me for that statement, but I guess first Doom cheese is not amazing. We'll see. Another smoke by Tundra.
Wow, Entity on the low ground here, really grouped up.
Yeah,
oh boy, this is an opportunity. Surely Skeeter jumps in, immediately trying to blow up the Undying, but a swap back in from Kataomi is going to be able to bail him out. The X marks the spot, pulls Skeeter back in, but look at knife. He got the Junter in with the Wukong's command, but the Alchemist is being blown apart by the Watson. They have the control and they have the damage, and they will make good work of it. This is the opening that Entity has been waiting for. Finally, Tundra made a move, tripped over their own feet, and now Entity will take a lead here. They're going to have an opportunity to hit the high ground, surely.
Tundra just gave it to him. Watson is going to make quick work of this tier 2. Meta is running out here, but you have to be thinking about the double saves here from Endy. You have Blink, Tombstone, and you have the swap. This Alk does not do any direct damage. It's just remote spellcasting pretty much. And Skeeter tries his best to burst to support. Doesn't even look close.
Couldn't get through it. Lincoln's 33 actually making the jump in here, seeing if they can finish off Watson without using the jump, but he gets off the Sunder, and that's now trouble. E4 step down, Skeeter. Oh, Tidal Wave trying to get him, pull him out. Boat coming in. There's the water park. It's not something they can fight into, so it's going to be a dieback on Skeeter. Nobody can come in and save him. And look at Watson, he doesn't give a damn about that, Doom. He just seems on going to town. Now he's going to run down Thompson as well. Looks to be able to toss himself up in the air. Enough time for a jump. Can he jump away? He's got it now, but he'll fall anyway. And that's no buyback on him. 2 heroes, no buyback. The most farmed heroes on the side of Tundra, and grab that third core. Pull him back in. Tundra have totally fallen apart. They pushed this game a solid 40 minutes, but in 2 it'll end.
They have Doom by with no Doom. Meta be damned, Watson's gonna end this game right here, right now.
They surely are. X marks the spot with the swap going out there. Wukong's command, but it's a support monkey game. Who cares? Ignore it. Watson is ending this game right now. There's nothing you can do to stop him. Throw all the spells you want. You don't have the stuns. You don't have the damage to stop this Terrorblade.
He still has no meta.
Yeah, he's doing it all melee style.
It just doesn't damn matter. You don't have a single carry left in this game to fight the one that is the rank 1 Watson.
And that is it. The TI-11 winners are eliminated by Entity 2-0.
That is not an outcome I think a lot of people were expecting, especially for Tundra, who were so strong in that group stage, faltered a little bit at the end, found themselves in the lower bracket, and then find themselves against a very familiar opponent, and Entity just come out guns blazing here. Game 1 with an impressive comeback, and Game 2, it felt a little slow, it felt a little clunky, but in these end fights, you go back to the itemization on Tundra, like what is it building towards, right?
Yeah.
It just felt like you have to throw everything on Watson, and then what? And even when they did throw everything on Watson, he just stands there and kills them.
And as frustrating as that gameplay was for Entity trying to catch Tundra all over the map, you could tell they maintained discipline. They understood we will get that opening eventually. And Tundra gave it to them. And boy, did Entity take full advantage of it. Amazing stuff from Entity. This 2-0 against Tundra keeps them alive in this lower bracket, but it does mean we're going to be saying goodbye to the TI winners. As, you know, they had an amazing run last year. Stayed in that upper bracket, one of the most dominant victories in the entire time. But, you know, they come here at TI-12. You said they had their moments this year. It did look like they were getting back into shape, but when they needed it most, unfortunately, just wasn't able to put it together.
No, and Entity maybe find some momentum in this lower bracket, right? This is a very scary team if they start to get that ball and their strategy working with Watson in that like 4 protect 1 type situation. Very scary team to go against.
Yeah, very scary. I would not envy anybody who has to do that, and there is somebody who's going to be doing that in the panel. I'm sure it's going to bring that up. Let's head back to them.
It's a 2-0 for Entity. They do knock out and eliminate the TI-11 champions. So the repeat for them, the dream is unfortunately dead, as well as the three-peat potential in Topson. They put up a very formidable fight in this game number 2, but Dendi, even the belief in the Zeus Topson wasn't enough for them to get game 2 winning.
Bro, he was on our side.
He was, but he liked the Zeus.
I like the Zeus.
Yeah,
yes,
which is why I asked him about the Zeus.
Thompson didn't buy Phylactery. I don't know why. Like for me, this is like the best item. And for me, Zeus, the hero changed itself because now it's like more of early game and mid game hero when it's late game hero. In late game, it doesn't provide that much, especially for TB illusions. It doesn't have that much damage anymore. And if enemy have 1 pipe, it's not so easy. So you really need to apply pressure early. And for this, Phylactery, in my head at least, like very good item. So yeah. I'm not sure on that one.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up was Venge being a support on the side of Entity. So she was super popular in groups. I think like contest rate was pretty high. 46 games she appeared, either picked or unbanned. And so far we hadn't seen her in playoffs. This was the first showing from her, Rezo.
Yeah, it was the first one, and I mean she did a good job like just protecting her you know, allies. But I do think that Entity, they played this game very methodical in a way that they took every Aegis, but they didn't rush to high ground to end the game with, because you know you're going against Doom and Zeus on the high ground. There's plenty of room of mistakes, right? But they managed to just like slow the game down. Yes, they're farming, like you know Doom farming, Alchemist is farming, but they don't really care about that. They just took the the favorite fights on their own terms, and that's why this game was like very. I mean, it was very slow, but it was very one-sided at the same time.
Yeah, Entity just applied so much pressure, but without having to do it. And I think Fishman on his Undying, just even in the early game, he was drawing the Zeus in. They were just kiting around, doing a lot of things. I think for Tundra, going on the point with Dendi and the Phylactery, they got to that awkward timing where they defaulted to old school Tundra. The game's kind of weird. We're not able to actually pressure our opponents, so let's just keep skipping waves, keep farming and wait for maybe this big timing. But they just also, I think they missed some beats in the mid game. Like they weren't hitting that perfect 5-man fight, the Doom starting and everyone following up. It was a little bit disjointed, and that is credit to Entity and how annoying they were throughout this entire game, how defensive they were with Undying, Venge, Kunkka. It was a treat to watch, and fair play Entity, yeah, a swift 2-0.
Shiba, I do want to hear you about this Entity, but I actually want to hear from our winners themselves. Pyrian's down on the sidelines, and he's got Stormstormer.
Hi, Nat. I do indeed have Stormstormer. Stormstormer, congratulations on the win, first of all. Last time we were hanging out, it was Berlin Major. You were on the panel, I was hosting. This is what you want to be doing, though, right?
For sure, for sure. I mean, don't take it bad. Like, I want to panel with you, it's fucking fun, but playing Dota is much more fun.
Of course. So, Tundra, a team you guys have struggled with all year, obviously. What changed that you were able to 2-0 them in very convincing fashion?
Honestly, like, I don't know, we just really tried to focus on ourselves as much as we could. And of course, like, we respect them a lot. As you said, like, I think they had the upper hand against us almost the entire year. And this was the first time that we ever played them on a stage. So it was definitely like a very important match for us. And of course, they're the TI champions from last year. So definitely also shout out to them. Like, I think it was a really, really crazy good series.
Fantastic. That was great to watch. So as I understand it, the German equivalent of the BBC is here filming something. Is there anything you want to say to the Deutsche fans back home?
Ja, an alle daran zu Hause. Ich hoffe, ihr habt das Match genossen. Leider geht es jetzt für einen von uns nach Hause, für Leon Kirilin, unser deutscher Kollege. Aber es war ein geiles Match und ich werde seine Ehre weitertragen und hoffentlich gibt es wieder einen deutschen TI-Champion dieses Jahr. Der nicht Tofu ist, sondern ich.
Ja, sehr gut. Dankeschön. And yeah, back to the panel.
Look, I don't know exactly what he said, but I'm going to assume at the end there was something, hopefully, that we have a German representative being the TI champs this year. To have the approximate translation on that one?
Yeah, sounds about right. I think maybe he said tofu as well.
That's why I thought I was trying to connect those dots there. But it's nice. Stormstormer got his wish. We saw that interview about Entity, about their journey in the road to TI, and he wanted to be able to 2-0 Tundra. He got that. He got the dream in sheep. You had faith in them in game 1. You had even more faith in their game 2 draft. So let's sort of wrap it up. Put it in a nice little bundle as to why Entity did come out on top here.
Honestly, I think they just kind of knew their timings, they knew their strengths, and they understood their drafts. Like, it felt like they were comfortable in knowing when their drafts were good, and I think this game especially, it was so nice to see how many heroes they brought to engagements. Like, it takes a lot of confidence to kind of be like, we're not going to just try and split up and farm as much as possible. We're going to TP 4 heroes, like, we're going to have 5 heroes mid for this dive, and make sure we kill these heroes. Do not give them an inch. Do not give them anything. They gave them nothing, and I think that was just such a beautiful way of playing. They always just brought the heroes and killed them, and took it home.
Yeah, well, they're going to be playing again later today. They have a little bit of a break, and unfortunately, with this 2-0 for Entity, it does mean Tundra are eliminated from TI 12. So we're going to have a little exit interview with them right now.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I'm here with Snake King. Snake King, commiserations, but that looked a rough series. Obviously, you guys go out, don't get a chance to defend your title, but you were playing with a stand-in. Obviously, you had Thompson, had to move things around a bit. How much did that affect you guys?
Obviously, having Thompson introduce our team very last minute is a huge change in our dynamic. We tried the best to our ability to make it work. Obviously, we didn't end up making it work that well, but I think there was glimmers of hope and brilliance for us. We obviously topped our group, but I think afterwards things just didn't go our way. We didn't improve as much as we needed to, while others improved a little bit more. And ultimately, we've just faltered in the end.
So I know that before the match, there was a little bit of a chat that Skeeter was talking about something like battling against complacency or something like that. Was that something you felt at all during the season or in TI, or did you just think, nah, we just didn't play our best?
I think it's different for everyone. Personally, for me, I didn't really feel a sense of complacency. I feel like the reason why we won last year is because we worked hard. We played very well. We worked well as a team, and everything just, the stars aligned. Every TI winner, our team that wins TI requires everything to go right and their way. The patch, the teamwork, the synergy, and the individual gameplay. And this year, we just didn't have everything. So it sucks, but we'll bounce back.
Of course you will. So, I know you've got a lot of fans. I'm one of them. Do you have any words for them? Obviously, TI hasn't ended the way you wanted, but what would you like to say to the fans?
I just want to say thank you for supporting us, and we'll bounce back for our next season. And it's not over, just like Team Spirit. They faltered last year just after winning TI. Happens to people, but doesn't mean we can't do it again.
Absolutely. Thank you, Snake King. Good words. Back to the panel.
There's still a lot of potential in Tundra, so it's very nice to hear from Snake King there. Dendy, time on your panel, on this panel, is coming to an end. So I know you're having so much fun. But any words for Entity moving forward? How impressed you are, or even just coming back and getting to be on a TI panel?
Oh, I enjoyed. It was a lot of fun, and for Entity, I wish them to keep going forward. For my boy Stormstormer, for my boys Watson and Fishman, I played with him in the same team, by the way. And yeah, like I hope Stormstormer pick that hero and do what I ask him, and we will get some wins from that.
That's some words for Entity. We're going to hear some words from Entity. We have a little video piece on them right now.
So this year it started off pretty well for us with Lima Major. We had like some really crazy tiebreakers that had to go on until the next day against OG and Tundra. It was super contested, and we had to play the next day after, and there we actually like barely qualified to the Lima Major. So that was already like a success in the beginning, because we still started like into the year with, I guess, higher expectations than last year, but we were still like, I guess, considered underdogs. The way we dropped out of the tournament was a little bit like disappointing. We all thought that we could have gone further. But yeah, it was still nonetheless like a great start.
Following that strong start, Entity hit a rocky patch in the season. They missed out on the next 2 majors, and to add to their challenges, they were pushed into a tiebreaker just to retain their spot in Division 1.
Didn't really know what was going wrong, but you could feel like expectations were high. We played a super contested region, and everybody like was getting sadder and sadder. In the end, of course, we also decided to like change things up, and we had a small roster change. It was really like a roller coaster. It started really high, then it went super down. Like holy moly! Like we were rock bottom. Like we actually were like, what's going on? What's going on? Over the course of this TI qualifier, we had to beat Enigma, we had to beat Secret, we had to beat Luna Galaxy, which also played incredibly well. And then when we, in the end, when we won, it was like a big relief, of course, but we all looked back at the year and we were like, holy shit, we actually made it, you know, like... Last year when we went to TI, we went with a really try-hard mood. We were all like super focused, super work mood. I think the first TI you'll never forget. It was a big dream that we all wanted to get to. We dreamed of for almost forever. It was a really cool, like special feeling for sure. I think we're better prepared. Like we're already taking it a little bit more relaxed. Of course, still play very focused and try as hard as you can, but not like overthinking that you're playing for TI. Ideally, you just completely forget about this, even though it is TI, but you just play like an any-day game, because then you're not stressed out. You just play in your comfort zone. You're not too scared, but also not too crazy. And I think we're definitely going to do better this year.
Oh, apparently we're doing one more. Yeah,
they are on the right track of doing better this year for sure. We will see Entity again later today, but for now we're having a little bit of a change of pace, a change of panel as well. I'm Shiva. I'll take you to the second half of this day, and with me, of course, my wonderful panel. We got Fear, we got Effie, we got Lacoste, and special guest Boone. Hey, welcome on the panel.
Hey, Shiva, what's up? What's up, Twitch chat? Hello.
How you doing?
Doing great. Just got eliminated last night, but it is what it is. You know, just chilling. It's a fun TI so far. Always great to be back in Seattle.
It's great to have you on the panel. I know bittersweet, but you know, we get a little bit of extra value on the panel, so I won't complain here at all. And we got to start diving into the series that we're about to witness, because Talon is about to face up against 1.BETBOOM, Fear, and that's got to be a good one.
It's definitely going to be a good one. There's a lot of things to look out in this series. Like 1.BETBOOM has been regarded, and I don't know if your team feels the same way, as like the best laning stage team in the game.
Yeah.
They're just like so strong in the laning stage in Talon, you know, Southeast Asia. They're great in the late game, so we'll see if Talon can survive that early game onslaught.
Yeah, that will be one to witness. And when we're talking about Talon, I want to focus on them a little bit first, because it has been a little while since we saw them. We saw 1.BETBOOM earlier today. But I want to focus on Jabs here, Lacoste, because he is a staple of Southeast Asian teams.
Pretty much. He's a very interesting player. He played every single role in the TI. The other guy who managed to do so is Misery, who is not here. But Jabs, he's the type of a player that tends to get a lot of farm, a lot of, you know, he's one of the guys that wants to make the game about himself as well. He's very farm heavy. And I think it's a good thing to be farm heavy in this particular meta, because, you know, the map is bigger and everything. So you know, carrying pretty much from the off lane, and some of the heroes that he does play, you know, he plays them really well, but some of the play that he does also play, he's not doing too hot.
Yeah, we wanted to highlight both sides here, Effie.
Yeah, so the thing about Jabs is
he is probably the funnest player to root for out of all the SEA players because you really don't know what you're going to get. I mean, sometimes Talon feels like two teams in one. They feel like a hyper-aggressive, playing every single meta hero, nailing every timing type of team sometimes, but then other times they're just teams that play ultra greedy and go into the late game and they flip-flop. And the reason why Talon is like this is because of one man, okay, and that man is Jabs. Which version of Jabs are you getting today? Are you getting the Aura buyer? Are you getting the Blade Mail Heart buyer? Or are you getting the offlane Naga? So it's just interesting. I don't know what's in store for us today, but I mean, I hope we get the more aggressive Jabs.
I hope so too. That will definitely make for a good one. And when we're talking about this matchup, we have to realize that Talon hasn't played for 2 days while BETBOOM played this morning. And Moon, I would love to hear from you. Like, and I know it's probably a personal thing about which people prefer. Like, do you prefer to play, like, you know, BETBOOM has the momentum here. Talon, maybe not so much so. They come from the upper bracket, they got dropped down. What is the better option here?
In my opinion, whenever a team wins a series early in the day, they got a lot of happiness, a lot of momentum coming to the series. So, and the way they 2-0'd the Brazilians was really clinical. But at the same time, like Talon, I know the coach Sambi really well. Me and him always meme, and this guy will hold his team down. I'm really sure like he figured out his players and Jabs, and today we're gonna see a strong Jabs only because I think Sambi really locks the team down.
So you think it doesn't matter. For Talon, this one works purely because of the coach. And for BETBOOM, this one works because the momentum is there as well. That means we have an even matchup on our hands, which also is the same if we look at the history. We have got both of these teams facing twice this year, and one time BETBOOM won and one time Talon won. So who is gonna win this upcoming elimination series? We'll have to wait and find out. But first, let's get the players on stage. We got Nightfall, GPK, Pure, Save, Toronto, Tokyo, and Coach Boog here taking the stage for the second time today. And they are looking to make a very, very deep run here in Seattle. And they've made the right first step, already 2-0ing their first opponent of the day. But can they do the same to Talon? Savage, Makoto, Jabs, Q, Ollie, and Coach Sunbi for the first time today, and for the second time at all this weekend, ready to take the stage and show us what they've got. This is a series that a lot of Southeast Asian fans have been looking forward to because Talon, Effie, they are the hopes and dreams embodiment of the region.
Yeah, they have definitely been carrying this region throughout the entire year, performing consistently well at LAN, showing so much personal improvement. So there's always a little bit of pressure when you are that team carrying the region's torch, but some teams thrive under that pressure, and I do think Talon is one of them.
Talon is one of them. I do want to know who you think is the favorite though, Lacoste, because I don't know. And normally I have a feeling with it, so I can only imagine that people at home are also like, you know, both of these teams, very entertaining teams to watch. But is there one that is in your mind sticking out a little bit?
My mind is saying BETBOOM because this team, they're very explosive. They're really focused on the early stages of the game, and also, like, if we talk about the average time when they win the game, BETBOOM, they're sitting at 38 minutes. They know how to close out the games compared to some of the other teams coming up from the Eastern Europe that tend to, you know, play a bit of a, you know, different style maybe, but their team fight, their spell casting, team fight execution is really on point. You know, everybody talks about BETBOOM when they're playing on stage, this pressure that tends to get to them. We've already, you know, seen that it doesn't affect them that much when it comes down to like some later portions of the tournament. Sure, there is some tilt factor always when I talk about this team, but I feel like at this TI, they're gonna get through this.
I mean, I hope so, because that's really been the story of these players and this team and whichever org they're playing for, is that there's always this joke that they're just an internet team. They only perform on online tournaments, but this entire year has been about conquering that demon, so to speak, the nerves, the anxiety, that psychological hurdle that they've faced. And if you've talked or heard from these players recently in the last year, they've just been focused on the discipline aspect, on kind of tempering themselves. Toronto Tokyo thinks that they've conquered a lot of that already, so I'm just excited to see what it looks like today.
What would your strategy be, Moon, to take down a team like BETBOOM? And we saw them this morning, so and a couple of extra lessons there to be learned for Talon maybe as well.
My strategy against BETBOOM is always the same. Take down Nightfall. This guy, when I say best carry in the world, people think about Yadro. But I think people should really put Nightfall up there with him. This guy in the safe lane is a monster to deal with. He's gonna call all the correct amount of people to his lane and help him have a good game. And the reason why you need to shut this guy down, because he is the team's hive mind. He makes all the calls in the early, in the mid game, in the late game, when to Roche, where to go, everything. If you play pubs with him, you know this guy just vlogs all day long. So if you shut down the vlogger of the team, you win.
It sounds like a solid strategy, but how do you do that? Because his hero pool is quite big, you know? Do you just send extra people to his lane, or how do you do it?
You gotta send extra people to his lane, pick the sweatiest often you can think of, try your best to make him have the worst laning phase, smoke your mid laner to his lane twice, do everything in your power. And it's not easy because, and I feel like Talon might run into some issues doing that because their 4-player likes to play a lot of melee heroes, which is not really meta because melee heroes usually mean that the carry gets free farm. And the only melee hero that you can pick in this meta is Tusk, and the only melee offlaner that can be paired in this meta of Tusk is Dawnbreaker. So if Dawnbreaker gets banned, and I know both teams are gonna go for it, I feel like Nightfall is gonna have a good game.
Yeah, and to be honest, Talon, they have been looking good, but we just saw them come off a loss sphere. And you just mentioned Talon really good in the late game. You know, BETBOOM is good in the start of the game. A laning stage very solid. But how is Talon gonna adapt to that, considering that's not where their focus lies?
They gotta make the magic happen. I think a lot of it comes from Makoto. Makoto is the type of player that opens up the map for them, and Jab seems to be 50-50 on what's gonna happen. Moonmeander mentioned the Tusk. Jab's likes playing the Dawnbreaker. That's one of the 2 heroes he's winning with, Dawnbreaker and Bristleback. Every other hero he's played at this event is a loss, right? So you know that if you're going to this at BETBOOM, you shut down Jabs, you manage Makoto, then all of a sudden the game might get hard. But the reason why they're good in the late game as well is they like to play hard carries on 23 Savage, and he's an amazing hard carry player, so he normally shows up in the late game. But BETBOOM, it's their job to punish that. They have strong lanes, they have a strong mid game. Don't let 23 Savage get to a point where he can be a monstrous carry.
And I also want to highlight the transition of Toronto Tokyo, because last TI, they got 13th to 16th place. The team was not working out. I mean, you're parting ways with 4 amazing players, and he made the pretty tough decision, what it seems to be at the time. It took him a little bit more time to, got into this position 5. It's not a transition you see, these mid laners playing a 5, completely different role, but he adjusted. At the start, he had pretty limited hero pool, expanded. In general, their hero pool is still relatively weak compared to some other teams, but he's doing a really good job, and one of the reasons why Nightfall a lot of the time gets free farm in the lane is because he does such a great job at securing that.
Yeah, I'm really glad Lacoste brought that up, because I think Toronto Tokyo is probably the most improved player on BETBOOM in the last year. I mean, he has upped his position 5 gameplay to the complete limit recently. I recall in the last Dream League season 21 that we just saw, it felt like every single win was coming off of his shoulders. He was doing it in a very subtle way, but he was getting every D word. He was setting up for every single kill. And there are some heroes that if you give him, you're making the game so hard for yourself. I mean, the number 1 hero I can think of in this case is a Treant Protector. It feels like he's just playing that hero to its limit, scouting out every single enemy, setting up the team fights, securing the lane for Nightfall, like Lacoste mentioned. So Toronto Tokyo is definitely also a player that needs to have his hero pool shut down in the draft.
But if we're talking about position 5s, we have to talk about Ollie. He is on the side of Talon. I know Jabs is very experienced as a player. This is his 5th time as an international appearance. Ollie's only had 2nd, but Ollie, he went very far. He came 4th at TI 10. And he was actually eliminated by Toronto Tokyo as well. I don't know, maybe some history there as well. But this is definitely a veteran in this squad, Fear, to maybe guide the guys to victory here as well.
Oh, definitely. I think this team needs that as well. Whenever we talk about Southeast Asia, they've had a similar problem to like South America throughout the years of not having a big leadership, right? That big person who's going to make all the calls. Instead, it's been an individual effort, a lot of individual skills. So hopefully he can bring that to the table because he does have the experience.
He definitely does have the experience. We got all 10 players on the stage and the coaches as well with experience playing on the grandest of stages. No first-timers here. A lot of second-timers on the side of BETBOOM this time around. But we'll have to wait and see if the nerves are going to be playing a part here, especially for BETBOOM. They have played earlier today, and they should not feel any of that. The jitters should be gone the second time for these teams, both on the stage. Moon, whose shoes would you rather be in at this point? Before the draft starts, you're gonna coach one of these two teams.
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you coaching? Who you have more faith in?
I like BETBOOM.
No.
I really think that they have really strong structure and very, very strong individual skill. Don't get me wrong, Talon's amazing as well. They got Mikoto, but I just respect Toronto Tokyo a lot.
We'll find out what's gonna happen as we're ready for the draft.
BETBOOM teams turn to ban.
Talon ESPORTS versus BETBOOM team. Game 1.
10 seconds remaining.
One best of 3 elimination on the line, and to be honest, I gotta address the elephant in the room here. And Moon, I think you might be the best one to weigh in on this before we start talking about some bans. It's been 2-0s. Loads of 2-0s. What causes that? Why?
I feel like the 2-0s TI is just a classic lower bracket thing. You lose game 1, and then now you're on the verge of elimination. The fear starts creeping in game 2. You start choking, and you hear the crowd and stuff. So the ground is shaking. Kind of your mind gets muddy. That's how you get 2-0 real quick. A lot of these guys here are young and inexperienced.
Yeah.
They know fear Doto.
That's why I'm up here.
Yeah, I actually also want to pick your brain a little bit, Moon, about the first pick versus second pick, Radiant versus Dire. So the statistics for group stage, first pick had a 52% win rate and second pick had a 48% win rate. But when first pick was combined with Radiant during groups, it had a 74% win rate. So can you give us any bit of insight into why it seems like Radiant just snowballs up that win rate so high?
So right now, the reason why Radiant is broken, there's a couple of reasons. The first reason is the top lane. The off lane is way easier for Radiant because it only takes 1 sentry to deward the enemy sentry to open up the hard camp. But for Dire, it's like 50-50. That's the first reason. The second reason is because of the daytime when Roach is spawning. It favors Radiant so if Radiant's already winning the offlane and the momentum of the game, they get first Roach on their side of the map, so they can TP from the top to the outpost to contest the Roshan compared to Dire. If you want to do Roach's Dire to contest Roche, you gotta really it's really awkward. So it really favors Radiant in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, just to ask you, does it feel just overall better to play Radiant? Is it more natural attacking from left to right and from up to down, from down to up?
It is, because you want to stack the hard camp and Ancients as a position 4, you do it and you walk to the river, you're at the rune. But as Dire, you stack it, you walk to, after you stack it, to walk to the rune is so awkward, you get hit by the hard camp creeps. And yeah, it's more natural to play towards the upper right than play down left. Just feels better.
Yeah, it's just a natural feeling overall.
There's a bit of a problem that we see on the screen right now. We earlier highlighted the heroes that Jabs won with. They're both out, Fear. Dawnbreaker, Bristle, removed.
Yeah, I mean, Jabs is going to have to find a new hero to win the game.
Yeah?
And they are on the verge of elimination here in this series, not this game. And now's the time. Now's the time for him to expand. We know he has a big hero pool. As Effie was talking about, what type of Jabs are we going to see today? Because he can bust out literally anything in Dota.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about this being strength meta. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 heroes strength being banned out right now, and most of them build into Blade Mail, Octarine, Heart, whatever is necessary.
I like the idea of jabs on a tempo hero. So the Dawn's taken out, the Centaur's taken out, but Brewmaster is still in the pool, and that could be a way to address the Dazzle with the constant Graves that are going to be coming out throughout the game. So hopefully Talon are eyeing something like that and not more of a farm-oriented Race King type offlaner. But we'll have to see what happens in this next phase.
So right now, Dazzle is like a top tier hero because he can go in the mid lane, off lane, and support, and he block picks a lot of the enemy off lanes. Carries like Spectre, Luna, they don't really want to play in the Dazzle. But the one hero he's afraid of is Ancient Apparition, and I really think that they let it through. So this
intentionally.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it's intentional or not because they banned the Bristleback into Dazzle. I guess they don't want to give them Bristleback, but however, AA is the best hero against Dazzle. It's like the only answer.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what they go for next, these next couple of picks, because usually you need stun with these kind of AAs and Dazzles, but like this Casino Knight's banned, Tusk is banned, Spirit Breaker's banned, Primal's banned, Centaur's banned, all the stuns are banned, so they're going to have to go down like to the next tier, to like the Earth Spirit is what I'm looking at next, because all the stuns are banned, so Earth Spirit's all the way on top.
Yeah. We also still have, we saw it a couple times, but the Sven still in the pool as far as stuns from the safe lane goes as well. And they will go for that Earth Spirit as Moon predicted.
Yeah, I love Earth Spirit versus heroes like Dazzle, these long-range backline type fighters. Earth Spirit's probably the best hero in Dota right now at controlling them because his cooldowns are so low and he can constantly be on top of them, constantly force Dazzle away from the grave target that he wants to do. So this is definitely the correct line of thinking here. I'd also like to see Ancient Apparition be enabled on lane by some kind of stun carry. You know, CK is out, Sven's still in the pool, like you guys mentioned. Maybe even a PA, right, with the dagger slow. Just anything to take advantage of your AA and make him stronger on lane.
We did mention that BETBOOM, that they have a relatively limited hero pool. They did not play Dazzle yet, so I'm wondering where this hero is going to go. Whether he's going to go to the mid lane, go to the off lane, and make some safe laner lives miserable. And also when it comes to Muerta, they are also not playing it as position 4. Most of the time it's being played by Nightfall.
They have played a lot of Dazzle, though, at the last Dream League.
Yes.
They didn't play it this Road to TI, but they were one of the first teams to actually bring the Dazzle offlane into the meta at that Dream League. I remember when that pick came out and it shocked everybody, and they absolutely dumpstered that game. So I would be excited to just see the throwback into the pure Dazzle. That would be a lot of fun, but I'm sure GBK can play it too.
With the pickup of Ancient Apparition, though, would we not like to see the Dazzle being dropped down in priority a little bit, Moon? Or is Dazzle still just too good not to play as a core?
I think Dazzle's just too good not to be played as a core. I feel like it's better in the offlane personally. I really like the build that Mood Dota did with the Midas, Bots, Travels, Axe, Arcane Blink. So you have permanent uptime on Grave. So once you get there, A+ doesn't really matter anymore because Grave is 100% uptime for some reason. It's like a Tinker, but you're Dazzle. So you're strong in lane compared to Tinker.
Yeah.
And then when they click the Spectre into the Dazzle anyway, even though it's a really weak lane against Dazzle, but I think it's correct because Spectre is the hero you click when you see a bunch of range heroes. You see 3 range heroes, so this is a giga Spectre pick.
And it's also a hero that builds into Blade Mail, same goes for the Earth Spirit, so you have, like, if this is Carry Muerta, she's not gonna have that good of a time. And we've seen throughout the main event, just how many good Spectre picks can do. All you need is some kind of a vision hero, and Earth Spirit can be that guy that rolls in. You have this global presence coming out from Ancient Apparition, and there's gonna be the vision hero as well. We've seen in the previous series, Position 4 Weaver, which looked really good when it comes down to some of these earlier engagements, how much she can actually deal, how much damage, and it also causes enemy team in a spot where they don't want to take the fights because of the vision, because of these bugs, so it's going to be really good. They also have a tankiness coming up from Spectre and Earth Spirit, so really liking this pick.
And it also gives Roshan, right? Because that's something that Talon lacked, but now they have the minus armor coming out of the Swarm, enabling them to be able to take Roshan later. It's also just another hero to make Dazzle's job very difficult. Like, he's going to be chased away by the Swarm insects, there's going to be the fear of the Spectre hunting on top of him, and of course the Earth Spirit. So I think that they've done a good job in addressing the threat of Dazzle.
So what is the answer when you see Spectre? And I've been seeing this hero a lot, like as a carry. Like if you're playing against a Spectre hero, what carries have you noticed to be favored against this hero? Because it seems pretty difficult.
It's very hard to deal with this hero. I feel you gotta do two strategies. Either have your own Spectre, which is, in my opinion, is Chaos Knight. We call it Casino Knight because you just keep critting. It's 33% chance. And then the second hero is Luna, where you do a push strat against Luna, so you just 5-man ball and take all the towers, end the game, so Spectre can't haunt into you.
Okay.
So I'm a little worried for them right now in BETBOOM because they have the 4 protect 1 strategy going, which means they have to play a split game against the Spectre.
Yeah.
However, they can win the game because the Tide can shut the Spectre down. But something tells me that this is not a position 4 Weaver. If knowing this team and knowing Jabs,
would be awful.
I think that's a position 3 Weaver or a position 4 Earth Spirit, because why would you throw Earth Spirit mid into Dazzle? That's one of the roughest matchups for Earth Spirit.
But at the same time, I feel like Earth Spirit can still roll away from the Poison Touch. Like a lot of melee mid laners kind of get beat up, but he just has the ability to disengage from the Dazzle Poison Touch.
I mean, you won't die in the lane, but you're just not going to see us, right?
Yeah, you're not going to see us. And it's Mikoto. This guy is the overperforming player of this team. This guy is so good at Dota. I would not want to throw my best star player into a Dazzle mid and have his lane absolutely ruined. So I think that they're saving his pick for last. And Q is also known to play melee force. So I think he's the Earth Spirit. I think Japs is the Weaver.
That would be fun. How do you feel about the traditional break carries for BETBOOM? You know, maybe potentially PA or Sven with the Silver Edge?
PA and Sven, they can be picked. However, they're a little bit slow in this meta where everything is so fast. Because IceFrog designed the game with the new patch to accelerate the game a lot, to the point where if you don't keep up with the meta, you kind of just lose the game. Because with the P and Sven, that means you lose first Roche, you lose first Tormentor, because the Bristleback is taking a Tormentor, or Spiritbreaker is just taking over the whole map. Spectre's like level 6, I'm online. Because think about it, Spectre's like a Dawnbreaker. But instead of having a 3-minute cooldown, the pass is 60 seconds. So, and then you can even rift back to your lane. So the game just accelerates at such a pace that if you click these heroes, which you just did, you run the risk of getting run over.
Yeah, so they're definitely at that risk now, but just for those of you guys who don't know, traditionally Sven was considered the counter to Spectre just because he bursts her down so quickly. He buys Silver Edge and she never really out DPSs him, but Sven has been nerfed a lot recently, and for the reasons Moon just mentioned, he does slow down the game and doesn't give you that ability to contest his early rush. But I think it can work because you've got this protection of the Tidehunter, right? This Tidehunter gives you the team fight that you didn't have before. He gives you the ability to maybe take those uncomfortable Roche fights that the rest of your heroes can't do.
And we've been in stacking meta for a really long time now. I see Tidehunter, I see Sven, and Vengeful Spirit, one of the better heroes that can stack those camps. And also, I don't see Talon invading those stacks by any means. So those stacks are going to get farmed pretty easily by BETBOOM. Last hero for Talon, is this going to be Earth Spirit in the mid? Probably not, so they need to figure something out, and they have 15 seconds left.
Yeah. I mean, if they put Earth Spirit mid, I feel like that's the one way that this game could get out of control, because Spectre will be really good for Sven in the late game. However, if you get really far behind, it'll be an issue, and they're going to address it right away. They're going to pick a hero that doesn't deal, I mean, it deals with the Poison Touch. You can just win, run away, you stay at range, you get CS. Looks pretty good.
So, how do you feel about the win?
The winner pick is genius. We ran a scrim against Team Liquid where we dazzle mid and Winner just counters you because you cannot reapply Poison Touch. At any point you bring any melee 4 mid to jump the dazzle, he just dies to one ulti.
Yeah.
So I think this is what you want to do. You want to put Mikoto on last pick and play around him.
And how does she fare against Sven as the game progresses?
Sven, this game, she fares really well because Sven already has to buy Silver Edge against Spectre, and then now he needs to buy a Nullify/MKB against Mikoto. He just has too many items he needs to carry the game. Plus, he's not going to have a really strong lane against the Weaver because she has no kill threat on the Weaver of Sven Vengeful Spirit. But he's going to get free farm. He's going to dead lane. It's going to come down whether or not his tower dies early to some Mikoto rotation. That's why I feel like this game's going to...
Well, you sold me. I mean, I'm convinced. Seems like Talon's got a very strong draft.
Yeah, I like their draft a lot here. There is a lot of pressure, though, I think, on Mikoto and Q to get stuff done on the map because they're pretty low on stuns and silences this game. But their draft going to late game, it's a typical Talon draft. I think if it gets into late game, you've got this farmed Wind Ranger and Spectre going on the Sven. They don't have a lot to protect them if the swap is there, but they can burst Sven down really easily. Spectre in the late game has been a beast. As usual, the laning stage, I'm not really afraid for Talon in the laning stage either here, so looks pretty good.
Well-rounded then, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about BETBOOM being able to close out some of these early games, it's like compared to Talon, and that's what they're trying to do in this one. You know, try to close it out before Spectre and Windranger get too big. Vira as well, Jabs is on his, you know, traditional farm-heavy hero, so want to see that. But also BETBOOM, they do have 2 new heroes that they haven't played yet in the first game, so trying to experiment a little bit more.
Yeah, there's elimination on the line. We saw all the faces in the booth, though. They didn't look too stressed. But let's find out what the vibe's like as we are heading over to the game. But before that, first, a couple of words coming out from Sunby, the coach of Talon.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Sunby of Talon, which, Sunby, I feel like every time I talk to you, your team always has to do the hard journey. Lima, lower bracket run, Riyadh, lower bracket run. How do you pace your players to make sure they don't run out of stamina for these marathon tournaments?
Well, luckily for this tournament, I think there has been a lot of downtime, so that's good. Although I don't know if downtime really works for us. I think they just want to grind out games. But yeah, this is, I mean, they're ready to play. I don't know. I don't know if I do much. They just want to play. They just want to keep playing.
Born and bred Dota players that just want to play Dota. I'm curious about the last pick, this Windranger that you gave to Mikoto. How late into the draft did you decide that this Earth Spirit, it's not going to go mid? Let's in fact give everyone a Windranger instead.
I mean, Earth Spirit certainly cannot go against Dazzle. We didn't know where Dazzle was headed until they revealed the Tidehunter, at which point that was 18th pick, so then they went ahead and banned like all the mids. So I think the only hero that was left was Windrunner. And he likes Windrunner, so hopefully we'll own.
Hopefully you own. Seattle, you ready for some Southeast Asian Dota? Then let's get ready for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Unfortunately, Suns fan is out sick for right now, but I have been studying Synderen, and I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Tormy the Tormentor. We got In Bruges. We got What the Horse. We got Insert Random Movie. In My Time as a Pro CSGO player. That's another pretty good one. 60-minute items, NBA segment. Shout out to Pyrian Flax.
Oh,
That's
good.
another classic.
Actually, I haven't
and of
done
course,
this event yet.
Trivia Time, the classic. So hopefully he is able to come on back soon. But we're into the game right now.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Thank you.
That was you know your Suns fan better than I do. That's amazing. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is definitely going to be a bit of a different game, I want to say, because like the panel pointed out, this Windranger is a pretty rare occurrence. This TI, I don't even know if has it been played more or less.
I haven't
any
seen
game.
almost
I think this is the
any of
first game I personally see it. It might have had a game or two, but it's pretty uncommon. Jabs is playing an offlane Weaver. I think this may be the first time on the main stage we see that as well, or in this stage of the tournament anyway. So yeah, I think Talon are really coming in with something special here. For BETBOOM, maybe it's a little bit more, you know, tried and true for them, standard stuff. Pure on Tidehunter, I think this hero has fallen off a bit, but he's really good at this one. One of his favorites, and always happy to see Save play Huerta. That's a treat for me.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the things to watch for here. And of course, as you're sort of talking about, how much can GPK get done on this Dazzle in the mid lane? We heard Moon already talk about the fact that this Windrunner is going to be a nice answer of, you know, you pop the Windrun, then you can't reapply the Poison Touch. But already a little bit of a battle of Bruin as they sneak on in and get the Bounty Rune. Nicely done, Jabs.
He pulled one on him. I guess this is going to result in is this a 2-for-2 trade now? Yeah, so without that steal, that would have been a 3-for-1. Some decent pressure onto Nightfall here. A little back off.
Does have to take the long walk around or just going to TP back over. That makes a lot more sense there. Already 3 heroes up on the top side of the map that will set up for just poor old 23 Savage alone down bottom. Who did change it over to 23savage.cringe. Should point that one out too.
Isn't that everyone's sponsor though? When you think about it, isn't everybody just sponsored by Cringe to one or to a smaller or to a small extent at the very least? I don't know. I feel like these nicknames that the players have as their sponsorships when they're not putting sponsors in there. Sometimes I just wonder, you know, you put it in there and it's like there's 2 people in the world that understand this and there's like 1 million people that get to see it. Like, okay, this is like the most internal joke you can possibly have. But
that's what Dota players like.
At least I know what cringe is, okay? But some of the other things that people have at the end of their names, I have no idea what it means, but, you know.
Perfectly fine here. I'm curious a little bit. You're talking about this Jabs Weaver pairing together with the Earth Spirit. Is this going to be a situation where like he's going to be rolling around a lot towards mid, trying to make some moves happen? What do you see his Q's role in this game being?
Yeah, I think he has a decent amount of freedom because the lane matchup Weaver has here in the Sven Venge aren't exactly a kill threat as long as he's playing on full health. First of all, they're going to have to spend gold on detection to even connect on him in the first place, but even if they do, he should be able to stay alive and poke and prod and get some CS here or there. And that's the kind of hero you want to lane with when you're Earthspirit. You want to have the option of rotating. I think the worst thing for this hero as a position 4 is it's not a very strong laner, but Weaver kind of compensates for that quite well. Okay. But the worst thing is when you're pinned as this hero. If you're stuck top because your offlaner is so dependent on having a second hero in lane, I think it feels very bad a lot of the time. Not the case either. So I would agree. Q is free to roam mid. Moonmeander was talking about that as a possible play for the Wind Rangers to get kills, but he could also look for a gate play bottom, where a connection together with Cold Feet could be an interesting move. He sees that opportunity.
Definitely something to watch for there. Already seen a ton of those rotations through those twin gates. And of course, you know, Spectre thought of as a hero that definitely can get roamed on at those early goings, but also can make some moves happen around that level 6. We'll see how much they're going to be able to sort of deny out some of this experience. Pure already on this Tidehunter, trying to gain a little bit of momentum as 11-3 versus the 8-2.
Yeah, this is a totally free Tide lane, I would say. There's absolutely nothing stopping him. You can see they're even playing aggressive here.
Right on top of 23 and standing still. The couple of right clicks coming from Save, not quite enough to get the kill. You can see that pressure, it hurts.
It really is a kind of interesting setup that we have in the side lanes because both offlaners have such a good time here that I think as much as we talked about Earthspirit's ability to rotate, I think Save has the same luxury here because Tide is never going to die to Spectre AA, right? Like this lane isn't, it's not powerful. It wasn't picked to win the lane. It was picked for in more of a macro sense. So Pure will be happy to be left alone if there's ever the right opportunity for Save. I guess he can't really gank mid at the very least for Talon, right? Like if Save disappears, you feel very safe as the Wind Rangers. You can also always just Wind run away. But the top lane, you know, coming in with a silence, all of a sudden Jabs could be vulnerable.
Definitely. That's something that they've got to watch for as Nightfall throws out a stun, just secures that CS for himself. They're already starting to do a little bit of pressure onto this, and in fact, a roll onto Toronto Tokyo.
Well,
doesn't quite connect.
All right, that was cool. That was 0% spell accuracy from both teams. I guess the great cleave from Sven did hit. So if you want to count that, it was a little bit of a connection, but...
Well, down bottom, a little bit better spell accuracy as Ollie maybe going to give it up, and yes, indeed, first blood drawn by Save on that Muerta.
It was just a matter of time, right? I think playing AA in this lane is exceptionally difficult. You need to always keep your distance, but if you ever get caught by a dead shot into calling combo, I actually don't even know if dead shot was part of that play, but you get gushed, just overwhelmed, and Spectre offers absolutely no line of defense for you, so only quite the challenge here for them to stay afloat in that bottom lane. And overall, all three lanes going quite well for BETBOOM. We talked about that counter pick mid with the Wind Ranger. Sure, she's not being pressured by the Dazzle, but she's not stopping him either. So GPK's game's going great.
They can turn it back around. Nightfall, he's out too far, pops the Fairy Fire, able to get some separation and now secure himself back up there to the top side. But the region, they have nothing. They're just chilling here.
Honestly, this is one of those situations where it might have almost...
Oh, here you go.
Okay, he has a salve on the way. If he didn't have a salve connecting at that time, I think it might have almost been better off dying, you know? So you just come back and have your resources and you can play lane. Because effectively right now, he's not a hero either, right? He's just sitting there with nothing to offer. But now, healing up, should be able to get a little bit of a foothold here again. And I suppose he's doing slightly better than 23, but I don't think there's any meaningful difference here between any of the lanes, really, except that one kill.
It does sort of have that feeling, though, that Sven much more of the hero that wants to sit back and try and farm, whereas these more recent Spectres going for the earn builds want to get active.
Yeah. It's nice to see. It's a bit of a blast from the past, honestly. This earn build used to be really popular many years ago. And now with that Shadow Step change, it's becoming more popular again. Back then, obviously, Spectre only had the Haunt ability as her ult, which is a long cooldown, but despite that, people were still buying her. So now that you're available, I want to say more than twice as often, it's just an absolute no-brainer to pick this up on that hero.
Makoto is going to spot Save, goes in for the focus fire. There's still a DD on Save. Couple more hits, the poison touch. Can they bring him down? Save is going to die, and Makoto even gets away with that one.
No Grave available. You don't skill that at this point for a mid Dazzle, so not surprising. And Save definitely wasn't counting on it either, but just nice rotation, nice reaction there from Q to be in the right place at the right time, getting themselves on the board. I want to say a relatively quiet start overall, right? We've got 2 kills minute 7, but this is probably a game that is going to be relatively slow from the side of BETBOOM. And Talon, all right, well, they're trying to poke, and Pure says that's really cute, guys. Just keep trying.
Literally just walks it off, taking no damage. The Perseverance still at Healing Lotus, pops the stick charges, and yeah, he's perfectly fine. I mean, this is the thing, really, is that it feels like this giant watermelon down here is just going to be chilling the entire game, and it's going to be up to a bunch of other heroes to make moves to get anything done. A few stacks, Wisdom Runes traded off 1 apiece. And as you mentioned, a slow start, but likely these level 6s that they come around either from the Spectre or, you know, eventually also the Earth Spirit coming out. It's going to be a lot of damage thrown.
Yeah, and this Radiant lineup is kind of a classic combination, I want to say, where you have AA plus 1 global hero, because any sort of connection from a Shackle Shot or from a Rolling Boulder can suddenly turn into an overwhelming amount of damage for any of the cores of BETBOOM. As safe as Tide is now, I don't think Pure is just going to have a clean game. Oh, Q.
Okay.
Interesting setup.
Kicks one back into the focus fire and then gonna TP away. Q recognizes he's not gonna live if he doesn't get out, so they find one. Can they get another? Onto GPK, but Save comes in with the calling. And that's enough to make sure that this Dazzle does not get brought down. Makoto, another rune that's going to be denied from GPK.
But this is probably going to be the state of this game for quite a while. I think BETBOOM's best play in the game right now is to just focus a lot on stacking. I think you have both Tide and Sven that really want big stacks whenever possible. And playing aggressive with your heroes is really difficult because of the massive counterplay potential. You always need to account for an extra Shadow Step. You're always going to need to account for the massive mobility that both Earth Spirit and Wind Ranger have. So probably just better off taking it easy a little bit and letting Pure do this, right? Have the support stacking. Pure can push the tower with Meteor Hammer. He's the safest hero on the map. And then keep building up that nice last hit differential that you're starting to create here. I'm really surprised they're not stacking anything, actually.
It feels like they're putting more emphasis right there. You saw the rotation over to try and pressure the Spectre a little bit. But as you're saying, I mean, Spectre's still going to get her farm, although this could be good. Not going to get it. Nightfall not there with the stun. They had the follow-up. And so easily getting, okay.
Oh, well.
A lot more people show up and Spectre is suddenly there right on top of Nightfall, but look at the turn! Destroys him. Makoto shows up a bit late, still manages to find 1 kill. Pure chasing in, has Ravage at the ready. BETBOOM brought everybody.
Yep.
Talon trying to get out with jabs, doesn't quite have the mana. Sakuchi to escape. Oh! Connection. Save finds him from downtown, and well, BETBOOM, they brought more.
Damn, what a nice shot. Especially against Weaver, right? It was after Shikuchi went off, he still just barely clipped him there. And that's honestly kind of a big, important kill for BETBOOM to get on the way out, because this was starting to look like a nice moment for Talon, you know, like, it's hardly surprising that Talon seem to be pulling a little bit ahead in these fights if Tide shows up late and doesn't get the Ravage up, which was the case there. It's just easier for them to connect their heroes and land some easy snipes, but yeah, getting that one on the way out for Save, really nice. Going to close him in on level 6. Going to see if he will choose to skill pierce the Veil. We've seen Muertes take different approaches as position 4s, whether they take that or not. Obviously, one of the big parts of Pierce the Veil is also the fact that it's a basic Dispel, which has a little bit of a use here against the Urn, but
This is going to be the nice turnaround. Does he get the time-lapse off, though, Jabs?
1 second cooldown!
That was really unfortunate.
Literally.
He played that really well, too, running back outside of the silence range of the Ghosts. Couldn't quite get it. And yeah, you know, you talk about that holding on to the Ravage too. You would think at this point you would want to make some type of a move with Talon, but with Ravage up, you just can't really do it. They've already lost their tower. It's not easy to take any of these tier 1s.
And Pure is just going to keep doing this, right?
Yeah.
I think this is what you do as Tide in this game. And if you get killed, so be it. Because I think a rotation to kill Tide right now probably takes 3 to 4 heroes, and it will free up the rest of the map. It will give you a lot of options for your Sven, maybe farms a little bit more aggressively, get some extra camps, and just offset that little bit of a cost it is to have you die. So Yeah, again, I keep keeping my eyes on these missing stacks. I find this to be very unusual. I know BETBOOM as a team are very aggressive and focus a lot more on being oppressive to the opponent, but it does feel like a little bit of an oversight to not at least take some advantage of the fact that
Makoto is not afraid apparently of GPK there, but I mean this is the thing, is that if you're not making stacks you have to make moves like this as BETBOOM, and we'll see if it ends up paying off, because it looks like Talon want to contest this tower. The roll through, kick back, they already get the Ice Blast on him, and well, that is the problem. You think you're tanky until you get kicked back in the face.
Yeah, I said it's going to take a 3 or 4 hero rotation to kill Tide. Well, if he's next to your tower, it's hardly a rotation, and that is how you kill him. You just land all these spells. Pure obviously has no magic resistance right now. He will probably be building a pipe, I would imagine, after this Soul Ring. There's just so much random magic damage you can block from your teammates. You know, Daggers from Spectre, all of Earth Spirit spells, Ice Blast, Power Shot, even Shikuchi, honestly, like everyone in the enemy team has meaningful magic damage.
Right.
So I think it's just a gimme here.
Well, and I feel like Pure after that kill is probably not going to be right-clicking towers and instead going to be using the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
A little bit of an overextension by him, not respecting the magic damage coming out from Talon. And Jab's going straight into a Lincoln Sphere, so he's trying to continue to play this pesky hero that's not easy to catch.
I'm trying to wrap my head around how good this build actually is in this game. Like, so what can you block? You can block Sven Stun, you can block Venge Swap. You can't block Deadshot or the Silence, so Muerta is actually very good against you regardless of which items you buy, except BKB for the catch. You can block Gush, which you don't want to. You'd rather block something else, and of course the Poison Touch. So, I mean, maybe it's just a matter of feeling free on the map. Obviously, we know Talon, they like taking games late game, they like having jab scale, and obviously this is a feels good item on Weaver for a couple of reasons. The mono region's really nice, you can use Shikuchi to farm. And
another one, they find him. Pure, that time, did get the Ice Blast on him. Can they chase him down? It looks like it. Power Shot, is that enough?
Not
he's
quite.
tickling down, and no, he's gonna be able to survive through it.
Was that Power Shot max charged? It felt like that could have been a little bit more, but still a 2K lead for BETBOOM. They're just getting more out of the map right now. Obviously, we've been talking a decent amount about the Sven and the Tide, but Dazzle is always this hidden hero, I want to say almost, where it's like, you know, he's just minding his own business. He's got 1 assist, slowly but steadily. Oh, Sven is really farmed. Well, guess what? Dazzle has almost the same CS. Just spamming out with the Shadow Wave to farm effectively. He's almost going to have the Ags now.
That's
100 away.
disgusting. It's going to do so much in these fights, I feel like.
Yeah. The good news for Talon is they have Ice Blast, right? So it's one way of preventing Dazzle from getting this major burst heal that he can get with Shallow Grave on the targets. We've seen a couple of games this tournament where it's just like, okay, Dazzle just burst healed someone 800. Not going to be the case with Ice Blast on you, of course. The Grave can delay your death, but you're most of the time not going to fully survive, at the very least.
Wow. And Makoto now picking up a Wisdom Room for himself, trying to build up those Ancients. It feels like it's going to be on him to find that Dazzle after like a Haunt or something, right? Because Spectre's not going to be able to get it alone, although this is too easy. They move in, they find Pure. Are they going to be able to bring him down? He's really close to the angle. Q gets up close to him, but it's not enough. Pure walks it off. Only level 1 Ice Blast.
That actually looked like Talon were not fully committing to that with what they had. I think maybe they were expecting him to die a little bit easier, but yeah, just narrowly surviving that one. Pure getting away with murder, and he's now going to get a cloak. So next time it's going to be way harder.
Yeah.
He's just a 3 gold away from that. And the good news for Tide as well, you know, you take barely any damage when you're farming, so he can actually just go and play jungle. He doesn't even need to go back to base despite having 200 health. He's even going top to clear out a little bit here. With the Ring of Health as well as the Meteor Hammer. That HP region of 20 next to this tower, very quick. And now he's going to go to the Mighty Mind.
Oh,
get some nice extra region there.
Look at how strong he is. He's so mighty.
Yeah, 26 HP region up here.
I mean, the other thing that I'm just thinking about is that you've got this Aghanim Scepter now done on Dazzle. It feels as if Talon are just comfortable sitting back, getting their farm on a little bit, but at some point, I mean, this is the type of play that's going to be scary. GPK rolled upon, Silence, walk back into the Ice Blast. That is not the way they wanted it. GPK will get the Grave off with the DOT coming through. They're going to end up losing at least Q, but with everybody else falling, I mean, it's way too much magic damage.
I think Ollie did have vision of the Venge in that whole situation, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of next level if he actually overshot the Ice Blast on purpose to hit on the swap, right? 'Cause that's what ended up happening was Venge was trying to reposition the Dazzle away, and if they dodge the Ice Blast, Dazzle does not die there, but...
That was pretty sick.
That was a really nice execution from Talon, and yeah, BETBOOM also expended Ravage there, right? It's one thing to lose the fight 3-1, but now you're one of your key abilities on cooldown for 2 minutes. In the past, you'd be like, oh, okay, you know, Spectre doesn't have Haunt, so what's really going to happen? Well, guess what? Spectre is ready again to go in 5 seconds. So,
It's so silly.
Really got to be careful around the map here if you're BETBOOM and position your heroes well. Venge has a key role to play here.
And you saw that too, right? Like they're running down, they see the 23 Savages down there at that point at like 800 health, and they just can't get onto him. You don't have this global presence. Jabs runs into Toronto, Tokyo, they come through the gate. Suddenly, Spectre is back in the midst of all of them, haunts away, gets out of trouble, save, gonna pop Pierce the Veil, looking for a few more hits. After already losing the Venge, they're gonna lose the Muerta too. Talon are all over BETBOOM right now, one step ahead.
Yeah, I love the way Talon are playing this. Just recognizing that as long as it doesn't turn into a full-on team fight, right? Yeah. What they don't want is this 5-on-5 engagement where everybody's in a good position to chain their spells together and take advantage of the Ravage. As long as it's skirmishes, you just have such an insane lineup for this style of play.
Jump in, caught though, and that is what they needed. That's Blink Dagger on Nightfall, so well played.
That is a huge kill. Gives them a little bit of breathing room too. Now 30 seconds without Shadow Step. Gives them an opportunity to maybe push out the lanes a little bit more. Obviously, heroes that usually, especially the Tide as we've seen in this game, that want to push out a little bit further. Oh well, at least he got the Blade Mail off.
Yeah, silver linings, right? He knows how to push his buttons. No, it's definitely been a little bit back and forth now. So in your estimation, there's been a lot of talk about how strong Spectre is. What do you think of that matchup against the Sven as we get later and later? Because there is eventually Silver Edge and all the rest of it, but it always just feels like the pace that Spectre plays at is too much.
Yeah, I think it's a very unique matchup to really look at from the carry versus carry matchup, because I think the determining factor in this, more so than many carry matchups, is the supporting cast. It's about Sven obviously falls victim to being kited, right? So if you have the right defensive items or the right defensive heroes protecting the Spectre, she can just kite out his BKB and then overwhelm him, right? On the other side, for the Sven, you want to have teammates that set you up for that quick burst, and that's where someone like Tide is actually really good, because he can blink in, lock down the backline, and Sven gets to isolate his target and get that quick burst. Also, Venge is nice for this, right? Swap out one hero, you blast them with the Sven burst without the enemy heroes being able to connect. So I don't know. I think in this case, both teams have what you would like in that late game situation. Maybe a little bit of a wild card could come out from a Weaver Axe. Do we dare say it later? That would be a sick save for Spectre, because that's one hero Sven cannot, you know, kill in 2 hits. Spectre will eventually be too big for that, so Weaver might have a good shot at getting a save. But I don't think Jabs is going to buy it. He just wants to get it for free from Roche, like every greedy core player ever. You know.
It's a classic, oh, for sure. I mean, and the way Talon play too, right? Like waiting for 3rd, 4th Roche, why not? You know they're gonna get there. And speaking of which, we do get the Midas completed now on cue. Oh, 20 minutes, you're ready. I think I saw a little part of your soul just leave your body there. Hope you're okay.
No, it's good. Everyone gets to be a core nowadays. Cool. Except Toronto, Tokyo. He does not get to be a core. I mean, maybe he'll get it, you know.
For now, at least, a little bit broke as a joke. 23 Savage underneath the tower. Can they get there to help in time? Jump forward, half HP, Blade Mail out. Nightfall dying to the Blade Mail, and now the Ravage. That will be enough to get the kill. Beard, Jabs, backing out Toronto, Tokyo. He's going to be the first one dead on BETBOOM. Can they find any more? Makoto onto Pure. Still looking for the turn, though. The jump in. Nightfall destroys him! Just like that, he falls. They did not anticipate Nightfall coming back into this fight. Ooh, boy, they're strong.
Yeah, and you could... Okay, hang on. Is this even over? Pure?
I mean, Ollie, stay still. It's fine. They won't see... Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, wait, Jabs got involved, too.
Wait, he went back in? Jabs caught in trouble, trying to escape. They know he's up here.
Being invisible is really good, though.
It is very strong, but the dead shot fear DOT, it's not there. Jabs barely surviving.
Any sentry or any dust there, and they also lose Jabs, but he managed to get out there. Sometimes invisibility is invincibility. It was pretty close to not being even invincibility there, though. But yeah, I think Talon maybe need to keep in mind here that they have 4,000 dead gold, right?
Oh, yeah.
Their Earth Spirit has a Midas, and their AA has a Midas. So when this Spectre gets jumped and you're TPing in to help, you don't have that Glimmer Cave. You don't have that Force Staff that a lot of the time supports will be able to bring to the table and swing things around. It's one-man Torming time for GPK.
Come on, Ice Blast him, please. Is that biased casting? I don't know if I'm allowed to do that or not.
It's not biased if you don't want it for the team to win. You just want it for fun.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's
that makes
fine.
sense.
If it's a good time, everybody will be cheering for it.
That's always a good time with Tormy time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Q, okay.
Gets stunned, but 23 Savage shows up. Nightfall swaps in his carry.
Oh, and then,
it's fine. Don't worry. He's perfectly okay. Backs out of there just in time.
All right, that looked like that could have potentially got scary after the shackle shot landed, but didn't really have enough damage in the tank.
Tokyo gets hit by that dagger, and I think they still had vision from the spectral dagger as that smoke came out. So Talon, understanding that BETBOOM are going for a move, are gonna back away, spread out to the other side of the map, and just get themselves a little bit of a wisdom rune as they head away.
Almost completed Radiance plus level 15 here for 23, so that's a huge upgrade for him. Let's see who gets the shard on the Radiant side.
Moving it down, and Ollie.
That is probably the best one they could have got. I think the Earth Spirit, I mean, the Earth Spirit one's kind of cool here too, right? If you get jumped on a hero and you get to have that secondary save, Spectre can get pulled away a little bit by Geomagnetic Grip, but the AA one's really nice. Just getting that stun when you connect your combos, it gives you that little bit of extra time to just stick on your target that you're connecting with. And all right, BETBOOM have bigger plans. Dazzle is so good for this too.
Yeah, very, very nice. Ollie not opting to throw any Ice Blast down that direction, but yeah, this was always going to be a Aegis that they gave away. Can they get the timing right? Oh! Savage, you're crazy! You're crazy! What are you doing? But they gave
he got
out. Oh, wow.
I love that they tried that, though. I think that's such a cool play. He went a little bit early, though. He has the vision from the Ice Blast lingering there, and he knows, obviously, maybe he was hoping that he could just jump in and steal it, didn't account for the stun, right?
Oh, yeah.
He might not have accounted for the stun from the Ice Blast, so he actually had to wait a little bit longer. If that was no shard on AA, he might have just stolen the Aegis, so really unfortunate for Talon that they got a shard on their AA. I don't know. It would have been a sick steal.
Well, I'm sure he'll try again. I feel like this is one of those games that, like, 1,000 goal lead, 24 minutes in, everybody's kind of just sitting back by my look. More saves queuing up a Midas 2. This one might be going the distance.
Yeah, if you start buying Midases on your supports against Talon, aren't you just playing Talon's game though? Is any team in the world more experienced in 90-minute games than this team?
That's a fair point.
I don't know.
BETBOOM not ones to go back from a challenge though.
And the thing that I think there's still a little bit uncertainty about is Dazzle. Obviously, you want to say that the hero falls off, right? Because you have this old mindset of how the hero used to work.
Right.
But I don't know what the hero's true ceiling is in like an 80-minute game. Like, is he still going to feel as powerful as a 6-slotted Windranger or a 6-slotted Weaver? Like, is the pacing eventually going to be a problem? Okay, hang on.
Well, they find another. They get the Grave off. Toronto Tokyo not going to be stunned. Ice Blast going to connect onto a couple. Can they bring them down? Q in, Magnetize out. Jabs trying to buy some extra space. They pop the dust. He backs away. So no more reapplying Magnetize, and Jab's going to have to time-lapse and run out. At the end of the day, it's only going to be a 1-for-1 on these supports.
And Pure with a good call there to just hold the Ravage. There were multiple BKB heroes. He couldn't really have gotten much out of that. A very defensive build from Jabs, right? He has Lincolns and BKB, but I think it's understandable. There's just too many problems in fights. If your mindset is that you want to get involved, and he wanted the Lincolns anyway, then BKB was probably the obvious choice afterwards. And that obviously means he's not that big of a threat yet. And now he gets to just fully itemize damage for the rest of the game because he has the defensive items that you would want in 20 minutes too.
Yeah, that part is really nice. I think the thing that's interesting about the way Talon are playing this too is you've got this Sven that kind of has to play around this God strength. So while this window is out where they win a fight, sort of, they force out a bunch of abilities, they can't punish afterwards on BETBOOM.
Very true. And they just, Talon are just going to do their usual stuff. All right, interesting. 23 queuing up a Wraith Band here. Obviously, we're past the 25-minute mark, so this becomes the most value for money item in all of Dota, probably.
Wait, what the hell?
Right now, but we've seen a couple of players do this a little bit, and
he bought it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably good. It's a relatively, I mean, you can sell it for half, right? So how much gold are you really investing?
I mean, that's the first time that I feel like I've seen that on a carry before. It's pretty cool. Oh, I'm stoked to see it. Another one of those builds that's like either Herald or pro player. You never know.
Yeah. Then you watch the rest of the replay, and then you have a pretty good idea.
Sure. Throws out the dead in the water. Will get hit by Spectral Dagger. Backs out. Throws another dagger onto Nightfall and GPK.
Kyo's just pinging the anchor like, 23, what the fuck, man? Just help me out. It's just walking with the anchor behind him. The Spectre was just looking at the anchor for like 3 seconds before he reality'd away.
There's a creep camp there, Synderen, okay? I know that you're a support player. You don't understand farming, but...
I get it, but then reality away right away, you know? He was literally just sitting behind him, just chilling, you know? That's pretty funny.
11 to 10. He's setting up for something here. GPK.
Bounty or Wisdom Rune in 10 seconds, so...
Right on top of this Dazzle, waiting for him to step a little bit out of position. Do need to be careful. They don't have jabs. Pure is here too. 23 Savage gets hit. The Blade Mail, look at the damage out onto him, but he's surviving. Immediately turns. He's still down low. That's going to be one dead. Can they find any more? Silence for a long time onto Q. He's hexed after. GPK down to about half HP as Weaver continues the chase. So will Q. Continue to throw out the Magnetize, the Force Forward, and he goes down one time. Could not manage to get off the Shallow Grave, but Nightfall is just slapping away at the rest of these heroes. 3 dead for only 1. Picked the wrong fight.
It's relatively even though, because Talon did get both Wisdom Runes, right?
Oh,
the reason Jabs was late was that he was stealing the one on the Dire side, but yeah, and you lost Aegis too. So essentially, it kind of was 2 for 3, but obviously GPK doesn't truly die there. A pretty close fight. I'm really surprised that 23 didn't just get blown up there, right? The way that fight started, it looked like he wasn't even going to press a button, but...
Makoto, dead in the water. Nightfall waiting. Jumps, stun, and more than enough for the finish. That's a minute gone without a buyback.
Yeah, that's a good kill. Probably not getting the tier 2 off of it, though, with the glyph coming out and heroes respawning, but... It's a very nice extra bit to get out of that, and with that kill, they obviously the big winners of the last 2-minute engagement we've seen here. So, yeah. Let's see what they're going to do with it now. Obviously, I guess something we need to talk about a little bit here is BKB duration, right? Because they've been picked up early this game. The Sven has an early BKB, the Windranger has an early one, and obviously we saw the early one on Weaver as well. Once these start going down to 6 seconds, I'm trying to wrap my head around who this really favors more, right? Because one side has Tide, who loves when BKBs are short, because then he can pump fake his Ravage, and then he only needs to survive for a few seconds before he gets massive value out of it. On the other side, Earth Spirit, Shackle Shot, you know, everything, basically everything all your heroes have is just really good against heroes that aren't BKB'd. So the fact that, I guess the fact that Talon have 2 versus just the 1 of BETBOOM is a little bit of a BETBOOM favorite thing here. Because the net worth value, so to speak, of the item is dropping significantly on the side of Talon, whereas for the Sven, you know, he has to buy it. He ultimately, this hero in late game, it kind of is a one and done, right? You jump in, you kill someone, you reset, and then you won't have BKB anyway. But for Weaver and Windranger, who are more about the staying power, having these drop to 6 is going to be quite meaningful.
I mean, I think that this also is one of those situations where late game can get strange too, right? You've got Mjolnir procs. The vision, I feel like, from all these Ice Vortexes, if they can kind of set up in an area and breaking Blink Daggers randomly, it can be really frustrating to play against. But we'll have to see what the setups are and what the vision's like. Of course, always really important in these fights. Aghanim Scepter done on Windranger. As we're hitting that 30-minute mark, Nekrosh capable of respawning in 50 seconds. Waiting for the timer on that as Spectre almost done with the Manta.
Yeah, and when does 23 start to hit critical mass is the question here. Because we've seen he definitely is very killable for now, for the BETBOOM side, but once he gets this Manta plus one more item, maybe it'll be a bit tricky. Obviously also looking at the level 20 talent, which is going to be a big help, getting that 350 health there. Definitely going to be the choice in this game against such a burst-heavy lineup. So I wonder if this Orchid that he's eyeing up now is the right choice. I think he specifically wants to get it because he's playing against two saves, right? The Venge as well as the Dazzle, especially Shallow Grave, is super annoying. But I'm a little bit worried it might be too offensive of an approach and that he needs more health, either a Scotty or a Heart to, or even a Butterfly, right? Because Sven does not want to buy MKB this game. Or well, he should against Wind Ranger, but the hero genuinely doesn't want to buy it, and Nightfall isn't even eyeing it up, right? So he might get Nullifier instead if there's no Butter on spec. You know, we'll see.
An interesting last couple of minutes here. You can see both teams smoked up. We're waiting for somebody to step a bit too far forward. Talon opted to place that ward up on the high ground as Roche respawns, and now we're going to re-smoke. So their movement as Roche was a relatively quick one. We'll see what this ends up looking like. Jabs nearby, the rest of his team can gather in together with the smoke if they want, but you got to imagine, oh, they're getting this quick. This is going rather rapidly. Talon, are they going to realize what's happening? Roche is about to fall, and they are going to get it for themselves. Do they take the fight after?
Oh, Sven TP's top. He's actually going to show here. So when Nightfall shows top, if they in any way could connect, okay, it's just a full-on evacuate.
Yeah, they're all
5 TPs out from BETBOOM. They are not going to give them any opportunity to find a pick. So nicely done. They just sniped that out, giving the Aegis to the Dazzle here, which makes the next fight for Talon that much trickier, because usually the way they would like to engage fights is to kill that Shallow Grave, but now you can't even take that out. So a few tricky minutes ahead for the Southeast Asians here. Wow, that was really hard to say. That's tongue
You got
twister,
there,
isn't it?
though. It's very good.
Thank you so much.
That. I was thinking, you're talking about like other items that we could see for Spectre. I also like the idea of maybe even going for the Aghanims later. We've seen sometimes where that hasn't worked out, but getting a Haunt, that way you can like pick and choose your targets, feels like it'd be really nice for Talon eventually.
Yeah, Axe might kind of be a best of both worlds thing here, also because of the health, right? Like, yeah. As we talked about, a little bit of extra tankability on Spectre goes quite a long way here, so I do like that idea, because ultimately this game is going to boil down to, can you kill the saves on BETBOOM for Talon? I don't think you're going to start the fight by killing Tide or by killing Sven, and that's how you break it open. I think you have to play angles, you have to find support kills, you have to find the Dazzle, and that Haunt will indeed be a really nice tool for it. Especially because you have so insane follow-through, right? If Wind Ranger ultimately gets a Blink Dagger of some kind, or maybe you get a dagger on... We've even seen daggers on AAs, right? Just connect and just blast this one person. That could be an idea.
That's kind of a crazy play. I like seeing that. It'd be neat. Ollie's needing to get away from this before it kills him, and it will be Makoto.
Okay. So Gale Force. It's actually quite interesting synergy between that and Ice Vortex, right? Like, you're trying to walk out of the Vortex, you keep getting pulled in and slowed.
It sounds horrible.
It's actually very strong if you place these spells well relative to each other. Yeah, a true feels good shard. You don't really want to buy it on a core Wind Ranger most of the time, but you definitely are going to be happy to find it. And I think with the options available there, I think the Wind Ranger one is better than the Earth Spirit one this game, so Talon should probably be pretty happy with what they found there.
Well, BETBOOM, even though they have only managed to blow up a 5k gold lead, it does kind of feel like they're giving Talon the hug of death right now. All of those outer towers are down.
Yeah.
It's a little bit scary to leave the base, and now with the smoke up as 4, they're going to try and find Spectre. Radiant scan is just a little bit early from where the movement is on BETBOOM. As they go for the wrap, Makoto is up there also, underneath his own ward, feeling somewhat safe.
Yeah, Talon have a pretty good understanding of what's happening right now, though. They evacuate and go down bottom. They have Q out here to break a smoke potentially on the Earth Spirit. He could just BKB roll away, possibly. So yeah, BETBOOM not going to find what they were looking for.
Is Makoto going for a snipe? I think he's going to try and snipe. There's no way you can go for that Sven. Surely.
The Sven is just completely off the table.
Yeah.
He has 4,000 health and Warcry. He cannot kill it. But, I mean, honestly, that's kind of an interesting thing to talk about as well, is Who can Mikoto kill?
Yeah.
Because Windranger is one of these awkward heroes that it's like a single target assassin ranged hero from mid that really needs to get value out of focus fire. It feels so bad when there's no good.
What?
Okay.
Listen, that creep camp had it coming, okay? They're feeling pretty good about themselves. Pure, just making sure it's working.
Pure is just farming kick Ws, I think. So this game was getting a little bit too calm for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's be real. He's not going to be doing anything with it for a little while anyways. Like, BETBOOM are just kind of chilling at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, as far as wasting Ravage goes, that's one of the more harmless ones, right? And the good news is now that he's done it once, he's not going to do it again. So
Surely.
it will not happen later when it matters the most. Later on when he misses it, it was deliberate.
Yeah, okay. Well, the Midas is starting to kick in, level 18 on Q. Our Ancient Apparition also level 18 and almost at a Hex. It doesn't seem fair. And like poor old Venge here, just sitting at 8,000 net worth, hoping to get towards an Aghanim Scepter at some point. Toronto Tokyo is broke as a joke.
Yeah, the good news for him is Venge, I think, overall late game impact per net worth as a support, it doesn't get much, you don't get much more value than this hero. You have a great aura, you have minus armor and damage, you have swap, which is one of the best utility spells in the whole game. So if he manages to get to this Ags, even if he's like 4,000 net worth behind an Earth Spirit on AA, I think he can have still insane impact. Now you could argue that with how this map has been played for the last 15 minutes, he could have farmed more. And I think it's something I've seen multiple teams where that would be my main critique, is that when the game is in this awkward lull, you really want to farm out multiple heroes, and perhaps Toronto Tokyo could have identified this a little bit earlier and had another 1,000 gold to his name, and then then you almost have that Ags. Instead, now you have to wait quite a bit.
So you're saying you should have bought Midas?
I mean, one of the options is to buy Midas.
Yeah.
The other option is to play a little more greedy. And I understand that, you saw how the first 15-20 minutes went, right? Talon are very active with their heroes and they can do a lot, but just the trajectory in the last 10 to 15, at some point you must just be like, okay, I'm probably safe to farm for a bit. I don't have to sit behind my course to save them all the time. Especially when you had the Aegis on Dazzle that you did not want to use offensively. You didn't even need to protect him, right? So you could have probably farmed close to something else. But anyway.
We'll see now if they decide to make a move, as Talon hit a lot of big item timings.
Now this is a good one. The Enchant Remnant for Earth Spirit. Obviously pretty short cast range. Doesn't have the Aether Lens. It's 500 on allies.
Oh, they're going to be right next to him, though, as they step forward. They see that Dazzle is there, but BETBOOM, they back away to their safe spot. And yeah, apparently 11 minutes fastest than the faster record for the AA Sheepstick.
Don't you make fun of my tongue twister error.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, what did I say now? Yeah, it's an early Hex for sure. The challenge for Ollie is still, it's one of those things where AA is kind of in an awkward spot in some fights where you want to stand far enough back that you get a big Ice Blast if you don't have the dagger build, right? You want to make sure your Ice Blast connects, but in that case, how do you hit your other spells? Because you want the range. And then when you get closer and you can use your Hex, that's when you're vulnerable to just getting blasted in one hit, because you don't have, the only save you have is the Glimmer Cape, right? So yeah, it's obviously a great Hex timing. I wonder how he's going to use it. Like, who's your Hex target? You're not going to Hex Tide. You are probably not going to Hex the Dazzle, who has Linken's and Avenge behind. And Sven, maybe? I mean,
maybe post BKB. That's going to be Ollie's best chance at it, but you might die before then anyways. The way that this fight's going, he needs to stay really far back.
We've definitely seen some other builds from AAs, right, to try to find that impact. I mentioned the dagger, but you could. I think we saw yesterday somebody almost reaching a refresher, which I also think would be really interesting this game.
Yeah.
Could have bought an Aeon Disc if he was worried about getting jumped, but obviously he's really trusting in his own positioning, which has been stellar so far this game.
Well, it's easy to have good positioning if you never fight anybody.
That's true. I mean, you say that, but you also need to not get caught around them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fair enough. Well, next Roche is going to spawn, and this one has a relatively quick timer again. It's going to be down bottom for a while. We'll see if Talon are going to be in a position to come and contest that, as Aghanim Scepter in Roche's hand.
with the butter on 23, this Sven MKB obviously important. We were talking about this is a potential build path for Spec. Allows Nightfall to get that double dip value from the MKB against the Spectre as well as the Windranger. So as long as Nightfall can get on a target, I think he can kill them pretty fast, even the cores. And Talon needs to be very wary of Sven's initiation angles.
Ooh, and they're backing out Talon in a position. I don't think BETBOOM know they're here. Do they? If they see that Roche is up, you kind of wonder if they might just try and sneak it away. I mean, it's a crazy move to do that. They see that it's in there.
What if you bait your Weaver?
Oh.
And then you enchant Remnant him, kick him away, and then he can, you know, play the fight.
Chance. Nightfall walks high ground. They see him right at the start. They're going to blow him up. They get everything off. The Grave is going to be there, but can they break the TP? Nightfall manages to get out. He is gone. Well, we said you couldn't kill the Sven if he just stands there. You do. They run through. Triple kill for 23. Waiting the whole fight, and it was perfect.
Sometimes you just wait 10 minutes and then you just get it just right, you know? Just perfect. And this is the problem that Sven will always have against AA. It's a satanic carry that in a lot of situations there, you get Graved by Dazzle, you pop all your stuff and you heal to full. Just not an option. Tries to panic TP out. This is genuinely an impossible play, but yeah, they were not expecting this vision.
Oh yeah, the wards win games, and that's definitely an instance where it happens. Nightfall even trying to TP out, but was just not meant to be. Ooh, man, that really opens things up now. Talon, this is where they thrive. 40 minutes, you don't stand a chance.
Yeah, it is a bit of a... This was a first pick AA, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, after the Dazzle.
So BETBOOM willingly picked their Sven into this, and you always need to consider, if you're playing satanic carries that are very much reliant on that, you either need to have a reliable way of finding and killing the AA, or maybe you would have been better off picking, say, an illusion-based carry or something like this, right? Because Sven really has this... There's this one asterisk to him, despite being so strong. Sometimes he's susceptibly, like, he's just surprisingly weak. You're just susceptible to specific things in this late game, and Ice Blast is one of those. Okay, Shackle.
And GPK, he's found the Mindbreaker. It is devastating. Man. Marvelous play from 23 and Makoto. It's just too easy.
Yeah, this is going south really fast for BETBOOM. They lost like 15,000 gold in 3 minutes, so... And that's against a late game Talon team. We know how that one usually ends, and except against Team Liquid. Yeah, this is looking really, really good for them all of a sudden. That mentor will be taken.
They have to lick their wounds somehow. Nightfall will get himself a shard. But yeah, I mean, now getting the Aghanim Scepter for free onto Spectre, so you have Haunt available, you can play around that. It makes all of these fights that much more difficult, like we were talking about. Like, you can find save now in these instances.
Yeah, the fights are actually just exceptionally difficult for BETBOOM, because if you look at the composition that they have, Dazzle's a hero that doesn't burst, right? This hero just doesn't do that. So it takes time to build up a fight that Dazzle can win, and that is the direct opposite story of how Sven plays fights. He wants to jump and kill someone fast and go from there. Essentially what this means is if Talon get vision and they have any idea what Sven is doing, they're actually just probably not dying, right?
Yeah.
If his dagger gets canceled by a Haunt, or if they connect anything on him that can lead into an Ice Blast, it's just such a... It always feels nice to play late game Dota when you have a clear path to victory. Like when you have this, you can make this game plan for your team where you know, okay, these are the conditions that need to be met. Because late game Dota, a lot of the time, it's really, really hard, right? So being able to simplify a strategy like this, it has got to be so nice for 23. I'm sure their communication is just, all right, if we see Sven, we're good. You know?
Well, and I think back, you know, you're talking about how easy and simple this is for Talon. Earlier today, we saw BETBOOM play very simple drafts around Lunas against Vivo KEYD Stars, trying to be aggressive with Terrorblades, pushing objectives when they could. And in this game, it didn't feel like it was the same sense of urgency. There was that willingness to go late game, and BETBOOM now, in the rewards of that, we'll see how they're able to deal with the next couple of minutes. As Pure, I was wondering if they're going to go home. I guess that's what you're talking about again. They got to wait for the Sven.
Yeah, I think the worst possible entry into a fight for Talon is going on Tide, who then gets swamped. I think that is the worst possible thing that can happen. So just don't
do that.
Yeah. Just if Tide is the only one offering himself up, no, Play the rest of the map, chill.
That was the pub side of me coming out. It's like, Tide's there, we can kill him, right? Let's go, guys. But not opting to go for it. And instead, Makoto going to take the tier 2 tower down bottom.
Yeah, that's gone. Some serious damage starting to come out of Windranger too. We talked about earlier, okay, who can you really kill? But this hero does reach critical mass at some point where the Shackle Shot is enough time to find kills on a hero like Dazzle potentially, or at least the Vanish, or the Save Muerta, who has been very quiet the last 15 minutes, right? Some 6 shots early on, but this hasn't probably been bringing that much to the table as of late. He is trying to become a core though, right?
Right.
So
that's kind of the question mark here, is if Muerta can just be left free to get towards those items. You've already got Mjolnir, you got BKB, trying to get towards MKB next. That could be a problem hero to deal with, particularly if everything is used and expended to try and kill off the Sven.
yeah, you are still, as this Muerta, very much dependent on your BKB, because the amount of just random magical damage in the fights is going to be too much during your ult. I don't think you're safe to fight if you ulti, because there's just too many things that can kill you off. But during BKB, you can have some serious impact. I think the dream for him is obviously to try to kill supports. Open up the fight, kind of the name of the game for both teams here. As the items keep...
That's the Hex reveal.
Yeah.
Jumps. How much can they do to Q? He pops the BKB, rolls away, and now 23 Savage, he decides to go in.
He sees the Sven, so you know what the drill is.
Nightfall, Ice Blast, it's a good one! No, not quite gonna connect, now they have to back out.
That is Caster's Curse of
Gale Force, Ravage, got him! They have an Enchant Remnant still if they want to get in range, and they do it! Nice play by Q, but it's not gonna matter. He does not have enough to kick him out after. Makoto tries to TP, but they got way too much damage. The fight was not the way Talon wanted it, and they're gonna end up losing 3.
Yeah, they get the vision on the Sven, they open with the Spectre, but there's no follow-through, right? Nobody was close except Earth Spirit, who could not re-engage after the DKB was wearing off, so 23 essentially just offering up himself and giving BETBOOM a nice opportunity to punish. When that Ice Blast misses, Sven's just like, all right, it's go time, you know? That's what Nightfall's waiting for. If that does not connect, as much as we've talked about this hero having problems against it, well, what if it doesn't hit?
Oh no, and what if they go high ground and you don't have any answers on the side of Talon? I mean, this is going to be a glyph used, but you can see already Jabs trying to cut the creep wave. But Meteor Hammer down, GPK stepping up front and center. They don't have Spectre for 50 seconds. BETBOOM, they've already taken all the tier 2s. They're thinking about going for the tier 4s. BETBOOM, off of one good fight. What's going to be the answer here? Talon, they're not buying back on any of their heroes yet. Still 30 seconds until Spectre. The other 2 have them. Buy back on one. That's the Earth Spirit. Jabs going to time lapse back to get away. Now going for some more right clicks. BETBOOM, you have to make a decision. Are you in? Are you out? Gonna risk it? Are you going for the all-in play? They haven't bought back on the rest of them. That's another tier 4 tower going down. The jump forward, the stun, he's gone! Weaver already out, but now focusing. They don't have creeps. Jabs cut the creep wave. They're hitting it, but there's nothing happening. BETBOOM, where are your creeps? As they chase, they hunt. Nightfall is gonna fall. And now looking for more. Spectre's about to come back up. BETBOOM have to get away. The hunt is there. If BETBOOM knew about the creeps, they could have done it. But instead, it's Talon that stands tall.
Man, that is such a crucial little detail from Jabs there, right? As you pointed out, he went in, did some damage, and time-lapsed out. He killed the last 2 melee creeps in the base, range creeps. So he went all out. He knew, okay, I've already cut the next mid-wave, so if I kill these 2 creeps, we buy enough time that the backdoor protection will kick in on the Ancient. So yeah, Talon, hang on, but now how much can you get the other way, right?
Right.
You spent 2 buybacks on cores here for Talon, and BETBOOM have all theirs.
Well, 50 seconds without the Sven, and they're hitting this
He just BKB'd nothing.
That?
He wanted to Manta, a little bit of a misclick there.
Yeah. Fat fingers coming out from 23 Savage, but I mean, here's the problem too now. BETBOOM, they have a clear path to the Ancient. There is no glyph.
Yep.
This is scary territory for Talon. I mean, and for BETBOOM, oh my God.
I mean, this is just some scary late game Dota now, but one of the most important things when you get to this stage is who has buyback.
Right.
Always got to look at that situation. The Tide one was used on Pure, but if he is the one being offered up in these situations, as we've talked about with the saves behind, I think he's relatively clear to survive the initial burst of the fight. And as far as Talon go, both Mikoto and Jabs without buybacks is huge, but at the very least, one of them will get a second life here. Looks like that will be gifted to Mikoto. I suppose Jabs might take the cheese. The Aghanim Scepter, is it going to be the Weaver one? We talked about it as an option. He must be mulling it over right now. He will.
He's going to take it. Okay. I mean, think about that last fight mid where they lost 23 Savage. If he gets time-lapse there, great, they're good to go.
They have the most insane saves in Dota, right? They have Enchant Remnant and Weaver Ags.
And this is a Weaver Ags also that has a Swift Blink, because why not?
Yep.
Look at this. They scan. They know that they're coming in. They're trying to bait him out. They got him hexed. They got him controlled, but the time-lapse, he doesn't get it! He didn't get it off in time.
He has buyback, though.
The Haunt comes back in. Q trying to roll away. The control there on the Nightfall. Can they bring him down? They will! Makoto focus fires one. Now on to save. Trying to find the backlines. They get GPK. Didn't get anything off. Toronto Tokyo is dead. They're going to also lose the Muerta. That is 4 dead. Muerta the only one without buyback, and back down the lanes they go. Pure. Just please leave me alone. I don't want to be here anymore.
All right. If he stays here for another 4 minutes 30, he will get an abandon.
Okay.
All right. We're good. He got out in time.
Thank goodness for that one. Well.
Oh boy. Well, Sven does have the buyback. They don't have it on Muerta, and this will be forced out, but again, now another key buyback for BETBOOM was forced out on the Spectre, right? So now there's another hero that they could potentially kill, and a lot of the time in old school Dota, late game Spectre was so good because of this exact play. You're so hard to kill, you die on essentially on purpose to just give yourselves a really good fight. Because if BETBOOM want to kill 23, they have to pop all their stuff to get the first kill. He buybacks Haunts in his vision of everyone, the team collapse on them, and you can't kill him a second time. But that's not going to be the case anymore if BETBOOM stay in this, which it looks like they will.
Just thinking about what could have been again for BETBOOM, that opportunity that they had, and Jabs playing a clutch role to make sure that he was able to get there in time to kill off the creeps.
Oh, this is a big item now too on 23. He gets the refresher orb, so can just haunt back to back without committing, can just force cooldowns defensively out of BETBOOM, gives so much vision. This is looking really good for Talon now. Honestly, the only thing that could truly go wrong for them right now is if BETBOOM pull off a smoke play before buybacks come back. If buybacks return to the side of Talon, it is so stupidly difficult for BETBOOM to still win this game. So I think their mindset right now should be, all right, we know what heroes don't have buyback. It's kind of a YOLO moment at this point. Like, if you play not to lose this game, you will lose. You got to play for the
on BETBOOM, you're talking.
Yeah, they have to take a risk here. I don't think slowing the game down now and being like, okay, we'll let both teams wait for buybacks. I think you're giving Talon way too much of an opportunity, and they will go.
Think about it.
No, they won't. Just kidding. It was just a shadow step.
And of course, that is back up in 12 seconds. A little bit more than that, but very, very soon. I mean, they're sitting back. They're sitting pretty on BETBOOM. They only have that one more Rax along the top side of the map. And I guess there is some logic also to the idea. You can understand the temptation to be like, all we need to do is one big fight, so let's take the perfect fight, and then we can win the game by running down mid. The problem, as you've pointed out, is the buyback status.
When the buybacks come back, I think the perfect fight doesn't really exist anymore. That's the problem, because your lineup, the way it's tailored, it's really good at killing heroes the first time, but they can't do it the second time. Tide is far away from Refresher. When Sven has used all his stuff, what are you really bringing to the table? Sure, he has a Refresher for a second round, but he has to be able to inventory manage and not get caught, so he's able to get it off after he pops everything and jumps in. If there's any sort of counterplay that messes him up, that's going to be a problem.
He's dead in the water.
Yeah, so... And even if you do get the Refresher off, that doesn't guarantee a good fight. If you're Ice Blasted, you're still going to die. So many maybes here for BETBOOM. Talon wants to try to lead the charge. Aegis for another 50 seconds. That might be what BETBOOM are waiting for. When that runs out, perhaps you're looking at initiating the fight. The problem is the sweet spot here. Windranger's buyback is 2 minutes, and the Aegis is 45 seconds. So your window of opportunity is extremely small.
It's coming up right now, though, and already they jump. The Venge is there to swap it, now throw out the stun, but dead for 100 seconds. Still has that illusion playing around.
Oh, that's a good shackle!
But they connect. They got him caught. Nightfall has to back out. Don't have another Ice Blast yet. Nightfall retreats. They're able to hold out. I mean, again, losing the Venge is devastating, but they could have lost so much more there.
Yeah. Has to swap instantly. The Tide is not completely safe. As we talked about, he's not going to die in the burst. He will be able to be saved by the swap, but obviously you're offering yourself up at that point. Venge has no escape plan.
And this is that window that you're talking about. The Aegis is about to expire. Venge is dead for it now.
Yeah, you can't now you can't go for the aggressive play anyway. Venge is too important for this to be an option. So Talon effectively have bought themselves buyback on Windranger with this aggressive move. And that should also mean that the Weaver will have his. They have basically on the same timer. Not enough gold right now, but actually never mind. He'll get it in a second on the Weaver. So Jabs as well as Mikoto with those second lives. Only 23 now. 3-minute cooldown on his.
Well, you know,
on the side of BETBOOM, Pure will have it in a minute and a half. And 3 minutes on GPK. So, yeah, I gotta say it again, advantage Talon right now.
Pure has Refresher now done. So, a big other item.
Oh, it's waiting there.
Yeah, it's off to the side.
Okay, he's flying it through them now with the barrier. Actually...
Oh, that was close. 23 jumps on Pure, backs away. Grave is there. Blink back GPK. He's fine. They're able to reset Haunt down. That was very close.
Yeah, maybe his mindset was that we can jump on the tide because there's no Venge to save, but not the case.
I feel like you got to go now if you're BETBOOM. You just saw Haunt. There's Refresher use BKBs.
This is a good moment of opportunity. Absolutely.
There's also a ward in their base, though. Scouting out a lot of these movements. And they will get together. Calling pushes out a wave, and there's the smoke up as 5. Weaver running in. One of the better heroes to break a smoke. Steps forward. Weaver still running through a dangerous area. God, he's so hard to kill. He's just blinking away after Sakuchi.
Yeah. Honestly, all of Talon's heroes are hard to kill. There's no easy target in this game anymore. AA has Linken's Aeon Disc.
What the?
You know? So that's the 5 has that. Earth Spirit has 4,000 health and a Trickster Cloak. Windranger has 3,000 health and the Linken's. Weaver has 3,000 health, Linken's, and BKB.
I mean, they're terrified right now on BETBOOM.
It's hard, man.
With good reason, right? I mean, this again was a smoke as 5 to go to the Ancients on the side of the map, and now retake a little bit of vision. They are going to take over this area as we get close to 60-minute items. So at least should be able to farm some of those, potentially.
Yeah, that's a big question mark here. Is Talon going to let them? I think from Talon's perspective with their buyback status, the Spectre one is coming up basically at the perfect time. He's 50 seconds away from having his, and then you could just smoke in and contest all the Ancient camps.
Well, they are definitely in position to do just that. Venge is the furthest one out. They do have vision up on that high ground, at least for now, and they're going to retake over their own base, it looks like. Push out the top wave if they can. Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, this game is so hard at this point for BETBOOM. And if you separate for a moment, you know, a random Haunt, if anybody's on top of you, you're just dead. Ice Blast is there too, has the level 25 talent for the kill threshold. So as we eclipse 60 minutes, a Radiant scan on the Ancients reveals that nobody is there. 23 Savage is going to go farm up some himself.
Yeah, this is very, very clearly tailored by Talon, right? They're going to make this smoke so they connect there at around 60 minutes in. Spectre is covering their side, so they just want to grab all the tier 5s, and then maybe they're just going to push, you know?
Yeah.
Like that advantage, if you convert that to net worth, is pretty ridiculous. At the very least for BETBOOM, they find 1 token here for their Sven, but that's the only camp they have access to is that 1. He's not by selecting just yet.
Where the Midas is at. Oh no, Muerta got rid of hers. Oh, that's so sad. This would have been the perfect time.
Yep.
Oh man.
23 Savage actually choosing the Book of Shadows on Spectre. That is quite unusual. Mostly we see support and utility heroes selecting this one. But gives him an extra line of defense for himself, of course.
Yeah.
What else did we see come out? So we have the Ex Machina on Weaver. Seer Stone on Earth Spirit. And, yep, the Sven has opted for Mirror Shield here.
Okay.
For Nightfall.
They're going to claim the rest of them. Meanwhile, Spectre, Nullifier is the option, so these Aeon Discs not working the way they would hope, as the next Roche is up, and Talon coming down south to claim that one for themselves. In terms of Aghanim Scepters, it's only the AA, actually.
Yeah, so that's an easy choice. It's going to give him an axe that he probably isn't going to use for anything. But hey, I mean, actually, I think, yeah, I was just going to say, his axe is so unimportant in this game that you use it on Earth Spirit and you sell the one you have.
Oh my god.
So Earth Spirit just got either 2k gold or he just has the stats from his axe. I think it's just going to sell it, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. That's a rare sight. When's the last time you've seen someone sell Aghanim Scepter?
That is the saddest support. It's so sad.
I mean, it's just this AA Aghanims is, in reality, is only good on core, right? It's just, he's not using Chilling Touch in the fight. He's casting his spells and backing off, so it's kind of more or less useless. So, yeah.
Well, in the meantime, we did get more tier 5 items for BETBOOM. Talon did not make that big push that we were anticipating. They got a pirate hat on save, which is pretty freaking good. Digging up those bounty runes to try and equalize the net worth a little bit. It's going to take a while. And of course, as we can see, a tier 5 item, Giant's Ring for Pure.
Oh, that's a big tide. Oh my god, he's big in mid. Look at that.
I feel like it's deceiving, though, because he's not that tanky. He'll still die very quickly. The Ice Blast is more likely to hit him now.
Yeah, if only.
Well, waiting on Toronto Tokyo's item choice. And in the meantime, too, we did see AA go for the Book of the Dead.
Yep.
And a Book of the Dead for Venge, too.
Yeah, but should not underestimate, by the way, in this game, Talon are running double Ex Machina, and everybody obviously on that item focuses on the cooldown refreshing aspect of it, but 20 armor against these dire heroes is no joke.
And that's all the plus armor that Wind Ranger has.
Yep. So it's like a huge EHP increase against Sven, against the Venge minus armor, against Dazzle's spam. It really makes a big difference. All buybacks available. Okay. Well,
we're going to see some shit here, man.
Yep.
I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't think either team does either. But, okay. Bit of damage.
Yeah, Book of the Dead.
Emphasis on bit. Okay, here we get a little bit of commitment.
Makoto stun. No! The Gale Force! You can't hit him! Oh, that's
Whoa,
a wait a minute, Spectre! 23 Savage! Excuse me? What? Not how they drew it up. I'll say that. Not how they drew it up. Well, he has buyback.
Well, you did say 23 Savage fat-fingered earlier.
Yes.
Maybe that time it was the whole face across the keyboard and not the hand. I don't know, man. He just jumped in 1v5, and maybe he misclicked and wanted to just get vision and then jump out, like he was trying to either make smokes or just cause confusion. But I think the only one he confused was himself. Maybe his teammates too actually were a little bit lost in that one. But
that was a tough one. That was a very tough one. And
fortunately for Talon, they cannot push him, right? So,
well, right.
Just a death. I mean, it's a level 30 Spectre death. I'm not going to pretend it's nothing, but
about 4,000 gold, a lot of experience, and if they can manage to force out a buyback, it would be huge. As BETBOOM is smoked together, keep in mind, Pure at the ready with that refresher. ED, Nightfall. Who needs God's strength? Oh, he is strong. All it would take was a swipe or two, and whoever he's hitting is going to be in the dirt. They jump in, they find one, Ollie, they got him caught, but the Hex, the turn, got him under control, finding Q, the jump through, Toronto Tokyo starts the ball, 23 Savage is in. After that buyback, he's gonna try and retreat. Pure is absolutely ripped through, Dazzle gone, and Nightfall just trying to back out, doesn't have anywhere to go at all. Q right on top of him, Swap to try and escape. Nightfall still managing to just barely get out of there, the silence, running, hiding, get out of there, buddy, Nightfall, but right on top of his jabs. They bring down the Sven, and in the end, Talon just a bit too strong.
Yeah, I think BETBOOM were not expecting Talon to try to make an aggressive move with their Spectre dead, right? They know Spectre has buyback. They probably know it's a possibility, but might have just thought, like, why would they do this, right? Why not just wait until Spectre's alive and then go? But Talon go for this play that, in reality, if 23 somehow would have died there, that could have been game losing, right?
Oh, yeah.
That was not a risk they had to take, but they felt very confident that they had the information that they needed. And they got a lot out of it.
It still could be game losing, depending upon what happens in the next couple of minutes. Looking for Makoto. Oh, the Lincoln Sphere popped. Was looking for the swap. Didn't quite get it though. They reapplied with a little bit of help from their friends, throwing out these Books of the Dead. Pure steps in, BKB, Focus Fire 1. Do they have enough to take him down? Makoto not quite gonna get it, but the jump in, they find this Earth Spirit. Ravage out, now trying to hit him. Aeon Disc proc, the swap back, gets him in. Jabs finding the backline onto GPK, tries to run away. Time lapse to get out of there.
They got the Sven buyback, that's what they wanted.
And now they get out. Talon, perfectly executed.
They poke and prod, and eventually, under so high pressure, it is so difficult to just keep holding the buyback on Sven, right? And eventually he does cave in and go for it, but gets nothing out of it. Pops his ult, has nobody to hit. Now, well, we've talked about the Spectre being a potential risk here for Talon if he does die. There's a lot of risks on the Dire now. The buybacks are not looking healthy on the side of BETBOOM. You have none.
And so this is the question that I have in like these late game scenarios. You're sort of in a dual situation with Talon, where on the one hand, if you push and you take advantage and you win a fight, obviously you just win the game. But also they're under no pressure to try and end either, right?
Right.
Do you think it's worth it to attempt like a smoke play, running in there, finding kills, or is it better just to sit back?
I think considering the buyback advantage that you have right now, you can try to go for skirmishes that don't immediately involve the Spectre. Like, see if you can get good conditions for a fight, and then you pounce on it if you see it, and if you don't, you just poke and prod, and if nothing comes out of it, that's okay, right? Yeah. I think just sitting back and farming isn't...
I mean, there's nothing more to farm for.
bad necessarily, but it's not really improving your chances of winning by a meaningful amount. I think poking these barracks with Ex Machina, BKB, and Focus Fire is probably the way to go. There's no glyph.
Pop one.
Oh, they kicked him out. That's a big statue.
That's what they needed. Catching onto Pure. Down low, but the swap, long range. Pure tries to back out. Does he have anything else left in the tank? The Ice Blast is there, but Pure lives through it all. It is going to be Toronto Tokyo going down, but no, Makoto jumps in, takes down the big old watermelon. And BETBOOM now on the back foot. No heroes really left with buybacks at this stage of the game. Magnetize is going to do some damage, but this is Mega Creeps. Talon take dominant control, up 50,000 net worth at 68 minutes.
And they know for a fact there's no buybacks here. So they know they just need to keep calm. It's a 5-on-3. Wait for the right opportunity to get a jump with Earth Spirit probably here. Q is being glimmered up. He's trying to find an angle. And he might just go for this one.
23 Savage just sitting in Fountain, jump forward, Jabs, can't hit onto a target at all, save, jumps in, pierce the veil, tries to bring him down, but Aeon Disc, there's nothing there. 23 Savage throws out one salvo of abilities, and as they are not able to grant purchase, it is just going to be waiting for God's strength to wear out.
Actually surprised they didn't commit their Talon, given the circumstances. I feel like that was game over. Sven popped everything, didn't really connect on anyone. You had the Ice Blast fly over 2 heroes, including the Sven, so he was clip fight, so he couldn't heal. They did not fancy their chances there to just finish it off. Looks like they're still just going to go now. Round 2, though, with the bigger creeps coming in.
They're doing it.
The dead.
This is really hard to deal with. Tier 4 towers are falling. GPK, he gets jumped on. Can he survive through this? No. They take down the Dazzle. They're going to take down more. Nightfall, nowhere left to go. And GG is called. Talon, they managed to eke one away. What a performance.
And I mean, obviously this game was full of all sorts of, moments that could have gone differently or whatnot, but what it really boils down to when you look at it, right, is do you want to play like this against Talon?
Right.
I don't know when I look at BETBOOM's draft is if their mindset was we are going to hit a mid-game power spike and we're just going to go and end it against the Spectre and not get to this point. But whatever their plan was, they didn't manage. And once we got to this super late game, Talon, they're feeling themselves. They have a lineup that thrives under these circumstances. BETBOOM, it was so hard post that 40-minute mark to string together anything.
Well, and I think back to, I don't remember if it was this morning when we were talking about BETBOOM on the panel or it was just recently, but there was this talk about like feeling as if this team is most comfortable when they can just sit back and farm on BETBOOM. But to me, they look the most effective when they're on these carries that want to hit buildings, when they're on the Lunas, the Terrorblades, that type of hero that wants to play a little bit faster. And Talon, of course, I mean, they're comfortable anytime they get to the 60-minute mark. What a freaking game, though.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, and I think it was very interesting to see because of the clash of styles, right? In terms of the lineups, what strengths and weaknesses they had. It was a very strategic late game, full of surprises. I think it's fair to say there were some pretty major mistakes from individual players in this, but that's the beauty of late game Dota. It's very hard to play the perfect game once you get this far in, and ultimately for Talon, probably a little bit of breath of relief. They still got it done. So yeah, can't wait to see what game 2 holds.
Taking care of business, and we'll find out in just a few. But first, let's head on back to the panel. Let them break down the insanity of another 60, 70-minute game.
Hey, Talon and 60, 70 games, name a more iconic duo. I need to take a breath after a game like that. That was, especially the end, very nail-biting. I'm joined by my panel. We got Fear, Lacoste, Effie, and Moon still with us. We're going to attempt to break this madness down. There's a lot to break down. And we here at Cinder and say there's massive mistakes. We'll break those down too. But Lacoste, let's just start with something positive. Talon taking this first game. They came in with a plan. They came in prepared.
Yeah, this is the big fight for them, where they're fighting underneath the vision, and I feel like every single time Ancient Apparition managed to get ulti on Sven, this is the fight that they're gonna win. 1.BETBOOM, they were definitely on the clock here, putting all eggs in one basket, because your Sven, if he gets 6 slotted, he's like relatively weak when he goes into like these 55, 60 plus minute games, because his Aghanim Scepter doesn't do much, and we can see Bulk, he's like, man, what am I watching? I told him exactly what to do in this game, and it feels difficult, because you have like 6, you have gold that you can spend on an item, because your Aghanim Scepter, you don't want to have that, and again, Talon bringing it to a 60 plus minute game and beating them with the experience, because if you look at how this team, you know, is playing in their own region, this region has by far the average game time is, I don't know, like 50 minutes in their region. So they know how to beat it in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to highlight a couple of the things that Talon did very well this game. And I think both teams played very well, if I'm being honest, because 1.BETBOOM had to play a really perfect early game to take them to the point that they did, and they did do that. But Talon did abuse the reach of their supports in that minute 10 to minute 20 mark. While Spectre was being pressured on one side of the map, they were able to get these kills with the Air Spirit into the Ice Blast, playing around Mikoto, maybe getting an objective or two. The second thing that I think they did really great was that Roche fight that turned the game for them. They played on the top side of the map for 5 minutes beforehand, and around the time that Roche spawned, they smoked at the same time that 1.BETBOOM smoked. So that was just a matter of who got there first and who managed to plant the ward first, and they beat 1.BETBOOM to that twin gate, to that ward area by 5 seconds. They were able to set up there 5 seconds earlier. Had 1.BETBOOM made it there 5 seconds earlier than Talon, we might have seen a different outcome to this game. But they just did everything in the very split second, and I think Q played an excellent game. He saw the Sven, he went there, and again, the Ice Blasts, the supports just played incredibly well.
Yeah, we got here on the screen our mid matchup, Moon. We had the overall first pick Dazzle versus the overall last pick Wind Ranger. That was a little bit of a surprise hero coming out for us, but worked out well.
The Wind Ranger made the Sven's itemization really hard that game, but I really think what really broke the game for 1.BETBOOM was the Ancient Apparition. Because Sven, I know how Nightfall thinks about Dota. He thinks Dota is like, I have this many moves with this hero. So Refresher gives him 2 moves, where if I get Refresher, BKB, I kill one person, I refresh, I can kill another person, I get second Satanic, so I can never die. But when he got A, Blasted, and Engraved, what usually happens, he just like Satanics and kills them all. But the A Blast made sure that he only had 1 turn. So each team fight, once he gets jumped, he's out of the entire team fight. And since Nightfall couldn't be the hard carry in this game that just killed everyone within like 10 seconds, reset and kill people again, they couldn't win this game once they got late game.
It was a very, very hard ask for 1.BETBOOM to win. They came very close. Some point they came very close. A couple of creeps close, actually. But that mid lane is something that we want to continue talking about, and that's not going to be us, but it's going to be Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, we just saw Mikoto's Wind Ranger in the last game. He's talked about a lot as an excellent player, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper into some interesting facts about him as a player. In fact, he started playing professionally since 2017, joined Talon in 2021, but didn't really have a super successful year until this year. Well, at least as good as you can do when Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid wins every single tournament. And other than that, he got 3rd place in Lima Major. They got 4th place in Dream League Season 20 20, which was a great result, but their best was definitely Riyadh Masters. Placing third place broke them out of Team Liquid, currently, or Gaming Gladiators previously gatekeeping them, and they did so good at that tournament that Makoto managed to win the MVP prize despite getting third place overall, which was excellent for him. But when I was at Riyadh, I asked him what hero did he want in the meta that wasn't currently popular, and he told me Invoker. To say it's been buffed since then is an understatement. It's very powerful right now, and he's played it 3 times so far in their matches. He's 2-1, his GPM's excellent, and he had a really good series against Vivo KEYD Stars especially. He's very able to take advantage, pressure the map, get things done with his team, and he's not greedy at all. Very good at getting things done. But it doesn't just have to be Invoker. I mean, he's played 11 different heroes in 14 games, so he's got huge variety. He outlaned Nisha in this Kunkka game when Nisha was Primal Beast. A lot of people say Nisha is the best player in the world, so that was an excellent performance. But it's not just him. His team does play around him very effectively. Here's a game he was playing Zeus. Look at this, early TP, 4 minutes in to guarantee a kill on Nisha. It's not just Makoto, but he is a huge threat and a part of a big reason that they won game number 1.
Thank you very much, Purge. A lot of interesting stuff about Makoto, and definitely a player to watch, not just the series, but in the future as well. And that game was an incredibly crazy match, and we heard Synderen talk about some major mistakes happening on both sides. What do you think, Fear? Was trying to not defending the creeps that were there, was that one of BETBOOM's ones?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Talon was like better in the late game, but they still had a couple windows where they could have won this game. And that last fight, like they kill 23. He did not have buyback. They go down mid, they take the barracks, right? They go for 2 tier 4s, and then I think what they're gonna go back to the replay and really regret there is the fact that they stuck around. They pop the BKB, they pop the God Shrink, they try to throne, but all of a sudden, that doesn't work. They die while Spectre's still dead. If they would have just backed out there and been a little more patient, this could have been their game. So even though the draft was good for Talon, they still had at least one chance in that game.
Do you think that when we saw Bull, you know, he was not happy with him, was that moment, you think?
Probably, yeah. Like, we're gonna win. Please, just back, guys, just back. We can win this game, but that's TI for you. Sometimes, like, you're hitting the throne, we're doing it, we're gonna win, but like you're a little too far ahead of yourself.
A little too far ahead of themselves. I mean, BETBOOM is an explosive team, and what's in a name as well, but also emotionally. And there's a lot to learn from games like these. And speaking of learning from BETBOOM, we are going to learn a little bit more about BETBOOM.
Последний матч с Nightpanos выдался сложным. Мое мнение, мы взяли немножко не те героев, которые должны были, поэтому как-то все пошло максимально не по нашему плану.
So what happened? I mean, we basically wanted to kill Tormentor like before they go to our base. I mean, I kind of knew like we can't do it. Like Toronto said like let's do it, and I'm like okay, like fuck it, let's go. And then we just died as 2.
Are you serious?
Tormentor is way too strong.
Ну, эту игру уже было, в принципе, сложно выиграть, но завершилась она очень забавно. Мы уже всех охавали в конце.
What can you say after a moment like that? That's all you can do is smile and just accept reality, Effie. That's all you can do.
I mean, seeing them say that they were laughing about it and they're talking about it already as a joke that's running in their team is really good to see because, I mean, maybe the BETBOOM in the days of old, BETBOOM earlier in the year would have taken that incredibly seriously and not been able to bounce back from it. And TI is all about bouncing back from games that you could have won, because if you look at any game from an objective perspective, any team could say, we could have won at this point, we could have done this better, and it just doesn't happen. You need to have the mental faculties able to forget about moments like that. So the laughs are good.
The funniest thing about that Tormentor death is that was his only death on Nightfall in the game that they lost, which makes it even funnier.
But the way that they deal with it, Moon, I mean, I guess as a coach especially, you want to see that kind of camaraderie after a moment like that, right? All you can do is, you know, guys,
yeah.
At least you know it's never going to happen again.
You just like meme about it when you lose, try not to be too emotional after each loss. Like Dota 2's evolved in such a way that it's such a strong mental game that if you take each loss too hard and you stuff gets toxic, the environment gets really bad, 100p losing game 2.
Now, we all know, speaking of emotional teams, BETBOOM is considered one of the more emotional teams out there. Can they recover from something like this? From this game loss, I mean.
GPK does have a very good reputation for not giving up, so I think they'll be fine game 2.
They are definitely having a rough time. One game down. He's obviously, there's a little bit of sarcasm in that, guys. But yeah, BETBOOM is on the edge of elimination. Let's hear what they have to say to themselves.
If we were one game of elimination and before we go back to the stage, I would say to my team, guys, it's okay. Even if we lose, it's not end of the life. Like, just remember the basic things we do every game, and do not try to do more than you can. Yeah, in the game, try it, like, be more calm.
Be more calm. Oh, it sounds so simple. Be more calm. Everybody should be more calm. It's good for your heart. It's good for the Dota, apparently, as well. I wanted to do a thing when I have both Fear and Moon on the panel here. We got a little bit of time before the next game because I want to have a coach up. We got 2 teams, one on the winning team, one on the losing team, of course, at the moment. Since Moon is the guest, Moon, which team would you like to coach here for going forward into game 2? I will have Fear take the other one.
You already asked him this question. He already made his choice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I said BETBOOM game 1, but now I want to go game 2.
I know you want to.
Talon game 2, because I feel like the BETBOOM booth might be a little heated right now after losing that game. It's kind of scary.
You're gonna flip-flop?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to the Talon. The winning move is always fun to be like, woo, game 1, no more elimination. We got extra life now. Let's go game 2. It's gonna be fun, and 3 Savage gonna crack some jokes. So yeah.
This could just ride the vibes that the team has. Basically, low effort coaching right there. Fear, you can do better if you're BETBOOM's coach.
I mean, for sure. Like, I'm going to be BETBOOM's coach here, and I think I'm just going to start at the draft first. I'm not going to first pick a Dazzle for them. It's not really their style. I'm going to give GPK a hero that he can rotate on and be like, you know what, GPK, I know you're a very positive guy. Let's keep the positivity. We're going to go into this game here. We're going to give you a hero that you can make rotations on. Pierre's going to do his thing, be high net worth. And, you know, as Nightfall, same thing as always. Just go back to what wins you games, because you are the best team in the world. You just got to stick to what you do.
Yeah, this is it's a painful moment potentially for BETBOOM. This is the first ever international appearance for 4 teams from the region, 4 Eastern European teams. And yesterday we already saw 9 Pandas going home. And we of course have Team Spirit in the upper bracket. We got Virtus Pro playing later today as well. But it would be a shame if it's only Team Spirit making it to the top 8. I think, Effie, there's a lot of pride about being considered the top dog in the region, and I think BETBOOM always considered themselves, and on the records they show that they should be up there.
I mean, if you hear from any of these players, they always think that they should be performing better than their results speak for. And if you look at terms of pure skill, every single one of these players is probably top 3 in the world mechanically at what they do. And I feel like they definitely have set a very high standard for themselves, and when they don't meet that standard, that's where a lot of the anxiety comes in, I think, for these superstar teams when we see them crumble on stages. But I will say that they've done very well this year in terms of, you know, shaping up their discipline. You saw the progress, you saw the evolution throughout the year. It started off really rocky at Lima, and then, you know, Berlin was a little bit better, and then in the Dream Leagues they've done really well. So I'm gonna believe in the constant evolution. I'm gonna say they can bounce back.
But Lacoste, Talon, 1 game up. Speaking of momentum, this is a team that thrives on it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is also a team that did manage to make a great comeback at Riyadh Masters when, you know, after what happened with the 23 Savage, hands-off keyboard, they're already like, yeah, we won that game. And still, I thought they were going to be mentally, like, checked out completely, but they still managed to knock out the 9 Pandas and also Gaming Gladiators after the tournament. Still lost the Liquid, but they're in a really good spot. I'm a little worried, not little, more worried about BETBOOM, because none of the teams so far in the lower bracket of TI hasn't managed to win a second game. If you lose game 1, it's going to be a 2-0. This is the 7th series in the lower bracket.
That is true. It's a painful stat, but you know, there's always one team that's gonna have to make the difference. There's one team that's gonna have to be the one to force out a 3rd game. Can BETBOOM do it? That's a question we're gonna have answered in game 2.
Talon ESports versus BETBOOM Team. Game 2.
Now, there's always a lot of adaptation to think about when you are on the losing side, Fear, but we've got Talon sitting on the winning side. I know that they thrive on 70-minute games or so, and that surely is not part of the plan, though.
Maybe it
Surely
is. I'm not sure it's not part of the plan. Do you see how their supports are itemizing? They're both going minuses really early on. I think they're playing for that late game. I
Okay,
think they
so
have a
you're
very
like, this
clear-
is everything according to plan. We aimed to, win at minute 60.
You would not buy 2 minuses on both your supports if you didn't want to scale into the late game. So they have a very clear idea of how they want to play the game. And I think it's a pretty correct idea too for the most part. It's more of like, it's greed versus aggression. And we saw in the earlier series where Gaiman completely exposed 9 pandas for the greed, and can BETBOOM do that to Talon? Because if you do play for this late in the game, you do buy the Midases, then you're going to be in a situation where it's going to be very hard to lose the games if their opponent is not also doing that, or they're not pressuring you.
Well, we are in the draft here. Oh, sorry, Effie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to comment on what Fear said in his impromptu coaching session about PK's hero.
Yeah.
That the last fight really did come down to, towards that late game, who could take the fight better, who had more reach, who could initiate. And Talon had so much of it, whereas BETBOOM were very dependent on Sven's initiation and with the follow-up with the Ravage. And normally you have GPK on these high-reach heroes like Storm Spirit or Lina with the Yules, anything like that that can help take the fight. And I think that if that's a pivot that BETBOOM can make here in this draft, maybe play their Caudal Storm or their Io Storm, then this could be the thing that tips them out of their mental tilt or their supposed present mental tilt.
Yeah. I love the Weaver ban, Moon. That's unusual first phase ban. That's a lot of respect towards Jabs. Surely that is the reason why they banned it out.
I feel like they banned it just because they were tilted from last game. It's just like you lost an hour-long game against Talon where they have 2 Midases, they dodge you for 50 minutes with your tight Savant, you're trying to take any fight, they wouldn't give it to you, then you can't go high ground. So this time they banned the Dazzle because they don't want to play that game anymore. If I'm BETBOOM, what I've been thinking about is, they want to play a long game, let's play a long game as well and try to outskill them. Let's not try to do like some Dazzle tight death ball against this team, because this is not how you want to beat Talon, I feel like. I think you want to beat Talon by having 3 stronger late game cores. So that if they can turtle all they want, they're not going to win late game.
So what you're saying is, get your snacks ready, it's going to be a long one.
That's why I'm feeling like...
I want to add to that, actually ask Moon a question about the new drafting stage. What goes through like the team's preparation now that the drafting stage has changed so much? You have these 4 bans in segment, 3 bans. Is it like just a chess match with each single ban, or do you still prepare where you just know what you're going to ban ahead of time?
So there's a couple of strategies going into drafting on first pick and second pick. There's for first pick, you kind of want to just like make sure that the second pick doesn't get a trade. You usually get 3 free bans. You can ban whatever you want. And on the second pick, you have 2 choices. Either A, ban all the OPs, or B, get a trade. Like in this case, I think they're gonna get a Spirit Breaker trade. Oh no, they don't have a Spirit Breaker trade. So they get Jabs Dawnbreaker for probably Muerta, stuff like that.
Yep.
I love this Dawnbreaker, especially when Jabs plays it, because he's also a farm-heavy player, and with Dawnbreaker, you can have something to join a team fight. You don't necessarily need to be there. Again, on the greedier side, and also when we talk about scaling, Dawnbreaker is insane hero when it comes down to scaling, dealing damage. We talked about this Tusk combo. I think he needs to go. We also talked about how he plays these melee position 4s that synergize really well. Tusk, definitely that hero.
Yeah, this Tusk down lane is really, really strong. Not only that, but you have the ability to snowball your mid lane with the Tusk. You have the ability to gank mid and snowball Mikoto's lane. So I'm pretty sure it has to be taken out. And if I'm Talon, I'm looking to ban Silencer, so that the reason why Silencer counters Dawn is Dawnbreaker now has to play with his team. You just trade Silencer ulti for every Dawn ulti, and now Dawnbreaker will never ever scale.
By the way, we don't call it Dawn ulti, we call it Donald. Donald, yeah.
Donald, I see.
So Invoker actually still in the pool. This is a really popular hero for both GPK and Mikoto, and it could give that early game aggression that we were talking about, that ability to rotate. It's something that they're looking at here. I would be surprised if Invoker goes unignored.
So far, the Phoenix has been banned on the side of Talon. And also, I want to say Talon has already used a lot of their bonus time in this phase, in considering their first pick. Maybe slightly unusual there as well.
Yeah, I think they're thinking of banning like Luna or Spectre, because those heroes are also very strong against Dawn. And they can't really decide which one. Shadow Demon, so they left Silencer, which is interesting. Because now BETBOOM has the option to remove Dawnbreaker's Global, which I feel like is the reason why Jabs really shines on this hero. So you can just farm in like a carry and stuff. So.
But then you do have a Silencer, and other than the cancellation of the Donald. Is that good to have? I guess infinite scaling if you're going late. Sure.
I think Toronto Tokyo has a hero pool that he's shown that he prefers to play, right? The Train Protectors, the Vengeful Spirits, the Undyings. He wants to have laning presence, and maybe the Silencer takes that away from them, which is why they're not looking at it too much. I mean, Undying is a very in-your-face hero, right? Undying versus a melee hero on the offlane is always going to be difficult. You have to pair it up with a really strong 4, and the way that, you know, Q's been playing all of these melee 4s, maybe it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that with an Undying. So I do think the Undying is probably one of the best things they could have picked up here.
Yeah, they picked the Undying there because they didn't want to take Silencer because they wanted to commit Murta to the core. So by picking the Silencer, that means Murta has to be a 4 because you don't only want Silencer Murta lane against Dawnbreaker. So now with the Undying pick of the Murta, they should know it's a Murta core now. So what Talon is thinking is, do we click the Spectre on 18 or do we click it here? Because I think they want to remove that option.
Is it still in your head flexible Muerta, or you're like, they should put it on the
theoretically, it's flexible. That's why they probably should Spectre 18 rather than pick the Spectre here. Should probably just pick a casual support, whatever Q wants to play. There's Earthshaker, Tiny, Dark Willow. Yeah.
I mean, I like this. I just have to say, if you're laning versus Undying and you have 2 melee heroes on that lane, it is so difficult. You're making the game harder for yourself for no reason. So you bust out the Enchantress that can be flexed to either, and the Willow that has surprisingly been a carry flex these days. But if you pair this Willow with the Dawnbreaker, that is a very strong lane in and of itself, and you're also taking away one of Save's best heroes, which is...
Oh, excuse me. Well, Moon.
There's another.
Whoa.
Please talk to me about Pudge.
Okay, so this BETBOOM team.
Yes.
We screamed them a lot. We could not beat their Pudge.
It's safe on the Pudge normally, right?
It's either safe on the Pudge or pure on the Pudge. We don't know what it is, but it was just really Kansas to deal with. And it can be safe on an Invoker with the Pudge offlane. It can be the Pudge offlane with the Invoker mid. Or you can be the Pudge offlane with the Murta 4 of the Invoker mid. You don't know what's going on. You just look at those 4 heroes. It's kind of scary.
Wow, we're getting a lot of surprise picks here.
Yeah, we are.
Ricky is now coming out. Yeah. We saw you guys were running the Ricky mid versus like Puck, right? Similar?
We are one of the Ricky teams in this tournament because this hero counters Invoker really hard. Because Invoker will never be able to get a Cold Snap EMP combination or Tornado EMP combination against Ricky because of his Stir spell. On top of that, Ricky just stacks Wraith Bands, has high HP regeneration and armor to get every single last hit and deny against Invoker. So he gets an early Diffusal Blade and just takes over the whole map.
And the silence is really annoying too, right? If you're Invoker, you're forced to buy BKB or Force Staff early on just so you can play into the Ricky silence. Sounds pretty difficult. But also, I want to talk about this Pudge just a tiny bit because a lot of players have been experimenting with flexing Willow to position 1, but one of the heroes that completely dominates Willow position 1 would be a Pudge with the Aghanim Scepter. He's just way too tanky when he gets that Ags and that heart and he's just on top of her. She can't do anything, so I'm pretty sure this is just a support Willow at this point. But it's Talon, who knows? I don't want to say anything too early.
And also Ricky's shard. I mean, this is a bit of an undervalued one where you cannot be saved. Sure, you have Hook in this one, but these 4 staffs, they're not working. So you need to be able to take care of yourself, pop a BKB. It's a very interesting pick. And I might be a little worried for the damage output coming out from Talon early on until like Ricky gets online. But they do have relatively strong lanes. This Dawnbreaker plus Dark Willow, if they're going to run it as a position 4, which I think they should, it looks really strong. Like this is a killer lane for them.
I mean, I wouldn't be too worried about Talon's damage output because you do have you know, Dark Willow, Enchantress, they might buy some Midases here and there, and eventually these heroes can do a lot of damage scaling if they want to go that route. And it comes down to, is it a 23 hero?
Okay.
This is like just surprises everywhere.
All right, I know what Talon's doing, guys.
All right, what are they doing?
They switched up their game plan completely. From turtling late game, they want to just run at BETBOOM now.
Oh.
I want to destroy him.
Riki against Invoker mid. Ench Marcy saved in the Marcy carry with the Ench pushing tempo to the mid lane with the Dark Willow Dawnbreaker with the Dawnbreakers connecting to every team fight, every LT, just snowballing the whole game out of control.
So who did you say was going to be mid for Talon?
Ricky.
Ricky mid.
Ricky
sure.
mid, Marcy carry with the Ench. Marcy carry is very strong because she gets Battle Fury,
yep.
Then she gets the Aghanims, and she's a universal hero, so she gets universal hero scaling, and a very strong laner. Here.
Marcy lost a lot of damage from her sidekick though. Like I feel like Marcy carry used to be a lot better when the sidekick was a reliable amount of insane damage outputs, but now it's mild. It's mild. You have to compensate for that with items, but I mean, if you're playing super aggressive with your Riki and you've got the tempo, you're gonna have the farm to get those items.
This is going to be Marcy carry. She has one weakness. If this hero is pushed out of the lane early on, you can't really farm the jungle. Compared to some other carries, you know, these Svens, it's almost impossible to keep up. So he needs to have a good laning stage. What you want to do is get those kills, get level 6, keep that damage going, and keep fighting. Because if you're not fighting, you can't farm the jungle. And on the side of BETBOOM, I see Pudge, Invoker, Muerta. These heroes are really good at rotating and finding Marcy in the jungle and getting the kills on her.
I'm incredibly curious to see what BETBOOM moves, because you mentioned this could be Pudge Invoker technically offlane, right?
Yeah.
Which means they could pick a mid that dumpsters Riki, like, I don't know, some Necro or something, and does that just ruin the game plan of Talon if you have like a mid laner who just can't do much?
Well, it's a good thing for BETBOOM that they had some bonus time left to eat into, because there is indeed a lot of things to talk about,
for sure,
to think about after the last pick coming out for Talon. It will be an IO. All right, riddle me that, please. All right, so we got the pure. All right,
moon.
We got the pure offlane Pudge. We got the mid Invoker. Save position 4 will be the IO, so we got the IO Pudge lane.
They changed it and put the Dark Willow carry with the Marcy 5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So and it's Q enchanted to the Dawnbreaker. So they wanted to put Dark Willow carry against the Muerta. And the reason why Dark Willow carries against Muerta is because every time Muerta ultis and Dark Willow Ws, the Muerta can shoot the Dark Willow.
Yeah, but I feel like there's so much AoE damage for this Willow carry. I mean, it's not a great Willow game on paper. You've got this Pudge who has an IO to completely buff him the entire game with the shard, and then you've got all the ground damage coming from Invoker. And this Willow is very susceptible to dying in this game, so it's very scary.
It does seem very scary. I mean, we also have only seen Shiro be successful with the Willow on the carry role, so...
And he had a Broodmother opening up the entire map for him so that he went untouched the entirety of this game. And it doesn't look like the same formula is here for Talon for the Willow carry.
You already said that the Pudge can deal with it.
Later on in the game, yeah.
And
absolutely.
infinite scaling, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be... I mean, who's going to buy time for Dark Willow? That's my concern. Riki, it has to be Mikoto again with his early defusal timing going around the map, because this Marcy 5, I haven't been really impressed by the hero, so they need to snowball out of the laning stage really hard if they want to win this one.
Now, we have been saying there's been majority of 2-0s coming out from this lower bracket, but one series that didn't was, of course, the other Eastern European matchup with Virtus.pro and Team Spirit. Maybe BETBOOM can also be one that can break the curse and force out a Game 3. Definitely is looking good for them in the draft. Let's find out what the coach has to say before we head into the game.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Bulk, and Maelstrom will be helping me to translate. Game number 1, plus 68 minutes. How do you get your team to recover after a game like that? He seemed, even we got a shot of the couch cam in the coach area. You were stressed out yourself.
Напряженно.
Come on, guys, he was stressed. Let's help him out a little bit.
Я даже не знаю, что сказать, потому что я видел, как моя команда играет, я слышал войс, и ребята сильно стрессовали в игре. Я, соответственно, тоже поймал этот вайб, и было очень тяжело смотреть на эту игру, потому что мы допускали очень глупые ошибки.
сильно расстраивались от них, как бы игра вышла очень не по нашему сценарию, а после игры мы просто обсудили, что сделали банальные ошибки, которые, если бы мы не допускали, то игра была бы намного проще.
So it's really hard to say. I just saw that my team made a lot of mistakes, and there were stressed out, and we just discussed a little bit about our mistakes, and now we're ready to play.
And then you picked a crowd pleaser of Pudge. Of course we're going to be excited about this, right guys? Time for game number 2. Send it to our casters.
The crowd pleaser always there. Pudge, Marcy, Ricky, we fell into a different patch. I don't know what's going on.
I have never felt more like a pub game draft than this one. Oh, that got really red. Somebody must have.
Oh no! First blood given up. BETBOOM lose their Muerta. Well, that was a bit of a spoiler.
That happens. Oh, I like the aesthetic though. You're just on camera, like everything just went red while we're talking to you guys.
I feel like that's what happens in your brain every time it's you and Suns fan and he like says something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the lights are red all the time when I'm casting with him, but you know, with you it's only situational. Yeah, okay, so to elaborate a little bit on what I was saying, there's a lot of pub favorite heroes here, right? As we are going to see the replay at this point of what just transpired.
Yeah, a lot of pub favorites, and one of them right there. Ollie able to get the pullback onto and through the brambles.
Okay, it's one thing to get a Pudge pick and you're like, oh wow, they picked Pudge. And then the immediate response is Ricky.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the other thing for me. It's not just that there was a Pudge, it's that both teams are really going off script here and trying something completely different. And it's always fun to see. It feels like when you see a draft like this, you're always... It's really high risk, high reward for both. Right. So it's, oh, nice hook.
Man, that's one that you want to see right away. Finding 23, but can't quite do enough. And disposed from Ollie forces him back. Still a lot of damage onto that Dark Willow. You know, it's interesting because when we saw the Pudge pick, save for a moment, you could see he looked pretty happy, but then the Ricky pick came out and then immediately looked pretty crushed. I'm wondering if they had this intention of picking the IO for a while, and Makoto is kind of an answer to that in a way. It seems like it's going to be a really tough matchup. Oh! Sometimes you just stand still and then he can TP out.
I think Save just wanted to play Ricky himself.
Okay.
And it got picked by the enemy team, and it was like, oh, that's all I wanted in my TI main stage. I just wanted to play Ricky Pudge. Oh, man. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. So, to unpack a little bit about the laning stage here. Hang on.
Is he going to go down? A couple more hits in trouble, and 23 Savage off to a hot start.
So I would say this is one of Dawnbreaker's absolute worst lane matchups down bottom. The Undying is really hard to play against. And Talon identified how important that is going to be, and they actually ended up putting Q on Ench to solve this. So specifically, one team counterpicked a lane core with a support, and then the other team countered the 5 with a 4. So it's a pretty interesting dynamic that we see very rarely right now, but it shows a very good understanding on both sides of they know how important this Dawnbreaker is from the way Talon is going to play, and therefore both teams are really trying to protect it a lot with the draft. What happened after that, I cannot really explain how that plays into the whole thing with the whole Pudge and the Ricky. I think there's a lot of surprise going on here for both teams. I think Pudge is good against Willow, so perhaps that is a part of the logic here, was that they were expecting a core Willow. But I mean, you say that, they're off to a good start top on the Willow Marcy lane, so.
Absolutely. And I like this little play that we've been seeing, the dispose into Brim.
Oh my
He's
God.
really fat, so he walked through another one, and they managed to get another kill onto Pure. That is not the way he wanted this to go.
It is a really cool pairing with Willow. Any hero that has displacement abilities is so interesting because you can get people to hit multiple Brambles, right? Bramble Maze is kind of balanced around you getting hit by it once and how much damage it does. So if you have a hero that can force the enemy team to get hit by 2 or even 3, suddenly this hero is just one of the strongest laners in all of Dota, right? Because Bramble Maze level 1 does, how much damage is it on 1? Like, I want to say, let's say 150 or whatever. You get 3 of those? Oh, it's kind of a done deal.
No, it's dangerous for sure. And the other thing that we can sort of keep in mind, it was talked about And I think that they showed this little graphic too at the beginning. This is the first time that they're playing Undying on BETBOOM this entire tournament as well. So a little bit of a change just in style in general for them. We'll see if they're going to be able to contend with that Enchantress on Q and all the creeps that they're going to be throwing his way.
And he's definitely going to feel comfortable with the hero itself. I would say this was probably Toronto Tokyo's single best hero last patch before some of the changes came through.
Again, so they kept him.
He's strong this time, though.
Oh, yeah. Save pops the salve, and that does create some issues.
2 bracers, overcharge. It's hard to kill.
Big boy. Big boy finds a hook. Nothing else.
Yeah.
3-0 start, but going to be an interesting match as it does feel like
after on bottom.
Oh, can they go on him? Toronto Tokyo wants to chase. The pushback, that's a good one with Deadshot. The Celestial Hammer means Jabs gets away. And of course, this is going to happen if Enchantress leaves the lane for any amount of time.
It did cost them the Tombstone, though. So Jabs is going to have a little moment of opportunity here. Maybe they'll make an aggressive move with the Eng coming in. Oh, and he's found the Mana Burn creep. Just going to make Toronto Tokyo basically useless until he goes back to base here. Has burned him down to 50 mana. Undying with no mana is just nothing, you know? It's a melee support that's kind of slow.
Dude has Windlace.
Yeah.
It's real bad.
So, gonna be curious to see what he chooses to do now on the Undying if he's gonna go back to base. He's sending out 1 Clarity, a Raindrop, and a Blood Grenade. So it's gonna take him quite a bit of time to get his mana back up with just a Clarity, no Mangoes.
In the meantime, the movement in towards mid to try and see if they can hunt a GPK. They've brought 3 heroes total with Makoto in tow.
Yeah, they have the Purge creep.
And can they get an angle? I mean, GPK knows that this is happening. It's the 6-minute mark. Runes are coming out. It does look like it's going to spawn top with an illusion. And a good job by the Invoker to stay pretty far back.
Yeah, he played it very safe there, as he should.
So nothing gained out of that movement yet. They are still hanging around that area, though. And instead, the wraparound is going up top. Makoto.
Yeah, this one's going to be less expected, I think. Diving this tier 1 tower this early.
Oh, and then pulls him back into the cloud. That's really nice. Didn't quite get the Bramble connection, but Save trying to escape, needs another hit. 23 Savage in very far, and now Pure right on top of him. They're trying to buy some time. The hook, it does land. 23 gets lifted up. Nice tornado, and Ollie also going to fall. GPK with the clutch rotation is down bottom. They're chasing Jabs. Tombstone on him. Starbreaker hits. Jabs wanting to make his way through the gate to escape. Still has stick charges as they pull him back in with the fear. Jabs, hammer, jumps away. Does he get out of there? 18 HP and he's out. Oh no, never mind. He got path.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Nightfall was going for, deadshotting him there. Maybe he feels like it's the last opportunity he's going to get to reliably hit it before the Celestial Hammer gets him away. But ideally, you want to hit that afterwards, right? So you can just fear him back into you when he's jumping out.
Yeah.
It ended up working with the Decay, but that was pretty close. Still, it's a big kill for them. And I want to say, overall, in quite a few of BETBOOM's games as of late, GPK has not necessarily been off to the hottest of starts. This is a good one for him. So the Invoker having a great start here.
He shows up and Pure didn't stand a chance. They brought in a lot of people for that kill, and Save trying to escape. They throw out the Terrorize. He's still running that direction. So that won't actually help, but nonetheless.
Okay.
Makoto tricks the trade. No, good cold snap there to ensure that he couldn't dodge it. No mana now on the Ricky.
I think he wanted to show them that he can hit it if he needs to.
Okay.
It's a mental play for later. If they're ever like, oh, I'm hearing Terrorize, they know it's coming and they know it's a hit. And it's about whether it matters or not. That's a different story. That one did not matter.
No. It's a similar idea for the hooks as Pure throws one out there on the 23rd.
Now, this doesn't send the same message. If you throw out a hook and miss that, that does not work the same as throwing out a Terrorize that hits and doesn't kill him.
To be fair, is playing around this ward, which has gotten them a lot of value. I think that's 2 hooks now that have been dodged because of it.
Yeah, it's a very standard thing to do against side lane Pudge is to get that vision. You could argue that BETBOOM should be checking for this with a sentry. I think that would be a quite decent investment with the side lane and how this has been played so far. But if nothing else, the farm is still looking okay for Pure. He has 3 deaths, but his net worth is still looking relatively healthy. He's still ahead of the Dawnbreaker, right? To start, and as we mentioned, the Invoker mid is the big breadwinner right now. Rushing a Vessel is going to be GPK. He has it in 100 gold. And there's some decent Vessel kill targets here, right? You're countering the lifesteal of Marcy's sidekick, you're countering the heal of Ench, and you're countering the heal of Luminosity from the Dawnbreaker. So all of these little things that sometimes make a bigger difference than you would think are going to make a very small one now.
Make them that much less strong against the fighting that's coming his direction. There was a courier kill a while ago on save, which is why he wasn't able to do too much there as far as bringing out wards, I think. But Pure is making the move through after stacking up and taking that other hard camp. Already has phase boots done and looking for an opening. Makoto is down bottom, does see all of this play, and well, with 4 heroes, do they decide to bring numbers? They're going to TP in 1. The Cloud down, interrupting their fight. Now the Dawnbreaker ult coming in. Jabs wanting to get on to Nightfall, but there's no follow-up. Still good AoE damage. The dead shot, ooh, almost into the hook. Instead, it's Toronto Tokyo that's held behind.
That is honestly a really good result for BETBOOM, because when Ricky has that good of a placement, he gets all the information possible and starts off with the smokescreen. The Brambles just have to hit there, right? Yeah. From 23, and he missed on all of the potential targets, so they got to disengage. That could have got really, really scary for BETBOOM, so I would say, given the circumstances, I would count that as a win, only losing your 5 there.
Well, the Midas tracker, at least in this game, so far is only going to be at 1 for the Willow, which does feel like it fits pretty well with what you want to be doing. Yeah. Ollie, in the meantime, does need to back out. No mana and had rebound on cooldown.
It's funny because usually, you know, at a tournament like TI, when the meta develops and teams get used to certain things, when you throw a complete curveball like this, I'm very curious to see how BETBOOM just adjusts to playing against just Ricky in general. Like, yeah. Let's say everything in the game is the same as always, but now there's a Ricky. The style of play is just so different, and when Mikoto is off the map on this hero compared to what he usually plays, the dynamic is just, yeah. You know, you're kind of getting paranoid, you know, how you're going to place your heroes. Are you going to over-rotate for protection? And there's, you know, you start seeing ghosts when there's nobody even there. Mikoto's just farming jungle, you know. It's a very unique hero in that regard, and the Dawnbreaker combo is just super scary. When Ricky gets Diffusal Blade, he can just go on any hero, diffuse them in smokescreen, and they use Dawnbreaker ulti. And with that Solar Guardian connecting, you're killing, I think, any hero in the game.
Well, and right now, too, there's no Force Staffs, but eventually, as a nice dodge by Jabs, there's also the threat of the Ricky Shard.
Yep,
which we have not even talked about or seen that much in competitive play. This hero's been super dead.
And even if you play this hero as mid, I think Ricky has a tendency to not be that high on net worth because he doesn't have the best way of farming, so he's more likely to receive the Shard, I guess. That is a very dead Toronto Tokyo.
Didn't stand a chance.
Got Marcied. There's just something about Marcy's face after she punches you that hard. Like, this hero just absolutely obliterates you. You just look at her, she's just smiling, you know? It's like a Tarantino movie. It's like this nice, happy music playing while somebody's getting killed. That's what this reminds me of.
It is a little bit horrific.
Nice, you know?
Yeah, that's your Uncanny Valley, something about it.
Yeah.
And
don't judge a book by its cover.
To be honest, it's similar from Enchantress. They kind of have it going with both of them.
True.
Makoto sees the stack being made. He is in this is a precarious spot. He's under a sentry ward. But, I mean, this is the problem. How do you kill this guy? He's just sitting here and they can't do anything about it.
He's gathering a lot of information. Mid tower will be almost taken out by Enchantress on her own. So...
Oh, Bedlam Ricky. I hadn't even thought of that.
True. Bedlam is also nice here. I don't know how this works.
With Tricks of the Trade?
Yeah.
I would imagine it stays right on top, but we'll see.
So if you Bedlam Ricky and he jumps into Dawn, and Dawn ults globally onto an Ench creep.
Right? Well,
right.
Well, for now, BETBOOM, they're going to relocate and set up for the kill onto Jabs.
Nice stack of flesh heap there for Pure.
That should set up for the mid tower going down, though, yeah. Q takes that one away. So
Pure, is that a full Axe? No. It's, I was like, he got really marvelous. He has half the Axe.
Okay.
And working his way up.
Full Diffusal. Dawn does have Solar Guardian back up again, and Makoto, they see this. He jumps, and there it is. Dawnbreaker ultimate right away. Do they have enough to keep him alive? No.
It is so difficult to protect against this. In theory, IO is one of the best heroes for this, right? But Relocate, they knew it was on cooldown. So a nice little snipe here coming in from Talon, who now ever so quietly have amassed a 3,000 net worth lead in this game. The mid tower obviously plays a part in that, but more than anything, 23 is just completely uncontested on his Dark Willow with Midas, and just clearly out farming the Muerta.
Very close towards that Agnum Scepter. And again, as BETBOOM, you got to start thinking like, oh, the smoke there is going to break onto GPK. They're going to walk right up the high ground, not that afraid. Makoto is there. Get away from me. Hurricane. But you got to start to wonder if you're feeling the nerves of recognizing you're one game away from being eliminated from this tournament. You got to get something happening, but you're just losing hero after hero. Makoto thought about going in for more, but doesn't need to.
I just realized Dawnbreaker kind of fits the bill too for the smiley face that we just talked about. They have 3 of them. Imagine you get ganked by these 3 heroes. They're just walking away smiling, you know?
It's a murderous rampage. With a smile on their face.
Yep. Oh, that's a dead Undying again. Toronto Tokyo is going to have a rough one. They picked it to win the lane. They kind of didn't. They did fine. I mean, Muerta is definitely enabled here, but this is a very steep recovery curve for an Undying who has like no net worth, right? He has 2k net worth, so does the Wisp. Look at the other side. The net worth differential on the supports is really crucial in this game. That extra utility item, Pure, gets the hook.
To get worse,
but
that is not the hook that they wanted. Makoto's there too, but they do get the relocate away, and that means Io's going to be dead. Yeah. Wow. Tough stuff. Synderen, this is looking more and more desperate for BETBOOM. Is there a case where they start to get stronger eventually? Like, is it you see to play around the Pudge Ags? What's the call now for BETBOOM?
Well, their lineup in essence has one catch that is reliable, and that's Tornado, right? You can try to play off a hook, but the problem with this Riki matchup for the Pudge is that you're just scouted a lot of the time, so it's hard to get these surprise plays going. Even if you smoke and you break on the Riki, Riki can maybe just escape with Tricks of the Trade smoke screen and get away from you even. So that won't work. I think we're looking at something like, yeah, get the Pudge Ags and look for a smoke move collapsing on the mid tower perhaps. Get something going where Tombstone starts playing a role. Get your Invoker to have more of an impact, because as we mentioned, GPK was off to a hot start in this game. And since then it really quieted down. He's 2-0-1. 2 of those kills happened at the top tower when Talon dove, minute 6. So there hasn't really been much initiative taken by BETBOOM.
And he's about to show on the mid wave with the rest of Talon heading over this direction.
Just, oh no.
Q. Smoke, save, they're on him right away. Toronto Tokyo already drops down the Tombstone. Maybe this could actually work for them with the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Now the Tornado comes out. Q, they explode! That was the fight that BETBOOM needed, and the hook back in finds Jabs. Perfect for BETBOOM.
That is so huge for BETBOOM. That's a 3,000 net worth swing right there. They activate their lineup a lot. This is going to be Pudge Ags. I don't know if Jabs had ulti on cooldown or if he thought they were going to kill the IO without it, but essentially he waited too long. That ended up costing him. That's another one here.
Finding 23 Savage. Terrorize. It's not happening. BETBOOM. They turned something into nothing, or rather flip that around. It's Talon that's doing the other one. 2,600 gold swing throughout the course of these couple of minutes here. Wait, save dead? Suddenly Ollie shows up and it's gonna find the finish on to save. Wait, Makoto's here too. Hold on, GPK maybe gonna try and turn this. They get the disarm, but it's not enough. Now he has to run. Maybe it was something into nothing. I don't know.
I mean, I guess it's not really surprising that Pudge versus Riki is making for a chaotic game. I think that's just a given, you know? It's gonna be crazy, it's gonna be surprising, the way the teams catch each other off guard. And now that we've seen this last fight unfold from Talon, I don't think they're going to make the same mistake again. I think if Riki gets on top of IO, next time they're going to instantly use Solar Guardian. You just need to get this Wisp out of play so that you can snowball the fight. What ended up happening last time around was that Save got to reset and get out, got saved by his team, and they got those nice 3 kills out of it. So definitely a little bit of a learning experience there for Talon. Fortunately, these 2 recovery kills for them kind of salvaged the deal decently. So they're now back up 3k again.
Right. I mean, that like 5k mark of net worth lead is one that really is like a turning point. You get one kill and you're already in the lead, suddenly the game feels out of hand. Now they're kind of still in that back and forth situation and starting to get into some of these defensive items to help against the Riki. Muerta has Force Staff coming out right now. Invoker's trying to build into it too.
Yeah.
Or rather into the full Hurricane Pike, because he already has Force.
But that's a really good point about the Riki Shard, right? Now it's just getting better and better.
Yeah.
We'll see if Mikoto actually chooses to buy it this game instead of hoping to get it from the Tormentor, just because it feels like the way these games, or these fights are going to transpire is that he wants to jump somebody, start off the fight and isolate and kill that target, and then jump to the next, right? There's no other reliable catch in their team that's going to set him up, like a targeted stun or whatever. So there's a lot of the initiative that is on his shoulders. And if he's playing against 3 Force Staffs and they just keep repositioning, he's not really going to get the job done. And it also, in turn, getting that shard makes Dawn's game so much better, right? So you want to enable your teammates like that. And it's a relatively small price to pay to pull that off. He'll finish the BKB first, though. 400 to go. And yeah, I guess worth mentioning as well, while all this stuff's been happening, Nightfall has quietly taken over the top net worth spot, right? With this death on the Willow. Muerta is starting to get really big.
A strong Muerta steps forward, and GPK Invis will find Mikoto. Can they do much to him there? Good silence, but he didn't hit. Just off the mark with that dead shot. That would have been it. Oh, Sunstrike not quite going to connect, but the Spirit Vessel still burning Mikoto down. That was so close to a clutch kill.
That is 100% a kill with a connected dead shot. So big escape from Mikoto there getting out. I like the way they set it up with the tornado into the calling. Placed really nicely so Mikoto had no chance of getting off. Tricks up the trade, but that was the last time in this game that they're going to be able to pull this combo off because he's going to BKB in 100 gold, and then this play doesn't exist anymore.
Up top, finding Jabs, relocate in. Got him there, gets bit. Do they have enough? Terrorize out Jabs! He lives for a moment! Solar Guardian, but the tornado for the lift up. That's enough for the kill. Makoto plays cleanup. That's 2 dead for the price of 1. GPK able to escape.
Yeah, if you want to, that's something BETBOOM's lineup doesn't really do particularly well without Muerta being involved. They don't kill quickly, right? No. They don't have any sort of significant burst damage until Invoker maxes out Exort. So if you're killing someone next to a tower, you bet the rotations are going to come in and help out there. So while Jabs does die, he's a very tanky strength hero. It's going to take a while. And the numbers just weren't enough. So 2 for 1 for them.
And Talon trying to get set up for their late game scenario now. They have a Hand of Midas done on the Enchantress as well as the Willow.
Oh boy.
So they're at the very least eyeing that future that could come out. And Riki queuing up the shard, so yeah. Makoto recognizing the value of it.
That's going to be so big for them, getting this shard up. It effectively is, I love that Save is already queuing up the Ghost Scepter. He knows what's going on here. Like, yeah. That's this type of game. When Riki gets Nullifier, Io is going to be just terrified the rest of the game, but it's quite a big expense to get that item first, so there will be a nice timing that he feels relatively safe.
Makoto hunting for save. They've already dropped the Tombstone down now to secure themselves the Aegis, and with Pierce the Veil, this will happen.
Pierce the Veil Alacrity.
Yeah, there's no answer. Buddy. I mean, Nightfall's going to be a problem. That is something to be pretty concerned about for Talon, as BETBOOM now maybe starting to eye up a couple more of these towers.
Dota really has changed, hasn't it? Ursa is no longer the Roche King.
No!
There's a new queen in town here. Muerta is so fast at killing Roche, with a little bit of an amplify there coming in from the Invoker.
It is interesting, though, because after you get that Roche kill with Muerta, you have to run away. Yeah. Because you need Pierce the Veil to fight.
Yep, absolutely.
There's with Ursa, you can kind of just keep going.
Shard going the way here of Q. A really nice one for him to get for free. Getting that Sproink with Pike is very, very nice. He has so much damage. We've talked a lot about the cores. Look at Edge's net worth.
Yeah.
What in the world?
Dude.
He has the same net worth as the mid-invoker almost.
Edge is a problem.
Q is huge.
He was going to start dealing out a lot of damage, all with the smile on her face.
Yep. It's actually... It's really important because Ench has such a good matchup against Pudge, right? So you're running this tanky frontline boy that's meant to tank up the whole thing, but your Flesh Heap isn't particularly useful against Enchantress because her individual damage instances are extremely high, so you're not blocking that much. It's way more useful against, say, something like some small hits from Dark Willow ulti, for example. Jix
Right.
doesn't do much damage with the Bedlam, but man, this Enchantress is the hero to watch right now for me this game. Q could come up big, as he has for Talon minigames this tournament. We've had analysts saying his praises, saying that when Talon does well, it's Q playmaking super hard on heroes like the Earth Spirit we saw last game. This is a less characteristic playmaking hero in a way, but at the same time, from an early game perspective, it makes a lot of sense that he would love this one, right? It's very dominant, pressuring lanes.
Well, and I think for a lot of people, you think about what Sproink is, and people are just like, well, you still run into the same problems with Enchantress. Run out of mana, you can't able to do that much, but not really the case in this one. Well, that's a good way to deal with her, though. The Hurricane Pike gets away, and then the Sproink, the jump out, jabs on top of save, hits the stun onto GPK. Now 23 Savage from deep, trying to bring down Pure. They relocate him out. Oh, okay.
That's a good call, honestly.
But Nightfall is now all alone.
Okay.
They want to chase anymore? No, they're going to get him out. Okay.
Yeah, so they have to reload him out. I think the Deafening Blast from GPK there kind of saved the whole situation. If that does not fly in when it does, Ollie would have connected the rebound and they might have just killed them off. But at the very least, they reset the fight, get their Pudge out of trouble, and yeah, Muerta coming in for a bit of an ult doesn't really help when there's no lockdown in play. Everybody just kind of runs away. But still, they stabilize the situation, BETBOOM do, and probably the reward for this might be a top tier 2 tower. Nightfall really wants to put some pressure here. He still has the Aegis for a while. And it looks like Talon are not particularly interested in holding this one. So we'll go their way.
Well, and I'm thinking back to what Moon was talking about a little bit during the draft, this matchup that eventually happens of the Dark Willow and the Muerta, and you know, neither hero really being targetable when they're in their abilities. So it's maybe going to come down to some of these other heroes and see how it works. If Pure can actually stay on top of a target and you know, shut down this Willow, it'll be something to watch for. But they're smoked up as 5. GPK leading the charge, runs right near jabs. Q all alone, and with the Tornado lift up, Pure there to follow up. Gets the Force Staff away, but more than enough.
That's a pretty big kill. It's a lot of gold for just killing a support. I will say the support with Asterisk because he's actually got more net worth than his offlaner. So thinking of the Enchantress as a support is probably wrong in this game. It's a flat out core kill. They also get the tower. So nice little sequence here from BETBOOM. Top tier 2, bottom tier 1, core kill. Let's see if they can get more out of this Aegis now. 50 seconds left. The wave is coming. No Alacrity available though. Invoker is showing mid.
There's a TP coming in from 23. And Ricky being on the other side of the map makes this a hard fight for Talon. But will throw down the Brambles and start to do some damage. Force Staff gets Nightfall away from trouble after the calling. Still no Ricky, still no Invoker.
Yeah, Makoto's going to get to work on the Nullifier as expected.
GPK spots him. Now the relocate. BKB, Makoto tries to jump away. Blink strike, but still in vision just to the side. The hunt's there. Can they chase him down? Does not look like it as Makoto gets some separation.
Save almost got found on the reload back there, but they weren't quite in position yet. I think they didn't know where the relocate came from.
Pure, he's caught there. Now, Hammer, jump, BKB, Pure gets out. Toronto Tokyo, Tombstone down, it's already dead. Makoto will jump before the EMP comes out. Not a ton of mana, good calling to silence onto 2. It's more of this cat and mouse game going on between these two sides.
Yeah, Bramble accuracy again leaves a lot to be desired here. I feel like 23 has not exactly been on point with them this game. It's also, you know, you don't have the most obvious setup. You don't have like a clear stun that's just going to make you hit the Brambles, but these moments, if they do connect, it's a very different story. So perhaps needs to be just a little bit closer. It is a bit of a range issue some of the times.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. BETBOOM versus Tormentor. A tale as old as time.
Save.
Will they survive?
Oh, save. Oh, no.
They survive.
All right, he's good.
And that...
Crowd's excited about that one.
That will be your favorite shard in the game. Grab Ally.
Oh, is that my call? Okay, yeah. I can't say it like him. I'm going to ruin my voice.
That sounded pretty dumb. So that was a good impersonation. Oh, very good.
28.5 minutes in. And that Nullifier a little ways away from Makoto. But yeah, in a couple minutes here, we've still got Roche, a minute 30 till it's capable of respawning. Holding on to this area, do they want to test Pure? I mean, it really kind of feels like there's not great targets to go on unless you can get that IO. Even like Undying doesn't feel great now that he can grab himself.
For sure. It is definitely a matter of the Riki item coming out. I think the Nullifier is just too crucial here. You don't have to take fights if you don't want to. I think your lineup just becomes so much easier to play in 1500 gold. You're also 1500 away from an Ench BKB, which will also be huge. I will be looking at her as a potential game-winning hero here. Jabs closing in on a Deso as well. There's a lot of damage available very soon for them. On the side of BETBOOM, you're not getting much more new survivability anytime soon, so the equation, so to speak, is very much favoring them right now with the items that they have just completed, and they will try to make use of that by popping a smoke here. Sending in Pure in front.
Hunt.
Breaking.
Ollie spots it. Oh, quick fingers on Pure. It is the least valuable hero they could have killed, but they did get her. Get a ward.
Nothing like some flesh heap. Yep.
Stacks is he up at
every kill 2 strength?
Only at 8.
It adds up.
And they're going to head on through as Roche. How long is it going to be now? Potentially 10 seconds. Jabs. GPK's there again. Another relocate move. Jabs wants to get out, but the hook. Nicely done by Pure. Another very important kill that time. GPK liking what he's seeing. This is their window that you called out.
GPK is like, this is not like the Pudges I play with in my pub games. This is... I wish I had this Pudge on my team every game.
Positivity.
Yep.
Flowing in the pod. It's Makoto still just looking to AFK farm a bit here. Along with the rest of Talon. Do not want to go into these fights, and they are going to start heading down this direction, though. Almost BKB done on Q. Guy's a monster.
Yeah, again, their Midases are just slowly but steadily starting to build toward these key items. That's the Nullifier. That's a big one. So Makoto now effectively can just kill Io, and there's no solution. Except grab ally.
Oh, there you go.
I think Toronto...
Wait, can he target it?
Should be able to, I think.
Okay, or he can hop in, but we'll see. As
I'd be very surprised if he can't just save him there, actually.
Pure. Hunting, waiting. The Warpine Raider got him.
Oh.
It's just practicing.
He's just standing still.
He knows they're over here, and now a smoke coming from BETBOOM.
Okay, big moment. Both teams looking for an angle. Obviously, we've already established which items are and aren't there. The Ench BKB you were talking about, not quite ready. 400 gold away. Could be a big factor in this fight if they find and kill Q. Very well worth targeting the Ench, in my opinion. So,
BETBOOM, they saw that Roche was up. I'm not quite sure if Talon spotted it themselves. Dead shot goes out. They know they're over there. Getting some good vision. Sunstrike hits them, but does not know it as there's still smoke. Now smoke breaks. GPK's there. He reveals them. Pure walks up there. The hook, it's going to connect. On to 23. Jabs runs right into the midst of all of them, but then the jump from Ollie. Turns, wants to do what damage they can. Makoto finds one, but it's not on the IO. Nonetheless, they did manage to kill off the Pudge. Dead for a minute. BETBOOM, what do you have left in the tank?
and they even did a pretty good save there. That was a very quick tombstone save onto the Pudge, but they're just destroying the tombstone with the support Marcy ult.
Makoto away from the rest of his team. The Dawnbreaker ultimate comes down. He's able to jump away. 3-shot. Nightfall just evaporated one. Now Feared in trouble. Has to back out of there, even disposing to try and get a little bit of extra separation. All right, Nightfall hits hard. 23 Savage, gonna get caught by the Decay, low on mana. They get some vision. Makoto trying to find the backline. Can they kill him off? Yes! They take down the Muerta. Can they get any more? Toronto, Tokyo, they run to 23 Savage and the relocate gets them out. GPK found, they run right into him, but nothing left in the tank to break the TP.
That is such an unexpected kill for Nightfall, though. It was Ench and Riki just combining. He was next to his IO and still couldn't be saved.
What a fight.
It's really well done with the Ench massive burst of damage together with Ricky is enough to take out Muerta. With no ulti in the tank and no BKB, you are a very vulnerable hero in situations like these, and I don't really blame him for feeling relatively confident there. He's next to his IO, thinks he can probably get reload out, but the kill's just too quick.
I mean, it does show, as you're going to see in a moment, 2,600 damage done in just a second onto Jabs. Bang, 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 bang. It's just gone. I mean, that's got to worry you a little bit if you're Talon, right? Or do you think that they're still okay after getting the Aegis?
I mean, it's definitely worrisome if Muerta gets to just lay into them, but the good news is they have relatively good mobility, right?
Yeah.
Talked about how it's hard for Muerta to target the Willow. Willow now has level 20 talent, which is the big one, and Octarine, as we're going to see the end of this kill here. Yeah, if they had anything with GPK here, they would have been huge. But yeah, Willow is going to be a hard target for Muerta. Ricky is going to be a hard target for Muerta. So yeah, she's going to obliterate Jabs. There's no doubt about that. But what about the secondaries? Can you kill the Ench is the other question.
Right.
Ench has pretty good repositioning with the Sproink, with the Pike. She can get out of trouble.
The other thing to watch for, I'm thinking about here, is going to be this Blade Mill. Only one in the game, believe it or not, currently on the Dawnbreaker. And you think about what happened earlier. If that goes on again, Muerta might just blow herself up. Very little survivability on this hero.
You've got to be careful with how you interact with that. Obviously, you're going to have some extra layer of protection with the healing and BKB, but definitely still could be a bit of an X factor if things play out the way that they... I mean, we've seen a couple of previous Dawnbreaker kills where Muerta did drop to like half, right? So it is definitely a concern if the BKB and protection isn't there from the supports. 4K lead.
And it has a sort of similar feeling to last game, doesn't it? That you get these big fights, the only objective that's being secured is Roche.
I have this classic Talon late game feeling. Guys, we're just going to go super late with our classic core combination of Ricky and Willow. When I think Talon late game, I think Spectre.
Right.
Not this. So I also wonder how experienced they are themselves at playing these heroes at the 60-minute mark, which don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but, you know, just judging from how these games have been so far, I think it's relatively likely we'll get there. I think for both teams, it's kind of uncharted territory, right? Like, playing against a Ricky an hour into the game, how often do you do that? Oh, GPK just barely getting off the Ghost Walk there.
Oh, man. That would have been a little bit scary had they been able to quite connect onto that one.
The artillery has arrived, so it begins. Dark Willow with a bajillion attack range, with sidekick, and with a very low downtime on Shadow Realm. Cooldown 9 seconds, duration 7.
So I decided to look it up while you were asking. 5 competitive games on Ricky from what I can see on Makoto. Last one in 2021, unless there's something I'm missing here. But Pure jumps in and finds Jabs right away. With Nightfall in tow and now turning on to Makoto. Heal coming out, trying to keep Save alive. It's not going to happen, and Nightfall just going to go for the BKB TP out.
Good trade for BETBOOM. They kill a core for support, and they force a full-on rotation from all of Talon's heroes. So, gonna give them some time to push out the waves and get the map back under control. GPK will spend this time trying to complete his Hex, but okay, he does use the gem here, so we'll be aware of the circumstances.
Yeah, it needs to be. I mean, that's the thing is, like, obviously late game Dota becomes also just this battle of vision and securing the gem, making sure you're not underneath a ward, all the more important when there's a Ricky in the game.
23.
He may have gotten himself stuck somewhere.
He piked himself up to the high ground, but fortunately his hero can just bramble maze the camp, and then it runs over and he can hit it from 1,000 range.
Very good.
So the new generation of Nature's Prophet cliff farming is in town.
Take notes, everybody.
And the difference is you can't do it from level 1 on Dark Willow. You do need 20,000 net worth. But then...
Right.
Then it's great. Actually, maybe you can do it. No. You need a way to get on the cliff.
Right,
Then
exactly.
you can actually farm from it.
Well, equally good as Nature's Prophet, level 1 cliff jumping, I'm sure. Is there anywhere you can do it anymore? I guess over on, like, the Radiant side off lane.
Oh, wait,
Somewhere over there.
Yeah, I suppose maybe. Don't give them ideas.
Sorry, my bad. 38 minutes in, that tier 4 neutral items are coming out. BETBOOM having already gotten a trickster cloak for Tokyo. That'll be pretty nifty, helpful. But, I mean, it really does feel like if anybody wants to push the tempo right now, it's going to have to be BETBOOM. Talon are very happy sitting back farming. He'll go on the cliff again. Don't think he won't. Little dance. And you can see still very even in terms of the Dota Plus win probability.
Linken's.
Huh.
He was eyeing up the Deso for a while, changed his build completely, went a defensive route rather than the offensive one. Tired of getting dismembered is what I'm getting at here. But he can still get dismembered because Pure has an E-Blade. So he can break the Linkens anyway when he goes in.
Yeah, no.
But I guess when you're already bought the recipe for the Linkens, you're not really going to change your mind, right?
No, not even a little
You're
bit.
committed.
It's pretty helpful. I mean, I think that, again, anything to make the fights more complicated for BETBOOM, because there's, you know, 3 different heroes that deal massive amounts of damage really quickly in the Ench, the Willow, and the Riki. Having somebody that can just kind of stand there and nothing can deal with them, I think that's really helpful for Jabs. That front line. Shiva's guard is now completed.
I actually wonder if he should buy Heart. I don't even think that's a bad idea here on the Dawn, because, yeah, usually Dawn wants to scale in terms of physical damage output, right, and become a real threat late game, but since you have the Ench doing so much damage from the support position, maybe you can just become, like you said, just a full-on frontline tank.
Blade Mail Heart,
take all that damage.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just not a classic Dawn build. That's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of other heroes, there's just a no-brainer. Oh, you're playing Primal. Oh, wow, he went Blade Mill Heart. How innovative. But on this hero, it's actually pretty rare because you want to get value out of the Starbreaker. But at the very least with a Heart, it also does give you some damage, right? The strength is still valuable. Well, we'll see.
I'm also seeing here, you know, something that you don't often notice is the Undying at 10K net worth. So he's already got the Boots of Bearing and the Solar Crest.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's
getting there.
He's going to be able to accelerate into that much more. Could be something to watch for. But it literally has just been hanging out mid, you know, farming out the entire side of the map that they're on. There is a refresher that's now completed on Muerta. So a second salvo in these fights could cause some issues for Talon if they can get to that moment.
Yeah, Nightfall's actually relatively close to being maxed out here, right? There's not that much more he wants to replace. Maybe the treads for a Swift Blink or something like that, but he definitely has what he wants to fight.
Grouping together, everybody heading to the same area where they know Roche could respawn soon. Oh, they're moving right into position. Q is going to be the first point of contact. Oh, jump hook!
Oh, he didn't be in time.
Wow.
Caught him completely off guard.
23 Savage is kind of in no man's land here too. The tornado is actually going to hit him. Makoto looking for a backline to jump at, and BKB, they chase forward, want to find the kill onto him, and meanwhile they go for the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Ends up pulling himself away. Dying is gone. Can they get any more? Ollie's starting to fall. Nightfall chasing a couple more hits. It's enough. Sunstrike follow-up. 23 Savage is in trouble. Pure caught him with that one. Makoto trying to find another target, but he's not able to bring down GPK. The Sprink away. 23 Savage still living through this. Goes back into the Shadow Realm and is actually living through it. The Hurricane Pike into separation. Gets out of there. Talon are somehow making this fight work for themselves as Save is chased. Save is gone. There will be no relocate out of this. Can they find any more? Doesn't quite look like it. How did that go so well for Talon?
Well, as soon as Pierce the Veil is down, I don't know if they have the burst damage to kill this Willow in the 2-second windows that they're getting.
Yeah.
Which it isn't even anymore because he got Spell Prism. So he is in Shadow Realm 90% of the fight. Shadow Realm is 7-second duration and 7.9 second cooldown. So the moments of opportunity are just so small. You're going to see it here, right? So just notice how little time they have.
Yeah. It's
okay.
And I mean, I do kind of wonder, like, what's the job here of, does Pure just need to jump onto her and just sort of stay on target? Because it feels like there needs to be some way to sort of force 23 Savage into a weird position.
I mean, he's trying.
I know, it's true. It's tough, though. Man.
He somehow got Shadow Realm off while dismembered there, right? That must have happened at the exact same time.
I've never seen that before.
Crazy. Crazy scenes.
As Roche will be claimed.
Now, who do you give the axe to? Mikoto is a candidate here. He will not get it. They will put it on Jabs, it looks like. So that will be the improved Solar Guardian that gives evasion. Wow. And that is a pretty strong axe in this game, right? It's a lot of just that additional duration. First of all, there's a couple of things happening when you have this. You give the targets in the ring 60% evasion for the entirety of the time you're flying. You get to fly for 3.5 seconds extra, and you can stop it whenever you want. So if you ever need a BKB piercing stun on demand, there it is. And if you ever need to save cores or supports against right clicks, there it is. So that's a bit of a problem for BETBOOM that they're going to have to deal with now. Ricky almost finishing off the disperser here. And do we have anything big coming on the side of BETBOOM? Invoker will finish Octarine Core, so that's obviously a good one. Refresher is being built by Pure. Yeah, I honestly think you're right. I think Pure's primary job in the game right now is to just sit in front of Muerta all fight.
It is so hard, though, like you're saying. Like, how do you even get there? I mean, to actually find 23 Savage. Because if they don't get on him, I mean, we've seen what will happen. Even when Q died at the start of that fight, it felt like it should have been a solid one. It just did not work out. And, well, he might run into some people here. They have the vision. Spot him. Do you want to go on the Pudge right to start? Good reactions to get away. Another situation and moment where it feels like we're on a knife's edge. It could go either team's direction. Dota Plus, very little separating these two teams at 45 minutes, and oftentimes what can end up making the difference is just one fight. Of course, the buyback status that comes out after.
The big hero of this game is Muerta. She's either going to make the game-winning fight, or she's going to get caught off guard one time, die, and the fight collapses.
Right.
BETBOOM do not have enough damage with Nightfall out of ulti or dead. So there's so much riding on them getting value out of this Refresher Orb and these two back-to-back Pierce the Veils, which is, a grand total of 16 seconds of damage. It's quite a long time, but we've seen from Talon that they've got this really good lineup for just kiting. The Ricky kites away, the Marcy can jump away, the Willow is... Now Willow also has Wind Waker, so she can save another target.
Yeah.
At this point.
Or herself. Either way.
Not sure she's going to need it on herself, to be honest, with how it's gone so far. Here comes the artillery, long range, nice hook!
But they get it, a freebie!
Oh, that's the Aegis out the window for nothing.
Did they get anything else? Terrorized, waiting for the right moment. BKB finds him, immediately bitten, but the Dawnbreaker ultimate, it's healing Mikoto so much! They just get away for free, but Jab's not gonna be so lucky. So they managed to get one out of that along with the Aegis, and Talon learn the mantra just another time, never go high ground. Ever. It's not a good thing to do. It's not a good place to be.
I think they learn a second mantra too. Ricky is not a frontline.
No.
Did you know?
He died very quickly.
That's just honestly just a bit of a blunder there from Mikoto. Like, he does not need to be in front of the tower for any reason there. They're safely sieging it from very far away with the Willow. If 23 somehow gets hooked, he can instantly Wind Waker and fly out of the base and then have his Shadow Realm again. So risk-reward, I don't think Ricky had a reason to be there. And Pure, he's not gonna let that one slip away. Immediately identifies the blunder and maximum punish, right? Aegis down, secondary kill on the Dawn. So very, very good defense from him. Hook on...
Creeps in Toronto, Tokyo.
Oh, was he actually? Was it like my farm? And then he missed.
Sometimes you just gotta let people know.
Yeah, Muerta has attack speed, let me tell you.
She's getting very stacked up, and now the evasion not even going to be as effective with MKB completed.
Yep. Still a nice reason for the axe, right? Like, just putting that on Dawn kind of forced Nightfall's hand. This is an item he didn't want to have.
Yeah.
So it means there's another value item in his inventory now that is not a possibility just from that axe pickup.
Marcy has Basher completed, almost level 20. Again, we have to keep our eyes on these supports, quote unquote.
Absolutely.
And the Enchantress at 20,000 net worth right now. It's worth noting that Makoto has, in a way, fallen off a little bit relative to where he was, and Q has taken up that space.
Yeah.
But still both very dangerous heroes as the refreshers completed for Pudge.
Yeah. The level 20 talent on Marcy will be the 15% unleash move speed, so it will be a lot stickier. The fights.
Tornado goes down mid. Makoto maybe looking to eye somebody up there, but it's Nightfall with save behind him. Very difficult to get any type of meaningful kill. But now wards drop down. They see everything. Talon, do they want to go for the all-in play? Jump, finds him immediately. BKB Force Staff gets out of trouble. That was the reaction they needed, and you can see Jabs immediately gets out of trouble.
If Makoto has an Abyssal there, that's a kill, right?
Yeah.
It's the fact that Talon don't have any instant stun, so you're actually relatively safe as long as your reactions are in order to just get out of there. So Nightfall not gonna panic. He's just gonna press the buttons he needs to, get away, and reset. If Ricky does go the Basher route, that becomes really interesting with his ability to lock down the initial target, but doesn't seem like that's the plan. Currently eyeing up a Lincoln's. Again, another hero wanting to buy Lincoln's against Pure's Pudge.
Yeah.
He's doing so much work this game on that very uncharacteristic hero. Not for him, but for the tournament.
Well, and the other thing that we might end up seeing eventually is 23 Savage throwing out one of those terrorizes on the Muerta right away, because if she doesn't have her way to get out of there, you've still got to deal with the Ricky shenanigans. So that could be something to watch for also. Not easy to get all those things together in perfect concert. It's really rough. As we are now eclipsing the 50-minute mark. And next Roche.
Jabs could buy a Hex. He has the gold for it.
That would be nice.
But is holding on to it for now. I don't know if this is a commitment from him or if he's still judging whether this is the right idea. Because you could also look at it from the perspective of, okay, like we said, there's the option of the frontline build, there's an option for, a standard, like, let's say AC or whatever, but it doesn't feel that great against Muerta, right? So you're probably not buying that one. So maybe the utility path is just what he's going to go for. I think Refresher is honestly a kind of interesting idea too, right? When you think of how this game is played, he ultis in, the enemy team has to reset away, he can then immediately upon landing, he can blink out and just ulti again. And you're effectively negating a lot of the presence of the Muerta in the fight. Despite having MKB, you always have to thread this. You have to tread carefully because you could get BKB stunned, right? By the Donald at any point. So if that ring is just over you, it's kind of difficult to deal with. But he will opt for the Hex first and foremost. But now Refresher feels really nice too. You don't have mana problems for the rest of the game with this scythe and Lincoln's. Your mana regions through the roof.
I don't know if you ever get rid of Blade Mail there either, but maybe eventually if you get Archimest armor.
I think you probably do now.
Yeah.
As the next item. Get rid of that Blade Mail, get the Refresher, or... Yeah.
Oh, nope, not going to go for it. 23 Savage. All right, so check it out. He's also covering his Shadow Realm now with the Wind Waker.
Yep. If toward the end of your Shadow Realm you Wind Waker yourself, you can Shadow Realm again. So effectively untargetable for 17 seconds straight.
And Wind Waker is an 8.6 second cooldown. Or finds
Lincoln's.
one. He gets onto him, but I don't think you're doing anything to this Dark Willow who's hitting Ancients at the moment. The rest of BETBOOM try and back away. Honestly, what the hell do you do against this Dark Willow? This is insanity. I don't know what you're supposed to do. I guess just stay on top of her, but like you got this thing too. The Wind Waker gets her out of there.
I mean, eventually a hero like Invoker can be pretty good because he has, all this ground damage that he can land with a full combo. If he catches her in a Hex and he just blasts everything, maybe you get Ags plus Refresher as well for that Cataclysm combo next to Pudge. There's gonna be options. It's obviously super annoying to deal with, and there's a reason this hero has become popular in the latest stage of the tournament after, I want to say primarily Shiro has had success with it at this stage of the tournament, but it's not a new idea per se for these teams that it just came out of nowhere. They knew it from pubs that this was a thing.
Yeah.
But
sending out the Forge Spirits and Jabs.
The Forge Spirits.
Front and center. They also sending in the little creeps from the Enchantress. And at least for now, it's a stare down across the Roche pit area. Interestingly enough, we're going to get pretty close to Roche switching sides in the midst of this fight.
True.
Something BETBOOM need to be wary of.
And honestly, something really important for Talon this game is that they have the only global hero, right? I say that there is an IO, so I guess you can consider relocate. The problem is, if you're, let's say you're split pushing a lane with Invoker and IO, right? And they relocate to the fight. You're on a timer to win that fight, or IO will have to be forced to leave, and it can get really awkward. The Dawn ulti is always just going to, you know, just farm wherever he wants. He can take care of the dangerous lane, just throw a hammer and go to Fog. So in this standoff, BETBOOM are never going to threaten high ground, because Dawn will always solve it. So you don't have to worry about that aspect. Rotate spawn in 40 seconds.
That shot pushes out. You know, in all of the craziness that we've been seeing, this is still no Aghanim Scepter on GPK. He's been waiting the entire time to try and get it from Roche.
Yeah.
He's queued up the refresher. Steps forward, Bedlam out. Seeing if they run into anybody. Pure is in deep. He's in an interesting position right there. As Forge Spirit on Enchantress Creep. And Q is actually TPing top. They're anticipating that it's going to be up on the top side. It's actually going to spawn here early. If BETBOOM realize this, they can take Roche very quickly with Muerta.
They might actually kill it in time.
But no, instead they're going top. Okay, they're trying to preempt it. Getting in position. They have vision down. Makoto, does he step within sentry range? He's right there. They see him. Ooh, just a little difference away from there. But not quite going to fall into range.
BETBOOM with a clear positional advantage here, though. Getting through the gate gives them the high ground.
Makoto, they got him! Disarm, chase him. Can they get any more? The Hex already controlled. Roach runs through too! Nightfall now wants to chase Pure. Looking right on top of one. 23 Savage. He's going for the Wind Waker walk away. Now Refresh onto Nightfall. Wants to chase. Jabs is there. That's the buyback and the run into the fight. Oh, Hook. Oh. That would have been a nice one to get, but
I don't know if that would have been good for him. I'm not sure.
I mean, Nightfall still does have the reinitiation if he wants it. Has Pierce the Veil and BKB ready. Toronto Tokyo gets hit. Still backs away. He's rooted. The jump forward, they fly on it! Where's the grab ally? There's nothing! The buyback, it comes out. They got to retreat though. BETBOOM need to wait and buy time for the rest of their team to get up close and personal. They blink back after eating one. Toronto Tokyo gonna TP to the outpost. It's a long outpost TP though! Toronto Tokyo is gonna get caught. He couldn't grab his ally. Oh man. Oh geez. And yeah, they're gonna give it up.
Yep, absolutely. They don't have the positional advantage anymore. They don't have Muerta buyback. Dying up there is the end of the game. They will give Talon an advantage here. Refresher Shard now. Do you put it on the Dawn or do you put it on the Riki is the question. Riki having his items twice over is really powerful here.
Looks like they're playing on jabs. I just think back to what could have been in that moment. Again, obviously no way to know, but if BETBOOM had been in the Roche pit, they could have taken that Roche in time.
Yeah, but it's understandable, right? You just,
of course,
strictly from an odds perspective, right? Even if they go on the Roche there, they don't know for a fact that Talon have left. So yeah. It's like, it's a 20-second window. You could have gone in Muerta ulted and killed it, but in case you do get jumped in there when Muerta's ulting, it's really bad news. So just such a difficult decision to make just off the nature of the clock. Like if that was 20 seconds longer,
yeah,
that would have been so easy for BETBOOM to make the right call.
Here couldn't quite catch Q. And, I mean, the ironic thing is that, you know, it's Talon stepping up high ground again. Do they really want to push or do they want to wait for their 60-minute items? They're going to start to hit, but it's not easy going high ground against this. And yeah, the Wind Waker away. The first tier 3 tower taken in the game. 57.5 minutes. Building damage fairly sparse. Here just fishing.
Yeah.
Backs away, Tornado. And another hook, not quite on the mark. Again, it feels like they should be around here to push, but it really is not easy to push at all.
Nope.
Hitting the rain tracks from very far.
Almost got it there.
The Wind Waker to walk away, and now the hook. Oh. They find Makoto. That's what they needed right away. He's dropping low, but gets out with the cheese. Nicely played. Dawnbreaker ultimate comes through. Jabs, he's in far, and this is going to be proc. Pure looking for his moment. Dodges from that terrorize. Willow still hidden. Hard to hit in the midst of all of this. The hook, it's not going to connect.
Yeah, the tombstone isn't going to help either.
No.
When you put down the tombstone, you effectively make Pure's job a lot harder. They defend, though. They forced out. So what did they get out of that? A cheese and an Aeon proc. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, right.
Well, the cheese. And they stall.
Absolutely.
Whittling away at the Aegis timer, 2.5 minutes left. Talon will technically have a little moment of opportunity here with their Midases, where they can immediately Midas 2 tier 5 neutral items and then push high ground while still having Aegis for a minute 20. If they do want to try to get that little advantage there with those items, it is a possibility.
Oh no, Sin, they use the cheese. They can't make the block of cheese now. Oh, I know. I hear you, crowd. Not happy about that one.
Yeah, they actually have enough Lotuses almost. You're right.
No.
They're kind of close. Well, there might be another Roche, you know.
There's a chance. Pure pulls in one. Tornado, all right, Wind Waker away. I see how this is going. And yeah, now he just throws out some more in the Shadow Realm. Even when you get him, you didn't really get him. So somehow you have to time the hook with Shadow Realm wearing out, and you can get the Dismember after you break the Lincolns as he's flying through. Did I get that right?
I love rocket science. My favorite subject.
So 60 minutes come out, and let's see what Talon managed to claim for themselves.
Yep, let's go. All right, already a stacked Ancient Camp for Jab, so should get at least one item here unless he's very unlucky. We'll get one there. And he will take it for himself.
Q also claims one. BETBOOM out on the side of the map, trying to get themselves a couple of items. No Midases in hand.
GPK grabs one.
Oh, Book of Shadows for the Ench.
Mirror Shield is so good against Pudge, too, on Jabs, right? Like, you have so much freedom when you jump in on this Dawn.
23.
This one melee creep trying to get vision. Oh,
they got him again. Do they have anything to follow it up? Does not appear so. A dead shot. Still sitting with the Lincolns right on top. Maybe go for the easier target. Q is there. Could jump if they want. Hook not nearly where they needed it to be. Now the tornado, but then another walk away, and now they step forward. The Hex connects Makoto. They back out. Pure low, Pure in trouble, dead. Does have buyback. They're gonna find anything else. Nightfall starts spraying.
He popped his ult and BKB there, so that's one down. Has to swap out the Mjolnir and get Refresher ready.
Still just cannot touch 23 Savage. They do not have an angle on this guy who's playing it so safe and still sitting pretty with everything. 4 staffs forward. Again, Wind Waker pulls him back, and now the Tornado. They are not buying back on Pudge though, so there's no chance for a kill. So dealing some more damage. The Hex is there. They bring him down low. Toronto, Tokyo in the grave. Talon, they've gotten to what feels like an unbeatable point now. As still 50 seconds left on this Pudge. He buys back at this point. GPK, there's the Tornado lift up. Toronto Tokyo wants to find him, but the Wind Waker, the walk away, he's back in the Shadow Realm. There's no point to hit this guy. The hook not going to connect. And Talon just sitting pretty right outside the base saying, come hit me, I dare ya. Does he manage to find this hook? Toronto Tokyo right in front of him? No, the Wind Waker away, the hook not gonna connect. It just doesn't seem fair.
It's like Pudge Wars. Just that one team has every item, and the other one has one Pudge.
I mean,
it's not... Yeah, it's tough, man. Like, I'm just sitting here in silence waiting for them to somehow connect something, but it's borderline impossible.
Now they find Toronto Tokyo. It doesn't seem like they even care. The Hex was there, but they try another Lincolns in a second. He's out. I mean, this is definitely some disgusting stuff you're going to see in your pubs. And it feels like the only thing that's going to be a limiting factor is 23 himself. Like him messing up and somehow getting caught.
Yeah, but he is... Think of how crazy of a safety net he has, right?
Yeah.
He has Wind Waker, Pike, Lincoln's, BKB, and Dawn ulti with Ags. Like, what more can you possibly want for a safe siege except an Aegis?
they
Tornado. They hexed him, but he got worm off.
Okay, now he runs away. And it's Ex Machina for the Pudge, so they managed to get a couple of items while this is going on. Jabs jumps forward, finds it. Toronto Tokyo in trouble, ends up being brought down.
That's an buyback.
Looking for something, anything. Can they connect onto him? Jabs again gets saved by 23 Savage! He went to save Jabs! And now he gets caught. Wait, 23 Savage bought back. If he dies again, that could be it. Jabs, Sunstrike, almost steady falls. Disarm onto Q. Signs of life in what felt like a hellscape that was the Radiant base.
Patience is the name of the game, and they finally got a bit impatient there and went in too far with the Willow, trying to save Jabs. He will buy back, though. They know they have a 5-on-4. This is quite aggressive.
Yeah, it very much is. I mean, again, an interesting decision to go in at this point. Disarm onto all of them, looks for the hook, finds him, now tries to back out, and with the Dawnbreaker ultimate, it's scary. Makoto chasing, hunting, Nightfall gets stunned. Is it going to be long enough duration? Oh, the damage coming out from Nightfall, it's so strong! Already a couple gone. Jabs doesn't have buyback, throws out the Terrorize, the connection is there. Pure needs to back out, wanting to bring down anybody. As they retreat, GPK still on the hunt. The Hex, he immediately found him! GPK is pissed. He wants more. Can they find him? Tornado, lift up. I'm not done with you yet. Get back over here. The Hex comes out, but do they have friends? Can they get there in time? Slowed down. Hook not going to be on the mark. Nightfall chasing, has a dead shot ready, but they don't want to chase out of the base.
God, that was so expensive for Talon. I mean, sure, you don't lose anything critical in terms of any structures, but effectively a window now open for BETBOOM. The question is, considering how extremely precise they need to combine their spells to find these kills, it's one thing to do it in your base. How do you do it when you go out on the map and you don't have vision and position advantage, right?
Oh yeah.
Now you have a couple of targets that are really juicy to find. All 3 cores of the enemy team have expended their buyback, so finding any of them is enormous, but that's the key word here, is finding them, right? It's so difficult to get it set up, but should BETBOOM somehow manage, they might just be saving this from about, I think it was about 20,000 net worth disadvantage just a moment ago, turned to 6.
I mean, that is the thing, right? Like, they expended so much on the side of Talon, and what did they get for a ranged Rax?
Yeah.
I mean, it really was not what they needed. Another key item that gets picked up at this point, 23 has finished the Revenant's Brooch, so a way to connect onto Nightfall and try and bring him down. But it's like what you said, if you manage to find one of these heroes, it could be an issue. If Talon ever get a little bit too separated, oh wait, Roche? Nightfall goes for it, okay.
Yeah, this is just a clean.
There's no way you get here.
This is actually just insane at once. Oh man.
So they managed to claim it. There is a refresher shard still in, which Toronto Tokyo is going to pick up now. And that buyback status that you're talking about, there's a large window here. Let's see what BETBOOM can do. Talon.
They have to solve their waves. Their bottom
Wrapping.
wave is way too big. It's actually going to take the lane of barracks if they don't defend there.
Everybody runs out from BETBOOM. Somehow we got another one. Who would have thunk it?
Nah, this one isn't a 68-minute game, Gabe. This is a 78-minute game.
You think so?
It might be longer, actually. It's going to be difficult for Talon to end, right? Because they spent these buybacks, and now they're against a Roche advantage.
Right.
So you're probably just chilling, right? I don't think... They don't have much interest in going aggressive, and if BETBOOM try to push, good luck, you know?
No, absolutely.
It's so difficult to push into this Willow, into this Marcy catch, into the Ench, just throwing impetuses with huge damage from range. The smoke screen that you can't save people in, like...
You know, I'm going to be honest. I'm like, you know, anticipating that Talon are going to come away with this. You see the craziness from the Dark Will and all that. But I just went through the realization that if BETBOOM win, we might have another game like this that happens afterwards.
Yep.
I don't know if...
Definitely not out of the question.
Well, they're up on the high ground.
Okay, give me your best take. Okay. How do you push?
How do you push?
Yeah. How do you get to place all 5 BETBOOM heroes perfectly? Let's say they can go wherever they want. How are you going to place them?
Nightfall up front and center.
Okay.
Which is tough because Pudge has the Aegis, because he does not buyback. You have Undying right behind him. Willow is tagged onto him there, and then you get the double hit because Willow's 25. But no! Instead, you just step up, and that's already a tier 3 tower gone. Wait a minute now, wait a minute now. The hook, the connection, Q, he's in trouble! Oh, BETBOOM, have you actually done it?
There's a buyback. This is one of the 2 heroes that still have one. That went way better than I expected on the first high ground. That's quite inspiring, honestly, for BETBOOM to see this happening. Okay.
Nightfall, get out of there, but the cheese! The save come out from the IO. Pure, he's in no man's land. One more damage there. Look at the Desolator! The hit's coming in from the IO. GPK comes out, goes for the disarm, and then the back away. Pudge, back alive again, needs to BKB, needs to escape. The tricks of the trade, chasing, they're waiting for Makoto, wants his moment, and they find him. Is it gonna be enough damage? Yes! They take down Makoto. Can they get any more though? Nightfall, the hook, again, Pure, he's on his man. Can they bring down this Willow? Goes for the walk away. And the damage coming out. The IO is doing so much of it. Save and Nightfall doing it all together, but they managed to kill off that Muerta. Now the buyback. Looks for more Toronto Tokyo with his Ags. He's so freaking tanky on this Undying. 10,000 HP on Toronto Tokyo. Looking for more. BETBOOM, they're going to claim the game. How do you do that? How?
You were right, Gabe. It didn't reach 70 minutes. It was close. It was very, very close. Holy shit. I actually can't believe BETBOOM just ended it like that. Given how difficult the fights looked in their own base, they just, I mean, at some point you just go for it, right? They have the advantage of the Aegis and Cheese there, and they just run in, pop all their stuff, and hope that Talon make a mistake and get caught, and they did. Makoto, the first one to play a little over-aggressive there, jumping in and getting Hex and killed. No buyback on him. Jabs as well as 23. One after the other, they fall without that buyback. But man, that's, okay, I'll be honest with you, that's a difficult one to recover from Talon.
Yeah.
Because you felt like this was in the bag, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You were pushing. You were so confident that you bought back 3 cores to try to end the game. You didn't need to buy those heroes back. You had all 3 waves in the enemy base. So a little bit of maybe getting ahead of themselves and, I don't know, the pressure of the stage, a little bit of panic. And now you have to, after that crazy game, you have 5 minutes to calm down and go for it one more time. That is quite the challenge.
You know, there's something in that that inspired me a little bit, because when I saw the crowds come out, when all the players were there, I did feel like the crowd was a little bit more favoring Talon. The cheers were maybe slightly louder, but I think we saw a little bit of empathy from the crowd when they saw 23 Savage never being targetable. They won him over. BETBOOM won over the crowd a little bit there at the end and able to come away with the victory. And I don't even know what the hell to expect in this game 3. I mean, you talk about reset, but even just in terms of draft, like the draft was not standard by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, they can't make it crazier than this, right?
Absolutely. Well,
early.
Surely, that never ends well, but let's head on back to the panel, let them break down that insanity from game 2.
Thank you very much indeed, Lyrical Synderen. This was an amazing game to watch, and I think that all our talk of potentially, you know, BETBOOM having sometimes struggles with the emotional side of things, and we can throw that out the window, please. A game like this, coming out on top here, Fear, this is the mental resilience proof that we could ask for.
I mean, where to begin with this one? There's so much, but I think the one thing that really we can take a note of is just like how BETBOOM were able to stay in this game. It wasn't going well for them. They held their high ground time and time again. Maybe it's a little bit impatience from Talon as well. We saw BETBOOM last game kind of fall into that trap. It's these high grounds here at the road to the International. They can get you every time.
I mean, first I want to start off by giving credit to Talon because that draft was innovative, it was fresh, it was one of the most fun things we've seen at this road to the International, and I thought that playing Carry Willow into Invoker Pudge would be a death sentence, but they played around it so beautifully, especially Makoto on this Riki. This Riki did so much for them by way of disrupting fights, by way of protecting Willow, just by being so in your face, and it looked like they were going to do it till the very end, but BETBOOM, they really pulled through. And I just have to commend GPK on this hex. This hex won them the game. Like these two hexes, these two catches changed everything for them. Because all of a sudden you're not in your base, you're not defending, you're not depending on a hook to be able to defend your high ground when all of them are uncatchable. No, you're taking Roche and you are the aggressors. And when you are the aggressors on BETBOOM, you can actually take these fights instead of watching your buildings be hit from 1,000 range away.
GPK ended that game with 0 deaths. 69-minute game, 0 deaths. I don't think you can ask for anything nicer. And it's just, they're the first team as well. I mean, throughout the whole DPC year, we talked about them not being able to recover from some of these losses. They're the first team in the lower bracket that managed to win the second game after losing the first one. I think Talon, they made a mistake going for these like double buybacks on the Jabs and 23 when there was no buyback on Undying. This was what kind of, they could have prolonged the game for another couple of more minutes, but they decided to, you know, we'll have to take this risk. 60 minutes into the game, we'll try to end it. Didn't end well for them.
How would you analyze this game, Moon?
I mean, I am BETBOOM. I am like so happy because I got my Pudge on my Piodota, my Cattail. I have my 6-slot Nightfall Muerta. I got my GPK Invoker, all 3 Egoists. Like, I'm gonna solo carry this game. This is what BETBOOM needs to draft. Throw that Thailander Dazzle, like timing push it out of into the trash can. Full ego, 1v9 on 3 cores. This is the kind of BETBOOM that I know.
Yeah, I mean, they played a little bit more for the late game. I felt like I needed to be silent for that moment for a little bit. I love seeing that. That is some emotional release there, Fear.
Oh, it definitely was. They have to be really relieved to be still in the international after that one. Last patch, or last TA may have been the race pack one. Now we have the untargetable carry meta, where we have Muerta can't be targeted. We have this Dark Will who can't be targeted. It's very difficult to play against these heroes that just can't be targeted.
Yeah. Imagine if you haven't played Dota in like 3 years and you tune in to watch this and you're like, what the hell is that? You know, I'm watching Wind Waker and the heroes that can be targeted going into like 60+ minute games. It's a wild one.
That's actually the thing. I think that the Spell Prism too is so OP. I mean, we saw 23 Savage keep to Spell Prism over any tier 5 item because the CDR with the Wind Waker and the Shadow Realm, you're just invulnerable forever. And it actually feels more dangerous to let that kind of Willow near your buildings than it is to fight her outside of your base. I'm starting to see that the key to solving Willow is fighting outside of your base where she can't siege.
Yeah, the cooldown reduction definitely going crazy on 23 Savage Willow. And that is a second near 70-minute game in a row, and the players still have to play another one. So they're taking this time to have a little bit of a breath of fresh air. I saw a lot of people in the arena also going for that breath of fresh air. And for everybody watching, we have a little bit of a refreshment here as well with our final entries to the short film contest. These are amazing. This last one definitely getting a laugh out from Effie as well as the crowd. That was the 10th video that we've watched over these last few days, and all of them are finalists because they're all fantastic. But there's going to be one that's going to be a little bit better than everything else, and that's going to be revealed in the Climate Pledge Arena next week. So you got to stay tuned for that one. As we caught our breath, we are ready. Over and under. What is this? Is this going to be another 70-minute game here, Moon?
I think so. I think Talon's going to go back to their turtle strat again, and this time BETBOOM is going to do the same strat where they're going to have 3 scaling cores. So another 7-minute game, guys. So warm up some popcorn.
I mean, I think Talon's strategy right now is they are playing 5 cores right now. Like, their supports in the last 2 games have not bought a single support item.
True.
Yeah. They have, like, literally, there's Midases both games, right? You're not buying, I guess there's one Glimmer in the last game on the AA, but, like, they're just building to scale. There's BKBs, there's Bashers. Q is trying to scale as well. More than anything, Jabs was playing support last game, and I think that's just their style now. I think they realize they are a team that wants to like play for the late game. They're not going to build support items. They want every core to be very scary. I think it's kind of hard to play against when there's like 5 threats you have to deal with. How do you strategize? Who are you focus firing if the gold is spread evenly amongst like 4 players?
Yeah, and also I think there are some heroes that these teams are looking at as, okay guys, let's not give that away again. Moon mentioned to me earlier that he thinks some Muertas can't be given away. I think the Invoker also, to GPK, that cannot be given away. I mean, this is his best hero. He died 0 times in a game versus Ricky, where they picked Ricky specifically to counterpick the Invoker. So I'm just curious to see what the change-ups are going to be now after a break like that, because both of these teams must be tired. They both probably said, okay guys, no way, we are not doing this again.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they changed the type of the hero that Pure played in the second game, because going from Tidehunter, which is, a lane dominator, but not a hero that can move around the map and get stuff done. And in the second one, he plays Pudge, and some of these hooks were pretty amazing, and after they won the game, you could see him on the camera feeling himself. He's like, yeah, I did this, and he really did. Some of these hooks were pretty top-notch. Having Refresher, using the double hook, he was all over the place. And also, whenever he plays some of these aggressive heroes, when he's dictating the tempo of the game, he really shines the most.
I thought already Game 2 was very different from Game 1 in terms of the heroes picked, Moon. Are there any heroes in particular you would like to either see make a comeback or you would like to not see this game?
I would love to not see another Savant or Phantom Assassin on Nightfall. I really feel like this Mortas, this I don't even mind seeing like a Luna or Spectre or Nightfall. Just don't like, it's gonna be Morta, Spectre, Luna. Whoever gets like one of these carries and goes late game, and the off laner, like you said, Pure and a playmaker, I think BETBOOM got this.
BETBOOM got this, all right.
Okay, Moon, you keep changing your mind. Pick a team. Pick a team
very
right
clear.
now.
He's in a bandwagon. Whatever team wins last series, he's already jumping ship.
I mean, I can't really, Talon's like, they're so good at late game, but like some of the itemization, like the Midas Edge and the Swiftblink Weaver, my brain just thinks like there's something wrong.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see what's coming our way here, because I don't think it can be another 72-minute game. I think
why not?
Maybe from Talon it can, but we must not forget that BETBOOM was here this morning. They played already earlier today, and yeah, they got a 2-0, they got momentum going, but stamina surely is a thing. And if I'm the coach here, I'd say, you know what, guys? We're just going all in. We're considered the strongest laning stage team. Why not capitalize on that? Sounds so simple.
But can you though? You're exhausted. If you're like looking at a real fight, that's a real strategy, tying your opponent out. And will they have the stamina to get in a quick game, win off the early game? I don't know. It'll be hard.
Look exhausted to you?
Yeah, they don't. They're like 6 young guys stretching that. They're not like us, like 30 years old. We're pushing 30. These guys
That's
are like
true,
young. They're like stretching. They're 20 or something. This is like just another day in Russia for them.
Yes, and don't forget, we talk about Talon being a late game team, and BETBOOM did have short match durations this road to TI, but they have always historically been a late game team. And they had the highest average match duration. I think it was either the Lima Major or the one after that, but they were taking these games to minute 65, minute 70. It was during that first pick TB carry meta a few months ago. So they're no stranger to taking games very long.
I think what we learned from this series so far is whoever's in control of the game, wins the early game, is ahead in the mid game, that's the team that loses.
So whoever's ahead in the game is losing. This is great, great logic coming out. Let's see what will happen in game number 3.
ESPORTS versus BETBOOM team. Game 3.
Now maybe logic is just out of the window for this third game, and we don't know what's coming our way. We've only had one third game earlier in the road to the international, and that was on day 1, series 1. It's been a little while. It was also in the upper bracket, and we all know that emotions run high, both up and down in the lower bracket. So I think it's going to be very important to see if people can wipe their slate clean. You know, it's just another game of Dota. We've heard so many players mention it, that their advice to themselves when they're in this situation is just treat it like another game of Dota 2. Stay calm, cool. You know, it might go to minute 70, but just stay focused. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. In the ban so far, Lacoste, we see quite a little bit of a repeat of what we've seen in the first game, actually, with a lot of strength banned out already. And is it unusual to see Talon go into the bonus time a little bit for that second ban?
They need to have something prepared. I mean, they already showed us in the second game that they're going to play different heroes. I don't think anyone coming into the series would expect them to pick some of these heroes. You know, getting this Marcy, playing Ricky, playing Carry Dark Willow, which has been seen before, but yeah, they probably have a couple of other strats prepared for this one, but yeah, it's kind of difficult to say, because these are type of the players that can pretty much play anything.
And during TI, every day you feel like there's a new meta that is being shaped, and that's one of the funnest things about this tournament. But I want to comment on the consistent Centaur bans that are coming out of Talon, because if you look at all of their previous matches, they don't ban out Centaur in that first phase, but they do versus BETBOOM, because honestly, BETBOOM look like a different team when Pure can initiate these fights consistently for them. Because in that last game on Pudge, he was entirely dependent on landing a hook to take the fight. And if they didn't land the hook, there was no way for them to engage in Talon. In that first game, Tidehunter's too long of a cooldown to do that reliably. So if you give any kind of short CD stun initiation to Pure, BETBOOM can fight Talon so much more easily. So this Centaur ban is just perfect through and through.
Looks like they chose to ban Chaos Knight. So once again, they're giving up the Morta. And they banned their own Dawnbreaker. They took the Tusk, but it's no Dawn Tusk. So it's going to be interesting to see how Talon follows up the second phase, and giving Nightfall his Morta again.
But you did like seeing Q on his Tusk, right? The melee, basically you mentioned the only melee position for that is currently in the meta.
That's Q's specialty. I really feel like Q is a melee support specialist, and he really sets up the Mikoto's games really well.
One hero I really like against Tusk, maybe not straight away, but I think you might need to get rid of Grimstroke, because this hero kills Tusk. The silences, the leash mechanic, you throw Grim ulti on one of the heroes that you're trying to focus, and Tusk can't blink Snowball save him, because he's going to get leashed immediately.
Oh no, they gave up Spirit Breaker. This hero is a monster late game.
And what does it do for BETBOOM? It gives them that easy initiation, that short cooldown initiation on Pure. It could potentially be flexed to GPK, but if you have a Spirit Breaker, there's no difficulty for you to take a fight. You just have the vision and you go in over and over again, and it's so difficult to catch him. So this was a mistake, giving this away. I feel like you give anything but this hero away.
That sounds like a high tempo early game strat, though. Nothing of the late game. Or does Spirit Breaker work all the time?
He's a beast late game. This hero is so hard to stop.
I mean, to be fair, there is an Invoker and there is a Shadow Demon in the pool, which are some of the better heroes against the Spirit Breaker. I think Shadow Demon specifically, because you can like go through the BKB or the Purge, get rid of that Bulldoze. That's why that hero is so annoying. It's just he's going in and out, and you just can't stun him, right? It's obnoxious, and he does a lot of damage. He does everything pretty much.
Yeah, like it's all you need to get your scaling, strong lane, and they left the Grimstroke, so they pick up they banned the Murta Phoenix, which I felt like it should have been the Murta Grimstroke instead. So now they're gonna get the Grimstroke Spirit Breaker. In case people at home don't know, the combo is you Inkspell the Spirit Breaker, so he gets bonus move speed, and you get the Inkspell move speed talent bonus, so he even charges even stronger, stun into stun.
You have to ban Shadow Demon here. Sure, BETBOOM.
Yes.
So Elephant in the room, Invoker still in the pool, GPK looking at that Invoker, eyeballing it. Also, another solution to Spirit Breaker, I feel, could a strong laner from mid that builds Yules. So something like a Lina could be an effective answer, it's also something that could lane against a potential Invoker.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wanted to mention that maybe supports on Talon this time around are not going to be able to go as greedy. You will need like one Yule Scepter to deal with this Spirit Breaker because it's going to become super annoying if you can't stop him from charging in. You're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I know one of the Talon strategies against Spirit Breaker that they did early in the tournament, I tried to copy, was Morphling. And so teams started like always having Morphling in mind against Spirit Breaker. However, there's the issue with that is that if the Spirit Breaker team clicks A8, now you can't Morphling. And the reason why Morphling counters Spirit Breaker is because now you get Spirit Breaker on your team.
Of course.
That's always the counter, just become the broken hero.
Exactly.
But how do you feel about Morphling overall in this meta compared to the more popular carries we've been seeing like Spectre or CK?
Morphling takes some time to come online. I feel like the strength of the hero before is you would buy Aghanim's to take away the stats, but now that that's gone, you just become a regular range carry. So why pick a regular range carry Morphling when you can pick Dark Willow, which cannot be targeted, or Muerta, which also cannot be targeted, and Luna, which farms at 1000 GPM. So it's like at a lower tier list compared to the other carries.
Oh, they're doubling down on it. We talked about like those heroes being in the pool good for Spirit Breaker. BETBOOM doesn't really care, and Talon, they're like, we'll take both of them. So this is not going to be an easy game for Spirit Breaker to charge into until he has BKB. That'll help for some Invoker, but Shadow Demon will always be good.
Also, they take the Invoker away from BETBOOM. I mean, this is a contested hero between both of these mids. It's their most played hero, and you have that natural Yule Scepter built into this Invoker. So you have a means with dealing the Spirit Breaker. He's never going to be able to charge you mid or kill you.
And one of the heroes Moon mentioned was Luna. It's not an option anymore now that you do have Shadow Demon on your team, so that's definitely gone for BETBOOM to pick it. Maybe Spectre could come in, but then again, you're also creating illusions of the Spectre, making her not move in a fight, but maybe they need to risk it a little bit more and just try to kill this Shadow Demon with Spectre, Spirit Breaker, one hero that provides vision.
They're gonna auto Storm, I think, because they want to do the like comfort match thing again. They've been doing this all like group stage. They won a bit earlier today. They won a bit of group stage. So like even though they counter picking themselves, picking Storm into Invoker, a hero that traditionally counter Storm because EMP burn his mana in lane, they are like I DC. I just want to go and play my hero at TI. Yeah. Took my Invoker. I'll play my other hero, which is Storm.
I think you go Terrorblade or Morphling here for 23. Both look good. I know a lot of teams have been prioritizing having TB versus Spirit Breaker in the laning stage. Really strong lane. You've got a Shadow Demon on your team. Any high agility hero might be good.
What about some good old Faceless Void? They don't have any kind of save inside a Chrono. The combo with the Invoker eventually is going to be there. Time Dilation kills Spirit Breaker as well.
Might be too much lockdown for Faceless Void against the Spirit Breaker. You do get like chain stun pretty hard. That can be a little bit rough, but it's possible.
Whenever I see Faceless Void in this meta, it's like hard to pick it because you run out of damage. Everybody has a Blade Mill on Heart, so you can't really kill anyone in the Chronosphere. And other than that, like, yeah, you get the cool EMP with the Cataclysm combo, but then I don't think the Spirit Breaker is gonna die because he's gonna have like 4,000 HP late game type deal. And one cool combination they have with the Spirit Breaker Kato is whenever Spirit Breaker charges, you get the refresh, you get a second Spirit Breaker charge.
And also the new build on Spirit Breaker where you go for Refresher as your like 4th, 5th item, and then the enemy carry. If you don't have anything to just lock it down, you can kill him. Like if you don't have any kind of save, they can kill you from 100 to 0.
Yes. So they're doing their own, I'm gonna have Spirit Breaker on my team strategy. This is awesome. I felt like BETBOOM should have seen this coming because Talon did it before, and maybe they could have preemptively blocked it with some AA, but Storm is also pretty decent a hero against Morphling because it's a lot of magic damage versus Morphling, which is what he's weak against.
Yeah, and he's just a natural Lincoln Sphere buyer too, which makes it harder for Spirit Breaker to do his job versus him up until he gets his Octarine Aghs. So what is the solution to this Morphling now? There's no Vessel buyer right now on the side of BETBOOM. They don't really have any heal reduction.
So we did this
Dark Willow carry.
Yeah.
It's good for Smurf, right?
It is. You're not wrong, but you probably should ban it.
You can also turn into Willow and use the strat against him, no?
You can target Willow if you have a Wind Waker, Octarine, like literally untargetable for like 15 seconds.
Why not?
But you are right, you can technically do that, but there are ways around it. Well, if you're in the Shadow, you just have to throw a Bramble down randomly every single time, which is a little annoying, but if you're good at it, you won't be able to do it. But there's not many heroes that like just ignore the high armor of Morphling, and I think Willow is that perfect hero for that.
In Nightfall, if I'm Nightfall right now, I see Morphling, I see Invoker, and I'm Nightfall. The first thing I'm going to come to my head is I'm going to pick Naga Siren. Because it's such a Nightfallish hero, you outscale the Morphling,
good, yeah.
You push the lanes out, delay the game, you get 6 slots, so your Spirit Breaker will get 6 slots, they can't end the game with Morphling type deal. And then probably ban Jab's Brewmaster, because they're banning Night Stalker, which is dead giveaway if they want Brewmaster.
Yeah, we saw
Another
quite a
option
few.
would be a Scotty buyer, right? Like Terrorblade. But the thing about Terrorblade is playing against the AoE damaged Invoker and Disruption. Maybe Naga actually sounds like the better illusion hero of the two.
Yeah, because Terrorblade can get countered by the Shadow Demon, but Naga doesn't. Naga's actually good against Shadow Demon because you don't really care if you wall one illusion, you just have so many. And it's also good against Invoker because you can dispel Cold Snap because you're rushing Manta style.
There's one, you know, Talon could throw in a wrench here because if they are very worried about it, there's also the option of them picking it up because Jab's hero is last. We all know Jab's
Oh, you're right. The awfully Naga Siren, the legendary Jabs. We lost to that. It's no joke, honestly.
No.
Cut waves, pull waves, drag waves. You can't really lose the offlane, and then the Q on Tusk just gonna keep ganking mid. You can't really punish it. So you give the carry free form, but you don't really care because Mikoto's winning his lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 4 carry heroes that look pretty good. The Naga you mentioned look good. PL would also be really good in this game.
Yeah, would be amazing.
Dark Willow, and if you're still in Spicy.
Oh, they ban it.
And perhaps a Drow if you're feeling spicy.
Ooh, Drow Ranger.
That was the 4th on my list.
I wanted to ask you, Moon, like, what happened to Bloodseeker? Because this hero with Shard has percentage-based damage. Everybody has 5,000 HP. Maybe it's not the best against Shadow Demon because it takes away your damage, but against Morphling, he's on low HP all the time, pretty much. Is that potentially viable?
It's definitely viable because all the heroes right now have Blaming Heart, so they get 5,000 damage. So eventually, you just like do a ton of damage.
Is this an offlane puck?
Offlane puck.
What is happening here?
Maybe it's Jab's offlane Invoker and a puck mid. I don't know.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Hey, but if we're guessing, maybe BETBOOM is guessing as well, which might put their last pick in a little bit more of a tricky situation.
I kind of like this puck pick, even though we don't know where it's going, because you have an extra solution to the Storm Spirit early on. I mean, puck traditionally has been his counter with the coil early on, whether it's from mid or not. But you also have the hero on your team who's going to buy Yule's Scepter as an extra defense against Spirit Breaker. Also, you're playing against these 2 damage-dealing backline supports, like Keeper of the Light and Enchantress. You're gonna need some added jump, right? Your Morphling can't really go in first. He needs to have the fight set up for him. Your Shadow Demon can't do it. Your Invoker casts spells from the back, and your Tusk isn't gonna do it reliably. So you have this puck with the coil. It'll do his job.
Yeah, BETBOOM, they have very limited amount of lockdown, so this puck, they're still not showing where it's going, but this hero can be easily killed. Like, you can easily dodge the charge. It needs to be Storm Spirit, or you need to misuse your abilities to be ganked.
Yeah, and this is the PL that you talked about, Fear. Do you want to elaborate on it?
Oh, it's just a really hard to kill PL this game. Like, Tusk, Shadow Demon do nothing. With Invoker, you can always get out of the Ice Wall and Cold Snap combo. Really good versus the Morphling as well. Morph can't man-fight a PL almost ever. Puck is very good versus PL, though, and that's probably why they picked it. They expected it to come out. But with the new way the PL plays, like with the Aghanims and sitting back, it's a lot harder to get on top of them. So they realize these games go late game. So they're playing for the late game here. They want to have the better scale.
Yeah, and it will be the offlane Invoker. I believe that's a first for us.
That's a something.
That's a something.
You put offlane Invoker versus PL. I feel like PL's free farming that lane.
Yes, he's gonna free farm, he's gonna buy Midas, he's gonna get Ags, and you're gonna have a tough time going high ground. And trust me, when you play more versus PL, you are on a timer. So Talon have to try to look to end this game early.
Oh, Talon put themselves on a timer a little bit, but correct me if I'm wrong, but 23 Savage is considered the best Morphling player in the world.
He considers himself to be, but yes, he's very confident in the hero. He loves the hero. But with that being said, I don't think Morphling will outscale the Storm Spirit plus PL duo core of BETBOOM. And Invoker is already countered inside of this game. Spirit Breaker is going to catch him easily. PL's going to win in lane, and they have jump to get him. So yeah, it's a tough one for Talon, but they have their signatures. So.
Yeah. That being said, Jabs is the GOAT. He won with a Swiftling Weaver. He can win with anything. He can win with a Swiftling Invoker in this game. He can do, if anyone's gonna do something unconventional and win the game, it's definitely Jabs.
Oh, That's fair enough. That's fair enough. It's a game 3. I think everybody's going to have a great time either way. And the great times are going to get even greater because they're going to listen to Lyrical and Cinderin.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And indeed, we're here for another one. You know, sometimes what happens is you get like a crazy game 1 game and a crazy game 2, and then 3 is a stomp. But we've got offlane Invoker, so it's either a stomp or it's going to be insane again. What do you think?
I'm ready for a 67-minute stomp in this one.
Okay, got it.
What it's going to be. I mean, it's kind of interesting, those 2 games were that close in duration, right?
Right.
Both, it's like this narrow little window. Oh, tier 5s come out, one crazy fight, and things get handled. In all seriousness, though, I think this game is less likely to reach that point, but I still wouldn't be surprised if it does. You know, the way these teams play and the way the meta is shaping up is generating these very long duration games, and they've definitely picked for it. Now, let's see how this smoke transpires before we analyze the drafts a little bit more here about how they're going to put the lanes, what they're trying to do. Talon will break here.
Just on the edge, Nightfall. Has to take Doppelganger level 1. That's a win.
Yeah, at the same time, it's not that significant because I think the nature of this bottom lane is relatively defensive from the PL side. I think he just wants to hit creeps anyway the first couple of waves without... He's not going to go super aggro with a lance and running at the enemy off lane. So it's probably okay. Now, what I wanted to talk about quickly here is Caudle in this game, because I think BETBOOM's lineup is really interesting. I love when Caudle has multiple friends to use Chakra on. Storm is a classic. Obviously, you give him more mana, he can jump further in the fights, he can do more damage. But the Spirit Breaker Caudle is also a really interesting synergy, because giving Spirit Breaker mana all the time and giving him the double charge in a fight is actually incredibly powerful. And you look at BETBOOM's lineup, they can push waves forever.
Oh, yeah.
Spirit Breaker, Storm, and Caudle. Like, Talon are going to be hard-pressed, if they are in a timer like Moonmeander said, they're going to be hard-pressed to actually get the waves in the right position to go high ground, right? It's just going to be these elusive heroes pushing from the trees, jumping with zero commitment. And I'm curious to see how Talon handled it.
I think it's interesting, too, because they can go back to what I think Moon said on the panel in between game number 1 and game number 2, that he felt like the way that you beat Talon is you get 3 scaling cores and you just try and outbeat them in the late game. And it does feel like in a lot of ways that's the direction that BETBOOM have gone as this series has progressed. They say, okay, we're going to come up with answers that are later and later to deal with you. But then the question is, how do you deal with the experience of Talon and the decision-making that they are capable of in those late game scenarios? I still can't believe that the last game ended in the fashion that it did so quickly. I kind of wonder, you know, now going into this game number 3, if the momentum's going to stay with BETBOOM, or if Talon's going to be able to revitalize themselves a bit.
I would say, speaking of experience in the late game, I think given how Talon has a lot of experience with that, I feel like that last game must have been... It must feel quite bad, because honestly, that felt like... As crazy as the defense and the win was for BETBOOM, I really feel like Talon dropped the ball in the stage of the game that's supposed to be their forte over every other team in this tournament. Like, that's supposed to be where they shine, is that super late game. But they made the buyback mistakes. They didn't have the cold veins when it mattered the most, right? So, yeah. It makes me less confident that if Talon managed to get there, that they're just going to outperform BETBOOM in a super late game situation, especially because I think this is an incredibly good PL game.
Right.
I think what was talked about in the panel is a really good point. Fear was pointing out PL's way of playing is different now than it used to be. It's it's almost unbelievable, but it's even less commitment. You're going to actually win fights from 1,000 range away if you farmed enough. So... That's going to be something Talon have to solve somehow.
Well, the other thing they're going to need to solve, I mean, we were watching Trent and I the game earlier today, and he was saying that GPK's best hero is Storm, and you're looking at this mid matchup again into something that's
Mikoto.
Thought of as a counter, right? Like Puck against Storm, 15-3 versus 8-0. GPK knows how to play this Storm.
I think this is in the first few waves, this is the biggest victory today relative to lane theory, right? Of how this goes that we've seen in any lane. 17 for 3 against what's probably going to be 11-0 here on the Puck. It might not sound like much, but the fact that GPK will more than likely get the faster level 6 could lead to, you know, some side lane shenanigans. Maybe he will even kill the Puck if there's a bit of a misstep from Mikoto. So
Yeah, that's very good news for him in that lane.
Particularly when you consider that there's a Spirit Breaker in this one. Obviously,
Oh, yeah.
you're in a position 3, not always wanting to make the same type of rotations, but it's definitely possible when level 6 comes around. The Storm.
Yeah, that's one of the good things for Puck in this game, obviously, which was part of the rationale behind picking it, is that it's one of the hardest heroes in the game to charge.
Yeah.
But once Spirit Breaker gets Shadow Blade, the dynamic can change quite drastically. You get caught out of nowhere if you don't have sentries down or a gem. All of a sudden, the matchup that you're meant to counter can be dangerous, especially because of the follow-through that the team has with the Storm, right? Storm plus Spirit Breaker is a very fearsome duo once the map breaks down and the lanes get pushed.
So let's talk about this off-lane Invoker for a second. Something that we haven't gotten to even talk about at all. Universal hero now, building into a Wraith Band, trying to get some extra armor. How much of a concern is it not getting levels on this guy in the same fashion because you're dual laning?
I think it's the right call from Talon if they did want both Invoker and Puck to give Puck the levels because of the better matchup against Spirit Breaker and Storm than Invoker has. But yeah, as far as core Invoker offlane, we've seen quite a few support Invokers this tournament have success, so you're not going to have less experience than that, right? You're going to have the same or more. But the odd thing for me is how he's going to find impact with the Exort, right? Because you want Sunstrike kills when you're playing this hero as Exort. But where are they going to come from? The Tusk is playing in your lane against PL. Tough ask, right? Mid lane, when Storm gets 6, probably also kind of tricky to kill. Maybe top? I don't know. Disrupt into Sunstrike combo with Morph Waveform?
I mean, yeah, it definitely feels like it's playing more for that late game scenario, maybe like after a disruption or something. And well, Toronto Tokyo does take a lot of damage there, and with the hits coming in, well, just like that, Jabs manages to get involved and get a kill. Q, he's going to pay the price as he falls after.
As we all expected, offlane Invoker kills Ench minute 5 in his lane.
Well, maybe he's in some more trouble with the creep right in front. PL, I think back to the days when it used to be PL is the answer to Invoker out of the mid lane.
True, actually. That's some old school knowledge right there. That I would have not thought of that matchup, actually. That's true.
GPK, he's in no man's land, but he turns to fight, and Toronto Tokyo right there. Sunstrike coming in for the help. Another couple of hits. GPK gets the kill onto Q, but the miss uphill. Makoto can't quite finish the job.
Hey, GPK, eat some tangos. They just filled up his entire backpack with tangos in half a second. Toronto gave him 1, Save gave him 2 and left. Well, he's gonna munch on that for a while. I don't know where the third one went. Did he give it back to Ench?
He might have, yeah.
Maybe he destroyed it. He's like, I don't want your food.
Looking now, 6-minute mark.
Save is in a very awkward position here. Actually gonna deny the rune. And probably escape too.
Hard to run down that Kato, who's very quick. Double bounty runes, and up top, looking for a bash. Almost got it onto 23 Savage, but...
How do you know?
Well, that's a good point. Almost got the kill, if not for the bash. See, there it was. Clearly. Why you gotta call me out like that?
I mean, if you know what's coming next,
yeah,
I have a business proposal for you. If you can predict RNG, Jabs is in big ass trouble here. No Wex point, just getting cycloned, or rather, hurricaned into the PL.
About to get a bash.
All right.
No, not quite. Trouble. Finding light pushback. Pure still hurting as the hits come through.
Oh, the tower shot. Oh, raindrop.
Not enough.
Snowball?
Survives? Okay, that will be the rundown. Q gets him. And, double wisdom runes got by Talon. Makoto got in and snuck one.
That is actually huge here because the laning stage right now is going very well for BETBOOM overall. PL, as we talked about, will be free farming against this Invoker, but not only that, he got a kill and 2 assists. The Storm mid is doing great against the Puck. PL has 20 denies, by the way.
Yikes.
That is quite unusual. They're going to try to turn this into something, though.
Can they do enough damage? Moving forward, able to dodge one. Sunstrike hits! All right, Jab's been getting the practice in on this offlane Invoker.
I think his best bet there was to just snap the coil instantly. I'm actually surprised he didn't do it. There's 3 heroes hitting him, right?
Yeah.
You take that damage, you take the stun, and then you can at least use your doppelganger to dodge a spell, like maybe a snowball, maybe you can dodge Sunstrike, you know? But there was maybe a way of living there? Don't know.
Not able to get out. Unfortunate for him. And now...
Goto, nice silence. Oh! Whoa, whoa.
Hasterin up top.
Relax, Lyrical. It wasn't that exciting. All right, here comes GPK. Hasterin.
Push back.
Look at it.
Steal. BETBOOM are putting a lot of emphasis on getting GPK the start that they want.
I think it's a recipe for success, too. I feel like a lot of the games BETBOOM struggle is where GPK loses his lane and plays recovery. I think the way their team dynamic works, Nightfall is in a lot of their games farming very much for a very long time. So if GPK is enabled, that can bridge that gap while Nightfall farms it up. And the good news is this game, Pure, is also going to be super active, right? Like you can technically just farm jungle with Spirit Breaker with a Midas for 20 minutes. I would not advise it, but it is a valid strategy. I don't think that's the plan here, though.
No.
Ollie's in trouble.
Didn't quite manage to catch him with the Illuminate Blast. The disruption will be there, and Ollie hits the deck. So making use of this haste rune, as you mentioned it, getting active with GPK, what they need to do. Likely that on the side of Talon, I mean, who are you going to be playing with? Like the Tusk Puck, probably?
Yeah, for me, the X factor here is the Sunstrike. I actually think Jabs is going to be very important with this particular spell in this game.
That sets up enough there to 23 get the kill.
Nice
so
one.
Yeah, I mean, if he can make it happen like that, it's very clutch.
Yeah, Tusk Puck plus Sunstrike can kill quite a few of the heroes here. Spirit Breaker, I actually think they can kill anyone at this point. They should be able to. With those two plus a Sunstrike, should be fine. Midas coming out for Nightfall. He is going to keep ramping up. Yeah, Talon with a little bit of an aggressive maneuver here. It's difficult for them to truly pressure this tower, though Toronto Tokyo has shown up. He's taking a Center Conqueror. That's probably going to be the end of that.
Well, and in the meantime, mid is sort of a back and forth, but it's up top where you're cutting waves on Pure, the creeps hitting into the tier 1 tower. This tower is eventually going to go down.
Yeah. He will go Midas on the Spirit Breaker. Like I said, it is valid, but I don't think he's going to just flat out be spam farming for the next 10 minutes. I think there's good reason to look for skirmishes even while you feel like you have a good strategy with the PL just farming up. Because even making aggressive moves is also safety for Nightfall, right? It's like,
yeah,
the best defense in this game might actually be a strong offense, because if the enemy team is putting out fires, PL will be completely unaccounted for the next 15 minutes.
On the other thing that we're seeing is that PL definitely is not going to be showing up to any type of a fight.
Oh, no.
He has got the Midas as well, and going straight Ags after, so not even stopping for one of those little items along the way. A very slow pace, and it is definitely going to be up to the combination of GPK on Storm pairing together with Save, refilling his mana to make some stuff happen. But I don't know if he can shut down all of the heroes of Talon. I mean, somebody is going to be getting some farm on the map for sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Talon are going to get their own. I don't think this is going to be a significant advantage for BETBOOM network-wise. Then it's about how the lineups phase off when we're 25, 30 minutes in, because Invoker went Midas, he's going to be farming. Puck with a Witchblade is probably going to find a couple of kills, I would assume. Yeah, 23 on Morph. We don't really need to cover that too much. He's shown what he can do in this hero. He'll be keeping up on farm with the PL probably.
Most definitely. And in the meantime, GPK also content to sit here and get to where he needs to be, even with the sort of kill runes, which is maybe a little bit surprising. Gets the DD, doesn't make for any type of a play, and instead they're going to try and go onto Pure. So with this wraparound, having Dream Coil should be more than enough to find Pure as he tries to run away, not going all that fast. Yeah, Shadow Demon also very good at dealing with the Spirit Breaker.
It's one of Spirit Breaker's nightmare matchups. It's the reason Talon picked at this game, is to counter that one hero, because Demonic Purge is all game is going to remove Bulldoze, which is a big problem for Spirit Breaker. And once Bulldoze is removed, if you're charging with Demonic Purge on, you're barely moving. You can save people with Disruption from the Nether Strike combination. It's just a really feels-good matchup from the support role. But still, despite killing that Spirit Breaker, it is a 2k gold lead now for BETBOOM, getting the mid tower on GPK. Big punish. Doesn't really make that Spirit Breaker kill worth it at all when you lose that tower for it. BETBOOM are also going to try to convert this into something extra. Nice scan coming out here from Talon.
I mean, they smoked right in front of them. There was no way that Talon did not see that. And will be going immediately at the tier 1 tower. GPK stepping up front and center. They have a troll creep too, so this is going to go down.
Yep.
Talon have shown that they will let the tier 1 towers go for not a whole heck of a lot. but they do have Dream Coil back up in 5 seconds. So as they retreat, this might be a moment where BETBOOM are going to have to be a little careful.
It's all coming together.
And I just want to, I feel like we didn't cover this, but this hero, the PL on Nightfall, is, I want to say, the hero that he made a name for himself with. We've talked about player-hero combinations. Hang on, let's see if he actually survives this.
Oh.
We'll snap it instantly this time.
Breaks, chase, Sunstrike out! Is it enough? Doppelganger gets out of there, but the Shadow Demon ulti on top. Will it be enough to make him pop? Not quite! 50 HP! Ollie gonna disrupt himself, trying to stay alive. Pure getting hit, Q also dropping lower and lower, so Q is gonna die. Pure barely surviving. Both heroes getting away on nothing at 23 Savage. He switches over, almost got that Nether Strike off, continuing to run in. 23 chasing, a couple more hits, still a ways away before Charge is gonna be back up on his Morph. But with one last right click, it's enough to take down the Enchantress.
Very, very close there. Nightfall getting out, it's obviously huge for BETBOOM, but I'm surprised Talon got that good fight out of it afterwards, right? They committed so many spells on the PL who then lives, and the counterplay comes through and they immediately lose a hero, but they still turn that into somewhat of an even exchange, actually coming out slightly ahead because of the nature of the heroes that they killed versus the ones they lost. But yeah, just to finish off my thought from before, Nightfall, the two heroes that I feel like he made a name for himself with was PL and Ursa. And Ursa we're not really seeing being very popular in the patch right now, so I think he's just happy in an elimination game like this, you know, everything is on the line. He gets to play one of his absolute trademarks in a game that is looking really good in.
And likewise, we talked about it, and I think the panel talked about it as well. Shiver mentioned 23 Savage when he originally made his first splash on the big scene. Think back to that Genespris lineup with Gunnar. It was on the Morph lane, back when Morph Shaker was still a thing. And pairing it together in this game with the Spear Breaker, I mean, on the other team, it's one of the best heroes that you can grab with it. So
for sure,
this is going to be a battle of the Siggies, as people say. See who comes out on top.
I don't know what people you talk to. The people I talk to don't say that. I think you're actually the only person who says that.
Dude, that's an Avery line. You can't take that. This is definitely...
That does not make it any better. Now it's you and Avery saying it. That's even worse. If you want to mimic people, here's a little crash course for you, okay, my friend? If you want to mimic people, Avery is like at the absolute bottom of people you want to mimic. That's it. That's the lesson. It's very simple.
Well, 15 minutes in as we all get a little bit of a lesson in who to mimic and who not to. We've got 1,000 gold separating the two teams. And BETBOOM trying to hunt with GPK and save. Not sure if they're going to be able to find quite anybody there, but get a deep ward down, and that's already Aghanim Scepter done for Nightfall.
He's farmed. It's impressive that Morph is keeping up this well, though. I mean, I was saying they were probably going to be quite even, but given the way this last fight with Morph showing up and spending quite a lot of time in the fight, he's still keeping it. They're basically neck and neck here. I wonder if this dynamic changes now with the Axe coming out, if this is when PL starts overtaking Morph a little bit in speed. Obviously, he will also be, we talked about the Chakra friends. PL also loves getting Chakra, so that's another one.
Gross.
Just keep his farm running in fights. Double Spirit Lance is very strong. Effectively, it just generates your entire army of Juxtapose instantly, right? If you get double Phantom Lance off with Ags.
Yeah, that could be a huge problem. And, you know, we've talked about just the one-on-one of Morphling getting all the mana drained, but, I mean, you're going to have kind of an Invoker sitting around, not moving too quickly. Even the Shadow Demon and the Tusk could potentially be problems once they get all that mana drained from them. But I mean, the big question is, are we actually going to see any of those fights? I feel like, as much as, you know, having the Ags is nice for Nightfall, might just wait for Diffusal Blade too, and who knows, maybe a couple more items.
I mean, we saw a game the other day with K1.
Yeah.
Effectively, I think he got his first assist like 40 minutes in the game or something, 35. And he went this exact order of items as well. He went Treads, Midas, Ags, Diffusal. I think he got Manta and then showed up to a fight, didn't get an assist, farmed another item, and then I think he got an assist, if I remember correctly. It was a long rocky road for the PL before he got involved.
That is a Hector classic.
But the thing is, it feels good, right? You're playing a high-pressure game. There's a lot on the line. feeling like if nothing happens, you're comfortable is really good for player mentality, right? Obviously, some of the great teams in the world will play higher risk stuff and take, you know, play aggressively and win the game that way and just outclass their opponents. But in these games where it's so slow,
yeah,
you don't want to go down on timing, right?
No.
You want to feel like, okay, the average game time in this series is 68 minutes. We don't want to feel like we're under pressure at 55, you know? And I think neither team feels that. I personally am favoring the BETBOOM lineup slightly in the later portions of the game, especially because I think KEYD is a real wild card in this one with Chakra and inevitable Ags. But, you know, Morph, Invoker are exceptionally strong late gamers, and Puck has changed a lot since a few years ago. This hero doesn't fall off. It used to have to, used to hit a wall at like minute 40, 45, where it's like, okay, what can you really do now? But with the talents and the itemization that you can go for now, Puck can carry games ultra late as well. So Talon probably aren't too worried either.
Well, and this is just their normal operating speed as well, right? Like,
yes.
They could go into this with two random heroes that don't do anything. Oh, I like that play by the Spearbreaker too. Pure putting his courier onto the hard camp so he can charge away.
Yep. I mean, you have a lot of brain power for this if there's no fighting. Then you can use all your energy on how can I farm the most efficiently. Which, again, brings me back to game one, where BETBOOM didn't stack a single camp for their Sven. You know?
You're not getting over it.
I mean, what about this game, you know?
Yeah,
like, stack some camps for your Storm, your Spirit Breaker, you have KEYD to stack with, you have Inch Creeps to stack with, PL can farm stack. They're not putting a lot of emphasis on it, and it's kind of interesting for me to see because we have other teams in this tournament that stack the crap out of the jungle, right? Team Liquid, for example, are putting a lot of emphasis on it. Gaming Gladiators are putting a lot of emphasis on it. Those two teams are looking quite good right now, so I think maybe there's a little bit of a lesson to be learned for other teams in prioritizing that more. The slower the game gets, the more it's about economy. That's also how you bring your supports into the game better later, because they get both experience and gold for you farming ancient stacks, right? So everybody benefits.
It does feel like the type of thing that, you know, will give you that little extra edge. And granted, BETBOOM are still farming out a huge chunk of the map themselves. They're with a slight lead right now. Again, probably due to some of those Midases. Jab's the one with it on the side of Talon. And they're actually going to go for a smoke play themselves now on BETBOOM. And heading towards the area that Talon are sitting in as they go for an early Roche. Oh, this would be huge if they could get there. Are they going to realize what's going on? It seems like it.
Drawing the straight line here is Pure. He knows exactly what's happening. He has the Octarine Core and his Spirit Breaker. Still needs to really respect the Shadow Demon. Ollie in a very good position right now.
Oh, Roche, it's not low enough to jump in. Do they have enough there? Tries to back out, able to get out of the pit for the moment. 23 low, but Jabs, he's already gone. Q is in trouble, going to fall. 23, can he get out? Save is gone, but it's not nearly enough. Talon, they lose 3 for only 1, and Makoto, he's still in trouble. Roche is now low, and BETBOOM
he got the
might be able to clean this one off as they find, chase, and finish Ollie. I mean, it's just devastation in the pit.
I love that play from GPK. They have to read that Roche is happening. He's just jumping in first. He's jumping in first, immediately repositioning himself so he doesn't get counterplayed by the puck. And honestly, that was a super good snowball from Q. Almost instant on the initiation to offset the initial, you know, pressure that they were putting with the Storm as well as Spirit Breaker. But the problem was, even though that snowball goes off, they can't reset, right? They have there's no exit path for the Dire lineup, and this is effectively BETBOOM getting a complete freebie. That is huge.
And one of the moments, too, where you think about it, none of those plays were made in game number 1 or game number 2 by Talon. They never felt compelled to make some type of pressure play as BETBOOM getting close to destroying their own allies.
I was about to say they've learned, but it's so close every time that I don't know. I think they're rolling like a 20-sided die every time, and if it's 5 or lower, they die.
Ollie? Oh, careful there, buddy. He's solving up, and okay, 23 is going to finish it off, so Q gets the shard. No, but I think that last fight is really telling of maybe Talon's position in this game, and if they're feeling like they have to get something done earlier.
You would also think they feel that way when they go Vessel on Invoker, right? Like, you're going this tempo item that's meant to kill on an Exort Invoker offlane, but then you're still just farming jungle. So is this Vessel serving a purpose? Like in that fight that they just had, if Jabs gets caught by anything, he just dies. He has no defensive item. No Force Staff, no BKB. You know, a lot of the time, Exort Invokers go Pike, and it's for a reason, right? In this game, Vessel into BKB, very delayed, very slow. And I honestly think this is starting to look very scary for Talon. I mean, 6k gold is one thing, but the overall trajectory of the game with the way their heroes are building up, BETBOOM are going to hit an insane timing with Spirit Breaker BKB, the PL Manta, and the Storm BKB, all coming out within 2 minutes of each other. And Talon won't have the solutions yet, so they kind of have to dodge.
I mean, I have been known to have definitely a lot of problems with BETBOOM at time. It feels like sometimes their mentality can be a bit fragile, but this series has been a whole new BETBOOM, I feel like, in a way. When so many moments have happened where they could have given up, thrown in the towel, they stuck with it, and in this game, they're looking good, and now it's Talon that are going to be the ones that need to respond. You know, you're down 6,000 gold. It was about this time that BETBOOM were in a similar place last game, and they were able to take a fight that was on the opponent's side of the map, reset things a little bit. Can Talon do the same, or are they going to feel content just trying to push this to the later stages?
Well, I think the man on your screens right now is the one who's going to have to do it. Because I think this offlane Invoker has not accomplished what it wanted to, and Mikoto's puck needs time. A lot of what makes mid-puck succeed in many games and feel strong is getting a couple of kills and snowballing off that. He's 3-0-2, so he hasn't died, but in comparison to... he has the same net worth as Storm, but it's not translating into the same amount of teamfight impact right now, right? Like, Puck is going to have to disengage a lot. He had to buy the Yules, so a lot of his net worth is defensive in nature. The Storm BKB is a lot more aggressive than the Puck Yules, right? It's going to convert this into way more damage than the Puck probably can. And he had to buy that Yules or BKB because of the Storm Orchid, so you have to... You're itemizing to solve problems. The enemy team is itemizing to pressure you. It's essentially what's going on, right? So, yeah, it is a very tall order, and the reason I'm highlighting the Morph so much is that I think this game for Talon is going to come down to big plays. I don't think playing, you know, just solid Dota is necessarily going to be enough. Somebody's going to have to pop off here, and the Morphling is the guy who can do it, turning into the Spirit Breaker.
Gotta take a chance.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Probably wait the Aegis out, though. It's a minute away.
Fair.
I guess you just concede this top tower, to be honest. Like, I like this from BETBOOM a lot as well. Nightfall's alone up here, but since Talon don't have any information to go off aside from like one rogue hero showing mid.
Jump in, Toronto Tokyo, leashed, Sproink tries to get away. Is it going to be enough for the kill? Yes. 23 is under control. They bring him down though. Pure moves in and finishes off the Morphling. Oh, Talon, they lose a couple on that fight and just barely managed to take down Toronto Tokyo. He's very farmed, not an easy kill.
Storm is dealing so much damage in these fights. It's quite scary, honestly. PL also getting involved there. He did leave the top tower to participate instead. Obviously paid off big time.
Well, dodging is going to feel like now the name of the game a bit, particularly after that last fight happened. Still, Aegis expiring, maybe there's an opportunity there that you can do something. But they are definitely on the side of Talon, gearing up for a later game scenario. Maelstrom, the item of choice for Makoto.
He kind of has to get it against PL, right? You need a lot more just AoE damage to deal with these illusions consistently. Imagine he's hoping to get a free shard on the puck. You don't really want to buy that if you don't, unless you have to.
He's out before anything comes his direction.
Now there's Jabs' BKB, so he'll have a little bit more of a presence.
That's the Orchid reveal. Onto him. Ollie, nowhere left to go, so another pick-off. As you see Talon try and push off these side lanes, but every single kill, more gold into the coffers of BETBOOM.
And honestly, this is the type of game that Coddle feels the best in, right? Your heroes are dominating the map, you're pushing out all the lanes, you can be a mana battery for anybody you want, and if nothing's happening, you can just push waves and farm jungle as a support. So with his shard as well, he just gave GPK a full refill, so he spent all his mana killing a support. It's like nothing happened. He's just straight back down.
And Jabs there, you saw too, an unfortunate scenario. His Forge Spirits were out in front. That tipped off the PL that he was in the area and was able to doppelganger and get out. Might have been a pick-off potential there, but not quite able to find him.
It's gonna take a lot to kill this PL, man.
Oh yeah.
3,200 health and 21 armor with 28 minutes in. Heart is gonna be completed in 2 minutes for Nightfall.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Jeez.
He is big. That's why you buy this build. If you go Midas Ags and you're uncontested, well, you got 308 CS, right? It's... He started creating some serious distance to Morph because 23 has died twice, so...
Oh, in towards mid, though. They find and get a freebie. GPK goes down. Pure now caught in the SD ulti. Do they have a way to stop it? Doesn't quite look like it. So getting these types of pickoffs is what you need as Talon. The charge is going on to Q. Makoto finds one. Save is there. They cancel the charge. Still thinking about a chase.
Oh, great
Caught
shards.
in the shards.
But
Sunstrike, not quite enough. And the heals, that's going to keep Toronto Tokyo alive.
it's going to take more of that from Talon, and I think they have to try to make these moves, however hard they may seem, because you kind of have to go and try to collapse on a hero and just blast them instantly and then reset, keep poking and prodding where you can to find kills. You're getting out-farmed on the map, so without kills, this lead is going to keep going up from the side of BETBOOM, and that was a nice one. They found the Storm, one of the biggest kills in the game. He was 4-0, so an extra bit of kill bounty there. The biggest winner in that, obviously Jabs. I think he got almost 1,000 gold from that kill. He's now going to be working on a Link house. I'm hearing recall 23.
Fine save right away, but the bash, it connects. Can they bring him down? Snowball save gets him out of trouble, but can he get away? Now the charge through from 23's in Spirit Breaker form, pulled back in Bulldoze, keeping himself alive. Waveform tries to separate 23 Savage, hoping to escape. Linkins, does he have a charge target? Tornado goes out, doesn't connect onto anything. Silence though in full strength form, another snowball save. Now connects onto Pure, Waveform away, Jabs his charge, Pure onto charge on charge! Gets his buddy out of trouble. They lose the Tusk, but fancy footwork from 23 Savage.
Yeah, really good play under pressure there. That was super close, and dying on Morph here is very critical. So nice work in tandem by him and Tusk to get 23 out of trouble. Also, it's scary how clutch it needs to be, right?
Oh yeah.
You really have to nail it. You have to turn to, and I wonder if there's value for Pure in going Link hits here actually on this group. Like, just try to prevent the Morphling from turning into you. I think it's a super high value play. You charge into the fight, you pop BKB, and Morph can't ult you. That will convert into some kills. I would actually really like to see that from him, but he's currently eyeing up the Kaya Yasha, which is also going to be a standard build for this offlane Spirit Breaker. The only hero in Dota that buys this item, I think, pretty much.
Primal sometimes, but yeah, it's
mainly Kaya Sanj, right?
Oh yeah, good call. Yeah, Kaya Yasha.
Kaya Yasha is like, is there any other hero that buys this? I don't know.
Zeus with the lightning.
Oh, true, Lightning Hand Zeus build. Actually true. Yeah, that's another one that can buy it.
But if you're
right,
buying that, you're probably losing the game anyways. So
that is not true.
No, you like the Lightning Hands?
It's pretty good in some games, yeah.
Okay, all right.
But
well, a 7,000 gold lead for BETBOOM. A little bit of stabilization for Talon. You can see Dota Plus feeling a certain way about it, but we've seen bigger comebacks, even in just the last game.
Yeah.
As it gets later and later, that is known to swing a lot more depending upon heck more other variables, buybacks being the most important. But Roche, it's going to be claimed down bottom by BETBOOM.
And I wonder if they're going to turn this into an immediate smoke. Opting to get the Aegis here to Nightfall. I thought they were going to put it on GPK so he could play super aggressive front line.
Oh,
wait, what?
That is a big one. That is a very big kill.
So that was just a Shadow Blade into Storm TP Blast on the Puck. We talked about this earlier. Once Spirit Breaker has this item, the map for Puck gets really scary. He doesn't have Linkins. And he's going to feel bad about buying it too, right? He's under so much pressure to deal damage because you kind of need to pick your poison here. Are you going to have a better build against Spirit Breaker? Or are you going to have a better build against PL? I wouldn't want to have to make that choice as Puck this game. It's really tough. Like, you feel bad about buying either item, but you need to have them both, it feels.
Yeah.
So
just needs a little bit more gold and not going to get it without winning some of these fights. Now, Pure is Shadow Bladed, runs through, finds him, Manta, dodge, turns into the Spirit Breaker form, has Bulldoze going, heal, but the save comes out last second. Tornado lift up onto 2, waveform away, 23 living, Ollie, not so much. And 23 Savage, get out! Ooh, out of mana. Or no, he actually got it off.
yeah, he had Linken's ready again. But it was close. Linken's there. If a charge connects, if anything connects, anything breaks the Linken's, that will be a dead Morph. So again, I mean...
Wait, what?
Really clutch play?
Hello? Did
Yep.
somebody forget that?
A little olive branch here.
Okay,
for Talon.
we get it.
Bit of ceasefire. Oh, nice.
Maybe that was intentional.
Yeah, let's try to wrap our heads around how that makes sense, what they did. Just leaves it behind, picks it up 10 seconds later. It was a bait.
Absolutely.
What were they baiting?
I mean,
yeah, same. Me too, buddy. Yeah, so again, clutch escape from 23, but if your highlight reel of this game is running away,
yeah,
that is a problem, right?
I mean, this is definitely, it's getting into dire territory. 13,000 net worth lead. They're gonna, I mean, try to take it for me. Oh God, Ollie, please.
He's fine. Invoker, shard, so we'll get the EMP pull.
I mean, they just need so many items. Honestly, like, you want SD ulti with Aghanims, you want Tusk BKB. All these things are so important to their fights. They're getting a Lincoln Sphere on Invoker for Jabs, which you talked about. It can't help. It's just kind of a question of, are you going to get choked out across the map and be stuck in your base? That's what it feels like.
Without looking, what do you think the next item of Ench is?
Midas.
Correct.
Hey, let's go.
It's flying out right now. He bought it as I said it, but for the viewers at home, Lyrical was actually not looking at his screen. He was looking away.
That's how he casts most of the time.
Yeah, makes sense. Explains a lot.
12,000. I wouldn't mind seeing a Midas on one of these others, but also each item is so integral to even defending the high ground. But they do get the Aghanim Scepter done for Puck, and he's going to need more and more to charge from Pure. Turns, Walrus Punch, 23 on him, turns into Pure form. Nether Strike, forces away from far away, and they have to just get out, because there's no way, like, as soon as BETBOOM start collapsing onto you, it's over.
This Radiant lineup is so terrifying to play against from behind. The whole map is a minefield. You can get jumped, blasted, bursted. You kind of need to juggle this really difficult balance of, we kind of have to cover each other to not die when they make the move, but we also need to farm the map enough. It's such a difficult balance to strike. And I actually think Talon are doing a pretty good job. They're obviously experienced in this type of gameplay. The problem is they're not gaming. You're staying afloat. It's getting, you know, the gold is ever so steadily going more and more to BETBOOM. And in this game, all three of BETBOOM's cores are going to get enormous. It's just a given. You cannot stop that from happening anymore.
There's also going to be a fourth core and Enchantress.
True.
Yeah, I mean, again, high ground is going to be the great equalizer, maybe. That's it, what it feels like at this point. Talon kind of have to depend upon, and maybe
that's on BETBOOM's terms, right?
Exactly, it's true. No, I mean, you're not wrong, and they might not give him that opening. Might not
I don't
ever.
think they have to. I would not feel under pressure as a playing on BETBOOM's team right now. Just chill, farm the map, keep building an advantage. If you see an opportunity, go and kill someone. Otherwise, farm, go Roche when you can.
You know, Sind, you did say we might see a 70-minute stomp. You might have been right. As they charge onto Pure. Trying to catch him, the Hex, but Bulldoze. Really good. That's already the Aegis down. Makoto wants to chase. They managed to find the coil onto him right away, but no extra damage. They focused the wrong one. Didn't find the real PL Nightfall too quick on it. GPK gets lifted, also gets chakra'd, and the reset is full. Off across the map. TP's out, and not able to get there in time with the charge on Pure.
Pure is level 24 on Spirit Breaker.
He's a monster.
He is highest level in the game as offlane. GPK, for comparison, is level 20 on Storm.
Jeez.
That's just offlane Spirit Breaker with Midas and a whole map to farm. He has 400 CS. He could go and grab the Wisdom Rune now if he wanted to.
Yeah, he almost has more CS than the Morphling. That is crazy. This hero
has changed
a whole lot.
Yep.
My goodness.
It is being banned in a lot of games, this TI, for a reason. Going to be completing his Lincolns now, so there it is.
the one answer that at times it's felt like they've had on the side of Talon of turning into the Spear Breaker, now that's taken away from them.
He is tired of 23 shit. Okay, that could be only... There can be only one cow in this town. And it's the OG cow.
It's ready with the taunt, ready with the bodying powerfulness of it. 4,000 HP. And continues to just eat up every wave. And Talon, now they are going to make a move across the map here, but their waves are pushing in. They might see Pure, but you don't really want to go onto the Space Cow.
I don't know if you get to choose your target here. You're just running in blind and hoping you find some sort of good start and that it forces an error from BETBOOM.
Toronto Tokyo, they find him at the beginning. Walrus punch, couple quick kills, still not dead, but the waveform, that'll be enough to secure it. So Talon managed to get on the board for what feels like the first time in a very long time.
Let's see what their last kill was.
It's all the red dots down there, all the few of them.
They killed a courier and a ward and another ward. Well, they killed GPK's Invoker minute 28, so it's been 10 minutes.
Trying
Talon are back, baby. Killed the Ench.
Doing what they can. I mean, it is one of those moments where, as BETBOOM, you just need to keep farming and get to that like indomitable space. And for Talon, hoping to get a good fight around the Roche timing, which they have done. Roche capable of responding in 10 seconds. We'll see what the actual timing ends up being, as save is already set up down bottom here.
I'm gonna highlight Pure's 25 Talon here, plus 20% greater bash chance. Has the opportunity to maybe just flat out chain bash the morph.
They find it immediately right on top of GPK, starting to fall so quickly. That was a lot of damage out from 23. Does already pop BKB though.
GPK can port to... No, actually he can't port. He has cooldown, so they can't recall him again.
Well, somewhat low on the HP, and it's a long Roche time. I mean, Morphling is getting to a pretty high damage amount with the Butterfly Daedalus completed. But having the freedom in these fights to actually hit is maybe another story. I guess that's the other thing, is that eventually Morph can turn into PL too.
PL can get a Linkens as well.
Yeah.
Not out of the question for this game, to be honest. I mean, is it worth it over, say, a Butter?
Jump.
Oh,
find him. Pull back. Snowball save. Onto creeps, onto illusions. Wants to back out. Jabs, throws out the meteor. Q backs away in his BKB. Tornado to cover. Toronto Tokyo throwing some impetus shots, hitting from far away. Q Walrus Punch is dead. Now the rest of Talon need to find their way out of this fight. Charge through onto 2, wants to get onto save, gets him, waveform through. That's a snipe. That one is hard to deal with, as they manage to find a kill, but do they have anything after? Gem still on the deck. Charge. 23 Savage finds him. A couple more hits. Half HP, Nightfall there. EMP, Jabs, needs to back out. BKB chase, do they have anything to kill him? Deafening Blast there for the pushback, but the Hex comes out. Ollie there for the save. Nightfall, he gets caught by the ultimate. Already onto him, trying to take him down. Doppelganger to walk away. They don't have the damage though, and not another save on deck. 23 Savage is going to fall. BETBOOM, it's just easier for them.
I was really surprised Talon went for that play. They don't have their Tusk there. That's been 23's savior like 5 fights in a row. The defensive snowball not present. He flat out just commits everything, waveforms in and starts going on the PL, who's obviously going to Doppelganger reset there. And then you're out of tools to play defensively on your Morphling. You get cornered, you get killed. That is going to cost them dearly. Roche will also be going the way of BETBOOM. There's absolutely no way you contest this without your Morphling alive. Respawning in 5 seconds. Nightfall now getting 25 Talon as well. So now his Doppelganger cooldown is 5.3 seconds.
Oh no.
With the Spell Prism.
Well, if there's any slight silver lining for Talon, it's that it was an extra 15 seconds they had to wait on the Roche to spawn, which might give them enough time on Talon for Morphling to be back up. But again, if you're BETBOOM, I don't know if you have to go high ground again. You can keep farming up if they feel so inclined. But also, BETBOOM, it's been a long day for them. They had to play earlier today in the opening matchups. We'll see if they maybe feel the need to try and push this tempo and take to high ground earlier.
Yeah, how much adrenaline do you have, guys?
I know, right?
How the Depot's running low.
They have been playing Dota for a very long time.
Yeah.
What time do they start? 10 a.m. start. Hex out, catches Q. GPK, couple more hits. BKB, fish punch. The charge is going to be there and does have the snowball, waiting for the blink away. Tries to get out, but no such luck.
Yeah, they're drawing the line for the high ground push. There's a couple of ways of going about this. You can go super aggressive and utilize your Aegis and Cheese to start diving heroes in the base, or you can let PL poke and prod, take the tower with 1,000 cuts. Let's see which one is their preferred method. I genuinely think in this situation, with the advantage they have, this is the kind of fight where BETBOOM will actually not struggle that hard to go high ground. I think Talon's chance of defending here is so slim. As long as Nightfall can play like this, you're going to keep Illuminated healing him. It's going to keep poking the tower. He has the heart. So if you want to kill the PL, it needs to be a full-on commit. But his Doppelganger cooldown is 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you find that commitment?
Oh, it's not easy. Will get the Meteors down. Does a little bit of damage there. Disruption. Now turning onto GPK with the PL illusions. Those die. Makoto with Lincoln's on him. Still sitting back, sitting pretty. Tusk back up in 5 seconds. BETBOOM, do they stick around? Nightfall is barely being tickled. They're going to start to try and build up the Shadow Poisons, but it's a slow, steady burn that's not really doing that much. And honestly, Pure is just on the other side of the map. Nightfall, too strong, too hard to deal with. It's just going to finish off that range racks, and they might just go for more. Talon, you need to come up with an answer. They got to do something here. Gotta find an answer. And Doppelganger, they even enchant the PL illusion. GPK thought about a jump, trying to bait something out. 23 Savage, still not anything online to really deal with this type of pressure. They have charge at the ready. They have so many different ways to get offensive on BETBOOM. But the slow, steady burn down, they have to go finally. There's the punch, finding the backline, GPK, but Cheesy gets it off. Will it be enough? Barely able to escape. Toronto Tokyo is gonna die. Q under fire, has buyback. Now 23 Savage, onto one. Still waiting with Alacrity and everything else. It looks okay. They do have a cold snap, but you just can't go in.
That was about as good of a jump as it's gonna get. You got 2 heroes caught immediately by the Puck Tusk combo and a huge amount of burst, but GPK just barely gets off the cheese, and at that point, that fight is not going to go your way anymore. Forcing out the Q buyback. And BETBOOM are going to chill. Their Aegis still has 2 minutes left on it, so when Toronto Tokyo spawns, they still have a good minute of sieging if they want to. And obviously, they don't have any concerns about the waves, because guess what? Spirit Breaker, Storm, and Caudle will always be able to take care of the map.
We need to come up with an answer for Spirit Breaker, okay? He's about to pass the PL in terms of CSing and everything. This is a whole new world of absurdity that we've been blessed with for a while now. Pure is a monster. Although he is running into the middle of the base there. Yeah, probably should call that one off.
That's the real test. Can you commit into 5 heroes and live? Honestly, I think he can if he pops all his stuff.
So. Has Refresher too, like.
Yep.
Whatever, he can do whatever he wants.
Siege round 2. Nightfall has double damage, but he's gonna let the illusions do the job. No need to commit his real hero. Step by step. I mean, he's probably never getting the melee barracks like this. He could get the range. The melee are gonna out-regen it.
The mantra of never go high ground is strong. But will it be strong enough to finally punish them here? They have the real PL in. The Spirit Breaker not showing on the wave. EMP, connection. Q, wanted that punch, but can't quite get it. Still, the buildings are falling. I mean, Nightfall can do this. He's just up front and center. 30 seconds left on this Aegis. They need something, anything, but they are not gonna get it. A second lane of racks is gonna be claimed as BETBOOM take dominant control further of this game and even going to move forward for the next one. Surely Talon has to stop it here. They have to make some type of a play as they will go for the disruption. Doppelganger take over the illusion, hit into the real Nightfall. Makoto trying to stop it. They are doing nothing to this hero though. And And just like that, I mean, you can see Jabs is on the other side of the map right now, finishing off his Hex.
Yeah, this is probably the one chance Talon are going to get if they somehow want to miraculously turn this game around. It has to be off the back of Hexes. They need to just flat out burst PL in a Hex before the saves can come out. They don't have any truly natural save on BETBOOM's side, like a Heart Dispel or anything of that sort. They have Glimmer Cape and Force Staff on Caudle, though. So it's going to be a tough ask, but I think BETBOOM are not going to give them any other targets than the PL. They're going to put him in front. If you can't kill this guy, you can't win. We'll see if they will chill for the final. I say final Roche because it seems very unlikely for Talon to be able to hold in the base against another Aegis, so they will probably be fighting for the Roche too.
And I'm sure for BETBOOM right now, there's a part of them that would like to go high ground and just close out this game after such a long day full of Dota. But of course, it does become a little bit scary if you do happen to step just a bit too far forward. We've seen leads thrown before, and this would be one of the biggest of all time if they did happen to do it. Pure up on the top side, and 49 minutes in, it does look like BETBOOM are going to be making that safer play.
Yeah, just another 11 minutes for the prophesized 60-minute stomp.
See if it happens.
If Talon can hold out that long, it's a tough ask. The disadvantages are mounting every minute. BETBOOM's heroes are getting bigger and bigger, and you're picking up the pieces in your base, scavenging for scraps here while the enemy team is just controlling the entire map. Spirit Breaker now closing in on level 30 sometime soon, which, you know, given a little bit of time in the map, maybe we're looking at that 5 to 10 minutes away if no fight breaks out. Pure is just farming.
I mean, it really is just nothing going into the favor of Talon at all. They have been completely corralled inside of their base and trying to set up for a fight that BETBOOM are not giving them. They're not even giving them an opportunity to take that engagement, saying, come and deal with us instead. And, well, yep, that's even more voice lines drop down in front of them. Asterin spawns. I mean, the other problem is that, like, Talon eventually do need to leave their base to go at the Roche fight at the very least, surely. Maybe not.
Surely.
Surely. Giving that one up feels like it's just delaying the death sentence. As Jabs fairly farmed on this Invoker off lane, but has not been able to get the most out of this hero so far. 4, 4, and 5 as the recalls come out.
Oh, this is an interesting play. They've showed all their heroes bottom. Now they're going to recall them top one by one and then probably smoke and try to catch them inside the base for the killing blow. This is a very unpredictable move actually here for Talon, so a quite creative idea if they do choose to go for it. Or maybe they just recalled everyone up here to farm a Centaur camp together. That's also, I mean, that's kind of wholesome.
It also feels like you put somebody in a headlock and then you just like let him go to do a backflip or something. It's like you kind of had him in a nice little grasp there.
Yeah.
Instant Roche spawn. Oh no, are they going to get it on Talon? Dude, there's no way. There's no way.
Oh, why did BETBOOM go up here?
Why? Don't do the backflip. Just choke him out. Are they going to get... I mean, okay, so here's
okay, here it is.
Divine Rapier.
All in.
Okay. 23. He's ready to go. Scan hits. They do see the illusion. Now Makoto baps away. They're still under a smoke. GPK jumps forward, finds one. Waveform, how much damage can they take? They absolutely rip through him. That's going to do it. They find and kill 23 Savage, easy as pie. And Divine Rapier now in the hands of Nightfall.
That might be the shortest Rapier I've ever seen. He held it for 5 seconds.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's...
The cursed blade. If only he hadn't bought Rapier, this might not have been over yet.
Well, it's 54,000 net worth. There's a chance. More than 1,000 net worth a minute.
All right, 8 more minutes, Talon. You can do it.
Let's see. They go through. Buybacks abound. And oh my god, are they going to respect the buyback, dude? Oh no, Pure, how are you going to tip them now? Oh, jeez. Well, that is going to be the retreat after the buyback, and you can see here again the quick jump They just didn't stand a chance. It was way too much damage, and of course the random bash coming out from Pure. Feeling it right now. Oh my God, that's some pent-up aggression right there. So, rapier in hand.
This is why we only buy the sturdiest tables for TI, by the way. Good craftsmanship needs to be able to handle some pent-up frustration. All right, 62K. I believe this is the second highest gold lead a team has had this event.
Okay. Did the last one win? I think so, right?
I mean, I don't think anybody threw an 80K gold lead. I don't think that's ever happened.
Surely it can't happen here.
I don't remember what the record was this tournament. I think it was about 80 or something.
Well, Puck is queuing up a rapier too. Might not need it if they can get the pick off onto PL. It just makes him stronger. Pure, found, whoa, wrist punch, control, down to about 2/3 HP. GPK goes through, trying to take down Q. He's still surviving. Well, not anymore. 23 Savage slept, waveform back, buyback from another. So they did get the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. And that gave him a lot of gold, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was 3,000 gold spread across multiple heroes with the Pure kill.
Another 20 of those, boys.
Wait, and he bought it. Puck got the rapier off of that.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait, are you telling me there's a chance? The Hex, the back, the control, the walrus punch, the stun. Where's the damage though? Where's the Puck? They don't quite have it. He's not gonna be able to quite do enough. Makoto goes down. That is the buyback. 23 Savage hoping for anything, but there is nothing left. BETBOOM has taken it all. GG is called. Cinderin, you were right. The 54-minute stomp, it can't be stopped.
Yeah, an 80K lead to finish it off for BETBOOM. I mean, in reality, when you look back at this game, the last 35, 40 minutes, Talon just couldn't find anything on the map, right? All their lanes are pushed in all the time. Every time they try to make a move, BETBOOM are ready. They're counterplaying them. They're out-farming them. They're getting the Roches. And, you know, ultimately, it's... For Talon, the game you got to look at here is obviously this is a shame to go out on a game like this. You know, you had 2 marathons, and the second game was definitely within their reach and very much favored, right? The regret of those late game buybacks in game number 2 that put you in this position to begin with and just cannot finish it off. But BETBOOM has got to be so relieved. They fought tooth and nail in that second game to even get this chance to show this lineup.
Absolutely.
And now they did it.
Unbelievable performance. This to me feels like one of those team transforming experiences for BETBOOM. You know, if they make some type of a run here, I feel like this might be one of those games, one of those series that you look back on and see that's where it began. We'll see if it ends up happening for them indeed. For Talon, this is where it's going to end. Very solid performance, incredibly impressive late game prowess that we saw from this team, but in the end, BETBOOM were able to come away with the victory. With that, we're gonna head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Cinderin. This was it was the shortest game of the series with 54 minutes, but BETBOOM makes it through and they make it out of the road to the International, towards the International, and we're going to break down exactly how that happened here in this third game. Effie, you mentioned it, this Phantom Lancer, there were not a lot of answers for it. And
yeah, it was textbook PL game, honestly. I think there was a little bit of a draft choke by Talon in this one, just taking the Tusk and giving away the SB. It put them in a really odd position, but for the most part, I do respect the fight. They fought all the way until the very end on Talon. Maybe they had a window to win this game early on if they were able to get that first Roche, but BETBOOM, they beautifully contested the first Roche, and that was just the turning point of the game where it was a slow grind until the very end, right? You take away the Roche from Talon, you just out-farm them, you choke them out, you methodically wait until the next Roche, you just take more and more of the map, and you let your PL do its thing, and that's what happened.
That's a short summary. Anything to add for that, Moon?
Space Cow. Mucho balance zero, guys.
Praise the cow. The Spirit Break. It all comes down to this one. I mean, we can't really pin it all on that one hero, surely, Lacoste, because this game, it still was a long battle for
Yeah, it definitely was. I want to highlight the GPK, his performance in the last 2 games, whole series, but especially last 2 games, because he died only 1 time in over 2 hours, which is pretty impressive. For someone, like a GPK, this is a huge success, and also managing to make a comeback. Flawless performance from start to finish in the laning stage. He dominated the mid matchup, playing with Keeper of the Light. This has been their bread and butter throughout the DPC. They know how to use this combo, and they were dominating. He was all over the place, going for the right items, picking up this early Orchid to be able to deal with some of these heroes, and later on, you know that there's going to be Linken's, because you do have Spirit Breaker on the team, so have something else to proc that Linken's with.
Yeah, thank you for those thoughts. We're going to hear some more thoughts because we're heading over for a winner's interview. It's Nightfall who's standing by with Pyrion and Saberlight.
Thank you, Sheeps. You ruined that bit a little tiny bit, but that's okay. I am not qualified to interview this man after a series like that, so I am going to hand off to my colleague, the esteemed Saberlight. Saberlight, if you would please do the interview for me.
Good evening, Seattle. It's your boy Saberlight with another winner's interview. I have Mr. Nightfall. You just played an incredible 3-game series. How do you feel?
Feel amazing. Every game was kind of hard, but we managed to win it. So I'm really proud of my team and happy that we qualified to UTI.
I'm proud of you as well. All right, you are going to play at the Climate Pledge Arena in 5 days. How are you going to spend this 5-day break?
Probably just nothing unusual, just play pubs, play scrims, learn from our games, because I don't think we played that good today. So learn from our mistakes and come back stronger. That's it.
Spoken like a true winner. All right, all right. You have any questions for me?
What's the best hero on position 3 right now, in your opinion?
All right, thank you for the question, Nightfall. So I think Breaker is a strong hero. I think the way Pure played was very good. I liked it a lot. I would recommend pick it in TI as well. All right, and for the final question, you have a bunch of fans supporting you here. Any words of support?
Thank you, everyone who came here. Like, I feel the support. Everyone screaming and saying Nightfall or BETBOOM, let's go. So I really feel the support. Keep supporting us. Love all the fans.
All right, that was Nightfall, and that was me, the second worst offlaner from this tournament, and this is Pyrion.
Thank you, Saberlight. Tremendous work. My job's in danger.
Second best offlaner.
Second best offlaner. There you go, Shiva. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. I think Pyrion, you might be soon out of a job at this rate. I thought that interview was great. Thank you so much, Saberlight. Of course, Nightfall, congratulations making it to the international top 8. And this match, I feel like a lot of the talk fear that we've had about BETBOOM, and we got to revisit it.
Sure, I mean, we definitely can. I think this series in particular, their resilience to be able to hold out, and they didn't really crush the laning stage like they normally do to win games. They played very long games against a team that is very good in the late game, but I must say their drafting was very impressive here as well. Being able to pick the heroes that they did, and GPK, as mentioned, he did super well in this series, overperformed, I want to say, and of course Nightfall, just a stable carry. Fortunately for Talon here, the drafting just wasn't quite good enough, honestly, at the end of the day, and it was exposed by BETBOOM.
Yeah, but we were talking earlier about how BETBOOM's problem throughout the year has always just been, or not throughout the year, throughout the last couple of years with these players, is that they do very well online, but in these high-pressure environments, playing in front of a crowd, they don't do well. I feel like after today, you can't say that anymore, because not only did they have an exhausting day playing 2 series, they played the longest series out the road to TI so far, and they came out on top. So I feel like they've conquered a demon here, and the 5-day break will do them very well.
They conquered a demon, they conquered Talon here in this best of 3. They were the first team in the lower bracket to push to a 3rd game, and they closed it out successfully. So, and every happy story for BETBOOM as a sad story for Talon, and for that, we're heading over to Pyrion for the exit interview with Sunby.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Sunby. Sunby, first of all, commiserations, dude. That was an amazing series. You must be proud of your players for just such a great 3-game series.
Yeah, absolutely. My boys are the best. They're absolutely the best. Yeah.
So I thought that you guys had a pretty good season. 3rd in Riyadh. You must be proud of them for what they've accomplished this year.
I am absolutely proud of what they were able to do. It sucks our road ends here, but they really are champions through and through.
So thinking about next season, obviously you've got a lot of confidence in them. What are you hoping to do in the coming year?
I hope our boys can continue to show that Southeast Asian Dota has a lot to show, and that we are worthy of lifting up a trophy one day.
Well, I would absolutely agree with that. Do you have any words for the many Talon fans out there around the world supporting you this year?
Thank you so much, guys. It's probably quite late in Southeast Asia. It was a tough journey.
Okay, well, thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and better luck next time. Shiva, back to you.
Thank you very much, Pyrian. At times like these, this is when teams need their support the most. So all love goes out to Talon and all their fans that were really hoping that this run was going to be going a little bit deeper. But BETBOOM put a stop to that. So this series comes to a close. And Moon, with that, your appearance on this panel comes to a close as well. So I would love to hear some final thoughts on the series we just watched.
I feel like BETBOOM adapted really well. Game 2, Game 3, they went back to their 3 comfort cores and pure normal and Tidehunter, and they just showed their true talent of Dota.
Yeah.
And it just came down to them having more comfort and confidence, pure slamming the table of passion when he's playing his comfort hero, give me Spirit Breaker, he's so happy. And that is really infectious in the team. When people start slamming this, they're getting hype. It can kind of catch us on the TI stage, the whole team gets hyped together, and then when you win, then you get the best high ever, and then I feel like BETBOOM is going to go into the playoffs and the Climb Up Patch Arena, and they're going to be a scary team.
Yeah, they look to be a very scary team. Thank you so much, Moon. And we, of course, are moving forward to our final series of the day. More Dota to be had. We are going to witness a best-of-3 elimination once again. Thank you for that. All right, I'll follow that up. Elimination once again, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus Pro and Entity, they'll go up against each other in a best-of-3. And before we watch that series, we're going to learn a little bit more about Entity.
So this year it started off pretty well for us with Lima Major. We had like some really crazy tiebreakers that had to go on until the next day against OG and Tundra. It was super contested, and we had to play the next day after, and there we actually like barely qualified to the Lima Major. So that was already like a success in the beginning, because we still started like into the year with, I guess, higher expectations than last year, but we were still like, I guess, considered underdogs. The way we dropped out of the tournament was a little bit like disappointing. We all felt like we could have gone further, but yeah, it was still nonetheless like a great start.
Following that strong start, Entity hit a rocky patch in the season. They missed out on the next 2 majors, and to add to their challenges, they were pushed into a tiebreaker just to retain their spot in Division 1.
Didn't really know what was going wrong, but you could feel like expectations were high. We played a super contested region, and everybody like was getting sadder and sadder. In the end, of course, we also decided to like change things up, and we had a small roster change. It was really like a roller coaster. It started really high, then it went super down. Like holy moly! Like we